We measure people by their generations based on the year that they were born. But when it comes to generations on the internet, I've always felt it has less to do with age and more to do with what era of the internet you became plugged in. For example, you'll see boomers and Gen Zers have very similar relationships with their technology. People who plugged into the internet after the 2020s will have memories of the internet formed by TikTok, Insta, and Twitter. People who plugged into the internet in the 2010s will have memories of the internet formed by Vine, Tumblr, Facebook even. And then there's the era of the internet that I personally got plugged in, sort of the mid to late 2000s. And for that I've got Angel Fire, Gaia Online, MySpace, of course. But what of the era of the internet before the year 2000? Y2K would be the start of the new millennium. And for many, that would indicate the end of the world. But being that we're still here, it's safe to say that the world didn't end on Y2K. But what if the world did actually end on Y2K, just not in the cataclysmic way that we thought it would? Hypnospace Outlaw is a point-and-click detective game that takes place in the late 90s, where you, the player, solve cases on a simulated enclosed intranet. Imagine Welcome to the Game, but it's wrapped up in that late 90s computer and internet aesthetics and only slightly less dark. Okay, a lot less dark, and you're not really a detective, you're more just a glorified moderator. But do not let the light-hearted, part nostalgia bait, part parody aspects of this game fool you. To call Hypnospace Outlaw a simple point-and-click adventure game would be selling it far too short. This game simulates an era long gone in such an authentic and human manner that I guarantee it will touch your heart. It's got charm, it's got style, it's thick to the brim with the apparent love that's been poured into it. There isn't a single dead zone or empty space in this game. In your solving of these cases, you will be sifting through what seems to feel like hundreds of pages, crafted by in-universe characters with backstories, hopes, dreams, and all their various idiosyncrasies. I'll just leave it at that. As I always say in the beginning of all my videos, I highly recommend you play this game yourself. But if you're not convinced, I might as well show you the gameplay, so let's not waste any time. I present to you my personal take on Hypnospace Outlaw. Starting the game up, we see a boot screen and the Hypnospace logo. If we wait long enough, we hear chiptune notes that are a leitmotif or repeating melody heard in this game's main theme. Just a cool detail. When loading a new save file, we can give ourselves a name and a custom pronunciation.
Enforcer. Pimpforcer.
Nice, let's get started. Note that despite the name of the game being Hypnospace Outlaw, we will be playing as a lawman of the internet dreamlands Hypnospace, run on the operating system Hypno-S. The audio and visual aesthetics of this game are immaculate, at least from my zillennial perspective. Before we get briefed on our duties as a Hypnospace mod, I fiddle with the settings. I highly recommend enabling Big HUD mode and unpinning your HUD so that the toolbar isn't in the way. Now, we're greeted to a bland desktop. Don't worry, we'll be having a blast customizing and decorating it as we explore Hypnospace. But what is Hypnospace? Let's click the question mark and get the lowdown on this late 90s new frontier, and our job keeping it orderly.
The future is you. Your passion. Your imagination. Your hard work. And now, with the help of Hypnospace, you have the tools and the time to make it a reality. Witness the dawning of a new world, where sleep time is no longer downtime. It's where the future is built. A future built by you. Hypnospace.
There's a grittiness to this intro that just captures something very nostalgic. The stock footage, the big chunky PCs, a generic video of a working man, and with this xylophone music. More on the music stylings later. I do also want to point out that this creepy doll is a reference to Dropsy, a game developed by the same folks who developed this game. Now let's take a closer look at this device that we are evidently using. It's a console with a headband wired to it. Somehow this device is beaming the experience of hypnospace into the user's brain through this hypnospace headband. The desktop we are on is currently being beamed into our mind, not on a computer screen. We are playing as somebody who's asleep. This is a detail one often takes for granted when first picking up this game. With the invention of this device,
Sleep time is no longer downtime.
we're in the 90s. Computers are first and foremost seen as a machine of productivity. Nowadays, computers are just a part of everyday life. Will this new frontier into digital culture, connecting the world through the realm of sleep, benefit society? Or should we have just simply let sleep time remain downtime?
Hypnospace.
Merchantsoft is the company that owns and operates Hypnospace, our employers. And that jingle. Again, it oozes that late 90s, early 2000s sort of, I write down here internet culture, but really it was like software culture. I say that because like everybody in my generation had a shitty typing game that had a screen that looks exactly like this, with a lady narrator that sounded exactly like this.
Welcome to Hypnospace Patrol Department Enforcer Training.
Hello Hightower.
When we enter our training segment, we are greeted by a useless floating robot head, or maybe it's a computer mouse, named Hippie. Evidently a tip of the hat to the little helper avatars of old that really didn't do anything special. Now, let's start our training.
Direct your attention to the top of your desktop, and you'll notice the HypnoS info bar. From left to right, this handy toolkit features quick access to
the settings menu, the quick switcher, the application menu, the current date and time, your HypnoCoin balance, the restart and log off buttons. Make sure to click the log off button to save your progress and safely exit HypnoS.
Already we're off to a great start. They shipped out these Hypnospace Enforcer Edition devices with scuffed tutorials. This funny voice will be a recognizable one, belonging to a semi-recurring character.
Hippie, also known as the Hypnospace Intelligent Intermediary, is your digital helper. He'll notify you when you receive important messages, and even alert you to new HypnoS system updates. Hippie is always happy to help.
Here's a useful tip. Right-click any text in
Hypnospace
and Hippie will read it out loud.
Wait, hold on. First off, this guy's voice mumbling in the background is just great.
Right-click any text in
Hypnospace
and Hippie will read it out loud.
Whether you're new to
But I do want to point something out. In this particular instructional video on Hippie, our floating Microsoft Sam voiced helper, the word Hypnospace is dubbed in that similar robotic voice. Could this be a recycled tutorial from a progenitor software by a different name?
Hippie is your digital helper. Back. Next.
So right-clicking on anything will make Hippie read stuff out. Neat. Aside from that, really his only use is letting you know when you have new Hypno mail. Up next is the CHIME, or Chime, tutorial. It simply educates us on an acronym used to detect various violations users or citizens can commit on Hypnospace. Banning content that violates the Chime rules is what progresses our game.
C stands for content infringement. H is for harassment. I for illegal activity. M for malicious software. And E is for extra-legal commerce. Find more information in the HSPD handbook.
The next tutorial informs us on how to use our download manager and inbox, which is simple enough. However, I will give this tip. Sometimes your inbox can be a valuable tool for solving some harder cases in Hypnospace. The only unique thing in this particular tutorial is the case manager. Think of it as your quest menu. Now here's a cool tip from Mr. Funny Voice.
Once a violation has been found, the offending citizen's name will be listed here. Click to jump to the page where the violation was removed from.
So we can use this menu to circle back to pages of past crimes. This will be good if we run into any Hypnospace Outlaws that we suspect of being repeat offenders. And again, we can apply that same tip to the senders of particular Hypno mail. This next tutorial is important. It emphasizes that the device that we're using is different from the devices other users of Hypnospace use. This is the Enforcer Edition. We can only receive inbox messages, not send them out. We seemingly have no way of communicating with other users. With a couple of exceptions. We can only surf Hypnospace, ban violations, download files, spend Hypnocoin, and flag users. More on those last two later. Let's hear what this creepy mascot has to say about zones.
Hypnospace's citizens place the pages they've built in our themed zone communities. You will be given search and browsing access to zones only if you've been assigned them by a dispatch agent.
So while standard users can virtually access all zones and make pages, we can only access zones that we are assigned to. We're almost like a beat cop in a way. There are some challenging quirks to this in the early parts of the game, as well as workarounds to this limitation. We'll learn about these quirks naturally. This takes us to our final tool, which is often overlooked. In addition to being able to ban content, if somebody racks up enough violation points, we can actually flag them for investigation. Ultimately, what happens to them, a warning, suspension, or total ban, is up to our employers. Still, our employers won't do anything if we don't flag the repeat offenders. So let's keep that in our toolkit. In addition, we also have an extremely valuable tool for both exploration and solving cases. As an enforcer, we are able to see the age, town, and real name of the owner of a page. This is their citizen data. In addition, we can see their unique headband ID. If you do end up playing this game after my introduction to its feel and play, I highly recommend jotting down the headband IDs of particularly suspicious or tech-savvy users using a pen and paper or the Hypnospace Sticky Note app. You'll see me use this very soon. After closing our tutorial, we get a couple of messages, a default welcome from the founders of Merchantsoft, and our first case. Hello, Enforcer. Welcome to Hypnospace Patrol Department. Adrian and Dylan Merchant here, co-creators of Hypnospace and founders of Merchantsoft. We would like to personally thank you for volunteering to help us keep Hypnospace safe. You'll be assigned cases automatically based on reports by Hypnospace citizens or activity we noticed here at the Hypnospace Security Center. Look forward to receiving your first one shortly. Our first case is, copyright infringement. This is a content infringement notice regarding any content that copies or bears the likeness of 1962 cartoon character Gumshoe Gooper. Attached is a photo of the intellectual property we'll be looking out for. It's just a fish with a trench coat and a magnifying glass. A detective fish. I was hoping we'd bust a Hypnospace Red Room or a Black Hat hacking organization. Well, I guess they're starting us off slow. Since this is an image file, we can click the little icon to place it on our desktop for reference. This feature, however, will be mainly used to decorate your desktop with fun stickers you pick up along the way. Look through your assigned zones for at least 3 possible violations and utilize your enforcement tool to check them. Opening up our homepage, we see that the 2 community-oriented zones are the Cafe, a welcoming, liberal landing zone for beginners and tech nerds, and Good Time Valley, a sort of digital containment for the more curmudgeonly conservative old farts of Hypnospace. Both have their charm, but before we do dig in, let's get the big picture and familiarize ourselves with our employers and what they expect of us. Let's first take a look at the HSPD zone. Evidently, this is something that only we enforcers can access. In the Citizen Data Tools page, I notice a nifty trick. We can press the pin so that the citizen data stays on top. This will be super helpful. In the Chime Info page, one new thing we can learn is that we can only ban copyright infringement if there is a copyright complaint made. We'll be exploring many pages decorated and scored with images and music that don't belong to the page owners. But so long as there are no complaints and permission is received, it's a-okay. It seems that Merchantsoft wants to strike a balance, respecting the expression of its customers while also keeping itself out of legal hot water if intellectual property owners want stuff taken down. So this tells us that the owners of the Gooper IP specifically requested it off of Hypnospace. Why is that? This whiteboard essentially will be used to chart out and organize some of the more peripheral but also main mysteries of this game. Unlike some of my other videos, the mysteries of this game are very answerable, however easy to overlook and take for granted. This is what it looks like when you try and ban something. We're literally wielding a ban hammer, although this is probably more of a cultural reference to a judge's mallet. If we misjudge, the interface tells us that we'll be penalized. But as far as I'm aware, that wasn't implemented into this game, which I appreciate. There's a clever way we can use this to probe for violations without exposing ourselves to the risk of downloading viruses. More on that later. In the page on flagging, we learned that the Hypnospace Enforcer team refers to suspension as detainment, leaning into that law enforcement terminology. An interesting detail is that if you are detained, you still have access to Hypnospace, but with read-only access, not being able to interact with other citizens or edit your own page. In addition, you're also subjected to occasional extended advertising interruptions, so like the internet monetization version of prison labor. Again, let's not forget to flag. While banning content moves the story forward, flagging people will change the course of the story. In the Enforcer Conduct page, we're informed that enforcers who misuse their station will be subject to suspension or even banning from the program. In addition to our current state, not being able to interact with others as an enforcer, it seems our ability to use Hypnospace as a regular user is also suspended during our time as an enforcer. If you wish to resume direct communication with citizens, you may unenroll from the Enforcer program at any time by returning your Hypnospace Enforcer Edition headband kit using the prepaid postage that came with your unit. Not super relevant to our story, but it is an interesting detail nonetheless. Merchantsoft seems to like compartmentalizing various aspects of their operation. Now that we are fully filled in on our duties as a Dreamland janitor, let's access the town square, Hypnospace Central. Everybody has access to this zone. Whether you're new to Hypnospace or a veteran citizen, you've come to the right place. Scroll down and click the multicolored page cards to check out the Global Newsroom, our virtual newspaper, and then read Hypnospace guides for exclusive material from the celebs you'll love. Whoever you are, you're home in Hypnospace. This is the place all regular users are recommended to check out first, where Merchantsoft has put together a convenient place for guides, news, and various articles. The song that plays here is made by Chet Pinehurst. Chet Pinehurst is evidently a musician that Merchantsoft hired to create very default tech-sounding tracks and music that Hypnospace citizens can use to score their pages. Now, while these tracks we're hearing in Hypnospace Central sound very, inoffensive tech default, Chet Pinehurst is particularly known for his very earthy, hippy-dippy vibes. Like, imagine if Apple hired someone like Wes Madico to make their ringtones. The genre comparison isn't exactly right, but I think the vibes match. But I digress. We'll be using this whiteboard to educate ourselves on the music alt history of Hypnospace Outlaw and see if we can potentially find any real-world comparisons that Hypnospace Outlaw may be parodying. This track is very lullaby-like, fitting for a place that's accessed through sleep. Let's click on the guides page. It's funny how the new users who click on this guide are just blown out with this insane tuba MIDI song. Let's turn that off and check out some of these videos that Merchantsoft have uploaded to educate their citizens. Hi, I'm Citizen, your friendly guide through the technical side of Hypnospace and your HypnoS operating system. Click one of these preloaded video clips to begin. Watch the above video if you're wondering why we still ask you to type and click to control HypnoS, even though it uses highly advanced mind interface and projection technology.
If you're already an experienced HypnoS user, you may safely skip this section. If you've had difficulty controlling the HypnoS cursor and keyboard, don't worry, you've come to the right place. The key to controlling HypnoS's simulated keyboard and mouse interface is simply to do it as you would while awake. No special mind focus techniques necessary. Begin typing or moving and clicking the mouse as you would on your home computer, and HypnoS will react. We've engineered it to feel natural, so let your mind rest and let your virtual hands do the work.
Again, while yes, we are playing this game with our mouse, keyboard, or gamepad, lore-wise, right now we are fast asleep with these images being projected into our minds, manipulating our interface with our minds. This sort of unlocked a memory for me. I've had dreams in the past where I'll be in a sticky situation, and it's almost like I'm internally typing out console commands or quick loading and quick saving into different parts of the dream. I wonder if a similar experience is what inspired Jay Tholen to make this game. The next video informs us about our desktop launcher.
The HypnoS desktop is the virtual tabletop on which your program and file icons reside. Icons may be repositioned anywhere on the desktop by clicking and dragging. If your view field is becoming crowded, Icons may be stored in the launcher for quick access.
We can declutter our desktop of icons we don't use often by storing them in the HypnoS launcher. It really isn't used much as a launcher, so much as a stash for icons. We can't put stickers in there, and unfortunately we can't put Hippie in there either. The nice thing about the launcher is that icons we put in there don't show up in the toolbar quick access. Again, which is great for decluttering that drop-down menu on top of our desktop. And to be honest with you, I don't know why they call it a launcher. It's more like a stasher. It's weird. Yeah, it's more like a hider rather than a launcher. The last tip we can pick up from this page is to use our home button to return to our zone portal. Note, to HSPD enforcers, the Hypnospace City Home portal is only available to non-HSPD citizens. Enforcers see the only zones that they are assigned to in a special hub. While regular citizens can remove and add their favorite zones to their portal, Dispatch will grant us access based on the cases we are on. Zones are places for like-minded Hypnospace citizens to interact and share the pages they've created. When joining a zone, you'll be able to add your page to the zone listing. If approved, your page will be accessible by everyone in Hypnospace, so be careful what you share on it. Going back, let's go ahead and take a look at the New to HypnoCoin page. HypnoCoins are the official currency of Hypnospace. You can get them through purchasing gift cards, playing special games and promotions, or earn through selling digital goods like stickers, songs, and backgrounds on Hypnospace. We'll be earning it primarily through solving cases. The red text at the bottom says, HypnoCoin may not be resold, transferred, or refunded and has no cash value. So it's useless, and that means we're doing this for no actual monetary compensation. In other words, we're doing it for free. Let's go ahead and check out that celebrity travel guide. Something oddly familiar about the vibe of this song. The page is scored with the theme song of the show Desperate in Dallas, Montana by musician Eric Chowderman Hellman. Chowderman is a well-established musician who found specialty in making jingles for commercials and ads. However, in this case, it is a jingle for a reality TV show. While I won't be putting him on our music whiteboard, his story is quite interesting when you peel back the layers of irony. The celebrity guide seems to be a shoddily put together promotional ad for Tallulah Springs, Colorado, written by the star of Desperate in Dallas, Carrie Jacobs. I hate this guy's face so much. Here are some funny bits to this poorly disguised promo. Despite being, we're only 50 minutes from the Denver International Airport, which is more than affordable if you're taking a shared shuttle. Still, try not to highlight that in your guide. We don't want to give anyone a reason to not visit before they find out why they should come. Here are 4 reasons why you should, that's an absolute butcher job. You should absolutely make Tallulah Falls your next holiday destination. And this one is my favorite. 3 new pool tables, a full-fledged gym we're looking to expand once this year's budget is approved, and constant, occasionally we'll get something together. That's a noun, I guess? No, it's funny, it's good. We'll find a lot more amusement on Hypnospace. Let's leave this page. Oh, but before we do, I want to make a real quick note. There's an Eye of Horus hidden in the background of one of these images. Yes, this is what I'm talking about, the occult. Copyright infringement today, but we'll be busting a Horus-related red room on Hypnospace tomorrow. Well, not exactly. Let's broaden the world building by getting into today's news. To build the habit, I checked the citizen ID and noticed that Merchantsoft's ID is 00004D, while Dispatch is 00003D. So if somebody ever claims to be either parties, we must simply look into these headbands' IDs to confirm. Now, here's today's tech news. Tech giants believe year 2000 glitch, worries unfounded. The technology titans on the floor of this week's public electronics showcase unanimously agreed that concerns of a catastrophic year 2000 glitch were unfounded. Most of our devices with electronic components driving them, while high-tech, are still simple enough that they wouldn't be affected by a year 2000 glitch, if such a thing were to occur, said Bellinger Telephonics CTO Daniel Delphin. Merchantsoft CEO Adrian Merchant was particularly confident in the ability of his company to weather whatever threats may come. Our culture is enthralled by the idea of some faceless apocalypse, Merchant said, so I want you to look at the faces behind me. This is just a small portion of our 100-strong support and maintenance team. I have complete confidence in their ability to tackle any minor issue that may arise during the year 2000 rollover. Can we get some claps in here? Can we get some fucking claps in here? The support staff group behind Merchant waved. This reporter waved back. I was channeling my Robert Loggia. Adrian Merchant is the business half to the tech duo behind Merchant Soft. Of course, it's November 1999, Y2K is on the horizon, and so the scare is setting in, even on Hypnospace. This is both a thematic and narrative keep in mind, Y2K. We're not just talking about the turn of the millennium, we're talking about the end of the world. In other words, things no longer being as they once were. In the business news segment, we can read about a new portable game device, the Monarch Game Champ, being released alongside its flagship game called Squishers, a sort of slime-themed parody to our world's Pokemon. Now, this sort of alternate tech history is somewhat in line with the Game Boy Color's release in 1998 and the Game Boy Advance release in the early 2000s. There are also rumors of a licensed game of Taurus and Muleta X, a superhero duo that is beloved in the Hypnospace universe. And now, politics. While President Bill Clinton was president in our world of 1999, in Hypnospace, we have President Hughes entering his last year of his two-term service. In a recent press conference, Hughes stated his intention to continue focusing on technology. Education is a priority, as is the quality of food available in grocery stores. Keeping bugs far away from picnics is a national imperative. Space is good, and Hughes strongly suggested that it will continue to be supported. Hughes is opening pre-sales of his presidential memoirs this Friday at 8 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. Nothing of note here, however, the simplistic quote of "space is good" is pretty funny. There's nothing of note in the weather forecast, and one thing I'd like to point out is that in the sports section, there is a different naming of the beloved sport of football and tennis. NFL is called AFL, so perhaps American Football League, and in this world, this is hilarious, they called tennis Trennis. I'm getting a sort of alternate reality, Mandela effect-y kind of vibe from this. Let's get into some of the key differences between tennis and tennis. It can't just simply be the name. We can already make out one difference from the art in the background. It seems that the tennis court is circular instead of rectangular and has 3 sides playing against each other instead of 2. Also, some of these tennis player names are very Tim and Eric-esque. Doof Jones, Eric Snavely. Souring the mood, we have a page for something called HypnoCure. I was afraid of this. We'll be tussling with viruses in Hypnospace. A scary thought alone, made even scarier when we remind ourselves that this computer interface is being beamed into our brains while we sleep. How detestable. I look forward to giving these hypno-cybercriminals a taste of my banhammer. We'll save up for HypnoCure Lite. However, I'm curious about what looks like dev tools included in HypnoCure Pro. May be useful for exploratory purposes. We'll get there when we get there. I'll keep this in mind. Let's make use of our stamp book to bookmark this page with a HypnoCoin logo so that we can come back to it in a jiff when we need to remedy a cyber ailment. There's a blurb at the bottom. Let's go ahead and educate ourselves on a new virus that's plaguing Hypnospace. New virus alert. Wave hello. Threat level low. Wave hello is a nuisance virus that causes HypnoS to intermittently rock back and forth as if at sea. Purchase HypnoCure now to protect your system from this virus. Noted. Sounds annoying, but borderline dangerous for users with vertigo. Bastards. The streets of Hypnopolis need their janitor Justicar. The Merchant Soft About page is particularly meaty, so let's skip over to the TV spot or commercial survey. Are you the kind of person who enjoys giving your opinion? Would you like easy HypnoCoin? Great. Click the following link to enroll in our Citizen Feedback Club and receive 11 HypnoCoin instantly. Now we can just keep the money and ignore the survey, but let's give this ad spot a watch. I'll include all my verbal outbursts.
With Hypnospace, the easiest sleep time social network just keeps getting easier.
Even my grandpa uses it.
It's easy as pie.
My kids got me into it.
With our new Hypnospace guides, you can navigate Hypnospace with the direction of top experts.
It's a real game changer.
From movies, games, and music to cars and sports, we've got it all.
Hypnospace is awesome.
We've spent over $1 billion making sure Hypnospace citizens wake up fully refreshed.
I wake up feeling great.
Why waste your sleep time merely sleeping?
Going to bed just became a whole lot of fun.
For a busy parent, Hypnospace is amazing.
Take advantage of our 30-day no-risk trial and live your dreams on Hypnospace.
Hypnospace! Nice. That was great. I know I already mentioned Tim and Eric, but the only thing missing in that video was a line at the end saying, a Cinco product. Now, some things to note. Unless the ad is lying, it seems that over $1 billion is claimed to have been used to develop sleep time services like Hypnospace. Now, they could be including the development of its progenitor software and maybe other competing sleep time companies to inflate the numbers, but regardless, this is no small-time widget. This is meant to be on the cutting edge of technology in this alternate history. Let's go ahead and take that survey. Going into our inbox, we can find the link to it. Question 1, is your combined annual household income over or equal to $24,000 US? I like how that's like, so if you click no, you disqualify. They don't care about your opinion. I like how that is like, that's considered like, okay, you got your shit together. Question 2, are you financial decision maker of your household? Again, if you click no, they boot you out, but you can just go back. Click yes. Now here, you can say no or yes, it doesn't make a difference. Continuing on, it asks some boilerplate questions about what information was conveyed in the ad spot, and then they ask you what is your gender. If you say female, they don't care about your opinion. That's messed up. Perhaps an indicator for a scummy underbelly to our employers. We'll keep this in mind. However, something tells me this story is going to go in directions we aren't anticipating. Here are some more funnily worded questions and my piss-poor attempt at improv comedy. Please choose the face that represents how physically agreeable you found this spokesperson. I think she's pretty agreeable. Please choose the face that represents how hardworking and down-to-earth you found this person. Hardworking, yes. Down to earth, not so much. So I think that equalizes to a mid-length response. Question 11. Please choose the face that represents how well-behaved all-American kid you found this spokesperson. Well-behaved for sure, but he doesn't really strike me as American. More like a well-behaved Bosnian kid, maybe? So I'm gonna have to say no. I just shuffled a deck of cards, and the first thing I drew was just Bosnia. Now enough goofing off, let's get the lowdown on our employers and mosey on over to the Merchantsoft About page. When we click on the Merchantsoft page, we are greeted with that fun jingle. I can't get enough of it. Hypnospace is year 2000 ready. Founded in 1996, Merchantsoft has been leading the consumer computing revolution with its innovative, accessible, and just plain fun array of software applications. The online world was shaken with the release of Hypnospace in the late 1998. In addition to being technological groundbreaking as the world's first sleep-time networking system, Hypnospace was an immediate hit for Merchantsoft and sold over 2 million copies in the first 6 months of the market. Let's first read up on the products that Merchantsoft has developed over the years. This will be NetSettler and what we're using right now, Hypnospace. In 1996, NetSettler took the online world by storm. The internet was suddenly a place for everyday people, no longer an exclusive playground for techies, whiz kids, and fuck freaks, but a virtual home for people with jobs and families. I'm going to say this right now. There's going to be a lot of goofing off in the game footage that I'm using. I'm just going to keep the bangers and exceptionally silly stuff in here, don't worry. Although that's pretty subjective. Now, NetSettler is the progenitor software I was alluding to earlier. The software that we are using to scour Hypnospace is based on NetSettler. NetSettler seems to be less of an internet service provider and more of a browser and web page developing platform wrapped into one package, hence the name NetSettler, settling the wildlands of the internet. And so, is Hypnospace just essentially NetSettler, but you just use it while you sleep? Well, that's just silly. Now, to help monetize the platform further, Merchantsoft partnered up with a handful of sponsors, their biggest ones being Boppos, a meat processing company and maybe a fast food chain, Gray's Peak Cola Company, a snowman-themed soda brand with the tagline, "Gotta drink it right." Then there's Monarch, the aforementioned video game and home entertainment company, and finally, Esotonic Records, a formerly indie turned corporate tastemaker in music production. Need an eye-grabbing doodad, ad banner, or a catchy jingle? Our creative team is up to the task. If your organization is interested in an advertising partnership with Merchantsoft, please contact us by email, fax, or phone during regular business hours. Let's take ourselves to the About page and meet the team. The founders of Merchantsoft are brother duo Adrian Merchant and Dylan Merchant. Adrian Merchant, the entrepreneur, and Dylan Merchant, the barely out-of-school whiz kid, made waves in the tech world with the launch of NetSettler in January 1997. Later that year, in October 1997, the Consumer Neurotechnology Research Foundation, in collaboration with the Merchant Brothers, wowed the world with a press conference demonstrating their market-ready sleep-time computing technology. Hypnospace was released to the public 1 year later. Okay, so Hypnospace has been around for a year now. We can meet the team through their personal Hypnospace pages. Adrian Merchant's page is very basic. However, there's a bit of an anomaly in his status. Hey, Falcon1234 didn't work. It's not the password. Okay, trying Falcon123. Thanks. Tell your Hypnospace friends how you're doing by entering text here. It seems that whatever he was sending this person through this messaging platform was also being typed into his status. Also, note that his headband ID is the same as all official Merchantsoft pages, so evidently his account was the one hosting those pages. Now, based on his page, it's likely that he had somebody else design them. Let's make use of our sticky note, jotting down the Falcon123 password. However, this won't come up again until the very end of our journey in Hypnospace. One interesting quirk that I want to point out is that if we click on the leftmost part of the page address, we can see that his page is located in the zone called the Cafe. However, we can't find his page in that zone, so he's left his page unlisted. Now, when you make a page, you still need to assign it to a zone, but can choose to make it so that your page doesn't appear in the listings. So we're going to have to keep an eye out for any unlisted, unsavory pages in our investigations. Speaking of keeping an eye out, I noticed that there's an eye hidden in the background of the cafe, maybe having something to do with that strange Eye of Horus we caught. And up next, the page of the more tech-savvy half of the brother duo, Dylan Merchant. This page is magnificent. And after having beaten this game, it feels so different. The chiptune music, the bright-eyed 21-year-old computer nerd, the highly designed page with little categories you can click on to skip to their parts of the page. It's all so damn nostalgic. Emphasis on the algic. Let's go ahead and read his status. I made Hypnospace, as in, I'm the guy who dreamt it up and programmed it. I'm also a game designer, composer, and sound experimentation aficionado. His user info reveals that he's just a kid, 21 years old, living in San Francisco, California. The music playing was made by none other than Dylan himself, going by DM Noise Pusher. More on that soon. Let's go ahead and jot down his headband ID and read the pride-filled words that adorn his page. The stories are true. I've been tamed. Success will do that to a guy. Hypnospace becoming huge hasn't stopped me from coding though. Far from it. I'm working night and day on a few projects in the works that are going to knock your socks off. We'll keep these projects in mind. Now, what does he mean by admitting he's been tamed? DM Tunebox was my first big project. It was an open source audio player for Flamingo OS that gained widespread popularity after leakers' peer-to-peer music sharing services took off. This could be the equivalent to Napster or other long-gone music sharing services. Ooh, I'm suddenly thinking of LimeWire.
My fellow Americans, I would once again like to say that I did not have sexual relations with that woman. I did, however, go to ifreeclub.com.
Too many member berries, too many member berries. I've made a beta version for HypnoS that plays HSM files, formerly DMT files for DM Tune Sequencer, as well as regular old audio files. Have fun, and remember to acquire all of your music legally. Shouldn't be hard since DigiExchange was closed. So he started his journey in development by making an open source freeware nifty audio player, the one that would ultimately be built into HypnoS. It can play HSM files, which are this universe's equivalent to MIDI files, and regular AUD or audio files. This universe's equivalent to MP3s. Now it seems he's a bit sarcastic when talking about downloading music legally, punctuating it with a winky face. Something tells me that when Dylan admits to being tamed, he's revealing that he was once a Wild West internet frontiersman, enthusiastic about the free sharing of information and entertainment, but is now tied to the corporate world that seeks to tame the internet, with copyright and moderation. He mentions DigiExchange. This might be the same peer-to-peer music sharing service that Leaker developed. Again, similar to Napster, which in our world was taken down after getting into a bunch of legal trouble. I want to take this moment to debut one aspect that we will be exploring. Freeware versus monetization. In the case of Hypnospace Outlaw, it'll be largely copyright. In our world, who won the music war? Well, Napster evidently lost. But fast forward to the modern era, you can download MP3s, MP4s off of YouTube using Y2Mate, I use JDownloader. And come to think of it, despite the defeat of Napster, the last time I purchased digital music had to have been when I had an iPod back in like junior high or high school. And even then, iTunes as a software sucked so much eggs that it was just easier to just download music off of YouTube. That would be an example of monetization leading to further efforts of piracy. That being said, however, I think most music that you and I will enjoy is through paid services like Apple Music or Spotify. However, in my case, I don't pay for it because I'm on my friend's family plan. Love you, buddy. You know who you are. Let's read up on a secret project Dylan has been working on.
We have an opportunity to create an interactive gaming experience unlike anything the world has seen using HypnoS and Hypnospace Network. Games have the potential to connect people across generations and cultural barriers through fun. They're the ultimate icebreakers. What I'm working on will revolutionize the industry and set Hypnospace apart as the sleep time network.
Gotcha. So it seems gaming hasn't really made its way into sleep time internet services yet. Probably a good thing. A particularly good game already eats into your sleep time enough. Being able to continue your session to your sleep would probably shake things up in the medical world, and not in a good way. In his About section, he has a plethora of likes and dislikes. Among his likes, he again seems to emphasize, I'd wager sarcastically, legally acquired, rock, dirt haze, and cosmic music. I'm familiar with rock, but dirt haze and cosmic music? Buddy, you don't even know the least of it. We have a whiteboard full of fictional music genres in store for you. I can't wait to get into them. Among his dislikes, he mentions artificial boundaries and mindless drones, further indicating his tamed savant predicament. He's an artist who strives to be on the cutting edge and saw fit to do so by chaining himself to the corporate world, evidently disliking the many mindless drones he must work with and above to make his dreams come true. Let's hear the rest from Dylan himself.
If you follow tech news, you've probably heard of my brother Adrian and I. I'm the creative one, and Adrian is the business one. Can't argue there. I'm definitely the fun half of the equation. That equation goes something like this. A cool thing by Dylan plus business stuff by Adrian equals tons of cash. Adrian is Edison, and I'm Tesla, or something like that. Basically what I'm saying here is I'm the one with the talent, and Adrian is a balding stiff who knows how to make a deal or two. He's well aware of this dynamic and has made peace with it. In all seriousness, Adrian is a great guy, and I'm fortunate to have him as a brother.
Good to meet you, Dylan. Let's check out his separate music page. This is fun. Here he reveals his screen name as DM Noise Pusher.
Here's some of the music I'm known for. I'd hope that basically inventing the next step in human communication would attract a few new listeners, but I guess not. Thanks to the three of you who actually listen to my junk. By the way, all of my music is 100% free to download and distribute. They are primarily HSM sequences made with a Hypnospace tune sequencer, and they can be played in TuneBox.
He labels the current song Millennium Anthem as New Digital. Now the name Millennium Anthem is very fitting. It's an anthem to end the millennium, or perhaps the beginning of the new millennium, the year 2000, otherwise known as Y2K. Wait till you hear the lyrics to this at the very end. It's something special. Before charting this genre on our whiteboard, let's listen to these other songs. On top of the 4 songs under his DM Noise Pusher moniker, he's also released some other tunes under other names, Gary Spacetime and Frank LM. He has written here that before he had music by other artists listed here, but had to take them down for copyright reasons. DM Hazebeat is a fast-paced electronic tune with a sassy electronic melody. Dylan labels it as danceable haze, which, now that I've really finished this script, it's not helpful at all. I think for now, we should consider haze to be a sort of catch-all term for specific eras of electronic music. More on that later in this video. Ice Cream and Booze is a very grimy song, invoking a late night of drinking beer and eating junk food at the computer or TV. Oh, yeah, Ice Cream and Booze. Dylan labels this as New Digital Dirt Haze. That's a little bit more helpful. So digital, or digital style as we'll later label it, can be identified with its heavy synth and electronic focus. And what's interesting is that Dylan labels his Ice Cream and Booze song as New Digital Dirt Haze. We'll come to learn that Dirt Haze is a very guitar-focused rock genre, which is nothing like Ice Cream and Booze, but I think he identifies a common vibe that is grungy and kind of grimy. You know, it definitely sounds, you know, very grimy, very dirty, dirt hazy. Just you wait. With the help of my buddy James, we're gonna decrypt a lot of this stuff. It's gonna be fun. Now, we've already gone over Millennium Anthem, but if I wanted to add any more other thoughts, it would have to be the innocent, welcoming feel to it. It's as if you were on the precipice of a brave new world, but not in a Titanic way, more like in a wanderlust way. I hope that makes sense. The Gizmo Factory is a bit too odd for me. It's very tutorial sounding, but that appraisal might be influenced by a later Hypnospace Citizens page. That being said, it has a very sick-ass theremin-like part. Yeah, you know what that reminds me of? The Tomarto song from Mad Cat Lady, the 3D artist. It's like very uncanny, that theremin. I think it's a theremin. We've got Age of Creation, released under the alternative name Frank LM. It brings to mind a child god, with the chaotic universe before him. Cooing and swatting at this cosmic slew, forming planets and stars, the birth of a universe, but like in a very sweet way. This is my favorite part. I don't know how a song can sound so cute and melancholy at the same time, but they did it here. That's very nice. Here we have Dimensional Voyage by his Gary Spacetime moniker. Again, it sounds like the Gizmo Factory in that it sounds very default-like, tutorial sounding. Abrasive, but not abrasive enough to be memorable. Just not a fan. And then Slap It Up. Funny for like 3 seconds, then I want to throw my headphones across the room. Now, those last 3 songs released under Dylan Merchant's other pseudonyms aren't given any genres, so let's just take this time to chart out all the genres we've been made privy to so far. More on them later. You know what? In the meantime, aha, much better. Among a few nifty features, we can even change the skin of our Toonbox application.
You can change the skin, and look how cool this is. Look how cool this is, man. I love this, bro. This is like, I think, my favorite skin, even though it's so fucking huge, which I'm not a huge fan of, but it's like a key gen, bro. I don't know, man. I don't know. It's so sick. You got this one, which this one reminds me of QuickTime Player for some reason. This is my favorite one, though, by far.
Now let's go ahead and read up on some of the other team members of Merchantsoft. Let's start with Roddy Wall, a programmer who was the childhood friend of Dylan Merchant. First thing to note about Roddy's page is that it's seemingly unlisted from its zone, Starport Castle Dream Station. We right now don't have normal access to this zone from our home portal, but through clicking on Roddy's home zone, we can access it. We'll scour this page when the time comes. It seems that his main listed page is a fan page of his favorite comic book, and it seems sort of bland and unfinished. Well, that is because, according to a little note he's left on the unofficial fan page, he's moved to the SAI Freelands. Okay, we've gone over a lot of layers and information. We can't even access this area until our next shift. Let's get back to Roddy's Merchantsoft About page. Now, spoiler alert, that funny voice that we heard dub over those tutorial videos was actually Roddy's. However, I'm going to voice him a little bit differently.
I am a comic nut and programmer at Hypnospace, inventor of Sandwich, working on virtual pets for Hypnos. Chit-chat me if you want. Same name.
Inventor of Sandwich. Probably another app. We'll keep that in mind. In this game, there are all of these small details that if you keep a hold of will mean the difference between being stumped on a case and breaking through damn near instantly. For this reason, I'm going to jot down his headband ID, just in case. He's also developing virtual pets for HypnoS. That's fun. A pet game sounds pretty relaxing for a sleep time experience. And then he also mentions ChitChat, a third-party chat room service that's integrated into Hypnospace. Aside from this, however, his page is pretty bare bones. He's a programmer from San Francisco that likes comic books, particularly Taurus and Muleta, hence the naming of his main page being The Bull Ring. On to the next Merchantsoft team member. Clicking on over to Samantha Clausen's page, we get another very default template-y page.
Samantha Clausen status. Merchantsoft is hiring. If you're in the Bay Area, apply. Maybe we'll work together.
Gotcha. So she's the head developer of HypnoCure, and a fan of a band who's featured on Hypnospace, Barnaby's Chair.
My favorite band. They're the reason I got this job. It's a long story.
Taking a quick peek, we can see that the page for Barnaby's Chair is very intricate, well decorated. But let's not get distracted. We'll get there when we get there.
Hi there, I'm Samantha. I'm making this page from my desk at Merchantsoft. I'm the newest programmer here and already know I'm going to love it. These guys are so relaxed. I'm making this page because, 1, making pages is fun. 2, I need to familiarize myself with the page maker for my job. And 3, Merchantsoft employees are encouraged to make a public-facing page to list in the About section of the main Merchantsoft page. Can't say I would have ever expected to be having so much fun at work, but here we are.
An easy-to-overlook character, but let's keep her in mind just the same. Now, let's get into the more creative end of Merchantsoft, starting with the earthy, spiritual Artie Dispenza.
Artie Dispenza status. Digital, you is you, and you are me, and we are we. Tangible, intangible. Query inadequate.
Let's record his headband ID and read his bio.
Artie Dispenza, the eco-artist. Artie's inimitable visual stylings have been the face of the Earth Haze movement since its inception. His unique design language is a stark and playful. Just listen to this real quick. Shut! You fucked it up, hippie! I was gonna show them the cool part. Okay, we'll get to that part. It'll come back again. Just one moment. Listen. How does this song, it goes from like Attacking the Power of Juju or like Sonic Adventure DX level, and then it ends off like somber, you know? It's so good. What is it, like noir? I don't know. It's like a detective. Piano stings.
That would be Earth Haze, a genre and movement also mentioned in his eco-artist bio segment. This specific track that I spent a little bit too much time gushing about is called Earth Our Home by Chet Pinehurst. Quite the range this guy has. Evidently from its name, Earth Haze is an offshoot of the haze genre, capturing the sounds of real-life instruments through synthesizers, creating a sort of new wave in a yogi sense kind of vibe, with sort of like this natural kind of jungle feel. Throughout this whiteboard, with the help of my buddy James, we'll be coming up with real-life equivalents that some of these genres may be parodying. However, in the case of Earth Haze, him and we came up dry. To me, it just sounds like something you'd be hearing while getting a deep tissue massage, or having an overpriced meal at the Rainforest Cafe, or playing Zoo Tycoon.
Artie Dispenza is digital visionary. Man, machine, and nature can work together to advance global consciousness beyond what was ever thought possible. This is Artie's mission, and it's why companies like Hypnospace trust Artie to guide their brands into the new millennium.
Interesting. You know, I can't help but feel like this was, and maybe even still is, a thing. The merging of the world of tech gurus with spiritual gurus, or new age spiritual gurus. Maybe there's something tranquil and inoffensive about that aesthetic, but also they can bring to the table sort of this knowledge of the occult, being able to create something very subliminally engaging for both monetary and cultural purposes. We can see that Artie definitely knows his stuff. He really likes these circular spiral motifs, leaning into the hypnospace, the hypnosis theming. Speaking of which, let's go ahead and check out Artie's backstory on his design of the oddly eye-shaped and triangular Hypnospace logo.
Hand-colored texture, genuine, homemade, natural, symbolic eye, third eye, rapid eye movement, triangles and angles, unity, pointing the way. 3 lanes, steps of evolution, information, highway lanes, oscillations.
Okay, so I did hit the nail on the head with this sort of occult influence. We have a GIF of the Hypnospace logo being formed by various spiritual symbols. And again, we've got another Eye of Horus. Very weird. But again, it won't be relevant until the very end of our investigation. And now, on the other far end of the creative team, we've got Eric Hellman, his stage name Chowderman.
Guess who's back? I know you missed me. Crunch is here. There ain't no way you're gonna forget me. I'm ready to rock forever. Bring the heat. Bring the power. I was born for this.
Join the madness movement. Hypnospace Tag Cruncher.
So, Merchantsoft has teamed up with both a spiritual guru and a washed-up rock star to head the creative spearhead to Hypnospace. Chowderman is played and voiced by none other than Hot Dad, the musician behind the I Really, Really, Really Like This Image song and the Big Money Salvia song. Big fan.
Alright, enough of that. Eric Hellman's status. Guess who's back? It's the Chowderman. Well, not yet, because it's my vacation week off. Woo! P.S. I'm not on Hypnospace a lot. I'll work on getting on more soon so I can talk with some fans. Some things to note, Chowderman's page is homed or listed on the Cool Punk Paradise Zone. This is specifically referring to a genre of music, cool punk, but this is sort of the catch-all music zone. More on that later, though. Let's read the rest of Chowderman's page. Guess who's back? A new band is in town, and they ain't playing around. Cruncher is Chowderman on guitar and vocals, Kenny Masters on lead guitar, Terry Rabbit on bass and keyboards, and Cuff Johnson on drums. This is a call to all muscle boys and freak sheets out there. Chowderman is back, and with his new kick-ass band, Cruncher. Don't miss Cruncher's debut live performance at Cool Fest 99. Trouter Cropter Sweepstakes. Win a ride in Win a ride in Chowderman's Trouter Cropter.
Because I couldn't get it together, I'll just summarize for you. Chowderman is running a sweepstakes for a chance to win an all-expenses-paid trip to something called Cool Fest 99, where he'll evidently be performing. Those who win the sweepstakes will also win a ride on the famed Chowdercopter, being flown into the concert event. Sounds dangerous.
We can do a couple of things. Let's go ahead, go to his merch shop real quick.
We can buy some of his singles that released in the early 90s and mid 80s, as well as this corny background.
I don't have any notes here written. The only notes I have written for this is nipples. So you do with that what you will.
His history section is very interesting. Chowderman strikes me as a man trying to go back in time, chasing his glory days. He led a successful rip-roaring music career into the 70s and 80s, then settled down in 1991, taking a break for his health and family. We'll come to learn that he struggles with alcoholism. In his settling down, he still wrote music, but for brands, making jingles and theme songs, and despite his ability to sort of coast commercially, the glory days kept calling to him, taking us to 1999, where he comes back with his new band, Cruncher.
Chowderman is hired by Adrian Merchant to help produce quality music for Hypnospace's partner brands. In late 1999, he finally returns to rock and roll with his new band, Cruncher.
This is a huge, huge theme we'll be working with here. The addictive call to the glory days. The pain of old times past. The algia and nostalgia. This game itself is a very nostalgia-baity game. A seepage of hazy, distant memories past. Memories of over-designed and highly customizable Angel Fire websites, Gaia Online profiles, MySpace pages. But it doesn't just end with the purely aesthetic, vibes-based nostalgia bait. This theme of nostalgia is layered so thoroughly in this game, found so subtly in many of the characters we will meet in this game, that to me it just has to be intentional. Like a nostalgic Sans Rival cake. Let's take a gander at the Chowderman Q&A.
First question. Are you really bringing the Chowdercopter to Coolfest 99? I thought you had to give it up after you went bankrupt a few years ago. From Pete L. Hey, Pete. Yeah, I did get rid of it, but the Chowder Man needs his copter, so I got it back. And yes, you'll be able to ride with me on it if you win the sweepstakes. Second question. Are you just dumb? Or do you think Cool Punks are actually fans? They're making fun of you, dude. From Ash P. That's not what it says in my fan mail. Chowder Man's music is for everyone. That's why I'm doing songs for the big, huge companies. They know that people want more chowder. Now get off my page if you don't like it, loser. Third question. Do you still have a drinking problem? Anonymous. I've been sober for 6 months now, though I do cheat every once in a while. Fourth question. Is it really you running the page? This is awesome. From Icicle Kid. It's all Chowder Man, baby, coming at you live in Hypnospace. Giving you the news, no matter how bad it hurts. And then we'll be obviously getting Icicle Kid later on. I'm giddy, man. I'm fucking giddy. I don't know if that's gonna come off good in the video. Oh, frick.
Probably not, but I'm having a blast. But yes, the fanboy Icicle Kid is a recurring character we'll be meeting soon enough. I think by now you have just a taste of what Hypnospace has to offer. A deceptively simple and vibey game on the outside, but hidden beneath. An overwhelming amount of stories and interactions between these characters in this lived-in space. And I can say this right now, you do not have to be a millennial or early stage zillennial like myself to enjoy this game. Jay Tholen, Tendershoot, and the rest of the contributors to this game have put together such an uncannily palpable simulacrum of an era long past that it's almost as if you are truly there, regardless as to whether or not you actually live through it. It's melancholy, hilarious, and even at times raises the hair on the back of your neck. With everything we've gone over, you're more than prepared to take the game on yourself. If you do play the game, remember, easy to overlook details like Dylan's affinity for freeware and music sharing, and Roddy's development of apps like Sandwich and Virtual Pets, while seemingly just there for world building, may actually help in your future cases. If reading through a bunch of pages sounds overwhelming, trust me, once you get in the zone, you'll find yourself reading these over-designed pages just for the love of it, enjoying the love that went into these pages, the absurdity of some of their contents. This game is one that somehow strikes the balance between engaging and just relaxing. And also, the music in this game is absolutely fantastic. Which reminds me, I wouldn't have been able to figure out so much of the music history to this game's era if it weren't for a dear friend of mine, James, a talented musician and guitarist for an up-and-coming SoCal-based punk rock band, Bonnie Murmur. You can find their debut song, My Blood, on Spotify right now. Link in the description. Thanks again, James. Love you, buddy. Now, without further ado, let's truly begin our scouring of Hypnospace Outlaw. So our job is clear. Enter the new frontier, cleaning up any copyright infringement, harassment, illegal, malicious, and commercial violations, and flag the repeat offenders. And, most importantly, have fun exploring this vast, handcrafted playground of late 90s computer goodness. So we have our first case. We must scour the 2 zones we have access to and look for copyright infringement, specifically using the IP of Gumshoe Gooper. Let's go ahead and start off in the cafe.
Don't know where to start your Hypnospace journey? Join the cafe. All are welcome. The cafe. The cafe is a relaxed zone for Hypnospace citizens of any shape, size, or color. New to Hypnospace? Join the cafe to learn the ropes before jumping into one of our other zones.
Friendly crowd. Something tells me we're going to be running into the least trouble in this part of town. We've already explored Artie Dispenza's page. Let's peek our head into the cozy promotional page for the indie-sounding band Barnaby's Chair. Barnaby's Chair is a trio boy band that's just been signed with Esotonic Records, who also has a page on Hypnospace. However, Esotonic's page is located in the Cool Punk Paradise Zone. More on them later. Let's go ahead and meet this band.
Darren Nichols Smith, Bart Doofus Anderson, and Peter Juicebox Anderson were the ultimate slackers. Educated and talented, but not too keen on stagnating behind desks like most of their high school buddies from their hometown in Louisville, Kentucky. The slacking paid off after their single, Satellite Orchestra, took college radio by storm in the summer of '99. Look out for their debut album in January.
Clicking over to the free preview to the track Satellite Orchestra, we have a strange monkey picture we can click on. Very cool. It's somehow thoughtless but over-designed. Let's give their new song a listen. I'll cut it together to focus on some of the more key points.
Oh, you had so much to say, but things weren't perfect in the city, so now you moved away. And my, look how your star is faded. You spend the night at home, practicing your drums for a gig that never comes, and casting dirty glances at the...
There's a couple of juicy things we can pick up here. The song tells the story of somebody who's abandoned the coziness of home to shine in a new land, perhaps a new era of their life. And yet, despite moving away from home, their shine has faded. Their potential to become a star dissipates. We have a literal homesickness, the direct meaning of the word nostalgia. The song itself poses a question.
You know you used to shine so bright. Was it all reflected light? Were you just a satellite?
You know you used to shine so bright. Was all of that reflected light? Was nothing coming from inside, or were you just a satellite? So were you truly a star, or were you just a product of the environment and time you were in, unappreciative of the people who made you shine? Was it a folly to chase a prospective shine when you shine brightest when at home? It may be tempting to think that from a game development perspective, that much of the lyrical music we'll be going through is just a various sundry of fun music to populate the lived-in hypnospace. But we will come to see the amount of love that was poured into this game, and so for that reason, I think this possible meaning behind this song is very key. So previously we were talking about themes of chasing your former glory, but now here before us we have a theme of chasing a potential glory, needlessly slashing away at the cutting edge, until all the muscles you use to carry that sword are flayed. You realize that you are not a star, not a savant, but a satellite, a reflection of the light of the people around you, a product of your time. Keep this in mind, it's describing a very specific character. Spoilers. Before dipping out, let's make the habit of reading many of the various page owners' statuses.
Esotonic Records status. Chill It Right, Freezer's latest cool punk masterpiece is out now.
So it turns out this page is run by Esotonic Records, their status hyping up the new release of another one of their artists, Freezer. More on him later. If we look at Esotonic Records citizen data, we'll see that their headband ID is a bunch of zeros ending in an X. I believe this is the ID that all affiliate partners with Hypnospace use. The next page is for a third-party chatting service, ChitChat. As we already know, we won't be able to download or install this application because we're using an Enforcer headband. Even if we attempt to download it, it simply doesn't take.
Alright, next one. Don't Bother by The Dumpster.
This next page is quite strange.
Updated weekly for your displeasure. The Dumpster, 69 years old. Location, wouldn't you like to know? Headband ID 00706A, so we still have access to that. Let's go ahead.
Okay, let's jot down the headband ID and keep this dumpster in mind. As Hypnospace janitors, we ought to know all the ins and outs of anything disposal related. The next page is a bit of an eyesore, but gosh do I love it.
Bill Aldrin status. Scanning new music reviews. Any page designers out there that can advise me? I'm not used to using Page Builder, and I would like to go fully digital.
This is Aldrin's House of Sound, a music review page that displays scanned-in images of articles written in the offline world. I believe his review and music shop is based out of Ojai, California. Right now, none of the reviews are properly transcribed, but still, let's see what this snob has to say about some of the musicians of the Hypnospace universe.
Chowderman and the Boys review. Uninspired hard rock riffs and unconvincing masculinity. Chowderman, real name Eric Hellman, so we'll call him that from now on, needs no introduction. If you've caught any television over the last decade, you will no doubt recognize his yarling mouthful of cotton rock anthems. If a mediocre TV commercial needs an uninspired rock chorus, they call Eric Hellman. Hopefully this trend ends soon, because it's bordering on self-parody. But I digress. In 1986, in the midst of one of Eric's many public alcohol-fueled meltdowns, Chowderman and the Boys recorded and released Looking for Trouble.
I particularly like Bill's reviews because they're really a one-stop shop for all things lore related to these very eclectic musicians. So here we have a further emphasis on Chowderman's alcoholism and his more recent work as a sort of Kid Rock Billy Mays.
The album's mercifully short 30-minute running time is comprised of these 3 song templates. Chowderman lusts after a woman in horrifying detail. Chowderman is strong and can take you in a fight. Chowderman is sad about a lost love. These templates are musically expressed entirely through bland, mid-tempo rock ballads. How Fairfield didn't notice that all 8 songs are nearly identical, I'll never know. The record is so bland that I was practically begging for one of Eric's notoriously bad guitar solos by the end. Not recommended. Review by Bill Aldrin.
And now we have his review on Clifta, the band behind the music we're listening to now. While not my particular taste in music outside of Hypnospace, every inch of the lore surrounding this band and one of its key members just really speaks to me. Let's go ahead and have a read.
Clifta were a jazz rock group from Sweden, active between the years of 1972 and 1985. Guitarist and bandleader Kasper Sundberg was the only consistent member, with the lineup changing completely after the release of B in 1975.
For clarity's sake, B is the name of an album, very minimalistic. Also, check out this sick gif, just dudes jamming out.
The Clifta story begins in December of 1971. Carl Carlson, a talent scout from British jazz label Cerebellum Records, signed Clifta to a 3-record deal after seeing them play at St. Lucy's Day Festival in Gothenburg. In 1972, A introduced the world to Clifta's unique blend of jazz and rock. It sold poorly in Europe, but found minor success in the US. Reviews for A were mostly positive, with critics praising Philip Grondel's violin work and Tor Allen's loud and bombastic drum performances. And we can very much hear it in this track right here. Ruins Calling. Clifta's 1974 keyboard-laden sophomore album B was also well received by critics, garnering praise for its 4 sprawling pieces that took listeners on a pre-Diluvian adventure. We're gonna have to look that one up. In spite of significant pre-release buzz in music publications, B was a commercial failure. Cerebellum Records, in dire financial straits themselves, released Clifta from their contract. They folded soon after.
Prediluvian refers to an enigmatic biblical period between the fall of man and Noah's flood, so perhaps Clifta's album B takes you on a journey before civilization, but after mankind crawled out of the primordial sludge. I'll have to add that to my lexicon.
Clifta disbanded, and Kasper Sundberg moved to Long Beach, California in 1975 after reading about its burgeoning music scene. He found work at a recording studio there and recorded the next Clifta release piecemeal over the next 4 years. C reflected a low point in Sundberg's personal and professional life with its slow, meandering guitar work and uninspired synthesizer work. The album was self-released and only garnered attention from local media outlets. All 3 reviews of C criticized Sundberg's improvised vocal performances and the lack of discernible song structures. And right here you can see a big thank you to Gearhead Greg. That's
Gearhead Greg is a citizen on Hypnospace. He's a sweetheart who helps other newer members create their pages. We'll meet him soon, but back to Clifta.
Since its release in 1979, C has grown a small following among committed Clifta fans, but is still commonly regarded as their worst album. The album's cold reception sent Sundberg into a spiral of depression, resulting in a 5-year period of silence.
Here too we see a story of a band's rise and fall. However, Kasper Sundberg will prove to be a much more content creator, content creator, with a much more easygoing relationship with his state of artistic life. But of course, that's not without some pitfalls along the way.
And then, resurrection. Ralph Jackson, a friend and colleague of Sundberg's, encouraged him to pursue a deal with QPL, a company best known for supplying TV programs with interstitial music. Excited by the prospect of bringing Clifta back, Sundberg quickly signed with QPL and began work on his next record alongside QPL's in-house producers. Kasper Sundberg left the project after the first day of recording, citing major creative differences with QPL's engineers. Much to his further dismay, the scraps he recorded were stitched together and overdubbed by session musicians before being released in 1985 as Clifta's final record, Clifta. The album was also included in QPL's private production music library for private licensing.
They did Casper dirty. I don't think I'm too keen on the nuances of the dealings that production companies and musicians make, but I think it's safe to reduce it to Casper signed with a company, he left, and the company still used his work he did, and even used his likeness to release an album without his help. There's mention of this company producing interstitial music for television. Let's go ahead and read further.
The whole ordeal was humiliating to Casper, who subsequently swore off music and started a career as an automotive airbrush artist in the late 80s. Ironically, royalties from Clifta and QPL Track Sport Anthem would keep Sundberg from rumored financial ruin after being adopted as the official song of the National Tennis Association from 1988 to the present.
We'll come to learn that these days, he's very happy with where he's at now. It's a pity that Sport Anthem was a product of this stressful period of his life. It's actually my favorite Clifta song. We'll give it a listen later. It's interesting how, in contrast to Chowderman, Casper Sundberg couldn't stand making jingles for corporations.
Seepage Review. Heavy, brooding, hybrid rock rap for the teenage set. Seepage. It's easy to immediately dismiss bands that have such a blatantly manufactured facade. But to do this with Seepage would be a mistake. The group's image may not age well, but I believe that their music will be remembered as something special.
He's a music snob, but he's earned his chops with his prophetic appraisal of this band. Now, we haven't given Seepage a proper listen yet, but when we do, if you're in my generation, you're probably gonna be all like, whoa, I remember. Just pure nostalgia. Mind you, created in the modern era and placed in a fictional setting. This game is magical, man.
Seepage's debut self-titled record is packed with inventive production. An inspired fusion of heavy riffs and hip-hop beats carry the band's anthemic choruses into the stratosphere. Most tracks are peppered with adrenaline-fueled cyber rap sections that should have every teenager in earshot pumping their tiny fists. The lyrics are not technically impressive, but they work very well given the context. They're genuine primal cries from the hearts of confused youngsters. While it's painfully obvious that Scrape Records are angling for angst-ridden teenagers, Seepage have recorded something tight, fresh, and dare I say even enjoyable. Recommended.
Now, this is why I love Bill Aldrin. He's got highfalutin opinions, but he doesn't immediately dismiss tween electro-punk bands. Now, if you remember, Bill Aldrin gave a shout out to a fellow Hypnospace citizen, Gearhead Greg. Let's go ahead and check his page out for any HypnoS tips.
Greg Smith status. More tips coming soon. Need help with using HypnoS? Chit-chat me, I'd be happy to help out. Also, check out my What in the World page by searching WITW.
Now, there are a few tips we've already covered. The importance of the window switcher, pinning windows, and being able to put images on your desktop as stickers. However, here's a very cool tip. You may have already seen me use this. When we wait for a page to load its assets, and even when we wait to download or load programs, we can wiggle our cursor to make HypnoS load faster. The gameplay reason for this is pretty clear. It's a way for us to play the game in a faster, smoother manner, and also reward some of us prolific mouse fidgeters. But here is the in-universe tech justification for this little quirk.
You have permission to share this graphic, but only if you link back to this page. No joke, wildly moving the cursor around will increase both download and processing speed in HypnoS. None of us in the Hypnospace Tech Club are sure why it works this way, but we assume it has something to do with increased brain activity, inherent in moving an object about. Weird.
Oh, this is kinda nuts. This implies that at least some of the processing power of your Hypnospace visor is powered by your brain, your sleep time networking activity stemming from your brain activity. I can't help but feel this is a bit invasive at the very least, dangerous at the worst. Being that it's so early in our gameplay, it's easy to forget that we are using Hypnospace in our sleep, something to keep in mind. While we are here at the bottom, we can find a link to another important citizen on Hypnospace, Connie's Connections. It looks like she's delisted her zone from Good Time Valley, so let's stamp her page so that we can more easily come back to it. After jotting down Greg's ID, let's check out Gearhead Greg's series, WITW, or What in the World?
What in the world is Hypnospace? Hypnospace is the first consumer-focused sleep time networking service. It's based on NetSettler, an internet service started by Merchantsoft, which allowed users to create pages and add them to a large public directory. Merchantsoft tries to market Hypnospace as a big technological step up from NetSettler, but it's almost exactly the same system. The largest difference, sleep time hardware aside, is Hypnospace's new official zones. Some citizens don't like the way zones are handled. Merchantsoft has been known to rename or change the theme of zones with no warning. Most recently, 5 zones were condensed into Starport Castle Dream Station. In NetSettler, users organized their own zones. The old system was harder to moderate and way less safe for younger users, but it was far better in almost every other regard.
So what this means is NetSettler was just a service for people to get on the internet, and Hypnospace bottlenecked the tech to be for sleep time only. There's still some details that are missing that really pose this as a really dumb blunder. It also seems that these zones in Hypnospace are a way for Merchantsoft to control content on the internet, making it easy to moderate and manage, at the expense of freedom of expression to the users. We kind of see a similar thing in our world. Much of what we do on the internet is bottlenecked to just a handful of websites, controlled by an even smaller handful of corporations. And it's on these websites, on these platforms, where all expression and content is housed. Damn near all of my time spent on the internet is through Google services, Google Docs, but specifically YouTube. Aside from YouTube, you've also got 2 major social media platforms, Twitter and Facebook/Instagram. And so the culture on our internet, at least within these websites, these zones if you will, are moderated and controlled by these companies. However, in the case of Hypnospace, it's just one, Merchantsoft. In the next section we have, what in the world is sleep time networking? We've already established this. All of our interfacing with Hypnospace is done through our sleep. And it's now occurring to me that sleep time networking could also be an alternate reality parody of our world's social networking. After all, MySpace was first released in the early 2000s, and even lesser known social media networks like 6 Degrees existed in the late 90s. And of course, forums themselves have been around since the beginning as a sort of, prototype for social networking. One little new tidbit here is the mention of Hypnospace's competitor, Cyberworlds. While Hypnospace is geared towards onboarding your everyday person onto the internet, Cyberworld seems to be aimed towards appealing to tech and gaming nerds. Ooh, you know what? And now I'm suddenly, maybe it's lost on me until now. Maybe there's some sort of balance between MS-DOS and, was it Apple? Who was around else at the time? Or maybe Apple and Windows? Not sure. I'm sure there's plenty of examples of this in computing, though. Now, let's go ahead and read those last 2 bullets.
The hardware works impressively well, but there are a few kinks, like it's hard to remember much of what went on in Hypnospace during your awake time. It's easier to remember when returning, but it can be foggy at times. Doctors seem uncertain about the whole thing, though I haven't had much trouble outside of infrequent bouts of sleepiness.
Well, that's no fun. The whole joy of the internet is creating fond memories. It sucks to think that much of the joy shared in this cyber dream world is mostly forgotten or hazy when we wake up. Oh, just like regular dreams. Ooh, I don't know why, but that's actually kind of concerning. Technology replacing the ability for us to dream. And a more substantial concern, of course, is the uncertainty doctors have on sleep time networking, even Greg admitting to the infrequent bouts of sleepiness. We can use what we already commonly know about sleep to make some inferences here. Dreaming takes place during the rapid eye movement sequence of sleep. Ideally, when you fall asleep and you enter REM, you eventually slip into deep sleep, proper rest. However, in the case of Hypnospace, interfacing with the sleep time network sort of replaces your ability to dream. In order to continue using Hypnospace, you must be continuously in this state of dreaming, in REM, preventing you from entering a deep sleep. This can't be good, long-term for neurological health. But hey, ice cream isn't good for you either. Hypnospace in a way is a lot like ice cream. It's good. Gearhead Greg's segment on Chit Chat is pretty simple. It was released for Flamingo OS in early 1998 and was integrated into Hypnospace later that year. Greg emphasizes the platform's instrumental role in forming online communities around shared interests, mentioning the Cybercog community and the cool punk movement. Cybercog is a clockwork parody of our world's steampunk. More on them later. Greg also mentions Chit Chat being used for sharing music and files, connecting through the now defunct Digi-Exchange, and something called F-List. When attempting to click on the F-List tag, nothing comes up. If we're out here mopping up copyright infringement, we'll have to keep this possible new piracy platform in mind. I should probably take this moment now to explain kind of how I'm going to be organizing this particular whiteboard. We're going to be going over 6 axes of what I would consider to be key ingredients of internet culture and internet history. Of course, analyzing Hypnospace Outlaw's internet culture and history and kind of comparing it to how it parodies our world's culture and history. So, chit-chat, for example. This is one of my favorite parts of internet culture. Strangers where under normal circumstances would never cross paths because of distance and perhaps prejudice being brought together because of the power of the internet. In the case of Hypnospace Outlaw, we've got chit-chat, bringing people together with similar interests, allowing people to talk shop about the things that they like. You may notice these little color-coded captions to each of these entries. In the case of chit-chat, I would say that it fosters free expression on the internet. And on the flip side, we've got moderated zones, which are in opposition to expression on the internet. These are denoted by the check mark, meaning a positive relationship, and the X meaning a negative relationship. Now, the intention of chit-chat is to only be able to message people who are added to your pals list. However,
note, chit-chat for HypnoS pals system is presently broken, meaning that members who aren't technically your pals may send you messages. No word back on when the fix is coming.
So Hypnospace has gummed up its chit-chat integration. Something tells me we'll be enforcing some harassment violations because of this. Up next, we've got a segment on publishing pages. This might help in understanding how these zones are populated by user-created content. Of course, we already know that when pages are created, their author must choose what zone it's placed in and can choose to have it listed or unlisted. Here are some easy-to-overlook quirks about the process.
Please note that you can't currently move pages from one zone to another, so when you pick one, you're stuck with it. You could always make a new page to put in a different zone, but that's usually more work than it's worth. You may also add tags to your page. People search for tags, and if your page tags match, it will appear in a search result list. Even unlisted pages will appear, so be careful what you tag.
The fact that pages can't easily be moved from one zone to another is a funny detail regarding the user-hostile nature of Hypnospace. But what we should really focus on is the use of tags. You've been seeing them in the right-hand side. Now, because of the nature of this video, I'll have a more intentional, streamlined way of exploring Hypnospace, but if you decide to play it yourself, clicking or searching tags is a very easy way to accidentally stumble upon perhaps the break in your case, or just a fun rabbit hole to fall down. In Greg's segment, What in the World is HSM and AUD files, he discusses the difference between the two audio formats. AUD or audio files are simply waveform audio files like MP3 or FLAC. And HSM is a sequenced tune using HSM Tune Sequencer, much like MIDI. If you recall, Tune Sequencer was developed by Dylan Merchant, so we have him to blame for any annoying music we may find, and to thank for any bangers we will come across. Greg brilliantly points out that Cyberworlds is to tech and gaming as Hypnospace is to music, at least as cultural platforms. And well, already you've seen me gush about some of the musical aspects to this game, and buddy, we're just getting started. Since copyright is still on the docket, let's scour this clue at the bottom of the page on audio files.
Downloading music in Hypnospace. It's very easy to find sequenced HSM music in Hypnospace. It's almost everywhere, and people love to share the songs they've made. Unfortunately, there isn't a great way to access known popular music in Hypnospace yet. A user-made group of AUD music exchange pages known as DigiExchange was recently shut down by Merchantsoft due to copyright issues. A new group known as FList, or FLST, has started and are trying to find a way to legally share files with one another.
Legally, huh? Well, still, we'll make sure to remember this FLST sharing group. Somebody's bound to slip up, and I'll be there with my gold-encrusted mop bucket. Greg has also helpfully compiled a list of various error messages one might get when using the Hypnospace visor. One that sticks out to me is, again, this mention of sandwich encryption. Something tells me this will be part of a puzzle for a later case. We've got to learn more about what this sandwich encryption is. Oh, hey, it seems that sweetheart Greg has read our mind and left us a cool about page for sandwich encryption. I can't wait to use this information to over-moderate the internet he so loves. To put it simply, sandwich encryption is just our world's version of zip files. Sandwich files are encrypted and compressed, requiring a special application to open or decrypt. Here's some more flavor behind the sandwich lore.
Why sandwich a file? Many reasons. Smaller file sizes, and protect files from the mindless masses. Because sandwich compression isn't a mainstream commercial product, only elite power users even know about sandwiching files. This has led to a few less than savory uses of the software, but most sandwich users are good and honest folk who have nothing to hide. Sandwich in HypnoS? While Sandwich isn't officially supported by HypnoS, there may be a way to decrypt locked sandwich files. You'll have to chit-chat me for more information. Roddy may also be able to help. He's currently working on Hypnospace's virtual pets game and has a page in Hypnospace.
Gearhead gave away the game there. I see what's going on. All of these seemingly on the up-and-up tech geeks work behind the scenes outside of my enforcer purview to push the artificial boundaries of unofficial and extra-legal development. Most all time Sandwich is mentioned, virtual pets are also mentioned. Somehow this fun pet app is the key to our ability to unzip or desandwich files. But how? Well, at the bottom of the What in the World page, we can see a special shout out to a mysterious user by the name of Mr. Mystery W. Let's see what further advanced tips we can get from this enigmatic figure. Now, we've got a real fun page with a clearly passionate citizen. His page is zoned in open-eyed, a sort of new age / conspiracy corner to Hypnospace, but Mr. Mystery W's page is delisted. Also, his headband ID is invalid. Strange. Here's his status.
Mr. Mystery status. November 5th, 3 new videos. Because I have work, these will be my final videos for a while. We'll continue posting cursors, however. Oh. You know what? Low key. We might want to come back for some of these cursors.
Sadly, throughout our journey, I never think to come back around and pick up any of his new cursors. Still, though, it's good to build up the habit of stamping harder to reach pages. Now, he's got a series of rants. According to a little blurb he left, he had to re-record his first 2 rants because of accidentally revealing some information that could identify him. Let's see if he's left anything in his revisions.
Hello everybody, Mr. Mystery W here with a new rant called the HypnoS Launcher. So, in reality, if they were thinking right, they should have called it the HypnoS Stasher, or the HypnoS Hider.
Yeah, that's what I was saying.
Its main purpose is to hide things. So this is the launcher. If you never used it, most people don't, because they don't know what the heck it does. So, look here. I have Hypnospace Explorer and Pets. These are the icons that are on my desktop or viewport, if you prefer that terminology, but I'll say desktop.
I think we've seen enough of this rant. God, I love this guy. He has the same voice as the guy in the beginning tutorial, so evidently he's hiding the fact that he works for Merchantsoft. We've already went over what he's emphasizing here, but really it is a nifty quirk to use the Hypnospace launcher as more of a stasher or hider to make using the quick launcher a bit easier, less cluttered. One big thing that's easy to miss is this creepy eye app he's got hidden in his stasher or hider.
But I'm really frustrated because they shouldn't have called it launcher. It's not for launching, it's for stashing. Anyway, I hope you have a great morning when you wake up. Goodbye, everybody.
That's cute. I forget this is all happening in our sleep. Now, how the hell is he able to record this Hypnospace interface and voice in his sleep? Maybe that's what his inner voice sounds like? He's just like me for real. Now, this second rant is pretty important.
Hello, everybody. Mr. Mystery W here with another little rant. This rant is called My Problem with Hypnospace Search. So there's a few problems I have with Hypnospace Search. First one, I'll show you this. Let's say you want to search for pet. Okay, for pets, a virtual pets, a product that they offer at Hypnospace. So you search pet. Oh, no valid search terms. Removed it. Pet. Why? That's because their system is so slow that they can't even search for 3-letter words.
He's so fucking pissed.
Anything with the word.
Why?
So if you found theme, THEME, then if you search then any page even with theme would come up because their system is so bad. And so because it's so slow, because it comes up with 1 million results for small words, then they just don't let you search small words anymore. So to search pets, you have to type the S, and then you search, and then you find some stuff. Only 4 characters or more can you search.
I know it's a bit long-winded, but I just love this guy so much. Some things to note. When searching for a term that links to a zone we don't have explicit access to, it won't come up. If we tried searching for Mr. Mystery W's page using the search function, we wouldn't find it because we haven't been assigned the page's zone, open-eyed. We can only find these pages through clickable links, like the link we found in the page for Gearhead Greg's Zone. Now, we will mostly have access to everything by the time our next shift comes around. I think for gameplay purposes, this is to prevent new players from being overwhelmed, but reward thorough sleuthing. Something more lore relevant that we can glean from his rant is the outdated or poor technology in Hypnospace's backend.
And the last point I have is that it is so slow. I have sent them many tips on how they can improve this through their back end, and they are not interested. The end. Have a great morning.
We'll be able to later discern that this Mr. Mystery W is an employee of Merchantsoft, and so it's a bit concerning that they don't listen to their own experts when they recommend upgrading the systems. From the implicit health concerns, shoddy software, and shoddy hardware, Merchantsoft seems to like to cut a lot of corners. A very dangerous bedfellow for a team so close to the cutting edge. The third rant isn't very substantial. We do have this little snippet though.
The art in these icons probably needs redoing, but it's very nice, I think.
And if we do look, it seems the art has been cleaned up a bit, again hinting at Mr. Mystery W's insider position in Merchantsoft. We also have this detail.
I provide some of these on my oddities page, so you can go ahead and download them, like this gauntlet one. I really like this one. It's actually a glove similar to the one in a Taurus comic book, is where I got my inspiration for this cursor.
He created this gauntlet inspired from the Taurus comics. We can even glean from his background that he is a big fan of Taurus and Muleta X. This matches with another citizen in Hypnospace who also happens to work with Merchantsoft. There's a part somewhere in these rants where he accidentally refers to Merchantsoft as we instead of they, but it slipped my radar. Perhaps I'm just so soothed by Mr. Mystery's voice. Still, if all of these small details elude us, at the bottom of the page we have this little blurb.
Any opinions here do not represent any employers Mr. Mystery W may or may not have. Mr. Mystery W might be Walls. His last name is Walls. Roddy Wall.
I think it's safe to say that Mr. Mystery W is none other than Merchantsoft programmer Roddy Walls. While this reveal isn't as heavy as one might think, because we don't know too much about Roddy outside of his simplistic About Me page, I think it's very important to hammer out very early on the friction that Roddy Walls, mind you a childhood friend of Dylan Merchant, has with Merchantsoft and their need to cut corners. Now let's get even more Hypnospace cultural insight from Connie's connections by clicking on Gearhead Greg's shout out to her.
Connie Turner status. I've updated Connie's connections with new graphics to account for broken connections as a result of Merchantsoft's net settler fiasco.
Okay, so something about a recent Hypnospace update has broken connections and page elements of old net settler pages. What's odd is that Connie's headband ID has only 5 characters instead of 6. Not sure what this could possibly imply, but I'll keep it in mind for now.
About Connie. I am a California-based computer security specialist. As idealistic as it may sound, I enjoy bringing people together and facilitating understanding between them. That's why this page exists. And yes, I know that the page is more cafe material. Too late now, already a good timer. I enjoy many different styles of music and watch a decent amount of television too. To be any more specific could work against the nature of this project, so if you're curious, message me.
The page title Connie's Connections may have you think this is another tech-oriented page, but really it's about social connections. Connie's page is a perfect place to gather insight into some of the more interpersonal aspects of the eclectic citizens of Hypnospace. There's even a cute little blurb where she shouts out the music that's playing on her page, treating her page as a sort of community jukebox. It's very cute, and with the music playing being titled You Matter, it almost brings a tear to my eye.
Important update November 5th, 1999. Due to recent issues surrounding NetSettler and Hypnospace page builder formats, many of the connections listed here are no longer functional. Some pages appear with unreadable text and broken links, while others have been deleted by users who've moved away. I've made graphics denoting both, NetSettler and Abandoned. Now I'm aware of these issues, do not message me about them. I'm holding out hope that Merchantsoft will realize just how many people here use NetSettler and hopefully figure out how to support their legacy software. If this does not happen, I'll have no choice but to close Connie Connections myself, or move it to another sleep time service.
That's some scary stuff. We'll see examples of NetSettler pages being broken due to this sort of surprise obsolescence. I'm reminded of when Flash became obsolete when HTML5 became the norm for web page language. For those who don't remember or who were too young, Flash was an Adobe-run language or framework that many fun browser games and animations were based on. Egoraptor of Game Grumps fame was a well-known animator who made a lot of bangers on websites like Newgrounds. There were a few reasons as to why Adobe discontinued its support of Flash, aside from HTML5 being the new standard. Apparently it had some glaring security issues and was too costly for Adobe to maintain and update. It ate into their bottom line and better tech was on the horizon. So theoretically, with the death of Flash, that would mean the death of your favorite browser-based games and animations, correct? Well, that's the beauty of the internet. Most internet culture from the Flash era has been preserved because of the efforts of archiving and emulation, using something called Ruffle. It was done so quickly and seamlessly, it was as if there was never any danger of losing such a precious part of the internet in the first place. Kind of reminded of the Y2K scare in a way. Still a scary thought nonetheless, the way things once were being upended and washed away, damned from memory. Suffocating to think about. And that's what this NetSettler abandonment, the depreciation, reminds me of so much. Because Merchantsoft abandons NetSettler for Hypnospace, these tight-knit NetSettler communities are damned to memory. And so we have people like Connie's Connections attempting to preserve these pages, or at the very least, preserve their memory through her little captions. It's very easy to overlook when you're playing Hypnospace Outlaw, but this NetSettler depreciation is a major scandal. Major parts of human history on the internet. Well, maybe not major in the grand scheme of things, but major to these people who are a part of it, are at risk of being damned from memory. And for what? Why would Merchantsoft shoot their legacy in the foot like this? Let's go ahead and check out some of Connie's shoutouts, starting with her tech connections. Now, we've already gone through Gearhead Greg's page. Connie has a lot of kind words to say about Greg's helpfulness and expertise, and I concur. We also have Jazz's software review page, a great place to find new software that makes its way into Hypnospace. We'll scour her page when we naturally come to it in our combing through of the Cafe Zone. Connie talks about how Jazz is a legend in the old NetSettler communities, apparently having a separate page built on NetSettler with a massive database of nifty software reviews. Ooh, and you remember that? Oh gosh, Game Hippo, all these different things. That's more video game related, but all these different databases where they compile and collate all sorts of .exes. CNET was another good one. I think CNET is still around, isn't it? Now, of course, this big database is on NetSettler. The page we have access to on Hypnospace is a special version Jazz has made, specifically curating Hypnospace programs. Connie laments the lack of variety in the software that's offered through Hypnospace. You'd think after a year there would be more adoption. Now, we have our first abandoned page.
Under the Hood by Stuart Choi. Cannot access it, it's been abandoned. Under the Hood was a fascinating look at the history and inner workings of computers, the internet, and sleep time tech. I've contacted Stuart to see if I could obtain a copy of his page to host myself.
That's grim. Scrolling up, we can find a pretty neat page, The Observer, a video game review page. Connie mentions that it's been relocated to the Freeland subzone in the Starport Castle Dream Station zone, a sort of all-in-one nerdy interest zone for comics, games, and pop culture. You would think that each of those categories were titanic enough to warrant a unique zone for each one. Why include everything in one zone? Let's give The Observer a look. I'm curious about the video game scene in this fictional world.
Oscar Sparrow of The Observer. New game reviews every week on The Observer. News October 30th. Sorry for the silence. Surgery break. Working on a new preview for Cataclysm now.
From what I can gather, Cataclysm is this world's version of Doom. Doom was the turning point for first-person shooter games in the 90s, so naturally there would have to be an equivalent in this nostalgia-baiting journey. Wait, hold on. Cataclysm? Doesn't that mean like end of the world or something? Even more apt. Cataclysm's Greek etymology refers to a deluge, or great flood. Wasn't Clifton's B album referred to as taking the listener on an antediluvian journey? A journey before a great flood? A great cataclysm? Is this what Hypnospace Outlaw is? An antediluvian journey? A walk through the times before the great cataclysm of Y2K? If so, then well played, Jay Tholen, you sneaky floppy genius. Now, this is what I'm talking about. A very subtle thematic massaging into the plot. The plot of a game that on its own would have already been a great nostalgic, vibey journey. So, let's continue to keep this in mind. The angst of a time long gone. A dead era. So good. Through the Observer's post history, we can see that he took a break from reviewing to redesign his page, and has relocated the Observer to the Freelands because of the deleting of the zone, Gamers Only. So there was a specific zone dedicated to gaming that was cut and its pages merged into Starport Castle Dream Station, along with other nerd culture related zones. I mean, what a word salad. Starport Castle Dream Station. And what a blunder. If anything, more zones means more options means more means of monetizing and marketing your product. How the hell are you going to have the last name Merchant and be allergic to the paper? Moving forward, we have a review of the new game Squishers. If you remember, this particular game was released on the mobile gaming device, the Monarch Game Champ, of the Monarch Game System series, so the Hypnospace universe equivalent to Pokemon and the Nintendo Game Boy. Despite the Observer pointing out the Squishers franchise being a transparent vehicle for toy sales, he admits they've made an excellent game. In a sprawling overworld, the protagonist of the game must capture goo-based alien life forms and return them to their home. This is done by sucking the gooey squishers into a syringe gun, where you must then attempt to tame them. Instead of battles that we're used to in Pokemon, the squishers are tamed by letting them interact with each other in a sort of social simulator. I guess kind of like that date boss fight with Papyrus. Squishers have varying levels of compatibility with one another. The Observer uses this example of an egg yolk squisher being scared of a snake squisher, a natural predator it seems. I'm noticing something here. The snake squisher Hisslime seems to have been redesigned in this game. It's a small detail, but we'll get to see the original design of this snake squisher Hisslime, and perhaps even surmise as to why it was redesigned for this big video game debut for Squishers. Now let's go ahead and read through one of the Observer's critiques of Hypnospace. The fact that this platform has no video games itself. Ironic that this is a video game that we're playing, but I digress. Observer, you have the floor.
Why no HypnoS games? It's been over a year since launch. Where are they? Let's take stock of what we know. We know that the Hypnospace headband packs a surprising amount of power for a $500 computer that literally projects images into your sleeping mind. We know that at least a few of the guys who run Merchantsoft are avid gamers. We know that Merchantsoft love money, as evidenced by their pandering to the lowest common denominator in their marketing and advertising. And we know that games make a lot of money. So,
where are the video games? The Observer admits that Hypnospace's biggest competitor also doesn't feature any sleep time video games, giving credit to Hypnospace for at least making an attempt with virtual pets. It seems, however, that Dylan Merchant has reached out to answer this question. Where are the games?
I've been saying this for years. Unfortunately, it isn't always easy to get the ball rolling on things like this. That said, I can't spill the beans, but do look forward to the HypnoS Year 2000 update. I think you'll be pleased.
Simple enough. Dylan's big secret project must be a proper video game release on Hypnospace. We'll see where that goes. As fun as it sounds, I can't help but feel that Merchantsoft has some more pressing issues on its plate. Vidya not being one of them. Let's mosey back over to Connie's Connections, now her category of Different Connections, covering some of the more eccentric members of Hypnospace. We start off with Future Recycler by Rudy Ringhausen, a page made by an eccentric inventor who crafts eco-ware from recycled materials. Sadly, Rudy has been obscured by the net settler obsolescence. We'll have to figure out how to fix this on our end, because this is just too good to miss out on. Here's what Connie has to say about him.
I'm not sure if Future Recycler is intended to be taken seriously, or if it's just art. To err on the side of caution, I'm including it in the different category. Future Recycler is a page by Rudy, a man from the future, looking for people to fund his product proposals. In our messages, he seems entirely serious. The music is highly creative, and I've obtained permission to share it here.
Now, I'm going to forego on listening to his music now. Best save it for when we're properly introduced to him. I love this game so much, man. I can't wait. Now, the next entry is on Gus's Temple of Serenity. This is what the page looks like. We'll get to properly scour it once we are in the open-eyed zone in this shift. Connie describes Gus as a gentle fellow, and particularly shouts out his virtual art. The next entry is Steve Guy's sound effects. Again, this is a net settler page. We can't scour it just yet.
This page is what it says on the tin. It includes a modest library of self-recorded sound effects by Steve Guy, a HypnoS sound effects pack consisting of said sound effects, no viruses, I checked, as well as HypnoS stickers of colorful crystals.
Simple enough. The next entry is Allegra's Tome of Scaries, sadly abandoned. Here's Connie's blurb.
The Tome of Scaries was the center of the comic shop's Halloween-flavored interactive storytelling movement. The Scaries, for your information, Scaries are interactive multimedia horror stories. Here range from silly, humorous jaunts to violent gore-fests. See also Linda's Library of Weird.
Well, while we're here, let's check out Linda's page. Since it's delisted from Starport and hidden in the currently inaccessible Freelands, let's take this opportunity to give her page a proper scour.
Linda Stevens status. If you like scary films, check out my page. I just added my top picks.
Linda is 38 from Florida. There are a lot of Floridians in Hypnospace.
About Linda. Hello, I'm Linda. I've been crafting, chronicling, and collecting weird things and oddities for as long as I can remember. Some people say I'm a little weird myself, but if you look deep inside, who isn't? It's me, Linda, holding a Gray's Peak. It's a soda company, this is so cute.
Linda's page is a curio of all things weird and horror related. She shouts out a page that covers a weird crime drama TV show, Double Witness, that sadly is a NetSettler page. Quickly, let's see what we can glean from this page's user status regarding the NetSettler scandal.
Henrietta Seeley status. This NetSettler stuff is a bridge too far. Did anyone else get a message from this weird citizen with a download for HypnoCure Pro? I hope I didn't give myself a virus, but it's working, and I can see my page again.
This is big. Okay, something about those special dev tools in the highly expensive HypnoCure Pro makes it so that you can view NetSettler pages. I wonder what mysterious user hooked her up with HypnoCure Pro. Too bad we can't direct message users. We'll probably have to buy it ourselves. No worries, we'll be back. It's good to know that we'll be able to properly scour these NetSettler pages once we have HypnoCure Pro. One thing I also noticed is that Future Recycler and this Double Witness fan page have this NSDP tag. This tag will be a convenient way to find all of the depreciated NetSettler pages once we have the ability to read them. Let's go ahead and stamp the search result and circle back to Linda's weird page of scaries. On the topic of Merchantsoft's blunders, we have a sort of eulogy from Linda on the deleted Comics Zone.
The Comic Shop. A tribute. The comic shop was my home in Hypnospace. No one there, okay, other than Roddy and Blessed Rodeo, even read comics. Most of us were movie buffs and couch potatoes. Still, it worked somehow. If it wasn't for the comic shop, scaries wouldn't even exist. Now scaries are all I think about. From Mumula's legendary scary songs to Dark Twilight Tiff's amazing creepy stories, we made something truly special. Most importantly for me personally, the comic shop was family. I hope I can find that again someday, because it's just not the same anymore.
It really is such a tragedy. There's a cozy wanderlust feeling of plugging into the internet, being a part of an online community, talking shop, shooting the shit, bonding over your differences and commonalities. In some cases, these bonds are broken over time, people just moving on, touching grass, if you will. Sometimes it's a lot more painful. A certain toxic element gets introduced, and so people no longer want to be part of that community. But in this case of the comic shop, it is from the top Merchantsoft censorship of the comic shop zone for this Dream Station merger that is an affront to free expression, an affront to bonding, and of course leads to damnatio memoriae. Now my sadness becomes anger. Imagine the destruction just because of this tiny bit of micromanaging. Why would Merchantsoft shoot themselves in the foot like that? Censorship? Cheapness? Pure corporate stupidity? The answer may surprise you in how stupid it is. Stay tuned. Linda's movie review page is a treat, but a bit wordy, so I'll summarize. She paints a fun picture, hyping up these horror movies as being too horrific for the older generations, and beckons the reader to crack open a beer and grab some pizza and let her guide you through this world of horror. She critiques the sequel movie Wax Children 2: The Rebirth, not giving much description of the movie, leaving only our imagination and the strange title to fill in the blanks. She shouts out a comedy horror, Harold for Dinner, which I can't help but think that this is like a little twist on maybe Harold and Kumar, I don't know. And this next one is cute. In this page of review, she sneaks in a request to the reader to send her a copy of what seems like her favorite childhood Halloween special growing up, The Spooky Crayons. That's hardly Linda's Hall of Horror material, but I can appreciate the desperate need to take a trip down memory lane. She writes a glowing review of a sort of Stephen King-esque haunted blender movie. We'll see her take some inspiration from this movie at a later shift. And then she reminisces about a movie called Nightclub, a gore fest she saw on her first date in high school. I'm reminded of the Collector movie. I don't remember much, just a nightclub and a combine. Yeesh. don't have the stomach for that stuff as I push my 30s. In her animated scaries page, she showcases some really fun animated pixel art of various haunted and evil sea creatures and household items, causing a bunch of bloody misfortune. There's a telephone that opens up and chomps on an arm, kind of like that famous The Thing scene. A clam that has sharp teeth and eyeballs that appear and disappear on its shell. A creepy seashell with eyes and sharp teeth that gurgles blood. It's called Seashell. Very good. And my favorite one, a big evil whale that you can tell is evil because he has that angry eyebrow and sharp teeth, with just this one arm stabbing at nothing and causing blood to appear. This is the kind of stuff I was so into as a kid. I have an account floating around on the internet of these animations I made with unnecessary, poorly depicted violence and non sequitur foul language. Like legit from like the mid 2000s, like I was a kid. And I can't show it because I was a stupid kid and included some personal info on that page. And maybe after my real name breaks containment and I get my first unsolicited pizza delivery, I'll go ahead and show it. But for now, I'll keep that private. It's pretty cute though. So for those who are wondering, extra pepperoni with jalapenos. Going back to Hypnospace, I think the fact that Linda, in her 30s, is keeping the sophomoric childish violence alive and well is endearing. She hasn't become a cynical horror fan that needs her movies to be super cerebral with a perfect style to substance ratio of 1 to 2. You'll love to see it. Let's retrace our steps back to Connie's connections and check out her category of art and cultural connections. Her first feature is of a flip-flop enthusiast, Kevin J. Flip-flop. Not the chanclas flip-flop. Flip-flop is this world's version of hip-hop. Now this doesn't mean that hip-hop doesn't exist in the Hypnospace universe. As you can see in the tags, it's also a genre that is spoken about. I guess flip-flop is more of an internet-based subculture. Perhaps there's more nuance we can pick up as we dig more into Hypnospace's alternate music history. Well, no, alternate music is an actual thing. Music alt history, I guess would be the proper term. The song playing is by famous flip-flopper Red Strike.
At times wondering how you're gonna get through it. All the worry and stress can be a nuisance, but it's always a better way, I can prove it.
It takes me back to the 2010s when I was in high school, listening to a lot of like New Jobbies, Rest in Beats. And I don't have it written down here, but I've come to find out Red Strike is an actual like established musician. Definitely check his stuff out. So, this is an unofficial fan page of the artist Red Strike by Kevin or Kev J. He's got some fun blurbs about how even though there is a parental advisory label on Red Strike's album, he never goes in too hard with the profanities. And of course he gives a shout out to Connie's connections. I think that it's so cool. You wouldn't think that the flip-flop fans would connect with the sort of tech geeks, but it makes sense if you think about it for more than a couple seconds. The tech that goes into making some of these beats and composing a fly-ass track is not something to be underestimated. Kevin's status mentions checking out his main homepage, but sadly, because we don't have access to Starport Castle Dream Station, or the Freelance for that matter, we aren't able to find it through the search functions, at least until our second shift. Don't worry too much about missing fun pages. For reasons I can't get into, we will be able to go back to these key moments in our career and take a second glance at these pages with full access. All the more reason to pick up this game if you're worried about the difficulty. If you feel like you're gonna miss anything in your first couple of shifts, there is a way that you're able to go back and explore things in the most thorough of manners. Connie also shouts out Aldrin's House of Sound, which we've already gone over. She mentions that it's a bit hard on the eyes as he's familiarizing himself with the page builder, but she says it's still worth the read, and I gotta agree, we love Bill Aldrin in this house. She also gives a shout out to Tamara Speaks, a poetry and spoken word enthusiast, who will naturally come across in our scouring of the Cafe Zone. One unique page we can find here is Renderman's 3D page, a fantastic page that sadly is NetSettler depreciated. It's not a particularly substantial page, but it's a great source of free stickers and backgrounds that absolutely reek of that Y2K aesthetic. I don't know if this can be considered Frutiger Aero, but man, it certainly scratches that itch. We'll definitely have to come back once we get HypnoCure Pro. Sadly, we can't even download this art without fixing the page. The next connections category is the funny connections. The first page shout out is Last Bus to Chuckletown.
Last Bus to Chuckletown by Aristodler. Abandoned Connie's favorite. Last Bus was the funniest page on both Hypnospace and NetSettler. It was themed around meteor-rich stops on the way to the fabled comedy nirvana of Chuckletown. Each stop contained a satirical takedown of trends, current events, or pop culture. It was fresh and funny without having to resort to the lows of a page like The Dumpster, more on them below. After the zone deletions and net settler fiasco, Aristotle lost faith in Merchantsoft and had permanently decommissioned Last Bus to Chuckletown. I doubt this is the last we're gonna hear of him, though.
What a blow. That sounded like a really cool page. The next page is, oh, The Dumpster. This is the page that was blank earlier in the cafe. So this is what the page actually looks like. Funnily enough, we can easily find it by searching for The Dumpster in our search bar.
Scrolling down, we've got The Dumpster, no kids. The Dumpster is a snarky humor page all about taking out Hypnospace's trash. It's a devilishly mean website, and while I admit to finding some of the writing humorous, I'm not particularly interested in this kind of humor. The content is often haughty and disparaging in tone, and its writer could use a lesson in humility.
So this is a page dedicated to making fun of or trolling Hypnospace users for having bad page layouts, goofy art, and all-around cringy behavior. I'll go ahead and mark this as a possible lead for a future case. Something tells me the moderation-happy Merchantsoft will want us to investigate this page for possible harassment violations. My mop bucket is yours. And so this introduces us to the opposite of what I've been classifying as bonding, friction, trolling, critique, conflict, drama, and disagreement. Now, I'm no cultural anthropologist, but I can't help but feel that general human social settings are just larger human phenomena, displays an innate desire for witnessing conflict, or crash outs, ideally from a distance. Some people, like The Dumpster, find trolling to be fun, lightly prodding somebody and getting a massive, overblown reaction, and if at any point your conscience kicks in, well, you could just simply remind yourself that it's their fault for feeding the trolls. Some other people find entertainment in overblowing nothing burger internet and fandom happenings, turning them into tea-sipping drama festivals. Festivals where your fave is actually hecking not a good person. Classifying acting differently online versus how you are in person as scamming your audience. Considering mundane character flaws as Cassius Belli for life ruination. Or turning bad breakups into grave allegations. Oof. Yikes even. And then there's people like me. People who like to watch particularly trashy internet dumpster fires between eccentric, oddball personalities that I hardly think of outside of the net. Perhaps for the sole purpose to remind myself that as much as a loser I am, at least I'm not that bad. Right? What I'm trying to display here is that it's all ugly. If any of that applied to how you seek entertainment on the internet, don't worry, I'm not judging you. Few of us are truly innocent from once in a while mainlining that conflict-ridden drug that is schadenfreude. And the internet is an ace dealer in that department. Now, while I'm in front of this whiteboard, I'll do my best to not beat my chest and moralize against it, because after all, I'm guilty of it. But I'm not going to fall into the desperate folly of trying to justify it. I will just observe it as something that just simply is a part of internet culture. A part of internet culture that not even Hypnospace is immune to. If you feel called out, then let me lighten the mood with Connie's Connections review of Pizza Dance.
Pizza Dance started as an unassuming humorous animation and HSM page on NetSettler before becoming a cross-cultural global sensation. I'm not sure if Dr. Pizza was always in the picture, but this Hypnospace version of your 10-year-old nephew's favorite song definitely carries the spirit of the original. Dr. Pizza is America's #1 pizza restaurant. Tell your mom or dad to bring home Dr. Pizza tonight. Mention the Pizza Dance song on your next Dr. Pizza visit to get a free ice cream treat. Offer valid until 1/31/2000. One ice cream sundae per child, 11 and under, per visit.
This page is in the zone Teentopia, and we can find a hidden squisher behind the Dr. Pizza logo. Finding our first hidden squisher takes us to the Squisher's Quest page, inviting us to scour the official Teentopia pages to find all 10 squishers for fun rewards.
Downloading Squishers 08.
The theme song for Squishers is made by none other than the Chowder Man. Now, going back to Pizza Dance, I download the Pizza Dance song and add it to my collection of lossless FLAC files. Oh, in this case, I think it would be a MIDI file, an HSM file. And I place my new squisher on my desktop. When you find your first squisher, you'll get a message with your very first reward, the official squisher theme to play on your Toonbox. Now, having scoured all of Connie's connections, let's take a gander at the NetSettler legend, software reviewer Jazz of Jazz's Software Reviews.
Jazz Wilson Lopez's status. Jazz is taking a little rest hiatus because Hypnospace was making me too darn tired during the day. We'll update before Christmas, I hope. Ciao, my loves.
Here's Jasmine's About section.
About Jazz. Jazz here. By day, I'm a software engineer at a boring company nobody cares about, and by night, I'm Jazz. It's my mission to review software, both free and paid, amateur and pro, for the benefit of my lovely readers. If I'm missing anything, please chit-chat me and I'll review it as soon as possible. Note, I don't cover profane or pornographic material.
Jazz is a Mexican-American software engineer. Based on the rainbow flag and tag on his page, we can surmise that he's a part of the LGBT community, and is in the process of moving to Ohio. Now, he doesn't have a picture to display, so instead posts a cool picture that his niece drew. Pretty badass. I like Jazz's style. I'm reminded a bit of the Hanged Man tarot card.
Are you a Democratic Socialist in or around Akron, Ohio? If so, chit-chat me, because I'm moving there soon, and I'd love to get a little group together. Our group here in the Bay Area is lovely, and I'm gonna miss them dearly.
Again, we have this theme of moving away from a tight-knit community to a new environment for the sake of career or chasing glory. I wish Jazz luck in finding some camaraderie in Akron. Now let's take a look at some of his software reviews. The first review is SGC Soundscapes, an application that you can load with unique sound packs that add an ambient environment to your Hypnospace exploring that react dynamically to your activity. It probably is one of the more cooler widgets in this game, but it's mostly overshadowed by the cool music on all of the pages that we can explore. It's a great alternative if you turn off the autoplay feature for page music. We'll explore it a bit soon, and a bit more thoroughly later in the game. Jazz rates it 4 out of 5 shells. The next review is on April the Virtual Pet, noting that it's one of Dylan Merchant's pet projects. Jazz wonders aloud if Dylan should be spending more time on fixing the many bugs on Hypnospace, instead of occupying his time with said pet projects. Jazz ultimately rates April the Virtual Pet a 3 out of 5 shells, noting that you will have to keep your pet happy by petting, feeding, and cleaning up after it. And now here's a particularly hostile software review on Professor Helper.
Professor Helper. This program is pure junk. It doesn't even help. It's designed to fool naive citizens into downloading it, and then shows them ad after ad after ad. Said ads are all tied to some sort of weird payment system. Avoid this program. 0 out of 5 shells.
Okay, so this is probably another tip we can use on a future case regarding scams. Professor Helper sounds like adware or a PUP, potentially unwanted program, rather than a bona fide virus. Still though, as tempting as it is to do our best to avoid viruses and adware like Professor Helper, as enforcers we may need to get our feet dirty if we want to get to the root of these causes. We should get our hands on HypnoCure very soon. Taking a break from the tech savvy, we have Reggie Paulson's page. His page is built off of the default template and is a mess.
Having a great week. Hope you're all having one too.
You have this sort of default caveman image lingering at the bottom with text just all over the place. We'll appreciate his page some more as it improves over our shifts. Here's a funny little complaint Reggie has.
How do I move my page to Good Time Valley? No offense to you all, but I'm not a communist, so I'd like to go there.
Well, sadly, you're not able to move pages to other zones. Although Merchantsoft has no problems merging pages from 5 zones into Starport Dream Station. Here's a funny little detail.
There's Bopos.
Because Reggie is using a free trial, he has an ad running constantly at the bottom of his page. Bopos is a meat processing company, and based on a parody of the in-universe brand in a spin-off game, Sloppos, it may also be a fast food chain as well. The music is just so funny. It reminds me of that Ween song, Big Fat F***. Ooh, and for only 11 Hypnocoin, we can buy a hot dog and condiment visual theme for our browser. We have just enough.
Do we Bopos? I propose.
Bopos. Always delicious. Downloading Bopos. Bopos.
We install themes like any other software and we can find it in our display settings.
Oh yeah, that's what I'm talking about, dude. And then we got a Bopos. We got a Bopos hot dog as our settings thing. That's friggin' sick.
Up next on the cafe, we can find the official page of SGC Soundscapes. The software itself is free and comes with a default soundscape as well as a Halloween soundscape available for free download. There are 2 premium soundscapes for 22 Hypnocoin each. Jazz wasn't kidding when he accused SGC of nickel and diming their users. It's certainly not the most egregious form of monetization, sort of a hybrid, free software but with premium content. Most things nowadays are very subscription based. But not Vegas Pro. Eat shit, Adobe Premiere virgins. Vegas Pro Chad, stay win. Here's my on-the-fly explanation of soundscapes.
So you get this kind of this big thing, and you can load up different ones. There's Temple, or spooky right here. You kind of have to just do shit. It's weird. See, like, yeah, like, it makes noises. It kind of runs in the background. So, like, if I, like, do things, I'm, like, moving things around, clicking on stuff. See, like, it's working, right? I'm not a huge fan of it, obviously, but I'll go ahead and explain that. We're gonna put this in our Hypnospace stasher or hider.
Like I said earlier, it's actually pretty cool, and the next time I play this game, I might play with it with just the soundscapes only. Next up in the cafe is Howard's life tricks.
Howard nuisance status. Come on now, folks, stop it with the hypno coins. Stop sending me hypno coins. Stop sending money. Don't Nate. Hi, Hypnospace citizens. In case it wasn't obvious, my name is A Joke. Please stop sending me hypno coins one at a time because my message inbox keeps filling up and it's very hard to read. If you're doing this to be nice, thank you, but please stop. If this is some kind of practical joke, it is not funny. And now, back to our regularly scheduled programming. Welcome to Howard's Life Hacks. Please enjoy these life tricks I've picked up in my short 47 years on this planet.
Don't Nate is so good. So as a joke, he made his username Send Me Money 1, and people have been spamming his inbox with hypno coins, one at a time. I think it's pretty funny. See, sometimes trolling is harmless, and the guy's making money. Well, I mean, it's like throwing pennies at a tech-illiterate boomer. But you know, it's virtual, so the pelting is only figurative. No, in all seriousness, I love Howard's. His page is a catalog of sardonic, unhelpful life tips, and then some somewhat helpful but niche life tips. If we get to the bottom, however, we'll see that there is a tip or trick that sticks out from the rest.
Office trick number 1. Do you work in an office where they make you work unreasonably long hours or ask you to risk your health or safety for a job-related task? Consider forming a union. There's a neat group in Hypnospace called the Workers' Alternative. Give them a search to learn more about this kind of thing.
So you get roped in with his charming life tips and get broadsided with some propaganda. This is like hiding a communist manifesto in a stack of live, laugh, love decorations. The only thing Howard hates more than Mondays and being talked to without his morning coffee is the workers' alienation from their labor. Or some shit. Let's check out his Workers' Alternative page. This is actually pretty easy to miss and gives us some pretty cool insight. Aside from a blurb about your boss or manager not being your friend, we get some interesting hypothesis as to why the Gumshoe Gooper copyright is suddenly being heavily enforced.
Tina Briggs, redressing her grandfather's imperialist crusade. We've all seen Gumshoe Gooper. Many of our parents were raised on it. Gumshoe Gooper was vile imperialist propaganda, thinly masked behind a hapless fish and his bumbling partner, Frank. Created by W.E. Briggs and used for nearly 3 decades in educational public service programs for children, Gumshoe Gooper was, at one time, our greatest enemy. He'll be a threat no longer. Tina Briggs, after inheriting control of the Briggs estate, has stopped production of all Gumshoe Gooper merchandise and ordered legal takedowns of all Gooper content across virtually every media, internet, and sleep time outlet. While we're not sure if Tina is a card-carrying comrade, we believe that this action speaks for her. Welcome aboard, Tina. The editor.
The stupid fish is imperialist propaganda? Their biggest threat? I'm not sure how Gumshoe Gooper could be an imperialist icon, but I guess we'll keep an eye out. This might just be a funny bit of commentary of very innocuous icons of culture being the platforms for major political debate. If you've been on the internet long enough, you're pretty familiar with the Mott and Bailey contests that are online video game discussion. But I digress. Our commie pal Howard has revealed to us that Tina Briggs is the current IP owner of Gumshoe Gooper, and she specifically is requesting for all Gooper violations to be taken down on Hypnospace. So, what's the reason? Is Tina Briggs, the heiress to the Briggs estate, a secret anti-fish spiritualist, anti-CO liberal, card-carrying communist? Or is she just simply enforcing copyright for licensing purposes? Snapper. Snappertalist. That's the best I can do. No, I got it. She's a carpetalist. And now, my favorite character and page in all of Hypnospace, Tamara Speaks.
Zones. Places for people to feel the same. Places for people to feel different. All their own. On their own. Together. I have a place in the middle. Between the angry spaces that say I do not belong.
When I think of Hypnospace, I think of Tamara Speaks. I don't know why. Something about her voice, her hair, her cropped family photo being used as her bio photo, her music, just her page reminds me of when my mom would drag me and my siblings along to take us shopping for furniture. Tamara is just this hazy, nostalgic oasis in this otherwise funny and lighthearted journey. She's known for her spoken word and poetry. The song playing right now on her page is Zones, an ode to the communities of Hypnospace. We'll read the lyrics soon enough. However, I want to note that she gives a shout out to Kev J, her dear friend, that fan of Red Strike that we met earlier. She wanted to link his homepage to feature his music, but apparently there are some rules against linking directly to freelance pages. The reasons we will come to learn are purely for role-playing purposes. Her About page tells a story about a 23-year-old going to college for a degree in English literature, trying to break out as a poet, but making ends meet as a telemarketer. Despite her being such a positive force on Hypnospace, we'll see that she's no stranger to rejection, loneliness, and just the overall angst of being far from home and uncertain about the future. Now, we can read the lyrics to Zones as well as another poem, Red Moon. She describes zones as a place for people to feel the same and feel different, all their own, on their own, together. She says that she occupies a space in the middle, between the angry spaces that say that she does not belong. In this space she feels seen, special, and not alone, belonging every place and everywhere, just like you. She could be describing Hypnospace as making her feel belonging, or this could be a sort of manifestation of a dream to finally feel belonging. Many of her poems to me feel like almost self-soothing forms of expression, and there's just something so real and somber about that. Her next poem and song is called Red Moon.
They tell me it's a blue moon, red through my window, my sheets, slashes of red across my pillow. They tell me to fear, but I don't have to. I see lollipop candy, clear and sweet, like cherries. I see a ball hanging in beautiful slow motion, just long enough for everyone to see. I see the balloon I lost so long ago, taking the flight it always deserved. I see a red moon, and it can be anything I want it to be. And it can be anything I want it to be. And it can be anything I want it to be.
There's a bit of an anomaly in this song. The lyric says, they tell me it's a blood moon, but she says blue moon. Or maybe I'm mishearing it.
They tell me it's a blue moon.
Now, I'm going to get particularly pretentious with this one. I think she's talking about the ball dropping on New Year's. They tell her that this ball in the sky is something to fear, something that signifies either the end of the world or the end of a beloved era. But Tamara doesn't see it that way. She sees a ball that's changing depending on what she makes of it. The new millennium is what she wants to make of it, not something to fear. She sees a red moon, and it can be anything that she wants it to be. Now we can download these songs on her page for free, and even find one of her other pages on another zone.
All day and all night. Then,
Once we have a better grasp of the cultural significance of cool punk, we'll be able to better understand why this page is so funny. With the cafe fully explored, let's get into our next zone, Good Time Valley.
Good Time Valley. Remember the good old days, the great music, home-cooked food, and respectful youth?
Those were the good old days.
Relive it all here. Ever wonder what happened to home-cooked meals, good music, and putting in a hard day's work? In Good Time Valley, we remember the way things used to be. Good Time Valley, for those who remember the way things used to be.
This is certainly one of the more on-the-nose references when it comes to the angst of nostalgia. This is one of the more eye-roll-inducing forms of it. The old generation mistaking their lack of understanding of the current cycle of history as the good times being gone. Some people claim that this attitude lends to sort of extremist fundamentalist thinking. And yeah, I see that, but broadly nostalgia and this sort of curmudgeonly way of looking at it is a trap that many of us will have to tussle with as we get older. The term crashing out used to trigger my inner boomer, but then I realized in my generation we had very similar terminology. You mad, bro? Problem? We all have to realize that our generation didn't invent the wheel, and just because the younger generations are redesigning the wheel, it doesn't mean they're doing away with it. I've seen this paralytic bitterness cause some of the most senseless frustration in older generations. And the sad part is this bitterness is what gets in the way of you enjoying the current day, the moments that ought to be cherished. But I digress. Let's go ahead and see what the good times look like in Good Time Valley. We stumble into Abby's world and are greeted to, well, this. Where do we start?
It's been 10 years, but sometimes I can't help but cry and think of her.
This is a profound reference to I'm gonna cry any second now. Please, please stop. This is supposed to be a funny indie game. Why is this making me tear up? In all seriousness, this should be an indicator that this job isn't always going to be fun and games. The internet for some is the only shoulder they have to cry on. Keep this heartbreaking status in mind because the person who passed away 10 years ago is someone very special to Abigail. This isn't the last time death is going to be brought up in this game.
Welcome to my Hypnospace page. I am new to this, so pardon my dust as I learn the ropes here. I am a first grade teacher and love my kids. They are my world.
Down below we have a link to something called Hypnospace Heaven.
Hypnospace Heaven is a page I run to give my fellow Hypnospace citizens an opportunity to share the stories of loved ones who have moved on.
Damn, I'm gonna have to explore that, am I? Well, to distract ourselves, here's a blurb about the dumpster.
The dumpster needs to be shut down. I don't know why Hypnospace tolerates them insulting everyone who just comes on here to try and have a good time. And no, it being unlisted is not an excuse. A little kid could type that in the search and see all the horrible, horrible trash.
Of course, this is a hint that we can simply find the dumpster by searching it up. Noted. Now, we're here to do a job. We didn't find any Gumshoe Gooper infringements in the cafe, but it seems we have something here. A page of a bunch of Gumshoe Gooper drawings from Abigail's class of first graders. Here we can find several cute drawings of the beloved IP, as well as 2 pieces of 3D art depicting the Gooper. I can maybe justify hammering the 3D infringements, but I can't censor the cute drawings that the kids have made. Damn it, now that I scroll at the bottom all the way down, it turns out that these 3D animations were made by a citizen that goes by Norbel Warlock Design Studio. Not even for commercial purposes. These are just free bits of fan-made appreciation. Something tells me Merchantsoft doesn't respect fair use. I'll keep this page in mind for now. Hopefully we'll find enough egregious forms of copyright infringement that we don't need to censor this tasteful fan art. Going back to the main page, we click on the link labeled, A Long Lost Forgotten. Ah, come on!
A love long forgotten to my angel. A letter on the table, a flower next to it, white and perfect, but losing its petals, dying like a memory of something beautiful and lost. Like a love long forgotten, a single candle burns in the darkness, bringing these lines to light. My angel, my love, do you remember our magical day together at the beach? The hot butter ice cream we shared as the sun went down? The whale that we saw? Why did you say goodbye so suddenly? Lines that bring the past to mind, lines that wound, lines that poke at the heart like a necklace made of barbed wire. A reminder of something that could never be, but that will always be held, sweetly, cherished like a dying flower.
The person who died 10 years ago was Abigail's daughter. I don't know if she was as young as she was depicted in this picture when she passed away, but how damn heartbreaking. Another form of nostalgia. Here I was wagging my finger saying, oh, the old times are never gone, they just changed. But having your own child pass away before you is the biggest nightmare of any parent. That's definitely something that would upend somebody's life, create a permanent end of an era, and an endless one of mourning. She describes it perfectly. The need to never move on, to never fully heal, out of fear that you will one day forget this person. With every cycle of the clock, every new year, with every new invention that's brought forth, you can't help but wonder to yourself, what would the person that I lost think? How would they react to this new world if they were still here with me now? Let's rip off the band-aid and click on Hypnospace Heaven. Oh, come on! Not the angels, not the sad MIDI choir music. Quick, focus on the fact that Abigail misspells namaste as namiste, so that we don't absolutely fold to this. The first eulogy is to Bill Bowerson. I didn't point this out, but back at the first grade drawings page, we see that Abigail Lorne goes by Miss Bowerson, so Lorne is her maiden name. She also lost her husband. Ah! The next one says, to sue my beanie girl. Quickly scrolling down, we have a really wholesome Bible verse, and then a message to Lisa. the late wife of a widower, Carl P., one of the more iconic citizens of Good Time Valley. This one we can't pass up. We have to read it.
To Lisa. Lisa, I wish you were still here with me. They took my bike license. Can't see no more. Don't worry about me. I won't be getting into no accidents. I wish we could have ridden together one last time. Can't wait to see you in heaven. Carl P.
We'll definitely be keeping Lisa and Carl in mind. It's a small bit of lore, but something we should... Oh, look, Bopos!
Delicious. Hold on, Bopos background and sticker pack?
It would be nice to decorate my desktop with some Franks and burgers, but I don't have the Hypnocoin. I mean, come on. Would I really censor those perfectly legal drawings of Gooper from the first graders? Nah, I'm sure we'll find something egregious enough to banhammer to avoid censoring those budding artists and get our sweet Hypnocoins. With the widower Carl P. on our mind, let's peel out and burn rubber into Burnin' Rubber 50's page. Okay, now this is my second favorite page and user on Hypnospace. The skeleton riding and the music being like a couple decibels higher than the rest of the music in this game. Let's turn that shit off and appreciate the hog riding widower's epic page.
Carl Parker III statuses. Barkley Adams cycles make a scene anywhere they go. Big hogs. 72 years old from Meade, Florida. Born to ride. Live to shit. What does he say?
Born to ride, live ride in / or die tryin'.
Live riding or die trying. Gotcha. You've reached the Hypnospace page of Carl P. If you are from the class of 50, get a hold of me. I'm looking to reconnect with Roger Robinson. If you know Roger, get a hold of me. As you may have been able to tell, I love to ride bikes. However, the motorcycle guide here is no good. Get a hold of me if you want real riding tips. See you on the road, Carl P.
I love the invitation to just hit him up and talk shop. That's so awesome. What a guy.
In memory of Lisa. I still remember our rides together. Like that date when you held me tight after going out to eat because you thought I was riding too fast. But I got food poisoning from the steakhouse and had to puke, but I was trying to look smooth, like a bonehead. I was too proud to tell you that I hurled that night right after dropping you off at your house. All of our jokes together that nobody else will be able to get. Why did it have to be you that went first? I can't wait to see you again, babe. The graphics are not supposed to look dirty. The rider is me and my wife is the angel on the motorcycle with me.
Rest in peace, Lisa. After a moment of silence, we read this funny little conspiracy theory image on something called beef brain.
New study finds radiation from Hypnospace headband causes beef brain in kids and elderly. Everything copyright Carl P.
Well, I did have some concerns about the health complications that Hypnospace could cause, but radiation or radiation, causing your brain to be cooked like beef seems like a dubious stretch. Is this just some Facebook tier boomer panic, or is there some teeth to this beef brain concern? Ew. Beef teeth. All this talk about beef and cabezas has gotten me hungry. The next page is granny cream. Ooh, okay, never mind, I'm not hungry anymore.
Hot butter ice cream. Take the hot butter, mix it with the ice cream. Freeze it up, cool, you can see it on your screen.
I don't get it. Is it butter or ice cream? Maybe it's butter-infused ice cream that you heat up and drink? Well, that kind of sounds tasty, I guess. Maybe if I was a Four Loko Deep, that is. Something to note, of course the jingle is done by Chowderman, and there is mention of a mustache contest where you submit your own granny stash for a chance to be featured on this page. Aside from this, I found this little detail humorous. There's a picture of children being served hot butter ice cream. It looks very historical and official, and then an asterisk noting that the titular granny, Lucille Hutchinson, is not pictured here. I don't know, it's not really that humorous of a detail, but it tickled me when I first played this game. We can also download the jingle for free. How magnanimous. Our next page is simply labeled Scotty's page. He's got a little check mark next to his name. This is because...
Scotty McMahon's status. I'm honored to be the new Good Time Valley community leader.
He's the Good Time Valley community leader.
I'm old-fashioned. I'm happy to be the community leader for Good Time Valley, even though I don't know why they picked me. I think it's because I have good behavior, but that is because I don't ever use Hypnospace, other than for listening to songs. If you're having trouble, you can contact me, but I'm sometimes busy. I'm also not on Hypnospace every night. Well, bye, Scotty.
He's sort of the Calvin Coolidge of Hypnospace community leaders, a real laissez-faire type guy. Funny that the cafe doesn't have a community leader.
I want a real quick note. In the cafe, there is no community leader because they're communists.
The next page, well, I'll let my commentary speak for itself.
My Hypnospace page from citizen 05563332. Help. Mavis Ann Green status. Exit. Exit Hypnospace. Exit. Mavis Ann Green is 77 years old from Nashville, Tennessee, a musical old lady. Welcome to my page. Hi, I just signed on. Hello? Is this the chat room? Help. Help. Help me. Help page. Help manual. How to get help. Hello? Exit. Exit. Bopos.
We'll keep an eye out for her, poor thing. Maybe Gearhead Greg can lend her a helping hand. This next page is fun. Noble Warlock Studio, a 3D graphic designer who made those free fan renditions of Gumshoe Gooper, bringing the beloved fish into the third dimension.
I'm trying to add something good to the world, and what do? I get made fun of and stepped on. Some things don't change.
Oh, I wonder what's got him bothered. Ooh, he's got some free wallpapers to download. After dolling up our desktop Druid style, we pop into one of Arlen's client's pages, a leatherworker by the name of Reginald. Here we can make a virtual customized satchel, but given that the only commercial means of paying people on Hypnospace is the Hypno shitcoin with no cash value, Reginald asks that you come into a store to purchase his goods physically. I call this satchel the All-American, and I call this one the Goth Cowboy. Ooh. Cowboy harsher. Going back to the main page, we have a sweet little blurb about Sandy.
Thanks to Sandy for the Sandy card. That was very thoughtful. You are a true friend.
Apparently, Good Time Valley citizen Sandy makes a habit of uplifting her fellow denizens by sending Sandy cards. We'll get to meet her soon enough. Now, why would Arlen need uplifting? His status was pretty melancholy, after all. If we look further into his bio, some of those questions get answered.
You can lay there and stay down and let them win, or you can stand up and give them hell. Born Hunter 4. Hello, Arlen here. If you recognize this quote, it's because you have excellent taste in movies. You may not be aware of this, but I am sometimes suspicious that Born Hunter 4 was actually inspired by yours truly, me. The director came into my shop, well, not my shop, but I am top salesman, to buy a couch, and we must have talked for an hour. If you ever meet me, you may be surprised to learn that I am actually in a wheelchair. A car accident left me without use of my legs at the young age of 22 years old. Well, that's life, as they say. Again, 63 years old, so you've been trucking along for more than 44 years. God bless.
Allow me to gush here for a second. I find this account so cool because it reminds you of a time when you could just have hobbies. Your job as a furniture salesman pays the rent and you can just coast, living a mundane life, steeping in your creativity. It's something comforting and hazing about that idea, I guess. Anyways, let's take a quick pit stop at Pete's Love Poems.
Pete Gallo status. Don't try to chit-chat me any of this nonsense anymore. That keeps popping up.
It's hard to read his poems because of the silly effect he has on them, but they are just tasteful, trucker-themed love poem.
Hello, friends and fans. I am an over-the-road trucker, mostly East Coast these days. If you've heard from Renegade Lover over CB, that's me. I take it slow when I can, and make sure to write one poem a day.
It's just fun getting a gadfly view on some of these diverse lifestyles. Now, our Teamster Langston Hughes has some interesting stuff at the bottom of his page. Here's his reaction to the beef brain conspiracy.
Now I'm glad I'm only on a free trial. Bye-bye, Hypnospace.
And here's his commentary on something a bit different, the shonking drug epidemic.
Teenagers are crazy now. We were bad, but not like this. Look at this. If you don't know what these are, your teen is as good as dead. Shonking T-nubs. The new teen drug trend hitting the streets. Talk to your teens before it's too late. So pre-shrunking, and then 12 years later, zip! He's all zipped, So he's just like, no shonk, and then all of a sudden he's whipped, And those are just straight up fucking tampons, but more on that later. Ooh, bubbles.
I miss a key detail hidden in that image, but don't worry, we'll dig more thoroughly into this T-nub shonking epidemic. Now let's take a gander in leatherworker Reginald Roberts' page, Double R Ranch.
Anyone know if this beef brain thing is real? If it is, we need to get off this system.
He's a 56-year-old Floridian, and looks like he's already got a violation point. I wonder for what?
Double R Ranch. Welcome to the Double R Ranch. This is the homepage of Reginald Randy Roberts, small business owner, scam whistleblower, and rich businessman, if I may brag.
Now he's got two specialty pages. One of the leatherworking page, the one we already explored, and another Scam Watch page, a valuable resource. He's sort of Good Time Valley's own Jazz's Software Reviews. He has this to say to any enforcers watching his page.
I have my eye on you. If this system wasn't rigged, why do you have to hide?
He's privy to the fact that we can't communicate with citizens directly. From his perspective, this is to hide some sort of corporate chicanery. But the official Merchantsoft reasoning for this is to prevent any collusion with the citizens. As hostile as he is to us Hypnospace enforcers, he's got a big heart for his fellow denizens, lauding Sandy for her thoughtfulness, saying that she would make a good leader instead of the current asleep at the wheel community leader. Or I guess it would be awake at the wheel, given that we're on Hypnospace. And he compliments Abby's writing skills and eagerness to share, reminiscing about some humorous messages he shared with her. That's sweet. Here's what he has to say about the cafe.
I just gotta say, anyone else think it's a little odd what they let go on in the cafe? And they are the beginners Hypnospace group? Seems a little fishy. I don't think I'd let my kids hang around half of those people if I had any. Yes, I'm on Chit Chat. Don't message me selling something, and no weirdos. Everything copyright Reginald Roberts 1998, except painting of cowboy. Don't know who did that. Disclaimer, not me. I just like this photo.
The man's a bit judgy. The cafe is not even close to the top oddity that we've yet to experience on Hypnospace. Let's go ahead and check out his Good Time Scam Watch.
Good Time Scam Watch. Doing the job Hypnospace won't do. Did someone try to con you? Send me a message. Download a virus or adware? Send me a message.
This, in addition to Jazz's software reviews, are great places to check back on at the beginning of each shift to keep track of any new leads on software or malware for that matter.
Update. Hypnospace has recently started a Hypnospace Patrol department to try and do what we have been doing already for almost a whole year. Do not expect this to actually help anything. Hypnospace only has one care: money.
I'd almost agree, but based on some of the dumb decisions, it seems Hypnospace cares more about control over anything. His first entry is on Professor Helper. Jazz has already mentioned this adware. Let's see what Reginald has to say about it.
Scam alert. Professor Helper, November 4th, 1999. Do not download this program. It constantly shows you adverts, and you have to pay to stop it. It only exists to get you to buy scam products using real money with a system called Kappa Cash. Update. You can actually stop Professor Helper by going to this page and paying these fools. This should be illegal.
Good to know. Thank you, Reginald. Something tells me we're going to have a word or two with this geriatric Baldi's basic looking ass professor. I'll bookmark the uninstallation page. Reginald specifically mentions the adware leading to products that accept Kappa Cash, some sort of alternate platform to our HypnoCoin. More on that later. The next scam watch is on Best Deals Terry, a fellow Good Times Valley denizen.
Virus alert. Best Deals Terry, October 26, 1999. Best Deals Terry is offering downloads that have viruses in them. Do not download his sticker or background packs. I don't think he's doing this on purpose. I've contacted him, but he has not responded. You can cure the virus using HypnoCure.
Okay, so this is a lead on a peripheral optional violation we can enforce. Thanks again, Reginald. We'll keep Best Deals Terry in mind when we get to him. The next page is Sandy for Leader, made by Abigail Lorne, the morning gooper enthusiast. Abby claims that Sandy has done a lot more for the cohesion of this community than the current leader. I keep saying the current leader. I mean, he's so immemorable. I keep forgetting his name. Was it Ronnie? Rod? I forget. She has a point. Sandy cards go a long way with these folks, it seems. But hold on.
So she's having Gumshoe Gooper endorse a political, what are they called? Incumbent?
Now this is unacceptable. Here she has Gumshoe Gooper making a political endorsement. Unless Sandy cards are going to be used to further American imperialism, this is completely off-brand. I'll go ahead and stamp this page with a skull to indicate a possible violation. We'll circle back and clean this up once we've scoured everything. All this talk about Sandy, it's about time we actually meet her. We take a stroll into Sandy's, empty nest page. That's sad.
The dumpster is full of smelly trash, just like the name says. You reap what you sow.
Sandy is the pinnacle of unity, so it makes sense that she dislikes anything mean-spirited or disagreeable like the dumpster. If it really is as bad as she says it is, we'll have to make note to give them a proper scour when the time comes. She's 68 and also from Florida.
Welcome to my page. My name here on Hypnospace is Empty Nest Sandy. If you're curious, that is a reference to me being an empty nester, which means my children have grown up and left the house. Need a laugh? Click here to go to my humor picture gallery. Oh no. I don't know, Sandy. You're looking kinda sus lately.
This is clearly lifted from a bona fide Gumshoe Gooper tract. When the time comes to break out the DMCA cleaner and copy strike mop bucket, this will be the first in line. Sorry, Sandy, no hard feelings on my end. However, I do find her love of pabulum boomer humor to be very endearing.
I hear you, Detective Frank. A little bit of sarcasm for your day. And finally, some wisdom from the kids.
Kid, there's no such thing as a grumpy old man. When you get older, you stop being polite and just start being honest.
The rest of her main page talks about how she's a Florida-based retired school teacher who loves to contribute to communities both off and online.
If you ever need anything, do not hesitate to send me a message. I'll always respond. Love y'all.
However, the dumpster is not included in that y'all that she loves.
The dumpster. The name says it all. If I may be so bold, the dumpster page should be shut down. I don't know how they get away with tearing people down all the time. Arlen, your artwork is awesome. Don't listen to these spoiled punks who wouldn't know good art if it bit them in the behind. If they were any good, they wouldn't hide their page like slimy little cowards.
Ooh, they took shots at Arlen, huh? Now, if they're making fun of his art, there's not much I can do, but if they're taking shots at his disability, I'm putting an extra dose of lemon pledge in that mop bucket. She's got a real nice Bible verse to tie together her loving credo. God bless Sandy. And here's what she has to say about her nomination for Community Leader.
My fellow Good Time Valley citizens want to make me the community leader. It's very kind of them, and I do think that I would enjoy being the president of our little group, but please don't put me on a pedal stool. I'm just a person who can mess up like anyone else. Hugs. She's so sweet. I'm on the keto diet, Sandy. I can't be around a sweetheart like you.
And she has my vote. We've got another boilerplate poorly made Hypnospace page that's also on a free trial. The status though is oddly concerning.
And it's not the first time I've used Hypnospace, and it won't be the last.
What's with the crying emoji? It's so distressed. No matter. All that's left is Terry's General Store.
Check out Terry's General Store. I have the best stickers and screensavers on Hypnospace.
Well, wasn't there something that we were supposed to be keeping track of? Reginald said something about, ooh, look, Halloween stickers. Those will go great with my Bopos hot dog stickers.
Terry's Halloween stickers come with Terry's Scary Eye, a program for Hypnospace that shows a scary eye and makes things underneath it come to life in a scary way. Disclaimer, I did not make Terry's Scary Eye. I found it for free on Hypnospace. Not mine.
Scary Eye? I just want the skeleton and the Rob Zombie dude. I don't care much for ocular horror.
We do not accept Kappa Cash. Thank you to Randy Scamwatch for the warning. It is a scam.
That's right. Reginald mentioned a Kappa Cash scam. Well, if Terry's in agreement with Reginald, then it seems we have nothing to worry about. While we're here, we can take a gander at some other really cool stickers that he has for sale, as well as some nature-themed plant-based stickers. I just really want the spooky Halloween stickers and Bopos hot dog stickers. So let's start hammering out the Gooper violations from most egregious to least. First, we take out the explicit politicization of the implicitly political Gumshoe Gooper. Then we hammer down the full-on comic rip. Sorry, Sandy. Interesting enough, the comic below that features Frank, the sidekick of Gumshoe Gooper, isn't up for copyright infringement, just the Gooper properties. Let's see how many more we need to hammer out. One more. Crap. All we have left are those inoffensive 3D renditions and the children's drawings. I can't bring myself to censor children. And, well, this is lifting the whole likeness of Gumshoe Gooper. Sorry, Arlen and Sandy. I'll be fair and just ban the art of him falling down. I don't want to ruin her title screen. Maybe she won't notice. Oh, never mind.
Since when is it against the rules to share an old cartoon on your page? This is not right. My Gumshoe Gooper graphics are being deleted for content infringement. Last I checked, old cartoons are not illegal.
Got hypno mail.
Yeah, this isn't right. Oh, hey, we've completed the bare minimum of the case and can get the Bopo stickers. And the Halloween stickers.
And then we can even get Halloween barbecue, bro. That's what we're doing. All right.
Important message received from dispatch.
Now let's decorate our desktop.
11 files.
Oh my gosh, it's the virus. Oh gosh, the virus. Oh, he's puking it all. Oh no.
Oh, damn it, now I remember. Reginald accused Terry of having viruses in his background in sticker packs.
You fucker. No, get over here. Oh shit. Okay, hold on. What the hell?
That's a big hot dog.
He changed the size of the, Oh, come on, you little...
Crap! Well, nothing that HypnoCure can't fix. While we're here, let's see what kind of stickers we've got. Oh. Oh, hold on.
Oh. Okay. I didn't realize we could get that this early. Okay. You know what? That's cool, actually. Huh.
Well, I guess not all is lost. We've accidentally skipped some of the mid-game steps for a future case. Let's get this stupid virus taken care of. I mosey on over to my stamp collection, and good thing we bookmarked the HypnoCure page.
How much is HypnoCure?
66! Oh no, HypnoCure is expensive. Well, sorry children. Funnily enough, there's one children's drawing that is so far detached from the likeness of Gumshoe Gooper that it doesn't count as copyright infringement. Now that we have totally decimated any copyright violations of Gumshoe Gooper, we can actually close this case and get bonus HypnoCoin for any additional violation we've caught.
We can go ahead and close this case and we get bonuses. Ding, 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 ding. Look at that. All that money now. Look at that. Censorship never felt this good.
The burden of the mallet grows lighter as my wallet grows heavy. Oh, and hey, while we're at it, fix your shit, Terry. We banned the virus-laden button that allows us to purchase the Halloween sticker pack, and a good way we can figure out what packs and stickers are infected is by attempting to ban each purchase button. Remember, there isn't an actual penalty for repeatedly misreporting page elements. Now, watch closely here. I make a big blunder that may indicate that Terry is not as ignorant as we may think he is. Did you notice my mistake? If you look at these perfectly uninfected stickers, their prices are written into their purchase button in black. However, the prices on the infected sticker packs have been typed on top of them. So when we try to banhammer them without care of where we're clicking, we're likely to misclick on the element or the number layered on top. This is why the purchase buttons we successfully banned still have those purple prices still intact. Very sneaky, and it took me a few playthroughs to figure this out. So sadly, we miss a couple packs this playthrough. We'll have more than enough money to purchase HypnoCure.
Cure me. HypnoCure detected and cleaned the system of the hunger. Interesting.
We finally cure ourselves of the virus. HypnoCure labels it as the hunger. The day is saved, but our desktop is still in total disarray. Well, we still have those stickers. Might as well clean up our desktop and then decorate it.
Hell yeah. That's sick as fuck.
My desktop will go through a couple more makeovers through this journey, but this one has a special place in my heart and stomach. Well, with that out of the way, let's not forget to flag Abby for investigation. Hopefully Merchantsoft will treat her with some levity. Funnily enough, when we flag Abby, various pages on Good Time Valley will have the sticker saying, "Stop picking on Abby." Well, actually, that's not funny at all. Censorship means the death of the internet as we know it. What have I become? Well, it's time to accept our next case. Ah, harassment, my favorite. Favorite to enforce, that is.
Hello, Enforcer. Citizen Zane Rocks _14 has been reported for harassment in the zone Teentopia. Please look for possible violations and utilize your enforcement tool to report and remove them. If Zane Rocks _14 is found in violation and you deem it necessary, please flag their account so the HSPD security team can look into the issue further. Remember that pages containing the harassment violations may be unlisted, but can still be accessed through search tags. If related violations are found by citizens who are not Zane's Rocks 14, please report them also.
So we have to specifically look for 4 harassment violations from a Zane Rocks 14, but also keep an eye out for harassment coming from other Hypnospace citizens. Well, with this new case, we can also now access a new zone, Teentopia.
Teentopia, a fun, safe place in Hypnospace for kids and teens to relax, hang out, and be who they are. The logo is of Counselor Ronnie. For kids aged 13 to 18, Teentopia, no adults allowed. Teentopia is a safe, totally awesome hangout for teenagers.
Makes sense. Kids are going to use the internet. So this is Merchantsoft doing their part to make sure kids can be enriched through this new technology while staying safe in an easy to monitor environment. It's funny that it says no adults allowed, but still has various official affiliate pages. For example, the first page is April the Angelic Hamster, a Merchantsoft page. Here we can finally access and purchase our very first virtual pet. These honestly are a lot of fun, but they poop all the time and require a bit of attentiveness. Sadly, not very conducive for a solid video recording session. They will become useful soon, however. If we look at the virtual pets tip page, we can purchase a tree that grows pet food. I believe it sufficiently pays for itself in the money that it saves you after 10 feeding sessions. But that's besides the point. If we scroll down, there is a little tidbit. Feeding your pet icons and files that aren't pet food is not advised. There's that strange eye file that we picked up from Terry that's an encrypted sandwich file. Maybe that's edible. We'll cross that bridge when we get there. We have no use for Terry's strange eye just yet, whatever it is. Going back to the main page of April the Angelic Hamster, we find another squisher. This one, a Mushi, the mascot for the Squisher series, their equivalent to Pikachu. By the way, in case you're wondering, Gen 3 is the best generation, Gen 5 being a distant second, and bipedal Pokemon are objectively cooler than quadrupedal Pokemon. In all seriousness, it's fitting that we found Mushi in April the Angelic Hamster's page because Mushi will be our next shift's available pet for purchase. The next page is Ashley's Spinning Planet. This is her status.
Ashley Rose Aldrin's status. Why does it say I'm 13 years old?
If we look, her citizen ID says she's 13. However, she says she's in the 3rd grade, so 8 to 9 years old. Is Hypnospace not capable of recognizing ages under 13? Or is this a similar problem to the Starport merger? Instead of having 2 or 3 zones for children of varying age groups, they just have one zone, Teentopia, where they corral all teens and children alike. Aside from this, there's not much else to note on Ashley's page, except for her last name is Aldrin. Maybe she's related to Bill Aldrin of Aldrin's House of Sounds. Within her page is just the most adorable catalog of planets that she's designed with their own bespoke lores and just everything. She seems to have named 2 planets after her siblings, Rebecca and Josh, one named after Jesus, and a couple of moon planets, one of them filled with water, like a water balloon. Don't poke it. The next page to explore is Counselor Ronnie, the community leader of Teentopia. Well, it's good that a qualified counselor is on standby in Hypnospace.
Just here to help. Talk to me if you need anything. Ronnie Porter status. Need help? Having problems? Counselor Ronnie reporting for duty. Throw me a message on Chit Chat.
Given Merchantsoft's habit of dropping the ball, let's vet Mr. Ronnie, make sure he's a solid role model for these budding creatives and future techies. His front page is pretty reassuring, opening up the conversation for parents, inviting them to be more involved in how their children interface with the internet, and volunteering himself to be the humble overseer of Teentopia. His page is endorsed by a federal education grant that we'll be getting into shortly, and officially partnered with the Monarch Game Champ and Squishers, which I feel gives him an air of legitimacy. I'm going to write down his headband ID, just in case we find an alt account somewhere in Hypnospace. You can never be too careful. Speaking of squishers, we'll find a number of hidden squisher stickers in his pages. Let's pick up this botfly themed squisher. And now let's take a look at his Ask Ronnie page.
Ask Ronnie. This is where Ronnie answers questions from teens and their parents. Question. Hi, Counselor Ronnie. I noticed my teenage son using short 3 or 4 letter words like BWL, ICBI, and SYM. I'm not sure what they mean. Can you help me? Susanna, a parent. Answer. Hey, Suze. What you're seeing are dacronyms, or digital acronyms. Unfortunately, many of these dacronyms are not so nice, so be on the lookout if you see your teen typing the following. BWL, beating wimpy losers. Can also mean bursting with laughter, but it is most often referring to acts of violence between teenagers.
Is that correct? The only times we'll ever see BWL used will be in the context that can only mean bursting with laughter.
ICBI, I can buy it. Some teams claim this means I can't believe it. Most of the time it means that they're able or willing to purchase illegal drugs.
I can buy it? Sorry, Ronnie, I don't buy it.
SYM, shut your mouth. No 2 ways around this one. SYM is total CRA, crude, rude, and attitude.
This one may actually technically be correct. but shut your mouth likely means to mean less you shut up and more you don't say, you know, shut your mouth. Ooh, this next one, WITW, I know this. What in the world? Huh? Wait in the washroom? What in the world are you on about, Ronnie?
WITW is a recent acronym said by dealers and buyers of narcotics. Usually it means they're meeting in the bathroom soon to do a drug deal, probably T-nubs, also known as devil's fingers. Illegal suppository drugs like this are sweeping the nation. WITW is sometimes also said to mean what in the world, but I wouldn't take that chance when it comes to your teenager.
I can't help but feel Ronnie is just as ignorant as the parents are, leaning into the fear-mongering. What gives? And wait, hold on. T-nubs. Those tampon-shaped drugs we saw on that PSA earlier are illegal suppository drugs. In other words, butt drugs.
Butt drugs. They love butt drugs.
Could it just be that this is just some sort of inside joke, a balls-to-the-wall product of ironic humor that kids are using? These days, kids like to joke about fent-paxin boofing. Back in my day, when I was a kid, we would say things like, "I'm on crack." Clip that out of context. Is that what this is? Maybe I'm overthinking it, it's just full-blown unfounded panic? Or is the T-nubs epidemic truly sweeping the nation? Fent-paxin boofing. Fent-paxin boofing. Fent-paxin boofing. We pick up a sludge barrel squisher and the egg yolk squisher. Because we've collected enough squishers, we've been sent the next tier of rewards. Right now, though, again, I want to emphasize the sponsor at the bottom of Ronnie's page is a legit affiliate sponsor linked to the Monarch Game Champ page. Also, we find another creepy little devil squisher. With the drug panic, I wonder if there's any sort of satanic panic surrounding squishers. Now, checking our email, we get two awesome goodies. We have a squisher sound effects theme pack and a visual theme pack. I love pairing these two together for my early to mid gameplay of Hypnospace Outlaw. I love it. It sounds very sci-fi with just the right amount of goofiness. And then the visual theme.
We're gonna go ahead to our Squishers theme. I really like the Squishers theme. It's really cool. Kind of reminds me of LSD Dream Emulator. And I think we're good here.
It's so cool. Only second to a particular special theme that we'll sadly won't be able to access until our penultimate shift. Clicking on play, we see a little blurb shouting out Squishers Quest, the browser-based scavenger hunt we've more or less finished with. And coming soon, drug runners?
A new ARCEA-compliant anti-drug game for kids and teens. Snub the nub and run away from T-nubs dealing baddies. Can you be the fastest drug runner? Okay, there's something kind of funny about that. Drug runners?
In case you're not aware, a drug runner is somebody who smuggles and moves drugs. But in this case, you are running from the drugs. That's a bit too, I don't know, on-the-nose sardonic to chalk up to an unfortunate naming. If it weren't for the air of officialness to Ronnie, I would think that he's taking the piss out of us, having a bit of a troll. Also, we pick up another squisher. This is his slime. Keep this little guy in mind. There's a reason why I alluded to a satanic panic, and the snake is at the crux of this mystery. And also, remember, in the official Game Champ release of Squishers, his slime seems to be redesigned from something more Eye of Horus coded to something a bit more cute and inoffensive. Keep this in mind. Somehow this is going to tie into our larger Eye of Horus mystery. Now, getting back to the yet-to-be-released Drug Runners game, Counselor Ronnie proudly states that this game is RCEA compliant. If we scroll to the bottom, we can read this blurb about this government grant.
ARCEA. Teentopia proudly meets and surpasses all requirements of the 1996 American Republic Children's Entertainment Act.
Quickly, I want to point out that instead of the government grant being US, as in United States, CEA, it's ARCEA, as in American Republic. Perhaps some more of that alternate reality Mandela effect-y stuff we keep brushing up against. More importantly, let's emphasize this endorsement that Counselor Ronnie has received from the ARCEA, the American government. Despite some of the more dubious internet education that he's been peddling, he's gained enough trust from the parents, teens, and government to be given this mark of legitimacy. Is it well earned? Or are our tax dollars going into a fear-mongering money pit?
Learn with Ronnie. Did you know helium balloons are not affected by gravity because helium atoms are too small and slippery for gravity to hold on to? Did you know the Greek...
Okay, now I'm certain Counselor Ronnie is taking the piss. But this is mere speculation. We'll need something a bit more concrete. We can also pick up my personal favorite, a Porygon-like 3D style squisher. I tuck him behind my dog Zombie and continue my exploration.
Originally invented by the U.S. Army for
kids on birthstones. It's just Ronnie going through birthstones, mispronouncing nearly all of them. I can't judge given my history on being a harbinger of such missteps. But my favorite is how he pronounces bloodstone. With just, that just reverberated, blood. And carnelians just sounds he's saying Armenian.
Downloading.
Now, most centerpiece to our purposes, there is an easy to overlook link on Counselor Ronnie's main page discussing the T-Nubs epidemic. First, to act as an accoutrement, let's listen to the lyrics of this song.
Yeah, if you're a cool teen, don't insert a bean. If you're a cool teen, don't insert a bean.
Don't insert a bean. Okay, here's another lyric.
Do it, don't do it. Your brand tells you to put something in your. Don't do it, don't do it.
Okay, so this is for sure a suppository drug. This PSA song warning people to not use butt drugs.
By the way, if you're not a shonker, nice one, man. Yeah. Stay safe out there.
As much as I'm starting to think this is a government psyop, the last lyric is kind of nice. We were always scared from doing drugs as kids, but it's nice to be told, nice one, for keeping the course.
Teentopians and parents, as we know, fun is my middle name. Safety is also my middle name. So let's get serious for a second. Our kids and teens are faced with challenges that older generations never had to deal with. One such challenge is the recent popularity of the drug known as the T-Nub. You may have also heard them called devil's fingers or butt beans.
So this explains the lyric, don't insert a bean. We also have a better look at the supposed drug. It's definitely just tampons. I think if there was some sort of mean-spirited trolling aspect to this, I can see the intention being to fool parents into thinking that innocuous hygiene products were illicit drugs. Maybe this is my late-stage millennial bitterness talking, but yeah. Baiting the ignorant older generations can be a great troll. That being said, however, I can't help but think about all of the bad arguments and misunderstandings that this potential T-Nubs hoax could have caused between parents and their kids. Who's truly at fault here? The fisherman who placed the bait, or the fish who so easily took the bait? Well, I mean both, really.
These highly toxic drugs have been known to cause heart palpitations, the shakes and shivers, damage to the frontal and sideal lobes of the brain, and even death. Sideal lobes? Can we get a fact check on that?
Frontal lobes is a misspelling of frontal lobes, and sideal lobes don't exist. This would likely be referring to maybe the temporal lobes. I'm suddenly reminded of the beef brain scandal. Huh.
The slang for using a T-Nub is shonking. T-Nubs come only in the form of suppositories, so most teens take them on a dare. As I always say, it's all fun and games until a dare ends in addiction, and possibly even death. Please talk to your children about T-Nubs and share this harrowing but important image on your page.
Scrolling down the image, we can see a more fleshed out time lapse of the effects of shunking, and I noticed something odd at the bottom left. Minx. Something tells me this name will come up again. Let's keep this Minx calling card in mind. So that leaves us with the question, is Counselor Ronnie simply taking the bait, or is he the fisherman? Time will tell. The next page is by Dark Twilight Tiff called Beyond Twilight, a sort of protege to Linda's weird page of horror and scaries.
Tiffany writes status. School sucks. They should just stop it at the 8th grade because do any of the kids actually try to learn new things after that?
Tiffany is a 16-year-old from Indiana with a page full of poetry and horror-themed writings. If you recall, Linda mentioned something called Scaries, which are interactive horror stories. It seems that Tiffany has teamed up with a fellow Teentopian denizen by the name of Tim Mageddon, real name Tim, to create their first Scary. She did some artistic consulting, while Tim did the art, music, and writing. Based on her description, it seems Tim did most of the work here, but wanted to share the credit with Tiff. That's sweet. She lauds her friend Tim for his talents, proudly presenting Teentopia's very first Scary, called Digital Parasite Reborn.
A scary set on the internet, not Hypnospace, in which different kinds of people are sent a mysterious link. This is mostly Timigeddon's, but I gave feedback, mostly to make it less mean. Warning, disturbing imagery.
She seems to emphasize that the characters depicted in this scary are not based on any actual people in Hypnospace. Well, we'll be the judge of that. Also, in the previous blurb, she mentions that this particular interactive story gains inspiration off of various horror themes and the cybercog culture, which again is this world's version of steampunk. One of the earliest interactive stories published on Hypnospace was by a cybercog pillar of the community. We'll explore that at a later date. Clicking on the Digital Parasites link, we're taken to Tim's interactive story. Since this is technically his page, we can see his very hostile status. Hello, pig. And his name is I See You. He also seems to try and intimidate us by making his location your computer. He must think he's a real big badass hacker, more like a petulant script kiddie. Setting my boomer bah humbug aside, let's read through the Digital Parasites interactive story. I can make out what looks like a rock star that shares a likeness with Chowderman, a wizard in a wheelchair, and on the far right, a man on a motorcycle.
Choose a card to see life through the eyes of one of these digital parasites as they encounter true tranquility.
Parasites, huh? A tad mean-spirited. There's a little blurb here I want to focus on.
Here's what's interesting. It says, if you've encountered true tranquility, you are truly blessed. Don't fight it. Let it guide you. Let it open your eyes.
This is actually a hint as to how to solve a future case we'll be dealing with. I'll put this in my mental toolbox for now. So, our digital parasites are the rock star, which resembles Chowderman, the furniture salesman, which resembles Arlen, the noble warlock 3D designer, the shaman, which resembles Gus of Gus's Temple of Serenity. We've only taken a gander at his page. We'll dig through it soon enough, though. And of course, the biker, which is Carl, aka Burnin' Rubber 50. This seems to be an interactive story based on these Hypnospace citizens, using their various angsts and insecurities as a source for inspiration. And you know what? Even though there's a bit of a mean-spiritedness to this, it's damn creative. I'll give Tim credit for that. Let's start off with the rock star.
Your songs topped the charts in the 1980s. You've rocked stages from Los Angeles to New York. They loved you, or at least you thought they did, because now, 15 years later, things are different. Now you're a punchline. Your music is remembered as a fad. People can't even recall your name anymore, only how lame and annoying that one song of yours was. You take another swig of whiskey and sit down to check your email. It contains a link to something called True Tranquility. Sounds like another rehab program. No thanks. You move your cursor to the delete button, but you stop. Something about the subject line draws you in. You click the link. Enter truetranquility.com.
This takes us to a facsimile browser named Dangnavit Browser. Very funny. The browser buttons, of course, don't work, each having snarky comments when we try to click them.
Sorry, fake button. Please don't click these fake buttons, stupid. Stop. This is just a game. This button is a fake, you dummy. Refresh. If you really want to refresh the page, click the real refresh button. Home. Where is home, really? Would you like to experience true adoration, true worship? Would you like to reclaim your throne? You can even see the terms and services. Jesus. Temporary or permanent loss of consciousness, loss of personhood, changes to physical form, genetic mutation, otherworldly impregnation, foul-smelling growths. Gross?
Move over the substance. Timigeddon did it first. Great movie, by the way. 10 out of 10. Clicking accept causes our fake browser to fake install True Tranquility, but not into our computer, but our very brain. Or the brain of the character in the story, the rock star. Now, this virus isn't real, of course. Our actual desktop is fine. It seems True Tranquility is depicted as this tumorous tentacle that enters the skull of the parasite who accepts its grace. Brutal, but a common happening when it comes to how kids express themselves on the internet. Mean-spirited violence against effigies of undeserving subjects. Honestly, while I'm going to ham up my cranky Mr. Wilson shtick against Timigeddon throughout this journey, I do think this is pretty cool, and he is a very talented kid. Oh, before I forget, here is the final conclusion of this interactive story. This blurb is identical across all versions of this interactive.
Before you're able to take another breath, tendrils emerge from your monitor. Everything turns to black. At long last, you have found what you were truly looking for. A special thanks to Tiff. aka Marshmallow, and Minx for indirect coding help.
So this Minx helped Tim with this story. Given Minx's link to this dubious T-Nubs drug epidemic and this mean-spirited interactive story, something tells me Minx is a proper internet troll. Keep this in mind. Next up is the furniture salesman. Of course, this is Arlen, but this parody calls him Arlie, a mixture of Arlen's name and perhaps Brew Lee. This parody of Arlen claims to be a descendant from karate wizards, maybe poking fun at Arlen's insistence of his Celtic ancestry.
You haven't had it easy. A car accident left you paralyzed from the waist down at age 22. After years of deep depression, you found work as a furniture salesman, but you've been there for the last 40 years. You're good at it, but you suspect it's because your customers feel sorry for you. The internet has allowed you to escape to a new reality. You can be anyone there. You're not Andy on the internet. No. You're Ann Lee. People like Ann Lee there, and you like them. You've spent most of your free time this year on the computer. You've learned how to design web pages and make all sorts of digital art. It's never too late to pick up a new skill. Your online friends really seem to enjoy what you make. You log into your email. There's one new message with a link inside. You click it.
Interesting, so it seems the True Tranquility virus beckons uniquely to each parasite. Here's the one for Arlen.
Would you like to experience true pride? To not be pitied? To be envied? To benefit society instead of a leech from it? Jesus, dude. Chill the fuck out.
There are two ways we can see this. We could beat our chest and moralize about the inference of Arlen being a parasite due to his disability, or one could argue that this is just Tim crafting a character who has very real angsts and insecurities. This is something that somebody like Arlen deals with. Just because Tim's depicting an insecure character doesn't mean he's fiendishly delighting in it. Here's hoping that Tim can channel his emotional creativity into his adulthood, perhaps in a less invasive way. The story ends the same way as they all do. Let's pick our next card, the biker. Of course, this one is based on Burnin' Rubber 50, the geriatric widower ex-biker.
Your beloved wife passed away only weeks ago, but the memories of your years together are already fading fast. You're not young anymore. You sold your motorcycle because you can't see well enough to ride it. You no longer desire to leave a mark on things, Burnin' Rubber, and you know you couldn't if you tried. All you desire now is rest. You've never been fond of computers, and learning to use the internet has been a hellish ordeal, but it's worth it. The new email notification appears. It's from your daughter. It contains a link to a website with the only accompanying text reading, "Wow, this is so relaxing."
Ooh, big hint right here. We'll be getting a very similar email very soon. Keep this in mind.
An odd choice for your daughter, who normally communicates via thick, wordy, grammatically pristine paragraphs. You're still new to this whole internet thing, so you don't think much of it and click the link. Would you like to experience true tranquility, true peace?
And of course the biker becomes one with the tentacles. The last one is the Lonely Shaman. Like I said, this is based off of Gus from Gus's Temple of Serenity, a character we've only grazed past. We will more thoroughly meet him soon. This interactive story will actually give us some insight that we may have otherwise missed from his page, so it's good we're stopping here first.
You tell people that your divorce was the best thing to ever happen to you. It wasn't. You're alone. So alone. Your kids hate those weekend trips to the flea market. They're sick of sitting in a fold-up chair for 6 hours while you peddle your dream catchers and crystals and psychedelic t-shirts. It's the only time you have with them, but you have to pay rent, somehow.
So he's divorced with shared custody. Grim. Now this next part is very cool.
You're refreshing your email inbox, waiting anxiously for her next message. When you two started talking, it was business. She's a psychic, and you needed guidance. It's something different now. There's a deeper connection. Your spirits are intertwined. You still pay her fees, but you do it because you care for her.
Tim has somehow picked up on a crush that Gus has on a psychic on Hypnospace. At this point of the game, this is very subtle and won't culminate until later dates. The fact that Tim is able to pick up on this, to me, reveals he's a very keen and socially in tune kid, which contrasts his misanthropic exterior he puts on.
A new message appears. It's not her. It's from an unknown sender and contains a link to something called True Tranquility. Would you like to experience true companionship? To know what it's like to be loved?
And so that concludes the 4 parasites of Hypnospace. Something tells me this little blurb about encountering true tranquility ourselves and it being a force of guidance is a major hint, so we'll keep this creative work in mind. Well done, Tim. Now, back to the kayfabe. I'll get you, you little shit! Real quick, going back to Tiff's page, let's see what she has to say about Tim's scary debut.
That was so cool. Now, for some other news. We're collaborating on a scary that we're going to make together. I'm going to write it, and Tim will do the art, sound effects, and music. It should be done in 2 to 3 more weeks.
Nice, a Hypnospace collab. Ooh, one thing of note here. In Tiff's Easy to Miss About section, we can read a couple of things. Number 1, she's not dating, a minor detail that may give insight to later happenings, and more concerningly, 2, she has epilepsy, having suffered from her last seizure many years ago. Now, I'm not a neurologist, but I can't help but feel that this should be a major contraindication or risk factor when it comes to Hypnospace use, given that images are being beamed into our brains. Aside from her having deleted her past scaries due to her thinking they weren't very good, and a shout out to Linda of Linda's Horror page, I think we've seen enough. Godspeed, Tiffany. And now we have Grayson's page. I'll just let my on-the-fly commentary do the talking.
Okay. Grayson Parker status.
What's up, guys?
14 years old, so he's probably actually 14.
This is the most popular Hypnospace page. I can draw every car or motorcycle for $1. If you go to Lake Wales High School and can give me $1, I will draw a car or motorcycle for you. I can draw also a few characters from cartoons. Thanks. It helps a lot.
He's got to pay his bills. This is my favorite part. Oh, this is cute.
This is probably fake, but just in case.
Do not ignore. If you don't repost this, Teresa the demonic
Dal
will visit you tonight.
If we look very closely on one of the frames of this haunted doll gif, we can see the calling card of Minx. Again, we have an occurrence of Minx and its link to internet hoaxes. This one being a sort of creepy doll chain image.
This is my favorite part of Grayson's page.
I like this music.
And it just links back to this. He just really likes DJ Cool Beat. Like, it's just so funny. I don't know. I can't explain why that tickles me. I get it. I get it.
Moving on, we've got Jessica White's page.
Her username is I_love_Zane. Laugh out loud.
Hi, I'm Jessica. You can call me Jessie. This page is mostly about my BF, Zane. Did Zane get a sunburn, or is he always this hot?
This Jessica seems to be very infatuated with Zane. If you recall, Zane is the prime suspect of harassment violations in our current case. When we look at her citizen data, we see that Pittsburgh is misspelled. And if we take note of her headband ID, ending in 70A, we can suss out that Zane has the same exact headband ID. We are seeing the I have a GF but she goes to another school meme in real life. How funny. And also invasive that we can even figure that out. Moseying on over, we have Jennifer the Nerdy Chick's page. I'm still very suspicious about this MO of faking girlfriends. We can see that Jennifer the Nerdy Chick is taken by another Hypnospace citizen, Corey. She has these very cheesy instrument, pizza, and math-related jokes, a pattern we'll see emerge on Corey's page. Oh, and forgetting this petty expose of fake relationships, we have a substantial violation. Somebody has started a Zane Sucks Club badge, depicting him getting his teeth knocked out. Damn kids. Clicking on over, we see that the page has been started by Corey, Jennifer's supposed boyfriend. First, I banhammer the first fast-moving Zane Sucks text elements.
Let's face it, Zane sucks. He's probably ugly in real life, so he has to go online and be an asshole to everybody. His mom probably drives him to school. What a mother-flippin' little moron.
We're gonna have to bleep that out.
And then I ban the rest of the violation. Not good, Corey. You gotta get a handle on this anger. With 12 violation points, I hold off on flagging him for now. I gotta sleep on this. Dang kids. While we're at it, let's see if my suspicions about Jennifer also being a fake SO has some teeth to it.
Of course. We got 2 dudes faking their girlfriends.
I'm not mad. I'm just disappointed. By the way, pizza dance. After Pizza Dance, the next page is Randy's Dino World, a very adorably horrible page.
My mom put my age wrong.
Again, we have a kid's age defaulting up to 13, when in reality,
I am 8 years old in 3rd grade.
Well, here's what's interesting. He says right here,
dinosaurs rule.
Can't argue with that. That's a very reasonable appraisal.
This is the fastest dinosaur in the whole world.
Don't look that fast. He's not going anywhere.
These are the cavemen.
He's using the template art, and that's the caveman. This is something, you know, you do as kids. Like, you just came up with your lore. You know, you came up with lore.
It's Pizza Dancesaurus.
He has the buttons that would be page links, and that he's just using that as like a list of his favorite dinosaurs. Am I just tripping? But that's just so real. It's so real. Anyways.
We take a peek at Rebruth Pin's page. It's particularly wordy, so I'll just summarize. Rebecca is excited to have finally been let on to Hypnospace, in awe of the fact that she's interacting with the world through her sleep. She's in the 10th grade and a pastor's kid. Some of her favorite hobbies are playing piano in the praise band and playing squishers. She has a funny little pun on the Grace Peak soda catchphrase, gotta drink it right, but religiously themed as Praise Peak, gotta praise him right, which is very clever. Something else of note, Rebecca has a concerned blurb inquiring as to whether or not the rumors are true that Squishers is satanic. She hopes not because she likes the game. Hopefully her pastor father doesn't catch on to this rumor. Another hobby she has is drawing. We'll see her enter a Squishers fan art competition at a later date. Now this next page is called Squishers World, but is an unofficial fan page made by what seems to be a tech-savvy toddler.
Squishers World by SquishKid2000.
Squishers are really cool. I am a Squishers champion.
I will say, despite this page being very messy, I am impressed with her use of the spinning effect on her Squisher persona. Very cool. She also has her Squishers Champion badge on her page. Currently, we're having fact checkers confirm whether or not this is a legitimate accolade.
I collected all Squishers, but not 4 Sparklies. Sparklies are hard to get because they almost never in Squisher packs. If you have a Sparkly, send me a message and I trade with you.
And you know, there's something funny about this kid, like, not having the thought to label this as an unofficial fan page. This just reminds me of the stuff we would do as a kid, coming up with our own canons and additions to our interests as if they were for real. I don't know, it's a very specific thing, and it's just great. Whether it was Jay Tholen or somebody else, whoever designed a lot of these pages knew exactly what they were doing. Now let's read through the main, actual, official Squishers page.
You gotta collect them all, Squishers. The Squisher story. After an intergalactic war in a distant galaxy, the Squisherians preserved the wildlife on their now destroyed planet by sending them to Earth in squish capsules. It's now the job of a special group of heroic Earth teens to collect and preserve these rare, powerful creatures. Are you up to the task?
There's a blurb at the bottom about the Hypnospace Squishers quest, and while the Squishers above the dotted line are not up for grabs, this one tucked to the left is. And it's our last one. Going back to the Squishers Quest main page, we can see our complete set and get an email of our final reward. A crummy commercial? Son of a bitch!
Here's a list of Squishers, numbers 1 through 24. Ask your mom or dad to buy the game and discover even more. 0023 is a robot. Arcoslops an untamed beast. Barfly buzzes, Bleals an eel, and Dreadnought's undeceased. Guard Blue is made of trash, and Glow Poly is digital 3D. Glow Yo is a small fry, goose to ghost guy. His slime hangs in the trees.
His slime hangs in the trees, huh? Like the tree of forbidden fruit? Like Genesis? Illuminati confirmed? No, in all seriousness, while this is a fun treat, I'd rather we get back to our exploration. As far as I know, aside from his slime and this giraffe squisher coming up later in some Satanic Panic sidebars, there's nothing of note here. The next page is Corey's house. We've nailed his account with 12 violation points because of his Zane Sucks page, and scrolling down we can add a few more. Here's his status.
Corey Paul Henderson status. Hey guys, tell me what my problem is. With a smiley face. What does that mean? What does that mean?
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe he's just a sort of lonely nerd and just wondering aloud what's wrong with him or what his problem is. Not sure though. Corey is a junior in high school that plays the tuba and saxophone. His old account used to be Give Me Pizza 2, now it's That Brassy Kid. He's a big fan of Pizza Dance and has a joke page that's similar to his fake girlfriend's joke page. Ooh, I missed something here. There's a mirror to a sound effects pack. If you remember, Steve Guy's sound effects page was depreciated due to NetSettler obsolescence. So this is a secret way of getting your hands on the sound effect theme. Don't worry, even though I miss it here, we'll get it soon enough through the direct natural way once we obtain HypnoCure Pro. Remember, that's how we'll be able to read those depreciated pages. Still though, this is a wonderful example of sort of inadvertent archivism preserving otherwise obsolete or inaccessible media. Of course, through the art of mirroring a download. Very fun. Here's a sweet blurb about this picture of him at band practice.
Want to see what I look like? I like this pic because I made this face so my friend Derek hit a wrong note and it looks so goofy. Someday I need to get my own digital camera though, so I can get a different pic uploaded. Pretty funny though, right?
That's sweet. What a goofball. While I hope he grows out of his awkwardness, not taking yourself too seriously is a quality that's very rare these days. Good on you, Corey. I'll be rooting for you on the Enforcer sidelines. Don't let me down. At the bottom of the page is diary entries. The first one, much like his status, perplexes me.
I have a GF, but what's your criteria for a BF/GF, if any? Put anything, music taste, look, religion, whatever. If you must, you can even message me something like, his name would have to be Zane, shrug.
Okay, I think I get it. He's having confidence issues and is sort of pre-rejecting himself, I guess. Apparently this Zane paints himself as a real heartthrob and Corey is buying it. It would explain why he felt the need to fake his girlfriend. Speaking of which, he has a little diary entry a month before about how he met his girlfriend, and in August he posts this sort of, oh gosh, that's cringy, copy-paste survey about various romantic experiences he has. It's cringy because I remember stuff like this very vividly. Of course, none of which he's checked off. Listen, in many ways, I was this kid when I was in junior high and freshman year. It's tough being a chubby, nerdy guy. But of course, there's more to life than romance, especially at that age. If only we realized that when we were kids. Sad stuff. But we all go through it. Godspeed, Corey. The next page is, oh great, Timageddon.
Timageddon, fear me.
Now when I first played this game, his page was so frustrating. It automatically scrolls around to the beat of Dylan Merchant's song, Booze and Ice Cream. And you just have various slides of Tim's shit-eating grin. Or what is that, a book? You think that makes you smart?
You can't even scroll up, you piece of shit. And then so, Timageddon, son of a, shit. Oh, here we go, okay. I See You is his name. He's 999 years old. His location, your computer. His headband ID is 0099288A. You fuck, what happened? Oh, you motherfucker, I hate him. I hate him so much.
Okay, let me pump the brakes on the anti-Tim shtick for a moment and show you some cool things hidden on his page. First, I'll jot down his headband ID. That will be important.
Hello, pig.
Okay, so we can access the Digital Parasites page from here, but there's also a little caption that we can click on if we time it properly that takes us to this cool secret page.
You probably don't belong here. If you require entertainment, read the sad tales of the Digital Parasites. We already have. Who will watch the Watchmen? Only those with true sight may enter.
The caption says we need true sight. I recall Terry referring to that sandwich encrypted file as Terry's Scary Eye. I think that is what we'll need. To refresh ourselves on sandwich encryption, let's take a second look at Gearhead Greg's page on the matter. He mentions the seemingly unrelated Virtual Pets app in his article on sandwich encryption. Oh, hold on. Speaking of needing true sight, and the encrypted file being labeled 3Y3 or I, didn't we also see a strange I in Mr. Mystery's HypnoS stasher or hider? Let's double check.
So, in reality, if they were thinking right, they should have called it the HypnoS Stasher.
Yes.
Or the HypnoS Hider.
Wait, yes.
Its
yes.
main purpose is to hide things. So, this is the launcher. If you never used it.
Right there. Is that I, right?
This is our hint that somehow the means to decrypt these files is within the Virtual Pets software. Now, I'll admit, this is a contrived discovery. However, in our next shift, we'll get a much more explicit wink wink nod nod towards this feature from Roddy Wall, the developer himself. So, for the sake of exploration, let's decrypt this sandwich file. And anyways, this will be a good opportunity to explore a bit of the cute features of Virtual Pets while we are here. We also buy the Tree of Life, which grows food for us passively. Not worth it in this playthrough, but still it's a fun decoration for our desktop. Installing April, she immediately takes a steaming dump on our desktop. Oh, I can't be mad. She's a little angel hamster. She by far has the cutest petting animation. We can take the cyber turd and cyber fertilize the Tree of Life to speed up its growth speed. And we can use the pet house icon to track April's health and happiness, as well as purchase food for 4 Hypnocoin each. I remember that the virtual pets tip page said that it was inadvisable to feed pets icons. Let's put that to the test. She just passes it through her cyber bowels, no harm done. Now, one of the sad truths of this cute app is that leaving the pet alone for extended periods of time will cause them to die of starvation or sadness. From my experience, too much time passes between our various shifts or acts of this game that pets are just doomed to die on return. So let's send April back into the wild. She served her purpose for us.
Bye-bye, April.
Now, this all-seeing eye doesn't really do much on its own, but Terry says it makes things underneath come to life in a scary way. Well, if we take this all-seeing eye app and place it above those strange red lines on Tim's hidden page, we see this.
Enter the fleshy domain of Timageddon. Click to enter. Sweet.
Ah, so you found our humble home. It is I, son of Tim. Tim is out planning the apocalypse at the moment, but if you'd leave your name, number, and a brief message, he'd gladly return your call.
In hell.
Cool page. Oh my gosh, we are skipping ahead. All right, let's not do anything else here. We are skipping ahead very hard.
It's okay, actually. I was being hyper scrupulous here. We can click on this Minx link and we won't be able to get very far in anyways, so we aren't really skipping ahead that much. Remember, Minx has some sort of linking to those haunted doll gifts and the T-Nub scare. If this pattern persists, maybe even the beef brain panic. The misanthropic Tim describes Mink as the only good community on Hypnospace, so they likely match his cynical vibe.
We click on this link, we see Minx go away. If you can't figure out how to access the login link below, you definitely don't belong here. If you want an account, talk to one of us. All decisions are made by committee. I know we can't actually do that because we don't have access to chit chat. Let's go ahead and pull up All Seeing Eye. We can see right here, enter Minx here. And then troubleshooting. Wow, Minx looks all messed up. I can't read it. Answer, don't worry about it. You'll never afford the software anyway.
This is referring to HypnoCure fixing the glitched text. It seems that once we do get a password to gain access to the Minx page, it will still be jumbled up like all NetSettler pages.
Oh, beautiful. We actually can't even access it anyways. Okay, so we need a password to input. Okay.
Trying to enter Minx, we are hit with a prompt for a password. We don't have one yet. I don't try it here, but Falcon123 does not work, the one that we read on Adrian's status earlier. That's for a mystery far later in our journey.
But regardless, even if we had access to the Minx internal page, we wouldn't be able to read it because it's running on NetSettler coding, so we would need HypnoCure Pro to read it. Go ahead and, Chris from the future on the green screen, have we already gotten that information alluded to?
I think so. I believe we read that in a status on one of those depreciated NetSettler pages. I don't remember which one, though.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Now let's get back to our regular programming. I stamped this secret page, and so concludes our scouring of Timageddon's shenanigans. Now, let's finally check out our prime suspect, Zane Lofton of Zane Rocks 14.
Let's finally go to Zane Rocks 14. It's me, Zane, the undisputed king of Teentopia.
Say what you want about Zane, but the kid's got taste. The song playing on Zane's page is by Seepage, called Nothing Left for Me. As much of an absolute banger this song is, there is one more that's even more iconic. This kind of music takes me back in the strangest of ways. Huge props to Jay Tholen and Queen Jazz for this absolute time capsule that is this song. You got the whiny singing, crunchy guitars, and mumbly cyber rap where this guy's saying something like, down with the system, the system, the system. All in and all, down with the system, the system, the system. Bill Aldrin really hit the nail on the head when he said that seepage may be considered tween pabulum now, but it will carry on into the future to survive as something special. So many bands from my childhood are like that. And you want to know the craziest part about this? The absolute hypocrisy of my nostalgia? If I heard this song back in junior high, I would have thought it sucked. A perfect example of this is Blink-182. I talked the maddest shit about them back in the day. I made fun of their nasally voices, the way they pronounced words like voice inside my head. But now when I listen to them, I get it. I understand the appeal now. Maybe because that time is now officially gone. It's weird though. It's not that the song itself is just purely this empty vehicle for nostalgia. If that were the case, then my favorite music from my childhood, from that era of my life, like The Offspring or MSI, would do the same. But it doesn't. There's something about certain songs, certain bands and genres, like Blink-182 or in this fictional case, Seepage, that encapsulates this overall haze of an era. Just specific enough, but unspecific enough, to call to mind the everything of that long-lost era. So to the youngsters out there watching this video, mark my words, the things you may consider slop now will be looked back upon with the most indescribable fondness. I can see it now, decades from now, you're on your rocking chair.
Margaret, do you remember that Pyrocynical video? The one about the pink sauce lady? I remember that situation being crazy. I recall the situation being insane.
While we're here, let's go ahead and chart out Seepage. While they won't be associated with any particular fictional genre, might as well give them their due. Now, back to Zane. Zane starts his page off by mentioning a secret unlisted page that he has in Teentopia. This is likely the site of his harassment violations. He calls Seepage the best band in the flippin' world and shouts out his own comics. We'll read those soon. Looking at the cover art for Seepage, we can see they have a sort of Slipknot-y, Hollywood undead-y vibe to them. Zane is 15 in the 10th grade. His favorite music is Seepage, Curdle, and Psycho Syndicate. His favorite movie is The Techno Wizard, and his favorite games are Cataclysm and Squishers. Again, this world's version of Doom and Pokemon, respectively. His hobbies are quite interesting. He's a pretty refined youngster. He writes and illustrates his own comics and is even into programming. Now, it could be that he just likes to LARP as a hacker, but certain canonical events beyond this game indicate that he at least is interested in programming. Ooh, and here's our first break in the case. He shouts out The Dumpster, apparently having won an award from them. He calls The Dumpster the most hilarious page on Hypnospace, and has accepted the Chaos Award, believing that the cool, cynical adults over at The Dumpster find him funny. Before we set out and solve this case, let's appreciate Zane's comic. And, ooh, wow, not bad actually.
Big Z Studios. Comics? You mean comics, buddy? Not your daddy's comics. Read it now, the first issue of Slayers X. Issue 1, October 1999, $1.
The first panel is of Zane and lead singer of Seepage, Mikey Psyche, shooting guns and firing green lasers at a scary demon, when suddenly,
get up and go to school. Dude, why do you sound like my mom? Oh. Well, this sucks.
He's woken up from a dream and his mother sends him off to school.
I must kill Zane before he taps into his secret powers. Next time on Slayers X. Those dreams you've had, they're all real. The demons, the green energy, your secret powers and double pistols. All of it is real. We need your help, Zane. Whoa!
I was hoping for something more than a prologue, but hey, I like the art. Hopefully after Zane feels the punitive justice of our banhammer, he'll get his act together and make something of this apparent creativity. Now, let's go follow that dumpster lead. We can find it by searching it up or just simply by finding the link on Connie's Connections like we did earlier. Entering the dumpster, it looks like there's a backlog of articles that we can read. Let's go ahead and start there.
World's Worst HSM Showdown.
The earliest article is on October 19th. Evidently, the dumpster is appraising the worst music that the Hypnospace community has to offer.
HSM is Merchant Soft's proprietary sample-based music format. It was designed by non-musicians to save bandwidth by triggering samples that come pre-installed with HypnoS. HSMs can only be made using Hypnospace Tune Sequencer, a free software package for Flamingo OS. The accessibility of this software has resulted in a plague of unlistenable trash music from amateur composers the world over. Please put your ears together for the worst HSM showdown. PizzaDance.HSM. The latest inexplicable craze to hit Teentopia. PizzaDance.HSM is annoying, but we're not sure if it's eligible to win simply because most people know it's an awful song. Its popularity is a direct result of its coupling with a dancing pizza animation. With no credited composer, we're going to chalk this one up to being a marketing ploy and leave it alone. Cold Snap Xmas Medley. Now I'm taking this one very personally because this might be
downloading Cold Snap
my favorite. This might actually be my favorite track in the whole game. Cool punk. Once an underground music genre / art movement, now a hollow fad among Philosophy 101 students. This song is an attempt at a danceable Christmas medley by a person who, as far as we can tell, doesn't actually know how to write music. It contains plenty of Chowder Man from the Gray's Peak jingle, Cool Punk Kids Are Bonkers Over, and ho 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 samples. But the music on offer is so bad. I tend to disagree, Dumpster.
So that's what all the fuss is about? The Dumpster just writes mean things on the internet? Well, some people take this stuff very seriously. Many times we've seen internet personalities and creators fall into the trap of considering any kind of criticism or even friction as full-blown harassment. In some cases using legal, copyright, or terms of services as a means of silencing their haters. And I gotta say, as this channel grows, one thing I hope to God never happens is that my ego grows to the point where I begin to act like that. But I'm happy to say, I enjoy reading all of your comments, even the mean and critical ones. I mean, my philosophy has always been like, if someone's being a hater, they're just giving you free advice.
And we got Gil Cybercog Circus. I forgot which this one sounds like. Cybercock, you said? Hippie? Excuse me? Baby's first FL Studio song. This HSM sounds like the result of a Give a Monkey Hypnospace Tune Sequencer experiment. This whole feature could have easily been only songs made by Gil, but we're cutting the fellow a break since he's at least honest about his lack of musical ability. Doesn't stop him from pumping out tracks like Cybercog Circus though. It's almost charming.
The next article is on Halloween in Hypnospace, written on October 26th.
Halloween is in a few days. Hypnospace citizens have decked their pages out with a broad assortment of horrifying imagery, such as skeleton playing guitar, skeleton laughing, skeleton riding a motorcycle, skeleton just kind of standing there, skeleton hand pointing, skeleton tipping a cowboy hat. We were just about to do the predictable thing and list Halloween-themed pages from 70-year-olds who can't quite figure things out. That was until we came across this. Let's have a closer look at that fellow on the right, shall we? That's the left, you butthole. Why do I exist? This affront to Gaia, dear readers, is a Halloween offering from Good Time Valley's own Celtic warlock, Arlan_Fur Obi. While not torturing his neighbors with marathon bagpipe practice sessions, Arlan creates 3D art and shares it with his fellow Good Time citizens pro bono. Now, we'd consider that admirable if it wasn't also inflicting irreversible psychological trauma in the process. Update. Arlan found our article, had a personal meltdown, and removed his Halloween page. Don't take these things so hard, Arlan. We're just pulling your hairy Celtic leg. We've uploaded Arlan's glorious desktop wallpaper in the name of digital preservation.
Downloading Arlan Halloween.
You know what? These guys legit have no taste. Because this is... I like it. These guys have no taste. Dumpies.
So Arlan freaked out and couldn't handle this little trolling campaign. Interesting enough, this isn't something we can mark for harassment. What a chain of events. We have the dumpster trolling Arlan's wallpaper and Arlan self-censors it, wanting it to be forgotten, damnatio memori. However, as a countermeasure, the dumpster hosts Arlan's deleted wallpaper, archiving it for further humiliation. I think this is when the debate starts. Specifically when talking about interactions between adults and nobody's being harassed or directly screwed with IRL, most reasonable people don't have a problem with meanness or criticism alone. But what happens when it goes too far? Or really, in this case, the target of the friction overreacts. That's where people start to debate. Should platforms get involved? Ban and censor the offending parties? The other side of the argument, I imagine the dumpster, would say, just don't feed the trolls. Words on the internet, mean words on the internet, shouldn't warrant any extra escalation like censorship, self-inflicted or punitive. And while showing my hand here, I do agree with that sentiment, still, it feels kind of heartless just to tell Arlen to suck it up. We've got a whole world of different kinds of people, different kinds of brains. It's kind of silly to expect every single person to react stoically to meanness. Sometimes things just strike a nerve. Ignoring the punitive side of the argument regarding censorship and all that stuff, I think we should all remember that human interaction isn't always going to involve bonding. We aren't a unified hive mind. Sometimes you're going to face friction. It happens all the time. I shout at you, you shout back, I say a couple of mean words, have a meltdown, and you laugh at my meltdown. Okay, yeah, that would suck to go through that, but that's just how social interaction works sometimes. For that reason, while I believe many of you would want the internet to be as lovey-dovey as possible based on the kindness you've all shown me, I'd advise caution against advocating for or pushing for an internet or your own community to be so hyper-sanitized. And of course, feel free to disagree with me, but to me, what makes the internet so beautiful is how it reflects perfectly that unfettered human social landscape. And so when you remove negativity from it, you remove that much humanity from it. Again, we're just talking about perfectly legal shit-flinging and name-calling between adults. I'll admit I'm a lot more censorious when it comes to kids being involved. Sometimes from other kids, but especially from adults. If that makes me a hypocrite, then so be it. I'm not asking you to agree with me. Just consider my words.
And now taking us to the 1999 Dumpies. November. It's been 1 year since Hypnospace started. Let's come together to honor the invaluable contributions that Hypnospace and its talented citizens have unleashed upon humanity over the last 12 months. The 1999 Dumpies Template Abuse Prize. And the reward for most heinous abuse of a Hypnospace template goes to your Bud Reggie 55 of The Cafe. It should surprise no one that Hypnospace's off-load bubblegum template lies at the heart of this oddly adorable atrocity of a page. Hey, Reggie, level with us, man. What were you thinking here? At least bump that placeholder graphic down a few pixels so your 3 visitors can actually read about your wife or whoever. And now, the 1999 Dumpies Chaos Reward. The 1999 Chaos Award goes to Zane Rocks 14 of Teentopia. Now, Zane is only 15 years old, but we've made an exception to our usual over 18 rule because his page, Got Game or Way Lame, is an exceptionally juvenile, cruel, testosterone-fueled work of art. Click the pic to visit. No doubt inspired by the work we do here at the dumpster, Zane mercilessly harangues his Teentopia peers through a series of mock interviews, accented by cartoons that he draws himself. While we don't approve of his brutal approach, we can't help but be charmed by how frequently his page works as self-parody. We know he's just a kid, but Zane's weapons-grade contempt for humanity wins him this year's Chaos Award. Way to go, Zane. Please enjoy this custom award badge created just for you in a style you'll appreciate.
Got game or way lame, huh? I think we're getting close.
Got game or way lame? This is the Hypnospace page that dares to ask the question, are you way lame or got game? Choose your episode. Episode 1, Seepage. Wow, this is truly an honor to have Mikey Psyche, the lead singer of the amazing band Seepage, here with us today. Let us see if they got game or are way lame. Seepage. Hi, Mikey. Thanks for coming on the show, even though you are so famous and friggin' awesome. No problem, Zane. This is the kind of sarcastic humor that me and the band love. We just eat this shit up, motherfucker. I had a feeling this was the case. To be honest, this is not even fair. I don't think there's a chance in hell that you are lame. We're gonna have to bleep that out. Any last words before the verdict? Let's rock this shit. You heard the man. Let's hear the results. Drum roll. And the voters decided Seepage has got game. No real surprise here. Grins. And you just got a Seepage picture. This is a secret page. Do not link in normal Hypnospace. Seepage, if you see this, send me a message. I mean, it goes hard. It's a pity he's kind of a dick. Episode 2, Corey. Ew. This month on Got Game or Way Lame, that brassy kid, aka Corey, his name used to be Give Me Pizza Too because he's quite the big boy and has uncontrollable food urges. We caught up with him for an interview. Run on sentences, buddy. Hi, Corey. As you know, this is a game show where we see if you are lame or not. How's it going? Duh, I don't know. I'm just being fat and popping my pimples on girls. Why don't they like me? Dude, that's gross. Look at me, I can play saxophone and eat a hot dog at the same time. So hungry. Oh no, I spilled ketchup on my stretched out shirt. Seriously, I think I'm gonna hurl. Good thing there's a toilet here. I hurl into the toilet. I lean away from the mic to hurl into the toilet. No, why are you puking? Oh, God. No, okay, come on, dude. Seriously? Fuck off, Zane.
Oh, that's his mother you're talking about.
You can scroll all the way down. I thought I warned you about scrolling down my page, asshole. Kicks you in the nards, especially if you are Corey. Ooh, okay, gotcha. This isn't easy to miss. One, let's go ahead and just fucking play into this dude.
Important message received from dispatch.
Zane Lofton status. Whoever ratted out my secret page, watch out. I know who you are, and I'm flipping out right now. 20 violations. Sorry, Zane.
Whew. Now, after hammering out all the violations on Zane's Got Game or Way Lame page, we flag both Zane and Corey and turn in our case. Now, on to our next case, extra-legal commerce. What does this entail?
Hello, Enforcer. This is a notice that the Kappa Cash payment system is considered extra-legal commerce. Please look through all assigned zones for at least 4, possibly more, possible violations and utilize your enforcement tool to remove and report them. An image depicting the Kappa Cash payment system is attached to this message. We have added open-eyed to your assigned zone list.
Gotcha. What I do find funny about this case is that we aren't necessarily fighting wiring scams or fraudulent payment systems. For all we know, Kappa Cash is a legit app for payment processing. The gripe that Merchantsoft has is that they aren't getting their cut, and that their Hypno shitcoin is undermined by Kappa Cash. So, with this new case, we now have access to a new zone, open-eyed.
If you're not pissed off, you're not paying attention. Free thinkers only. Keep an open mind and open eyes. Open-eyed. Interested in esoteric spirituality, alternative medicine, and deep truths? Open-eyed is for you. This is a non-judgmental zone for all free thinkers.
So a sort of hodgepodge of New Age philosophy, conspiracy theory, and a sort of splash of cryptozoological enthusiasm. Enthusiasm. Merchantsoft so does like grouping things together. The first page is Lookout Ministries. Lookout Ministries is a non-denominational ministry, described not as Christian but as simply Bible-believing. It's headed by a teacher and self-described prophet, Todd Hall, the author of this page. His path to redemption was started when the Holy Spirit saved him from the brink of death at 17 from a drug overdose. While I will raise an eyebrow at self-described prophets, I'm still glad that Mr. Hall is still here with us. God bless, Brother Todd. And here's this funny little blurb.
Angels in the Bible do not look like cute little girls with little instruments and flowers. This is a lie from you-know-who.
Now, as a professional lapsed Catholic, I feel called out. This page is great. While most of my early memories of the internet are made of Angel Fire fan sites of my favorite games, oddly fun browser-based games sponsored by snack and cereal companies, and Gaia Online, I don't remember ever coming across end times evangelizing pages, but just from the familiarity this page oozes, I'm sure some of my older viewers remember stuff like this. And what a time to evangelize, given that Y2K is just around the corner. Here's a funny blurb page owner Todd Hall has to say about this zone he's listed in.
Notice, Lookout Ministries did not choose to be a part of the open-eyed zone and has kindly requested that our page will be located to Good Time Valley. I will not remake the whole thing. We do not agree with the things they allow in here.
Could it be that he was shuffled in here by mistake, or did he mistakenly set his zone to open-eyed? It does seem dumb that he can't just move his page. After all, if Merchantsoft was able to merge pages into a singular zone, why couldn't they piecemeal process requests to move zones? Now, aside from a sweet page where there's instructions on how the reader can accept Jesus into their heart, What I really want to zero in on is this little conspiracy theory that Lookout Ministry has called the Squisher's Deception. There's this funny bit about the wolf squisher.
The Squisher's Deception. The wolf of squishers. The Bible warns about wolves many times.
I find that pretty amusing. This idea that symbols of caution are all automatically satanic. And then there's this commentary on his slime.
How much more convincing do you need? A serpent for kids to play with? If you need more evidence, let's look at its eye for a moment. The snake's eye is very clearly drawn to look like the Egyptian third eye. This eye supposedly grants its viewers sight that transcends good and evil, meaning that this snake is teaching our kids that good and evil do not exist. Who else tried to erase good and evil? I'll give you a hint. Satan did, in the garden, in his serpent form.
Now, there's a lot wrong with this appraisal. First, the Eye of Horus, at least from my cursory look, is meant to signify Horus's fight against Set, where he loses his eye, but then it regenerates. So historians believe that this symbol was used to signify healing. It has nothing to do with amoralism, which, I will admit, is a tenet of certain sects of Satanism. And to be fair to Mr. Hall, Satanists do have a habit of appropriating various occult and historical symbols, if not for aesthetic or mystical reasons, at the very least to trigger the God-botherers. But is Squishers truly being run by a Levian that likes to troll the religious? Well, if you remember, his slime's Eye of Horus design was removed and made into something less offensive. Could this just have been innocuous game design, inspired from world history, censored by mob-driven outrage? Or was the Hypnospace equivalent of Pokemon exposed as an agent of Shaitan? An agent of Shaman Shaitan? We'll be revisiting this Eye of Horus much later in the game. Also, there's one more bit of evidence that Lookout Ministry provides.
And we're not through yet. Let's take a closer look at this popular giraffe squisher. There's no way this funny-looking creature can carry a hidden message, can it? I'll let you see for yourselves.
I mean, maybe. But a star inside of a circle is kind of a basic symbol. Sonic bounces on springs with circles and stars on them. Still though, there may be some strange bit of nuance to this mystery. I feel like I've already spent way too much time here. Let me finish off with this bit at the bottom because it does tie in well with the themes we'll be working with throughout this game.
That's right, pentagrammic markings right on your kids' toys. How did this happen? Well, when a generation grows up without the Lord, well, what do you expect?
The rest of this goes into how recreation, like pageants and plays, are somehow leading to people forgetting about God, that this rebellious generation exists uniquely because we have been exceptionally astray. So let's take inventory. You've got a rebellious youth, aspects of your culture that aren't tied to or are even in opposition to a life of grace, sources of temptation, people falling out of faith, ignoring the fact that people also come back. This isn't end times, Brother Todd. This is just times. It's easy for me from my future perspective to just simply point at patterns and say, oh yeah, this is just business as usual. But there really was a cultural miasma permeating the culture pre-Y2K, at least in America. This is another example of that hard to describe feeling of end times approaching. How do you like my mushroom clouds? Now for something with a little bit more levity. We've got the magic orb.
Does Tamara Frost have a crush on me? Shit!
Simple enough. Next up is Gus's Temple of Serenity. Now this is a treat.
Gus Parker status. Do not dwell in the past. Do not dream of the future. Concentrate the mind on the present moment. Gus's Temple of Serenity.
A great piece of advice, but especially apt given some of the themes that we've been working with.
The temple offers people of all faiths and creeds a virtual place of their own to experience true peace. Come and meditate with us, or just enjoy the wondrous sights and sounds before you. Serenity Tower is the main attraction. Go there to visit one of our main meditation rooms. The bazaar is where one may purchase my handcrafted digital goods. The Visits Center offers information about me and the history of the temple.
I really like that background, but I'll be sticking with my hot dog Halloween situation. Let's start by exploring the Visitor Center. Gus is a middle-aged fella who looks good for his age. His mindset is doing him a lot of favors. Good on him. He's single and looking, and we know from Timogeddon's Parasite page, Gus is divorced with shared custody. His likes are pretty boilerplate, almost seemingly like something you'd see on a dating page. As we know, there's somebody special on Hypnospace that Gus has digital eyes for. He follows omnism, the belief that all religions are beautiful in their own way. I'm curious about how long he's maintained this philosophy and lifestyle. Did this predate his divorce? Or could it be that the painful experience of the divorce and the stress of shared custody has led him to seek tranquility, seek this tower of serenity? Perhaps much like how Tamara may use poetry to self-soothe herself during her tumult, Gus is doing the same with his new age lifestyle. And I don't mean that in a reductive, shitty way. In fact, I think it's very sweet and real, just as valid as seeking that lifestyle for any other reason. Now the bazaar is sadly a bit bare with a single background called the celestial duality of music. There's something very deeply humorous about this. It's as if the chuckles are behind several layers of plexiglass. It's just funny how in the middle of this otherwise peaceful, orderly image, you have this sort of Baldur's Gate character like, Arr! Oh, maybe that's the duality Gus is talking about. And now, the Serenity Tower. Before clicking on the only open portal, we can scroll down to see two that are still under construction. We've got one that says for Sherry, evidently Gus's crush, and a mystery portal at the bottom. Each one will open up as we go through our shifts. This is one of the more dynamic aspects about these small forking paths this game has. It doesn't have many, mind you, but the few that it does have are pleasantly flavorful. Now, let's enter the top layer of the Serenity Tower, a portal taking us to the realm of the planes.
The Serenity Tower's doors do not lead to damp rooms in an old temple. They are portals that transport to realms beyond the imagination, detected only by the spirit. The realm of the planes.
We stand on a center point, starting off by facing north. We can use the compass at the bottom to switch views. Let's read through each one of these cardinal views.
We are all on a journey. There is no destination, only a beginning. A beginning you choose. Start your journey through the Serenity Temple, or simply feel free to gather strength from the positive energy here by this mailbox. Meditate and rest. You're A-OK.
Very nice, very peaceful. Although this didn't strike me as a mailbox, more like one of those binoculars that you put a quarter into. It looks like there's these train tracks leading up to a pyramid. It kind of looks like, so I was gonna have it written down, it looks like a Mayan pyramid, huh? Maybe a connection to the Mayan calendar? End of the world, maybe? Well, that's 2012, we're talking about Y2K here.
The Serenity Gazebo hosts a number of glorious creations. Dancing silver bunnies and fawns of blue rubies, rimmed with green. Transcendental masters with wisdom from days gone past. A tree of marmalade and peanut butter. You can take a picnic here, or just watch the stars beneath the gazebo's canopy. I just can't. Imagine... You're taking a yoga class. You're going to Yog's cast, and the yogi is like, there's a tree above you, and within it, cookies. You can take a picnic here, or just watch the stars beneath the gazebo's canopy go by. This spot is great for meditation, too. It's all okay with me. I'm just glad that you're here.
Oh, that caught me off guard. Thanks, Gus. This next one is oddly reminiscent of something. Sometimes there's just a strangely primordial memory unlock that you just can't even describe. That's what this is.
The garden's got a band. Cherubs of stone inlaid with marble veins play the latest hits, and neat music, and even the oldies too for folks that enjoy that. Your journey is endless, so it helps to carry that music with you, in your spirit and your ears. Chit-chat me and let me know how it's going. I'm so glad you're joining me here today. I don't know if the guy is perma-fried, or if he's really going through it.
And finally, we have something that we would see in the beginning of Black Myth Wukong.
The Golden Gargantuan, the first and greatest of the old souls. He watches over the temple, guiding and keeping the many friends inside safe. Friends like you.
All that's missing is a bunch of gnomes playing tennis with each other's heads. If you know, you know. Let's go ahead and just peek inside Professor Helper's page. If you remember, Reggie's Scam Watch mentions that Professor Helper has adware that sends you to scam pages that uses Kappa Cash. So this is definitely a page we'll need to target for our case. However, I don't want to scour his page and program just yet. If it's true that this is malware, I want my exposure to this to be as limited as possible. We'll be back. Oh, but here's something interesting. He has a proper unique headband ID, not one that ends in 000X. So this is an actual user, not a business affiliate. I'll keep this in mind for now. Ooh, wait, hold on. Is Professor Helper Tim?
Oh, wait. You piece of shit. You piece of well, okay, never mind.
No, false alarm, although their IDs are very similar. Sadly, I don't think I ever find out if there is any other Hypnospace user with Professor Helper's ID. He just seems to be a unique anonymous user. Like I said, we'll be back. The next page is quite cheeky, called Secrets Uncovered by Rod's anti-government page.
Do not scroll down my page unless you are ready to read classified info. Who has a scanner?
I see. So a page with top secret conspiracy info. Maybe something that we could use for this video's purposes.
Secrets uncovered. Do not scroll down the page unless you are ready to read the universe's biggest secrets. There's no going back. If you think you're ready to find out for yourself, keep on scrolling. Just a little bit further. Do not pass to this point unless you know you are 100% ready to see this.
Very funny. Secrets coming soon.
If anyone knows how to put pictures from your computer on the Hypnospace, let me know. I need to put my photos on my site. Technical difficulties. Check back soon. Sorry.
We'll come back at a later date then. Give him some time to scan those sensitive documents. The next page is Sherry Heals, a Hypnospace psychic for hire.
Sherry Heals.
Psychic healing and life force rejuvenation for low prices.
Huh. According to her citizen data, her name is Alda Gallo, not Sherry Claire as it says on her page. Having an online pseudonym isn't that much of a red flag though. I wonder if she's related to Pete Gallo of Pete's Love Poems.
Welcome to Sherry's healing page. Sherry has had over 30 years of spiritual and physical healing experience and has consulted with world leaders, celebrities, and everyday people like you all over the globe. Healing and love spells, demon and ghost exorcism. She takes an open, non-judgmental approach to serving her clients. If you are in need of healing, do not wait. Read exorcism client testimony here. Hello, my name is Gus Parker, and I want to testify to how amazing Sherry's services are. I had a problem with a demon knocking on my door at 2 a.m. every night. Our whole family was terrified. Sherry helped both us and the spirit find peace. Here's a picture my daughter drew of the spirit. We had a seance through chit-chat, and I immediately made contact with Sherry. It identified itself as Smolder Boulder the demon.
No, I will not go. Not until you contact me 25 more times,
it said. So, we had 25 more seances in the coming weeks, and finally, the spirit left. Not only does Sherry know how to get demons to leave your house, but she's just great to talk to. I would like to say that we're pretty good friends now. I'm so glad we met. Gus Parker.
This is either two New Age practitioners networking with one having a crush, or Sherry is fleecing Gus.
Sherry's story.
Welcome. I started my career as a psychic and healer 30 years ago, but I've been developing my abilities since the young age of 8. One day, on a visit to a department store with me ma, I fell from a balcony and became unconscious. In my dream, I saw a bright light and heard an angelic voice, and immediately upon waking, I knew I was different. Need answers? If so, then it's time to get the accurate answers you deserve. The truth from a God-gifted master psychic. I've been solving impossible cases, and have been performing miracles throughout the world for 30 plus years. I am honest and accurate, and I've yet to fail a case.
Huh, a fellow detective. Let's go ahead and check her consultation page.
If you would like a consultation, please make a small deposit of 33 HypnoCoin, and I will message you a link to my services page. This is not a scam. This is just a safety measure due to Hypnospace making unfair rules about taking money that isn't their fake HypnoCoin.
I see. While she doesn't explicitly mention Kappa Cash, she's indicating that her services can only be purchased through something other than HypnoCoin. This purchase button only being a deposit. We'll mark this page and return to it when we're ready to finish this case. For now, let's keep exploring. The next page is Steve Guy's Free Sounds. I believe we've already gone over it through its listing on Connie's Connections. Until we get our hands on HypnoCure Pro, we won't be able to unjumble his text. Now this is typically the first NetSettler depreciated page you'll come across in a normal cursory first playthrough, and so the screen glitching out can be a bit creepy when you first come across it. Now, I just realized two things. One, the reason why he's probably listed on OpenEye is because he has these healing crystals for download. Sadly, until we fix this page, we can't download them. Also, it turns out that Niels Tessarega of Lemon Demon fame is the face inside these crystals. Something that's on my bucket list is to sign up to sing Wonderwall at a karaoke bar and then sing Neil's version of it. Anyways, the next page is Tall Greens, Fact or Fiction, a cryptozoological page.
Tall Green. Fact or fiction? Everything you thought you knew about Tall Green is wrong. Or is it? About Tall Green Marv? I seen him. That's a good status.
That walking animation is so funny. So instead of little gray men, it's tall greens.
New Orleans, Louisiana, that's sick. Hell yeah. Whether you're a septic or a belly Ivor, you can't deny that there is something people have witnessed. And yes, even video recorded near Lake Rosalie. To say that they're lying would be to throw out years of evidence, testo money, and true encounters. Read on if you are ready. Video recorded sighting, 1989, Louisiana. Look very closely. Buddy, that's just me after walking off a plate of catfish étouffée. Did you catch that? Look closer. Here, maybe this will help. Buddy, that's just a video of me walking off a big basket of beignets. Any questions? I didn't think so.
Nothing much here, but we'll return every so often to see if he still continues to seen him. This next page is pretty cool. The Truth About Trennis by Aurora Stone.
Think you know Trennis? Think again. By Aurora Stone.
The music playing is by none other than Clifta, sports anthem. If you recall, this was a particularly low point in Casper's career, after having left this particular music deal with a television company that makes interstitial segment music. I don't know though, I still really like this song.
Trennis is a lie. Do you know who this man is? Of course you don't, but you should. This man, Harry Whisker Stone, is my great-great-great-great-great-great-uncle, and a real inventor of the game we know as Trennis today. The famous Trennis court design that everyone knows is a stolen bastardization of a design Whiskers made way back in the late 1800s. A group of investors saw potential in my uncle's brilliant game after watching he and his friends play on a court he made with his own two hands, leaving him with a broken heart and an empty wallet. Read on and learn about the original Trennis, the real Trennis. The original Trennis wasn't called Trennis at all, it was called tennis. It was also informally called stickle for a short time, and rather than being played on a circular court with 3 participants, it was played on a much more sensible rectangular court with 2 participants. There was no center grabber either, just the 2 people playing. Interesting, there's supposed to be a grabber in that cage? That's interesting. Who knows what could have been if the real original game tennis was allowed to flourish. If you would like to invest in restoring my uncle's brilliant game to its rightful place in culture, please contact me. We're currently interviewing interested investors.
At the very bottom, we see a shout out to Gearhead Greg for help with the page and Casper's for giving permission to use the sports anthem. What a couple of sweet fellas. I won't lie, this particular line of investigation, I'm talking the alternate reality Mandela effect stuff, has taken a sort of backseat to what I think are the more major themes of Hypnospace Outlaw. At first when I played this game I thought, oh, they just called tennis Trennis, but as you dig further you realize no, Trennis is a completely different game, and not only that, tennis does actually exist in this reality, just it's more obscure. Huh. Now that I think about it, there are a couple of instances where things in Hypnospace also exist in our world. We've got Red Strike, for example, the rapper, and you know what? Earlier when we were on Connie's Connections, there was that TV show fan page that we came across, we couldn't read it. Double Witness. There's even this concept that's explored there as well, alternate realities. So maybe there is something there that still eludes me. Maybe this is playing with the concept of how, in nostalgia, when we look back fondly on memories, it's glorified, rose-tinted, a halcyon memory. Perhaps the midway point between experiencing something and forgetting it is misremembering it. Or, just simply, this is just the theme of Hypnospace Outlaw being a sort of caricature of our reality. Just with some of the absurdities like Trennis being tuned up a little bit. And finally, we hit the bottom with Zarid, a famous Earth Haze artist. His page is an official affiliate with Merchantsoft, having the 000X ID. What's interesting is that his name is properly spelled with an accent on the second E, but it seems that Hypnospace either doesn't offer support for such characters, or, probably more likely, the means to type them in is just so cumbersome. I mean, alt codes are already a pain in the ass on a regular keyboard. Does the human brain even come with an alt key for special character codes? Now, we haven't gushed about music in a while, so let's check this song out.
Uploading 7 files.
Thanks for purchasing Celestial Reflection by Zarid, my bad. Please enjoy the album and remember that distribution over music sharing services is prohibited.
Hypno coins well spent. I store these newly purchased songs in my tune box, that sounds like a euphemism, and set out to finish this case.
Something that's very easy to overlook when first buying the Zarid album is how diverse the Earth Haze genre is. We'll get more into that when we start to do our interview segments, but this is just a quick example of Zarid's musical range.
Might as well go ahead and chart out Zarid as an Earth Haze musician. Out of all the Earth Haze tracks, I think his are my favorite. So, we need to find 4 violations of Kappa Cash usage. Professor Helper gives me the creeps, so let's start with Sherry Heels. Going back to her consultation page, we buy her HypnoCoin deposit and promptly receive HypnoMail with instructions.
Thank you for the deposit. With a 100% success rate, you are sure to find the peace you're seeking after investing in my services. Hope to communicate with you soon.
Then you can click here to jump to the Sherry's consultation price list. Bada bing.
So, she's selling 20-minute chit-chat sessions for $20, custom love spells for $20, and lighting candles for the dearly departed for $10. We take the hammer down on our Kappa Cash links, with each violation accruing a whopping 2 violation points each. Again, we're not banning her for scamming or unscrupulous practices, we're specifically banning her for monetizing her own services without Merchantsoft getting their cut. So, I flag Sherry for not kicking up to the boss, and check my mail for a direct message from the skipper himself, Dylan Merchant.
You missed one. Or more? Maybe? Also, hi, I'm Dylan. Hey, Dylan here. I noticed that Dispatch sent you the Kappa Cash thing. You've already found a few, but we're detecting Kappa Cash usage still, and don't really know where it's coming from. I mean, I could go digging and probably find it myself real quick, but that's why you're here. I mean, not that I'm being lazy either. It's just I'm working hard on a few sweet new features for the new year that will blow your socks off. Dylan. P.S. Me and an intern, our security team, are the only people running the HSPD dispatch stuff right now, so expect to hear from me every now and then.
Oh, so this team is a lot smaller than we may have initially anticipated. If I'm reading that right, there's only 3 people on duty, and one of them is the lead programmer who should be putting all his effort into preparing for the year 2000 update. Well, we follow his direction and seek the other Kappa Cash violator. We download and install Professor Helper.
Hello there, I'm Professor Helper.
I see you're installing something. Can I help out?
Yes, help me.
Ooh, gosh, this is bringing back some deep-seated memories. Downloading a sketchy Adobe Illustrator torrent, and then your computer getting totally overrun with adware, bloatware, and desktop shortcuts to adult websites. In this case, that's not what's happening exactly, still very annoying. Professor Helper simply offers to help you with basic Hypnospace functions.
Oh, what a shit show.
And then when you accept the help, he just links you to his own affiliate ads. In this case, a free cruise. This does definitely bring back some memories.
Congratulations, you won.
Now when we click on it, we're infected with this Say Hello virus, the one that waves back and forth like we're on a boat. We accept another ad from Professor Helper and ban the Kappa Cash link on the free cruise page. Now clicking on the new ad, we are taken to a cat furniture page. 4 easy payments of $30 for a carpet triangle. We ban the Kappa Cash link and get catcalled by Professor Helper, and he links us to the 3rd ad for a year 2000 survival kit. So let me get this right. This is a 1-week supply of food, which is like nothing in post-apocalyptic time, and some post-apocalyptic stocking stuffers, like a flashlight, a pocket Bible, and a guide to the end times. This is all for like $50. Now listen, if you have me thinking that the Baker buckets have more value than you, then you're really screwing up. Ban! Now, conveniently, we have a link to other Professor Helper pages. We just need one more. Now this one is more my speed, the Blood Money book, a book that contains anti-government and anti-Federal Reserve screeds, frankly for the low price of $20. The chapters are all pig-themed, which is quite humorous. Sorry, buddy. I've been told that if I ban your Kappa Cash link, any benefit that Merchantsoft gets will ultimately trickle down to me. Ban! Now we get 2 messages, one pertaining to our current case, and one to the next case. Let's just read the forwarded message from Adrian for now.
Forward. Don't flag Professor Helper's account. Dylan, we need to get rid of Kappa Cash, but Professor Helper is okay to stay. We're talking to their people to make a deal. Okay, can you please stop right now, buddy? You know what?
Professor Helper.
Let me just summarize, because at this point, the next stories, beats, emails were pouring into my inbox and I was a bit overwhelmed. Adrian reveals that he's got something worked out with the folks behind Professor Helper, that we can and should still ban the Kappa Cache violations, but not flag the page owner.
P.S. Like I said, get all the Kappa Cache off there. It's not good, but not Professor Helper. He's okay. From the desk of Adrian Merchant, Merchantsoft CEO.
So Adrian has worked out a deal with a program that objectively hinders the user experience of his product.
Look at this shit. You want this in your... You want this beamed into people's heads? And I don't even... Hold on. Is there even a way you can uninstall this? No, of course not.
This isn't even greedy. This is just full-on stupidity. Adrian is not a businessman. He's a man who's in love with scheming for the sake of it, even if it will cause his product and bottom line to suffer. I took the burden of the Hypnospace mop bucket to clean up the internet, not make it shittier and messier. I will flag Professor Helper, and Adrian can just eat my shorts. Now, of course, Merchantsoft has the final say, so this ultimately amounts to nothing except Adrian directly messaging us.
Excuse me. It never ceases to amaze me how dumb some of you can be. I told Dylan that getting random users to do HSPD would be like herding cats. He spells it hurting. And I was right. I said not to report Professor Helpers. P.S. If it was just a mistake, I apologize. Okay, what's the point of chewing me out if you're gonna fucking spit me out, butt?
Whatever, Adrian. Apology accepted. Let's cure ourselves of Professor Helper. First, my HypnoCure will remedy the Wave Hello virus, but not Professor Helper. Ooh, but before we get rid of Professor Helper, check out this funny little interaction between the professor and the all-seeing eye.
Professor Helper here. Need some help?
I see your... Get that thing away from me. Mind if I offer my services?
Now we can find the link to the uninstall page on Reginald's Good Time Scam Watch page, or we can just simply type in uninstall in the search bar. Once we find Professor Helper's uninstall page, we can pay 33 Hypno coins. But after paying, we are asked if we are sure. Not so fun fact, if you click no, you still lose the Hypno coin. But when we accept, it prompts us that Professor Helper has been mostly removed from our system. As far as I know, this is just flavor text. Functionally, Professor Helper won't be bothering us any longer. We turn in our extra legal commerce case and rear up for our next one. Now, we have a number of emails to read from. Let's start with the "You must see this" one.
Wow, this is so relaxing. Jump to the True Tranquility installation page. Well, we already know where this is going.
This seems to be a real-life version of Tim's True Tranquility virus. If you remember, in the biker's story, he receives a message supposedly from his daughter, saying, "This is so relaxing, you must see this." We'll definitely have to investigate that further. The next message is from Dylan Merchant.
Hey y'all, if you get that link to True Tranquility, do not open. It auto-installs a virus. It's coming from an account with no headband ID, so we can't track it. If you did install it, use HypnoCure to clean it out. The virus itself won't hurt your system, it's just gross. It also replaced my Hypnospace page with a weird gory picture thing. Hopefully no one saw that while it was up. We're getting the virus page taken down as soon as possible, but you enforcers might have to hunt down the nasty pics if this was sent to normal citizens, and not just Merchantsoft or HSPD. We'll send a case soon. Dylan. Oh, P.S. I may have something neat for you enforcers soon if any of you are interested in testing out a few new features.
Dylan, priorities. The shock image example we get is heavily blurred, and funnily enough, the obscured version looks a lot worse than the actual image. It's just like a human heart with googly eyes. So in this case, we just have to look for 4 pages that have been infected and overrun with this shocking visual. It sounds simple enough, but there are a lot of pages we'll have to be combing through, including the newly assigned Cool Punk Paradise. Now, it's totally possible to brute force this, but there are some cool ways we can figure out which pages are infected. And it all starts with this clearly malicious email that Dylan told us not to open. Ooh, but hold on. We've got one more email. From Deep Into the Deep, beginning his email off with a warm greeting and a backstory.
Deep into the deep. From when I was a young child, I have always dreamed of becoming a treasure hunter, an explorer of the seas. Unfortunately, my parents fell ill when I was but a child, and I was sent to a foster home. I did not receive the education needed to pilot a ship or submarine, so I have worked as a ladder store clerk for my whole life. I am not one to beg, but an opportunity from a wealthy stranger has presented itself to me. If I am able to raise 10,000 Hypno coin, the stranger will fully fund me and a team to go out on a submarine expedition this December. Please respond by November 27th by donating to my cause, or my dream will be dashed. Kindest regards, and God bless, Dimitri S. Jackson.
Now I know what you're thinking. This is clearly a scam.
Help me explore the ocean for treasure, and you will not be sorry.
And for reasons, I'd advise against giving him your 200 Hypnocoin, but giving him our Hypnocoin will open up more storylines in the periphery, so I'll disregard my gut and give him the donation. He only needs 200 Hypnocoin, and we have more than enough. Once the Hypnocoin is successfully wired through, we get this message.
My dream is helped. Thank you to the fullest of my heart.
Wowie, wow, 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 Enforcer.
Thank you, and God bless you to the maximum that it is possible in this world. I will surely share the treasure when we find it. Kindest regards, and God bless, Dimitri S. Jackson. Can someone get James Veach on this guy?
Alright, enough hypnomail. Let's first scour this newly assigned page, Cool Punk Paradise.
Cool Punk Paradise. Chill it right, or don't chill it at all. Gray's Peak Cola Company presents Cool Punk Paradise. Cool Punk Paradise is the new official sleep time hangout for cool punks everywhere. Chill it right.
Here's the thing, cool punk is a very specific subgenre of music. It seems that instead of having a general music zone, or a zone for various genres, Merchantsoft saw it fit to have just one sponsored cool punk zone where other genres and topics regarding music are allowed. Now speaking of which, the song that's playing is Chill It Right by Freezer, the first artist that started the cool punk craze. Let's give it a proper listen. So as you can hear, there are these little motifs that are considered essential in cool punk music. There's this "come on" and "chill it right" call out, and of course little jingle bells. The call outs come from an in-universe commercial for Gray's Peak Cola Company, uttered by the mascot Joe Man the Snowman. We can see him right here in the top of the Cool Punk Paradise. And the jingle bells are just there to layer in the wintry, Christmassy theme.
Even if you freeze me out with your icy heart, I'll chill it right.
Theoretically, those aspects are all you need to create a proper cool punk track. While Chill It Right is more of an electronic sounding song, you can really make any song a cool punk song so long as you have the right auditory ingredients. And one philosophical ingredient. More on that later. The first page is Cool Punk Paradise, Our Home, made by community leader XNeoICX. Nice screen name. I always have a sweet spot for like the two X's on the ends.
Chad Armstrong status. Cool punk is where it's at.
Now the community leader is part of something called the Snow Joke Collective and has a link to his own indie cool punk label, Industrious. First, let's read this October update.
October update. It is so chill of Gray's Peak Cola Company to actually listen to us. I am done with Cyberworlds. If you're not into the culture of cool punk, you might be skeptical, but to me, the Coolfest 99 announcement says it all. Gray's Peak gets it. Gray's Peak may be a big company, but it's run by people. Whoever those people are, they obviously get what cool punk is about. Not only that, but they helped get Freezer signed to Esotonic, a respected independent record label, and are even setting him up with his own concert and helped him release a single. Like, cool punk is on the radio now.
Interesting. While most genre fans poo-poo the commercialization of their community, cool punks seem to welcome it. Remember, there is a secret ingredient to cool punk. If this overt lauding of a faceless corporation is rubbing you the wrong way, don't worry, you're on the right track. It may seem that cool punk was just astroturfed by the cola company Gray's Peak, but it's a bit more nuanced than that. Stay tuned. Going to the Snow Joe Collective page, we can download a plethora of cool punk tracks for free from 3 different artists. Starting with XNeoIC's 3 tracks, Drink It Right, Gotta Gotta, and Work Through the Sunrise. He describes them as longing for that feeling of first discovering cool punk. Ooh, of course, nostalgia, wanting to experience something for the first time over again, of course. Let's first listen to Drink It Right. This Drink It Right is probably one of the most earwormy verbal fixations I picked up on from this game. You'll see it come up a couple times from my footage. Now there's a couple of really cool uses of the jingle bells and this pretty funny build-up. The next song is Gada Gada. I really like it. I don't have a proper knowledge to classify the real world genre. I know it's not drum and bass, but my best friend, we'll call him Jay, who got me into D&B back in the 8th grade, would have loved this song. And the last track, The Anomalous Working Through Sunrise. This, as far as I know, doesn't have any Joe Man callouts, but it does have vaguely ice-related sounds that bring to mind dripping icicles when the sun rises, and the crunching of fresh snow beneath your feet before your drive to work. Strangely enough, it sounds more like an upcoming genre that will be a reaction to cool punk, the fungus scene. But let's not get ahead of ourselves. The next track is a single release from Ice C, not to be confused with IC3 from my Immortality video. Rest and freeze, Sleet Prince. The track is given the descriptor "Tis the Season" and warns that there are no Joe Man callouts in the track, but it's still very much cool punk. Nice. This is also a lot like Work Through Sunrise. In this case, I feel like it's giving the visual of an icy cave. Again, also reminding me of the cavernous vibe of the upcoming fungus genre. Not bad, I see. The next tracks are by Cool Punk Cold Snap, MX Maz and X Maz Medley. Now, we've already heard the latter, a real banger. Let's check out MX Maz.
Oh, okay. Alright. No, I'm good. Alright, I get it. Yeah, I get it. It's cool punk.
What the hell was that? MX Maz? More like MX Ass. Let's cleanse our palate with this absolutely stanky beat. X Maz Medley.
Yeah, that's some good shit. Love that shit.
Good stuff. Might as well chart out the Snow Joke Collective. This particular sect of the cool punk community will go through some changes throughout our shifts on Hypnospace. Before leaving, let's hear what Cold Snap has to say about his tracks.
These are work in progress songs, but they are mostly done. If you don't like it, it's because you don't know what real cool punk is. Listen to them at least 10 times each or else you won't get it. They are musically complex songs and new cool punks just won't understand. I get Medley, I don't understand MX. I'm sorry, buddy. You're gonna have to go back on the Mary. Get the fuck out of here.
Yeah, that was pretty crap. Moving on, we've got a Freezer fan page by Freezy Chica. Now, this one's a bit wordy, so I'll summarize. Freezy Chica is 18 and from Portland. She's a real big cool punk fangirl, excited that Freezer has not only released a new single, but also revealed his identity. She rates the Chill It Right single 5 stars, and this is just so cheesy. She just has the words, "those eyes," on his album art. Again, that kind of takes me back a little bit. MySpace era type stuff. There are 2 tracks in this release. The other is Icy Girl. That's my favorite of the 2. We'll get to listen to this track soon enough.
These 2 songs are totally killer. Chill It Right and Icy Girl are so stuck in my head. I'm seeing him in concert at Coolfest 99, so I'll do a concert report later. Meet me there? 5 out of 5 stars. Perfect. P.S. If you heard his older music and thought it was weird, definitely give his new stuff a chance. It totally rips. It made me totally go, what in the world? In a good way.
Ooh, interesting. I wonder what his old stuff sounds like. Now, the next page is Cold Snap Reviews. This page is run by Cold Snap, the guy who made the Banger and Stinker Traps, Xmas Medley, and MX Ass.
Cold Snap should be your first stop if you want to find which artists are real cool punk. If you're not, well, you might end up on my other page.
Showing my cards here, I do drop the ball on this shift and failed to find his other more naughty page. But don't worry, we'll come across it in the next shift. We also have a link to his releases where he displays his high opinion of his own music and critique skills. Let's go ahead and read his appraisals of his fellow cool punk artists.
Song title, November's Belly. Artist, IC. This song has some mysterious parts to it, but there are no Joe Man or Chowder Man samples used. In my opinion, that is important for a song to be considered cool punk. Not a bad effort for a beginner artist. Cool punk grade, 10 out of 50. Musical grade, 40 out of 50. So a 50 out of 100. Not good! I guess the jingles are not enough for our boy Cold Snap. Song title, Gata Gata, by artist XNeoICX. Wow, this is one great cool punk tune. There are a few things that can be improved. Some chords have too many notes at one time, very confusing. But overall, it's a great song. Lots of Joe Man samples, very cool punk. Cool punk grade, 50 out of 50. Musical grade, 40 out of 50. Pretty good.
After being granted exit from the gatekeeper Cold Snap, we travel into the promotional page for Coolfest 99. We've already got some details from Chowderman's page. Let's see what else we can glean from this one. It's taking place on November 20th. At the King Amphitheater, located on King Foods Way. Now, King Foods is a big food corporation that will merge with Bopos in the future, so this tells us that this is taking place at a proper venue. Coolfest 99 will be Cool Punk's emergence into the mainstream, being its first official music festival. It will feature the first performance of Chowderman in 6 years. Remember, he'll be making his entrance on the Chowder Copter, and the first ever public appearance by Freezer. To entice people to come, they promise free Grace Peak merch, including t-shirts and keychains, as well as a photo opportunity with the Joe Man mascot. Will Grace Peak be able to make good on the promises made of Coolfest 99? Well, only time will tell. Up next is some more music alt history. This next page is very cool. We've already taken a peek at it. Esotonic Records.
Chill it right. Freeze's latest cool punk masterpiece is out now.
The main thing I want to read through is the story behind the label and its founder, Mark Ello.
The Esotonic story. Sometime in 1978, Mark Ello began recording off-the-wall synthesizer music under the name Arcello. After sending his demo recording to over 15 experimental labels and being rejected each time, Ello decided to self-release under the then fake name Esotonic Records. It worked. Arcello's music was an underground success, garnering praise from avant-garde music critics and fans alike. Mark received a deluge of demo submissions from starry-eyed young composers almost immediately. Mark Ello's critically acclaimed first album, Arcello, often credited with inspiring the Haze movement. Ello knew their struggle and vowed to help his fellow artists serve up challenging music to a world that wanted things easy.
I see. So Esotonic is a portmanteau of esoteric and sonic. Makes sense.
In 1980, Esotonic Records signed their first artist, Angel Lottery. Mark switched to the role of creative advisor, composer, and producer and hasn't looked back. Esotonic is now a serious contender in popular music, with over 40 critically acclaimed releases under their belt.
While we have been reading stories of artists frantically chasing the glory days, here we have a story of a creator finding peace in their new role as a producer. It's not a huge label, but it stood the test of time. Now let's rewind and listen to the track that supposedly started the Haze movement. So this is the prototype of what eventually became Haze. It certainly sounds hazy. But as we start to decrypt the vast scape of genres, I don't really see a link. Whereas Haze will remind us of a lot of our favorite rock bands from the 90s and early 2000s, Arcello's atmospheric genre reminds me a lot of Tycho's Epic album, or Jean-Michel Jarre's Oxygen album. Very nice. We also have a list of the music history of Esotonic Records. It seems that Esotonic labels the proto-Haze genre as atmospheric. This is the genre of music that started it all by Mark Ello. There's a couple of releases by Noise Noise that are labeled as new style. Not sure if that genre will come up again. Ooh, and we have Chet Pinehurst, evidently Esotonic's dip into the Earth Haze movement. We've got King Flop, a flip-flop artist, and nearly a decade after the atmospheric Arcello's released, we have a proper Haze release by Merst. And a handful of years later, we have the Fractal Waves, another Haze release. In the mid-90s, we have Digital Style, a genre that we will touch on a bit at a later page, and the exclusive Hypnospace releases, that being the alternative Barnaby's Chair and Cool Punk Freezer. That's a lot of info, but still an incomplete picture because it's only from the perspective of a label. We will have a much more fleshed out view of this fictional musical landscape very soon. Up next is the official Freezer page by none other than Freezer himself.
Hello fans! Catch my first ever live show at Coolfest 99. Chill it right.
While his name is just Freezer on his citizen data, we will learn that it's really Jan Wolf.
Freezer, out in the open. You wanted it, now you've got it. Freezer has returned. The once aloof genius has stepped into the spotlight and will be on tour soon. We can go ahead and purchase the single with its B-side Icy Girl.
Freezer describes his single as something that combines its original dance sounds with slick power pop choruses that will stick in your mind for days. And he certainly got that right. Here's what Esotonic's Mark Ello has to say about it.
Chill It Right represents a big step for cool punk. It's cold, it's catchy, it's real. Get with it or freeze over. Mark Elo, producer, Exotonic Records.
There's something nice about having a ringing endorsement from the skipper himself. Let's go ahead and check out Freezer's fan diary.
Let's face it, Freezer is a mysterious fellow. Who is he? Where did he come from? Is he single? Take a peek at these diary entries to learn more about the boy behind the myth. Are you ever going to ever make real cool punk music again? From Henry. Henry, my man, where have you been? I just released an awesome cool punk single and people are loving it. Plus, I invented cool punk, so don't I have a say if it evolves a little bit? Love, Jan Freezer Wolf.
He's a bit defensive. Now this next entry on Halloween.
October 31st, Halloween party. I'm going to a Halloween party tonight. Guess who I'm dressed as? That's right, Joe Man. Will I see you there? Love, Jan Freezer Wolf.
Here's hoping we'll get to see pictures of this fool in a snowman costume. The next sub-page is What is Cool Punk, and oh shit, it's Icy Girl. I love this song.
What is cool punk anyway? It all started around Christmas of 1998. Jan Wolf, Freezer's real name, was on break from school for the holidays and was very, very bored. He found an old a cappella tape recording of the Gray's Peak Cola theme song. As a joke, he decided to mix it into his music. Much to his surprise, it sounded very cool. In December 1998, he released a 7-minute song featuring this new cool punk music he invented called Colder Than the Rest. It was an underground hit, especially in Hypnospace, where it had the most fans. Even though this first release was popular and made cool punk an underground sensation, Freezer was unhappy. He felt that the true message of the music was lost, so he decided to stop making songs for a while. The cool punk community continued to grow and grow. Over 20 cool punk albums have been made over the last year. People tried to contact Freezer to get him to come back, but no one knew who he was. Then, like lightning, Freezer returned, this time partnering with Mark Elo and Esotonic Records to make new music that would reach even bigger audiences. So, what exactly is cool punk? That, my friends, is for us to know and you to find out. So you just didn't answer the question. I read all that for nothing?
So this started out as an ironic use of commercial callouts. I'm curious as to what his original song, Colder Than the Rest, sounded like. Well, the next page is called Fungus Scene Manifesto by Father Fungus. The page is under construction, recommending its viewers to check back in a few days. The song is by Prince of Fungi. The page creator is a 31-year-old Ray Dolan. We record his headband ID and make note of his status that asks what happened to Digi Exchange. Apparently his Freezer and Basidia stuff was on there before the site disappeared. Oh, interesting. So he was sharing audio files from both Freezer and somebody named Basidia. We know of Freezer, but who is Basidia? Well, hold on. My neck. I kinked my neck this morning. Ouch, Basidia. Aha! Well, if you're a mycological aficionado, you should know that Basidia may be a reference to Basidium, a type of mushroom. Now, if we click the Fungus Scene community badge, we get nothing. Dang. I was hoping we'd get more info on this budding, or I guess sporing new genre. Oh well, maybe next shift. Next up is Gray's Peak Cola official page. There's not much of note here, at least that we aren't already aware of. The song playing is by Chowderman, another commercial jingle. And I gotta say, I don't care what anybody says. If a song bumps, then what does it matter it's commercial BS?
Crispy. Crispy. This bumps, man. I don't give a shit if it's all commercial trash.
If anything, this reminds me so much of some of Rhett and Link's early work, where they would make really intricate, semi-ironic internet videos for businesses, with full-on produced jingles and music videos. And here's one of my favorites.
Domestic or foreign, I please you beat my service.
Now, was that an excuse to show off my Armo Lipanansi hips? Does a bear eat Zanku chicken in the woods? Aside from some cool Joe Man backgrounds, there's not much else here to scour. We wish Gray's Peak a good hypnical morning and move to the next page. Icicle Kid. Now this one's a treat.
Icicle Kid. Jerry Gilroy's status. New single, Ice to Meet You, is on my page now.
I will rest here in the snow for forever, and I will stay.
There's something so magical about this page. The music, the Santa window gif, the hobbyist wanderlust of a young creative icicle kid. It takes you back to a time where you could just simply be.
After conducting my little interview with my buddy James, I showed him a couple of pages, this one included, and this is what he said. I did not coach him, I didn't feed him any lines. This is what he said.
Oh gosh. Wow.
It's good, huh?
Wow, that's actually beautiful.
Look at this fucking gif. Isn't that
So
reek?
cool.
Isn't that
So
reek?
cool.
That fucking reeks, doesn't it? Yeah.
Wow. This is a great song. Wow. So it captures like an era that.
Dude! Yes! No, sorry. Complete that thought. Complete that thought.
No, it just captures like an era like I never lived through, but I just know what it means.
Bro! You fucking hit it! Oh my gosh! That's crazy that you say that. Oh, yeah, dude. Is it also the
Yeah, that's crazy.
Is it also the fact that this this page too
It's just
kind of
like
wraps
it's
that
just
together?
like everything. Yeah, like I'm familiar with, you know, the late 90s, early 2000 internet, and yeah, I got a swig of it, of course, but it's like listening to city pop, you know? I never grew up in the 80s in Japan, but I know a feeling.
You can
Strange.
you can smell it. You can smell it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
So bravo, Jay Tholen, you freaking nailed it. Or whoever made this page, you nailed it.
Icicle Kid is a teenager from Topeka, Kansas, and a newcomer to the cool punk scene. This song playing is, of course, by Icicle Kid, and based on this page, he seems to believe that it is proper cool punk, despite there being no Joe Man callouts.
Ice to Meet You is Icicle Kid's first single telling the emotional story of a snowman who has been forgotten. This is a new side of cool punk the world has never heard. I hope you enjoy listening as much as I enjoyed making it. Icicle Kid.
I feel like I'm shrinking. Oh no, my body's melting down. Will my friends ever return? So long, been so long.
Now that is honestly, like, very sad. I gotta give credit to this young man for being able to tell such a mundane story in such a very sad and melancholy way. It's just a snowman melting. The keyboard certainly helps. Bravo. Here is a little blurb to showcase Icicle Kid's naivete.
I would just like to thank Gray's Peak because they listened to us and brought back Snowcap Chill. If you want your business to do good, listen to the Cool Punks.
Now, the reason why I say his eagerness towards the soda brand is naive will be explored very soon. Remember, there is a secret ingredient to Cool Punk that I alluded to. We basically already touched on it, and Icicle Kid seems to not be in on it.
Godspeed, Icicle Kid. Bye, Santa.
And now the opposite of Icicle Kid's hobbyism, Chowderman's commercialism.
I want to rock forever. Watch Slaw Peacock forever.
I was born for this.
Banana. Oh, shoot. Oh, it seems we found, Oh, ha. Nice. This actually goes pretty hard. It's actually pretty sick.
So we've stumbled upon one of the 4 victims of the shock virus.
A big money salvia, king of the pipe, writing down comments all damn night.
So Chowderman was targeted, the email we got alluded to the True Tranquility lore, and as we know from our case file, there are 4 victims. So it's obvious that Timogeddon is making the True Tranquility lore come to life in Hypnospace. Now what were those other 3 cards we could choose from? Well, we'll have a way to refresh our memory, outside of just checking the page itself.
I'm the chowder man. Nice. Kick ass.
Since we've already scoured the Cruncher page, let's get ourselves ready for a proper music history lesson on Slushmouth's Music Guide.
The place to learn about what sorts of trash the kids are listening to these days. Audio Clips Inside by Slushmouth. Eduardo Dasum. Oh, this is a good song. This is a good-ass song. Takijin music. Just hold on, sorry. Humor me.
This song is so good. This is such a old head talking point, but I gotta say it. It sounds so much like Keijin music. I can just smell the anticipation as an over-designed interface cracks my pirated copy of Sony Vegas 8. Oh!
Can we have a normal music zone again, please? And not one for a genre that like 20 people like? Bursting with laughter. This is so weird.
I see. So Slushmouth has my similar concerns. Why is the general music zone labeled and branded as a specific genre?
Just what is haze? Sparkle haze? Flip-flop? If you find yourself scratching your head at this odd group of musical genres, you've come to the right place. This guide takes you through the strange evolution of new digital music over the last 3 decades, from my point of view at least. Disclaimer, if you think your favorite flavor of bad music is unfairly portrayed, don't at me. In other words, don't chit-chat me. I don't care. By the way, the sounds here are 100% legal. They stream through the Hypnospace Explorer player and are not downloadable. Though, if you do want song downloads for Toonbox, there are other ways to get them. Rest in peace, DigiExchange.
Shall we? We click on the guide to start with Cosmic Music.
Ah, Clifta back in the day. Cosmic music is what your dad and mom took drugs to. Overlong, pretentious sidelong ballads about undersea wizards and such. Bands like Grendel's Call and Alve Etlas, jazz rock groups like Celestial Drum and Clifta are also sometimes considered cosmic music. Trivia. Microscopic drum samples lifted from Clifta's album B were used in the PTRS 1200 stock digital drum sounds. They should be instantly recognizable to flip-flop and digistyle fans.
Nice.
All right, I'm gonna lower it a little bit.
Nice.
What do you think? So, I mean,
Cool.
this goes on for 10 minutes, so that might give you maybe some extra insight.
Oh, yeah, definitely, yeah. 10-minute minimum when it comes to this type of music, maybe. It's giving psychedelic music,
Okay.
which is known for going on for 10 to 30 minutes, live recordings. It's very parallel to, our universe of classic rock, psychedelic rock, where bands will just banter for 20, 30 minutes and then go back into the chorus, at some point.
Okay.
Could be 3 or 4 songs. I am getting Jaco Pastorius. He was a renowned bass player back in the day who played very freeform like this.
Okay.
And was known for just jumping in on sessions, not really rehearsing, but he just had the talent and the jive to perform. And that's the first thing that came to mind was Jaco Pastorius. There's actually a Swedish band called the Spotniks from around the same era that played psychedelic music like this. I just think that was just funny.
Interesting.
That,
Okay.
maybe they took inspiration from it, but the Spotnik.
Gotcha. So according to Slushmouth, Clifta would be considered a part of the 70s genre cosmic rock. James told us a little bit about the real-world phenomenon of psychedelic music, and while he mentioned Spotniks, I did a little bit of digging myself and found another Swedish band called Kebnekaise. Förlåt to my Swedish viewers if I mispronounced that. Not only are they from the 70s, they also have that same kind of hippy-dippy vibe, and they implement the violin. Maybe this was the inspiration for Hypnospace Outlaw, or perhaps Clifta is just a parody of just the 70s Swedish rock scene. Ooh, before I forget, this actually almost eluded me. When Slushmouth refers to this as sidelong ballads, I think he's referring to the sides of the record. You know how it's like side A, side B? So the ballads last the entire length of, of that disc. Clearly evident in the runtime of Clifta's music. One detail that's easy to overlook is that Slushmouth mentions that the drums on Clifta's B album were later sampled and used in something called the PTRS 1200, an audio workstation that would lend to a lot of future genres in Hypnospace. More on that later, though.
Atmospheric. Without atmospheric, we wouldn't have most new digital genres. It seems quaint now, but in its day, it was a rallying cry to anyone who wanted to make weird music and still be heard. Atmospheric was popularized, if not birthed, by Mark Ello and his experimental Arcello project. Almost every sound in Atmospheric is borrowed from pre-existing recordings and recontextualized, usually with thick delay and reverb effects applied. Ello has unfortunately moved on from his adventurous early days and now works as an executive for his record label Esotonic.
So, still in the 70s, we have the atmospheric, reverb-heavy, electronic building block for later digital genres. Now, I didn't consult with James on this, but I definitely picked up on a lot of Jean-Michel Jarre and Tycho, as I said earlier. And how fun! We got James, the resident rock excerpt, and me, the electronic boy.
Taking us to the 1980s, New Style. New Style was a calculated unholy union between record company execs and ex-punk rockers who grew tired of the revolution. Ah, sport anthem. Gotcha. That makes sense. They traded their beat-up guitars and leather jackets for synthesizers, complex lighting rigs, and stage makeup. Labels like Bliss Records and even QPL signed the first New Stylers. Most New Style songs feature synthesized keyboard riffs, reverb-heavy drums, and effects-laden pop vocals thrown over simple punk song structures. I do like a flangey, reverby drum. So don't call me out like that, bud.
All right, what are you thinking?
Sweet, dude. That's really cool. You said the backstory behind this was a jingle.
It was a jingle, yeah. You know, and
yeah.
Immediately, you know what I'm thinking? Fucking the Home Depot theme. I don't know why.
It's very safe. You know, it feels like I'm in a parameter. You know, everything's in time.
Yeah.
Everything's in tune.
Oh yeah.
But because of the band has a psychedelic background, it bleeds into the commercialism. You know, if I was a band from this era and I was a psychedelic band and someone approached me and said, hey, you know, can you make a jingle for this sport? I think I would do the same thing, you know, safe and cohesive, but, you know, I need to bleed in a little bit of myself in there as well.
Yeah. Most New Style songs feature synthesized keyboard riffs, probably where you heard like the
Oh, you know what? Okay, just based on the definition, it sounds like they're trying to say new wave, because it did come out in the late 70s, in the early 80s. It really took off in the 80s, but it was kind of invented in the late 70s, like around 1978 or something, 79, in like the Manchester area in the UK. So I think that's what they're going for, just because it says simple punk song structures, reverb heavy drums, synthesized keyboards. That's very parallel to new wave music in our universe.
And this takes us to the 80s. Slushmouth mentions QPL. These are the big money producers that tried working with Clifton to create the sport anthem. New Style is defined as a sort of transitory period where rock bands were allowing electronic capabilities to do more of the heavy lifting for them, both in performance and showtime production and, of course, track production. James pointed out that there is a sort of air of safety to the sport anthem song. While there is some creative accoutrement, it's not very experimental, it's very tightly timed. Slushmouth laments this as selling out. I call it paying the rent. James and I settled on New Style essentially being Hypnospace's equivalent to new wave, a very broad genre to say the least. Less a genre, more a turning point or era in 80s music.
Digital Style. What's this now? Slushmouth. Ah, okay, so this is probably his favorite, huh? Digital Style was born with the release of the Bell Sound PTRS 1200 in 1983. The PTRS gave anyone with $300 access to recording technology previously seen only in high-end studios. Digital Style came to prominence at underground college parties called Digis, where performers would debut their home-recorded compositions and manipulate their vocals live using the PTRS 1200. The PTRS's cheap onboard digital reverb and delay effects gave Digital Style its characteristic tinny sound. Mark Elo's Sesotonic Records signed the earliest Digital Style acts, making them semi-famous.
So, just like how Dylan Merchant's tune sequencer made computer-made music more accessible, the PTRS 1200 made studio-quality music that much more easier to attain to your average hobbyist. Now, Slushmouth refers to Digital Style as sometimes tinny. I don't exactly pick that up. To me, it's more emblematic of just electronic beat music, the broader synth frontier of music history. Again, though, it's not so much a musical style genre. It's more based on the digital aspect. We'll get more into that, though, very shortly. Stay tuned.
In tandem with Digital Style, we have Flip Flop by Red Stripe. Flip-flop is another underground genre that likely wouldn't exist if not for the Bell Sound PTRS 1200. The accessibility of the machine allowed basement MCs to produce their own material for the first time in history. Its onboard drum sounds are a common element of flip-flop. Sampled, jazzy, upright bass lines are another sonic staple of the genre. While some enjoy Flip-Flop's lo-fi sound for its amateur charm, artists like MC Flip-Out and Red Strike are undeniably brilliant. Esotonic's King Flop claims to have invented Flip-Flop, but it's well known that he's a largely manufactured act, with Flip-Out preceding him by months.
It's pretty cool that the work that Clifton did on their B album would come back to be the building block for some of the great music on offer in digital style in Flip-Flop just a decade later, maybe even more. Sadly, as far as I know, the only Flip-Flop music we have access to in Hypnospace are just Red Strikes. Still great though. Let's press on. Now this next entry is not on a genre, but on music history.
Tape exchanges. Tape exchanges changed everything. In 1986, the groundswell of independent artists producing tape after tape of original material reached critical mass. Tape exchange bins became the way these artists would find their audiences. Tape exchange bins were in any record store that would allow them, and worked on a take-a-tape, leave-a-tape honor system. Fans would often record over the tapes of artists they didn't like and drop them back in the exchange bins, usually with their own charmingly amateurish hand-drawn artwork.
That's cool. I like how he describes this as a groundswell. So, gone were the days where you needed to work with a record label to inscribe your music onto vinyls. You now had cassette tapes. There is now a cultural movement to pollute the space with the chaotic miasma of mass creativity through these tape exchanges. It doesn't take a music historian to identify this as the progenitor of later digital exchanges. An example being the now defunct Digi-Exchange. More on that later. I'm also kind of reminded a bit of the internet with how these tapes are exchanged. You've got a theoretically free platform of which you can hoist your creativity or pollute the space with your junk. I say that endearingly. You could take other people's tapes, tape over them, chop them, remix them, or completely overwrite them. And it's all done in an anonymous, or I guess pseudonymous way. And the nuttiest part is that it's not like recorded. These are just things that happen. Anecdotes, transfers of data contained in long past events. There's something particularly ephemeral, fleeting about that. And it reminds me so much of the internet.
This now takes us to Haze. Real Salve. Slipping Sands. Haze is a more ballad-focused permutation of digital style that sounds like it's being recorded in a parking garage. Haze tracks are less danceable than digital style and often feature rocky verse-chorus verse-song structures. Digital style's tinny PTRS 1200 effects and drum machine are frequently heard. Haze is loud, but I must say beautiful, like experiencing an intense thunderstorm from a safe place. It's also slower, with washes of reverb and shimmering guitar filling in the cracks. For the Haze category, I'm going to go ahead and give a taste of two different songs, and while I'll be including my buddy James's reaction and a couple of his words, the rest of our conversation was a little bit long in the tooth, so I'll just go ahead and summarize the nuggets of wisdom he bestowed in the upcoming whiteboard segment for Haze.
Oh
yeah. Oh yeah.
Nice. Nice. Cool.
Alright. So what
Very cool.
What are you thinking?
That's super cool.
Right?
Really cool.
And
very washed out.
Yeah, this is, I believe we're still in the Haze category. This is Snowflake Tattoo. It's different. It's definitely different.
It sounds pretty emo from the early 2000s so far.
You're right.
Cool.
So let that snowflake bleed out and divide.
Oh yeah. No, you fucking nailed it.
Oh yeah, I can name like 3 bands, some deep cut bands actually.
Burning Trees Project.
You see my feelings.
Yeah. Oh yeah. That's cool. Wow, beautiful. That's beautiful.
So what are you thinking?
Yeah, just because I grew up in this era, I'm getting huge early 2000s vibes.
When trying to make sense of Haze on my own, I was totally lost. What is this? Is it proto-emo, proto-goth, Bauhaus fish tacos? I'm just not a rock guy, I'm an electronic boy. And so, long before the interview with my buddy James, when I showed him this song, gave him a little bit of the backstory to this alt music history, the moment I referred to this alternate history genre as Haze, he said, maybe it's shoegaze. And I said, Isn't that the guy that chugs Everclear? But no, my dear friend hit the nail on the head. Now that was just us hanging out. When we finally got to the interview, I noticed that it was this specific genre was when James started throwing around the most examples. Real Salve Slipping Sands brought to mind the approach to the grunge era, maybe something proto-emo. He was reminded of Nirvana, Slow Dive, Alice in Chains. And then, switching gears over into Real Salve's Snowflake Tattoo, we just go full-blown emo. And yet, both of these songs are classified as haze. This was more James era, so it was just rapid fire. Scary Kids Scaring Kids, Alisana, The Used. Somewhere in between Deftones was mentioned. All building up to essentially shoegaze. It was here where James filled me in on things like metal gaze and zoomer gaze, and then the floppy sensors began to shoot off. I did research on my own and found other kinds of gaze. Black gaze, new gaze, subsects of shoegaze that are just occupied by singular bands, singular entities. So separated from the original strain and yet somehow linked. Ladies and gentlemen, this is almost perfectly parodied in Hypnospace's Haze, Dirt Haze, Earth Haze. We got some other kinds of haze to dig into as well. So if there's one thing that I'm very confident on this whiteboard, all thanks to James, I would not have figured this out on my own. It's that haze equals shoegaze. What this has to do with chugging Everclear, I don't know. Like I said, I'm an electronic boy.
Takes us to Earth Haze. Earth Haze. Haze, but for hippies. It's what your weird weed-dealing uncle does while not meditating on a bed of positive energy crystals. Earth Haze often features panpipe samples, djembe, and fake tribal chants. Created by some nasally paper-pushing dork layering an unconvincing vocal performance 50 times in hopes that listeners won't hear his mini-fridge in the background. That's good, I like that. That goes hard. That's mean, but that goes hard. Still, I'm glad it exists because the album covers are brilliantly bad. The guy who designed the horribly dated Hypnospace promo graphics did many of them. So Archie Dispenza.
So we're gonna start off with Earth Funk by Zarid. And I believe I showed this to you at your house, and you said something, and immediately I was like, fuck yes.
Nice.
So what are you thinking?
Yeah. Okay, you're gonna have to reiterate. You're gonna have to reiterate. What did I tell you?
I believe I played Earth Funk for you, but I played at least one of these Zarid songs to you, and you said 80s, something about 80s, and I'm like, holy shit, this sounds like fucking Depeche Mode.
Oh, okay.
Which is insane because, like, you think Earth Haze, like, you're thinking this is going to be Rainforest Cafe yoga music, which it does when you listen to it, but it's a bit upbeat. It's like, dum, dum, dum. But then, but then you hear it, though, and it's like, this sounds like Depeche Mode.
It's all 80s, you know, that genre of music where everyone's using drum machines and whatnot. If I did tell you something specifically, it may not have been this exact song. It was the transitioning scenes in like 80s action B movies.
Oh, it gets interesting though. It gets very interesting.
Oh, cool.
So yeah, I believe Chet Pinehurst, this artist in this universe, was actually hired to make some of the default music for some of like Hypnospace's pages, right? But I think this is like his main type of music, which is like very Rainforest Cafe sounding music, or like Tack and the Power of Juju level sounding music.
Yeah.
But it does get into a really cool piano theme at the end.
Specifically, like, because this is Eastern music, which I'm not too well versed in, but I will say that Eastern music did have quite a profound influence on Western music, specifically in the 60s, like when the Beatles used sitar and the tambura and the tabla. And then the Rolling Stones eventually used sitars and stuff. People were starting to incorporate Indian drum and theory in their music. This is a bit more dialed up into Eastern music, and then a bit more of contemporary modern music, you know, with the piano and Western melodies and whatnot. But I will say that Eastern music did have quite an influence in our Western pop music in the mid to late 60s.
Evidently, when it comes to Earth Haze's link to haze, James and I were stumped. While Slushmouth's graphic seems to imply that Earth Haze stems from haze, I just don't hear it. I'm almost tempted to think that it's kind of like, I don't really have it displayed well here, just like how flip-flop and digital style stemmed from new style, perhaps when the digital era birthed haze, or I guess birthed the era where haze came through, Earth Haze and haze kind of stemmed out independently. Now, why does it have the haze suffix? I don't know. Its Earth prefix implies that it is an earthy version of haze. Again, I don't really hear it. I do like the irony of Earth Haze having a reputation for being very natural and earthy, but compared to haze at least, it uses less physical instruments. It's very electronic. I think somewhere it's mentioned that the pan flutes and tamblas and whatnot are all through a synthesized workstation. And again, despite its very earthy, hippy-dippy kind of vibe, it's highly utilized in this new tech of the late 90s, given all the Chet Pinehurst tracks we've been hearing in Hypnospace.
Taking us now to Dirt Haze. Glamocaster. Dirt Haze. Dirt Haze, like haze, consists primarily of atmospheric lo-fi ballads and moody pop tunes, only with heavy, jagged, fuzzy, completely blown-out guitars instead of only slightly blown-out ones. There's also a distinct lack of cheap synth sounds. Melodies are often buried beneath near-impenetrable waves of distortion. Check out Glamocaster's first LP, Glamoplasm, or anything by Skies Asunder.
I'm afraid.
Nice.
All right.
Nice.
What are you thinking?
The voice is kind of reminiscent of Ian Curtis.
Okay.
He was the singer of Joy Division, kind of known for like this low voice that just kind of was a little bit more expressional rather than on point tonally, if that makes sense. More of the idea, the substance behind the voice rather than maybe the note choice. But it also gives me like kind of Sonic Youth, you know, Jesus and Mary Chain, My Bleed Under, that whole kind of shoegazy, expressional.
What was that last one you said? My Bloody what?
My Bloody Valentine.
Oh, okay, got you.
You know, really loud, washed out guitars. Maybe not so much too much of the vocals, but it's like genre mixing of vocals reminiscent of like that post-punk sound. You know, really deep voice, kind of Jim Morrissey. You know, just kind of singing, not really caring how you sound, but really feeling the energy. It does sound like a bit more of a maybe refined and yet clunkier version of haze. You know, like it definitely is adjacent, but its own thing at the same time.
Glamocaster, same artist, I'll do my best.
Nice.
Oh.
Nice. Cool. Very cool.
Even my gears are turning. So like,
yeah, I got a couple bands.
So it's just like it to me. It sounds like just blown the fuck out the Smiths. But what are you thinking?
Yeah, actually, this sounds like Smashing Pumpkins. At least their earlier stuff from the '90s, where you're starting to get this song is a lot more refined than the other ones you've showed me. You know, it has that that hook on that chorus using that synthesizer. That sounded really cool. I was off key. It sounded really, you know, it sounded like, yeah, you're alternative. Yeah, you're a subgenre of haze, but hey, like you're putting a little bit more time and effort into it. Not trying to be commercial, but it's palatable, I think, for, you know, maybe the rebels and maybe someone who isn't really acquainted with the music could look into this and say, oh, that's actually quite nice. But it sounds like Smashing Pumpkins, and it kind of reminds me of this early pop punk band from the 90s called Saves the Day. That's a deep cut for like 3 people.
The distorted, blown out noise is very iconic. Of course, this is us approaching the early to mid 90s. I'll just place it right here. I'm sure there's a better place to put it, but we'll just put it right there in the middle. Among the equivalents that James mentioned, I think he's on point with Smashing Pumpkins and Jesus and Mary Chain. This whiteboard is looking hella nice. Dude. Oh my gosh, this is sick. Now that we're in the mid-90s, let's read up on the history lesson regarding music on the internet.
Mainstream acceptance of the internet in 1994 to the 1995, with a little help from audio compression tech, led to an enormous boom in new digital music. Weirdos now had a place to congregate and collaborate, resulting in a deluge of new music. Genres begin splintering at an unheard of rate, resulting in the beautiful mess we have now. Dillian Merchant's DM_Tunebox and DM_Tune Sequencer, now known as Hypnospace Tune Sequencer, would come a little later and reshape things all over again. It's too bad he sold out, because the guy made some amazing stuff in his day.
Gotcha. Nothing we haven't already seen already. A cycle, if you will, of new frontiers of inaccessible technology made accessible from even newer technology, from the physical audio workstation to the digital audio workstation. This takes us to the first permutation of the mid-90s, Dark Haze.
Lizard Boy, Nightmares in Hypnospace. The Dark Haze scene. Dark Haze scene is haze, but more horror-themed. Imagine it's early morning after a Halloween party. The rising sun begins to illuminate the swaying plastic skeletons with an orange glow. You sit alone, watching smoke rise from a spent jack-o'-lantern candle. When done right, Dark Haze, I'd have called it Dark Haze, but I don't make the rules, is special. Check out Haunted Houses. The artist, not literal haunted houses.
It's a very spooky Halloween. Here's what is confusing to me. It's good. It's awesome. It's very like stylistic. And if you told me like, oh, this is Dark Haze, okay, cool, because it's dark and it's spooky. But how the hell is it an offshoot of Haze, which is like again Deftones rock? Like I don't know, that bass sounded electric, like it was punched in.
Yeah.
You know, so I don't know if you can offer any sort of music.
Yeah,
history.
I would say actually when it started, I was like, okay, it's atmospheric. Where's it gonna go? Right when the beat came in, I'm not even lying, I was getting old school East Side hip hop, like
okay.
Way different stuff like DJ Kool Herc would have played back in the day, just with old school, not exactly street poetry, but I was getting East Side type stuff. I'm by no means a hip hop expert, but that's exactly what came to my soul when I heard that. As far as it related to Haze, I'm sure there are some elements related to it. I think maybe they're really capitalizing on that spooky theme. I don't know how hazy it is. It's its own genre and its own universe, but it does capture that. But I was getting just like kind of like a hip hop. Like I felt like you could rap on top of that.
Oh yeah, look at that. I think you nailed it. So
that's cool.
I think you nailed it with the hip hop aspect. I think you fucking nailed it, low key.
Well, like I said, no expert, but it stems, maybe from that, but adding more of like that. The production on this is very late 90s, early 2000s, like that 50 Cent kind of like big, cheesy, like almost NFL, like that big production. There's like a nostalgic factor, at least with me, like when EA, would bring out like these boxing games and these classic, kind of sport games, you would hear things like this. Although there is a lot of like abstract aspects to this, like the samples and stuff like that, that you would find a lot more in this day and age, where people could even rap or scream on it with like a turned up fuzz vocal, screaming into the mic about something. But the production is very reminiscent of that early 2000s, almost EA commercial. just pop culture. It just has that aroma based around that stems from probably hip hop and other adjacent genres.
Dark haze. Tempting to say, oh, we're now in goth territory. But no, this isn't goth music at all. And to make things even more confusing, it's not even haze at all. It's just spooky Halloween soundscapes slapped on top of sick beats. In a way, it's kind of like cool punk. Instead of Christmassy and winter themes, it's fall, autumnal, Halloween themes. That being said, though, James hit the nail on the head. There is definitely a hip-hop style to it, or kind of like a rap instrumental kind of style to it. Not so much jazzy, but more kind of, electronic beat-based. I mean, if anything, Dark Haze just kind of sounds like you took a Slushmouth song and put Halloween noises over it. If you found the genre criteria of Dark Haze vexing, well, this takes us to Sparkle Haze.
And then we have Sparkle Haze, Hollow Angel, Sparkle Hazer. Sparkle Haze is just haze, but with dreamy harp samples and that twinkly fairy dust sound you hear in the cartoons. Hollow Angel has some good stuff, with the rest of the scene being internet subculture copycat trash. Sparkle Haze is clearly less about the music and more about an overall aesthetic.
Alright, what are you thinking?
That's cool, really cool. That's kind of like Chemical Guys. I don't know if you ever listen to them. Chemical Guys is actually a company, I think.
Yeah.
Sorry. It also is giving me this little random band. It's called Macabre Plaza. They're basically just minute-long songs, minute and a half. Exactly this production, atmospheric. You got strings, you got swelling, and it can break into some jazz, then into some, funk. Like Macabre Plaza has that feeling, and oh gosh, there's a song. It's right on the tip of my tongue, and it uses this same type of production. If I can just remember it, it's called "By the Time I Get to Phoenix" by Dorothy Ashby. So it's very old school, but
interesting. Okay, yeah.
Tons of stuff you can pull from it.
Okay, for sure.
Beautiful sound.
Sparkle Haze. I'm noticing a pattern here. We're straying from a standard of how music is structured and more delving into more vibes-based, scene-based category. I don't recall how much of the conversation I had with James I'm going to feature in this one, but I'm going to say that Sparkle Haze to me reminds me, it's a very condensed form of, I guess, what we would consider Y2K core, at least to some people. So, vibes. If the vibes of Dark Haze is spookiness and the vibes of Sparkle Haze is, I don't know, fairiness, then what is the vibe, the core ingredient, the secret ingredient to cool punk? Well, we can't get into cool punk without getting into Hypnospace. So, another history lesson.
Hypnospace history. Hypnospace has been both a blessing and a curse for new digital music at large. On one hand, Hypnospace Tune Sequencer becoming free has made it easy for anyone to make their own music and upload it to Hypnospace. On the other hand, Hypnospace Tune Sequencer becoming free has made it easy for anyone to make their own music and upload it to Hypnospace. We had a good run, folks. I'm normally not so fond of gatekeeping. Bullshit. But yowza, have you heard some of these cool punk HSMs?
Very cool.
Listen.
This takes us to the current cycle of cultural musical accessibility. Anybody with Tune Sequencer can become an earth hazer, a fungus scener, a cool punker. Just like how anybody who can get their hands on Ableton, FL Studio, any kind of digital audio workstation, can become a podcaster, a musician, a SoundCloud rapper. Get your hands on a camera? Nay, just a phone? You can become a YouTuber, a documentarian, a live streamer, a tastemaker, a cultural sensation. The internet is like an ocean. It's meant to be polluted.
And finally, cool punk. Cool punk. It started out okay with Freezer's 7-minute debut, Colder Than the Rest, which is now playing. We'll have to enjoy that. But like anything on Hypnospace, the kids made it some weird, ironic click thing. I'm old. It's now an orgy of fake love for Chowder Man and borrowed nostalgia for that dumb Grace Peak snowman. It isn't even about the music anymore at all. Cool punk releases are a grab bag of amateur attempts at whatever genre the artist fancies, mixed with Christmas sound effects and Chowder Man samples. If I have to hear another sleigh bell, I'm going to have a nervous breakdown. Let's listen to this. I like it. But it's already very ironic. Oh, that's good. I like that. Ah, yeah. Well, let me see. Does it drop? Does it drop? Yeah! Yeah! That's awesome! Yeah, that's fucking sick.
Irony. That is the secret ingredient to cool punk. Being in on the joke is the appeal. The fact that really all it takes to be considered cool punk is to check like 2 boxes, one arguably, is the pinnacle of its irony. It's what makes it so hilarious. But what we've already seen is that secret ingredients start to mutate. Naive youngsters like Icicle Kid having a sincere love for the product, the butt of the joke. Well, and speaking of the butt of the joke, Gray's Peak themselves are leaning into it, accepting it, stifling its ironic, irreverent, and mocking vibe. Not only that, but capitalizing on it. We don't see it now, at least not apparently, but there will be a reaction to this. The young, irony-ridden minds of the movement will soon get bored of it and 180 on it. We've already seen some reverberations in the fungus scene. Now in future shifts we will come back to this whiteboard and come back specifically to Slushmouth's page, and thusly I'll be citing my interview with James. But I still want to take this moment to thank my buddy James again for making the time to help me make sense of some of the more rock-oriented genres of Hypnospace Outlaw.
That's freaking sick. I never made it that far. It's a good-ass song. Okay, enough of that. That's cool. That's really cool. I'm glad we took that little bit of a tour.
What a fun little trip. Thank you, Slushmouth. Now what do we have Oh, Tamara.
And now we have Tamara Speaks Cool Punk Page by Tamara Frost. This is the Cool Punk homepage of Tamara Frost. Find my cool punk poetry and spoken word sound art here.
You gotta drink it up. All day and all night. Then you gulp it down.
She's a newcomer to the scene. She's merging her spoken word with the cool punk irony, probably not aware of the irony. I just love the way that she inserts herself into Hypnospace. The world is a stage, and Tamara is the star.
How can you tell? It is colder than the rest.
I'm starting to think this isn't a bit anymore. I free myself from the pallid siren song of the Demoiselle de Speaks and stumble into the final page of Cool Punk Paradise, The Peacelands by Cool Punk Shaman.
And then the Peacelands. The Peacelands are digital spaces where Hypnospace citizens may engage in private mediated conversation by Cool Punk Shaman. We really need to stop using Cool Punk to exclude people. The hurt this can cause in someone is severe and often invisible.
Cool Punk Shaman is a Philadelphian Hypnospace citizen who specializes in mediating conflicts between people in Cool Punk Paradise. It's very sweet. She sits both parties down, and when they come to the crux of their issues with one another, if they agree, she'll publish a public declaration of peace. Here we have 2 testimonies that have been published, the first one being Icicle Kid and Slushmouth. So a Cool Punk fanboy and a Cool Punk skeptical music gatekeeper. Shaman's got a work cut out for her. Let's give it a read.
Declaration of Peace, Icicle Kid and Slushmouth, October 12, 1999. Icicle Kid and Slushmouth have agreed to settle their differences and make peace with one another. Slushmouth has agreed to remove the unkind paragraph about Icicle Kid from his guide to new digital music page. Icicle Kid has agreed to stop messaging Slushmouth every day, asking him to promote his music. Peace was made this day. Add a reverb to that. And a cowbell.
The next one is between ex-Neo Icy, the leader of the Snow Joke Collective, and Father Fungus, so the president of the Freezer fan club and the father of the fungus scene. Interesting. Let's give it a read.
Declaration of Peace between Neo Icy and Father Fungus, October 12, 1999. Neo Icy and Father Fungus have agreed to settle their differences and make peace with one another. Neo Icy has agreed to remove their unkind "Fungus Scene Doesn't Belong Here" page. Father Fungus has agreed to stop sending Neo Icy unkind Hypnospace inbox and chit-chat messages. Peace was made this day. Go ahead and add a reverb and a cowbell. When the love of power is overcome by the power of love, only then will this world know peace. Haronda Jackson.
In a world of drama milling and nothing burgers blown out of proportion, again, not judging, I enjoy my fair share of slop, I can't help but think that the internet we have needs a Cool Punk Shaman. Now, what Hypnospace needs is a good mop. We still got 3 pages to seek that have been infected with the True Tranquility shock virus. Opening up the email, we click the download link and brace ourselves for True Tranquility.
Alright, let's go ahead and download this. Okay, alright.
What a nightmare. The background has been replaced with a strange amalgam of feet. If we click on one of the floating image boxes, we download an image, Floating Chunk 2. The image seems like a puzzle piece. The wallpaper is one of our hints as to how we can put them together. However, I surmise this from the greater than symbol, which typically denotes search queries. Whatever this foot amalgam will spell out will be what we need to search to find our next clue. The process may take time, however. There are a total of 4 possible chunks, and if you are unlucky, you may keep getting the same ones over and over again. However, we don't need all letters, just enough that we can search 4 consecutive characters. Remember what Mr. Mystery said, you need 4 to enter a search query. While I wait, let's check out how this virus is screwing with our audio. The Teentopia theme sounds absolutely nutty. And Ice Cream and Booze kind of sounds cooler like this. The pizza song is just a beautiful cacophony. And Xmas Medley sounds like crap. Out of desperation, I try curing and reinfecting my desktop, and hey, it worked. We get our 3rd chunk. We can make out 4 consecutive characters. F. Tim. You said it, not me. Little shit. We enter the incomplete query, and it works. We find the page of Son of Tim.
Lovely to properly meet you. I am Son of Tim. Something tells me you're an enforcer, and that's cute. My dad tells me you enforcers are idiots for working all night in exchange for fake money. His words, not mine. If you're looking for your fellow festering hosts, well, you've come to the right place. You see, enforcer, my beautiful stepmom Marshmallow needs a few hypnocoin. Her parents aren't rich, so I thought it would be nice if she got a few HC out of this whole thing. In exchange, I'll point you in the right direction. Deal?
I see. If we click the donation button, it will reveal that this stepmom of the Son of Tim, endearingly referred to as Marshmallow, is none other than Dark Twilight Tiff. So this is a big act that Timogeddon has done to impress her. Is he not aware that she isn't open to dating at the moment? Or more importantly, that she suffers from epilepsy? Now, I don't know if the True Tranquility visuals could trigger a seizure, but come on, buddy, I get it. Your heart flutters, you're young, but you gotta be careful. Sorry, I'm slipping into Counselor Peacock and not Enforcer Peacock. Absolutely miffed at the harm this dummy could have caused, I begrudgingly cave to his demands and send the donation to Twilight Tiff. He must be trying to implicate her in his crimes. If I were a less charitable enforcer, I would have mistakenly inferred that this was her scheme, but not this enforcer, Dimmageddon.
Downloading read if you're stupid.
You son of a... Here's what the text file says.
The festering orifice only works through parasites, drains on society and culture and the economy and the advancement of the human race. It gives them meaning. It gives them true tranquility. It has done them a favor. Search True Tranquility, dummy.
With the True Tranquility infection, we can now read some extra text on the True Tranquility page. I'm specifically talking about the Digital Parasites interactive story.
Your eyes are now open. These parasites have been freed. Seek their pages. They found the True Tranquility. Are you so weak that you do not see? The 4 listed here, they are now your brothers. They are the ones you seek. Even with the blessed tranquility, you seem blind to the obvious.
It was pretty obvious, but only because we were so thorough with the exploration. I won't lie, when I first played this game, I was stuck on this part. So, we have 4 parasites. Chowderman, Arlen the Noble Warlock, Gus of the Temple of Serenity, and Burnin' Rubber 50. First we clear out Burnin' Rubber's page.
What the hell? By the way, this is a Timogeddon song, Trial of the Festering Egg. Hell yeah.
Then Arlen's page.
I got a virus. Do not visit my page. There's this nasty pic on it, and it's not my doing. I sent Merchant Soft a message about getting the pic taken off. Thank you in advance.
And then finally, Gus.
To all my friends, this picture is not of my creation. A hacker has made their way onto my page. This is just sick.
We turned in our case and are close to the end of our first shift. Now, what's so stupid about the Hypnospace enforcement system is that since these violations were technically found on the victim's pages, they are the ones who get the violation points. Now, this silly quirk will come up again in a far more infuriating way. We get an email from Dylan Merchant.
Take some time off and test the new Hypno-esque game. Hey there, Enforcer. Enforcers, today is your lucky day. We're testing out an early version of our new game, and you're in on it. Note, this stuff is top secret, and sharing info or screenshots is very, very prohibited. Seriously, you could face some hairy legal trouble if you leak information. With that out of the way, I would like to announce a new Hypnospace original game project, Outlaw. You'll be playing an early offline version, but the final release, on schedule for our year 2000 update, will be 100% online. No need to send us feedback either. The game will automatically report data to me. Please visit this page to download it and have fun. I'll resume sending you cases after you test it.
So this is the secret project he's been working on, a game called Outlaw. Dylan, priorities? I think we've explored enough in one shift. Let's take a well-earned break. Clicking on the link, we get to the download page of Outlaw's alpha build.
Early testing info page. If you're here, that means we've picked you to test a new secret project we've been working on, Outlaw. Do not share information on this game anywhere. It is top secret. Your job is simple. Just play the game. Adjust the controls in the Hypno-S settings menu if you wish. Data will be sent back to the developers as you play. There's no way to win this version because this is a test. Just play for like 3 to 5 minutes. And remember, do not share.
Now the art looks like crap, but that's because it's in early development. Downloading the game, we have a charming little logo.
Early alpha software may cause Hypno-S to become unstable. Are you sure you want to begin testing?
Oh, the game looks bad, sounds bad, and plays even worse. From what I can gather, you play as an enforcer being assigned random users on Hypnospace that you must catch on the virtual highway. Now that aspect isn't fleshed out yet. It seems that right now just the movement and placeholder assets are in play. Now this game on its own needs a lot of work, and the New Year's update is just around the corner. Dylan really needs to get his priorities straight, because this shit isn't getting finished in time. Now because the game's coding is such a mess, the more we play, the more unstable the game gets. Cars start flying across the screen, the image starts to tear up, until... We're looking for a vegan vagabond 1994. I'm scanning all nearby handles. I'm not seeing a vegan vagabond anywhere. He must be using a pseudo screen name. Crap. It'll be like finding a needle in a haystack. I've got an idea. Yeah, Carlito? Yeah, I'm in the back of a taxi right now, on my way to the cafe. I just gotta do some illegal Serpentech stuff. Yeah, it's a great place. Entirely vegan menu. They've got a special today. Bring a friend, you get free marshmallows with your vegan hot cocoa. You know marshmallows aren't vegan, right? Oh yeah? Vegan vagabond? Oh shit! Oh shit! Oh my god! Yeah, fuck you! Meat is murder! Poor cows! Sit tight, I've got it. I think he was uplinked when he got me. Remember, the barrel of your revolver severs their connection. The butt quarantines. If you sever him while he's uplinked, it'll kill him. So use the butt of your revolver instead. I preferred it when we used hammers. I need a full wipe of my note. The pigs are onto me.
What did we say about using pig as a slur?
My bad. Can you wipe my note or not?
Working on it.
Vegan vagabond, you are under arrest for assault with a deadly virus and possession of weapons-grade shock content. If it was truly shocking, you'd stop the real criminals, the mass murder industry of the... Tell that to the judge. Wheeler, I'm gonna go ahead and run a quarantined instance of this beef spin virus. .hex, huh? Huh. Poor cows. Detectives, can I get you started with anything to drink? Coffee. Black. Black coffee, and for you? Coffee as well, black or gray, with cream. On second thought, black. All right, 2 black coffees. I'll be back with your cups. Take your time. You know what makes me cry without fail? Well, that's a way to start a conversation. Kijin music. It always takes me back to a simpler time. I'm a kid again. Take it from me, kid. Don't cling to the past. It just reminds you of what could have been. Well, that's the thing. I used to see it that way as well. But at some point I realized the past is not a reminder for what could have been. It's a blueprint for what may still yet to come. I don't think Cajun music's ever going to make a comeback, Detective Wheeler. Think about it. 10, 20 years from now, there's going to be a couple of people here having the same exact conversation, but about Friday Night Funkin'. Friday what? Never mind. Oh. It's the captain.
This is Captain Bill O'Jobs. I need to talk to Detective Hightower.
Good morning, Captain O'Jobs. I need you to answer some security questions to make sure it's truly you.
Proceed.
Who is the one stuck between night and day?
YKPI.
What is the color of grass, the aura of the envious, the ideals of the environment?
Greek.
Detective, what's the situation with Vegan Vagabond?
Alphabet.
Patching you through now.
Detective, what's the situation with Vegan Vagabond?
Yeah, we got him, Captain. But there's something odd about the coding language of beefspin.hex.
Well, what can you tell me about it?
It's inspired by activist shock websites, Beefspin. Animal rights groups would hack the website backends of deli companies, meat processing plants, and fast food websites and redirect them to a shock website, Beefspin, a site that features loud mooing noises, gifs of spinning cows, and leaked footage from factory farms.
That's the famed Beefspin MO, but what of this .hex file?
From my vague understanding, in regular computing, hex files just simply are conversions of binary code to ASCII code, or something like that. Back in my days in Hypnospace, Hypno executables were also called hex files, but this is different. Same file extension name, but it's something different entirely. It's some sort of new virus delivery technique. It's cast like a spell in Serpentech cyberspace. Peer-to-peer, each user acts as a node that connects a larger weaving network. Somehow, that's where it gets its power.
A mystical virtual combo. If there's some sort of conspiracy afoot,
I'll trust you'll get to the top of it, Hightower.
Understood, Captain. Oh. Cheers. These Serpentech Lucidex are pretty fancy tech. It's a pity they went belly up. I wonder why. And also, why is it that the networks are still up and running? The only people who use this junk are criminal futurists and cyber archivists. People that look to the future and people that look to the past. Yeah. It fried our headband. That error code indicates a hardware failure. Now we will come to learn that Merchantsoft will send us our replacement. However, wow, we were without a headband for 3 weeks. Jeez, what took so long? Well, that means that Coolfest 99 had taken place between our first and second shift, so I look forward to see how that played out. I imagine many of our favorite pages have changed too, so I look forward to making note of any new developments. Now we still need to explore the Freelands, and we will on one of our cases.
Welcome back, Hightower. It's been 21 days since you last logged on. Wow, where have you been?
When we first log in, Hippie updates us on all the piled up dispatch updates regarding the previously flagged pages. Zane received a meager warning, while Corey got a 3-day suspension, probably because his Zane Sucks badge advocated for violence. Abigail's Gooper infringement got her nailed with a 3-day suspension, and Sherry Heel's use of Kappa Cash got her 3 days as well. It looks like despite our flagging of Professor Helper, Merchantsoft decided to forgive his use of Kappa Cash, ignoring the predatory nature of his program. What a bunch of chuckleheads. Dylan offers us an apology for frying our headbands with his shitty game.
From Dylan. Hi, Enforcers. It's nice to have you back. I'd like to apologize on behalf of our shipping department interns that we couldn't get those repaired headbands to you sooner. Thankfully, most of the components were unharmed, so all of your settings should be preserved. Might have another outlaw test for you later, this time one that won't destroy your hardware. It has been a crazy few weeks around here. The few enforcers who didn't get their headbands fried have been pretty slack on the job, so there's a lot to clean up. I won't be handling the HSPD or enforcer cases from here on out, too much coding to do. Instead, one of our new hires and some interns or someone will handle this stuff, so expect a message from them soon. See ya.
Slack on the job, he says. Talk about tone deaf. So there's bugs galore. Hypnospace is prone to crashing and hardware failure, and Dylan is using his slowly dwindling time towards the Y2K update to work on this game. A game, mind you, that caused our hardware to crash. On top of this, you have smaller examples of Merchantsoft's negligence to upgrade their back end, upgrade their server bandwidth, cutting corners regarding chit-chat implementation, upgrading their hardware. The only things they're prioritizing are sponsorships and video game. Not a very good use of manpower from my perspective. The next piece of mail is from Dispatch.
Hello, Enforcers. Samantha here. Dylan asked me to do the HSPD stuff for today.
So this is the Samantha we saw in the About Merchantsoft page, Samantha Clausen, if I'm not mistaken. So on top of Dylan shirking on his programming duties to work on his game, he shuffled off one half of his coding lead to do HSPD dispatch work.
Because only 2 Enforcers had working headbands over the last 2 weeks, Hypnospace is a complete mess. We need you to go out there and clean up anything you can find. We won't be sending cases or reports in advance because we're completely swamped.
Basically, the rest of this email indicates that we'll have to look for violations without being assigned cases. This will be tough, but given our thorough exploration, I don't think we'll miss anything. She assures us that once we do find a violation, she'll then give us a case that corresponds with it so we can cash in on the HypnoCoin bonus. If that sounds confusing, don't worry, it'll make sense as we play. Now, her reasoning for this is because she's working on sifting through reports from the past 2 weeks. So maybe once we lighten the load, she'll have something important for us. Attached to this dispatch hypno mail is another message from Dylan to Samantha, so like a previous hypno mail. I don't know what these are called in the corporate world. CCs or BCs, I forget, I don't know.
From Dylan. Hey Sam, can you do the HSPD stuff today? I know it's a lot, and I know you have a lot of bugs to squash, but it is chaos out there. Maybe just send the Enforcers out to hammer violations without making cases first. I'm sure they can handle it. Thanks, milady.
What a disaster. Don't look at me, I just work here. Let's start off by updating ourselves on the news in Hypnospace Central. Oh no. Coolfest 99 helicopter crash?
Mere seconds after rocking Coolfest 99 with his classic refrain of "I am the Chowderman," Eric Chowderman Hellman and his Cruncher bandmates would attempt to end their performance in style by lifting off in his personal helicopter. They were not successful, and the Chowdercopter went down in a field adjacent to the concert venue after becoming ensnared in decorative scaffolding. Cruncher drummer Cuff Johnson died in the crash. 7 other occupants, including 3 fans who won a sweepstakes contest, were seriously injured. Chowderman himself suffered the loss of his right leg. Coolfest attendees were already on edge after a minor riot during Freezer's set after he was allegedly caught lip-syncing.
Jesus! What a blow! I mean, I really liked Freezer. To think that he would lip-sync is so disappointing. In all seriousness, this is very, very grave. We already know about Chowderman's drinking problem, and we don't have an extra occupant in the carnage that would account for a pilot. So was Chowderman piloting this helicopter, and was he piloting it drunk? On a less important note, why would Freezer lip-sync? While there won't be much mystery to solve regarding the Chowdercopter carnage, there is a little bit of subtext from Freezer's blunder, one that you could easily overlook in your first or even second playthrough of this game. Speaking of Coolfest, if you remember, it was held in the King Foods amphitheater. In the business news section, there's talk of King Foods acquiring Bupbus. So on top of Freezer's lip-syncing and Chowderman's slaughter, we have Bupbus selling out to the big man. In the section on politics, we have a mishmash of flavored text. There's talk of one of the American Republic's third parties being the Traffic Party, which is pretty funny. Just taking a very specific concept and making a party around it. Like if this were happening today, you'd have like a Walkable Cities party, a Third Places party, or maybe a I want to buy a fucking home party. The only significant thing I can gather is that politicians, including the third-party politicians, are rearing up to take their campaigns into sleep time services. Perhaps we should brace ourselves for a more politically charged Hypnospace. I'm looking at you, Good Time Valley. Things start to get grim again once we get into the world news section, telling a story of coalition forces bombing a medical facility, believing that it housed terrorist operations. Now, I'm not too sure if this is an echo of our world's events during that time. I'm vaguely aware of Clinton being involved with the efforts to thwart Saddam Hussein in Iraq in 98 or 99. Not sure though. I think this is just some flavor text to help the player get into that pre-Y2K feel, catastrophes compounding upon one another. Very creepy feeling. The weather and sports are more of the same. Let's check out some of the Merchantsoft team's main pages. The only thing new on Adrian's page is his status.
Oops, ignore the last thing I put on here. It's nothing. Bye.
Well, good thing we recorded that. Falcon 123, if I'm not mistaken, will naturally bump into the other team members in their respective zones. Let's get started with the cafe. Artie Dispenza has nothing new except a funny update to his status.
Artie Dispenza status. You are you from crown to root, but virtual or real, data or flesh. Yes and yes. And yes and yes and yes and yes, 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 yes.
Barnaby's chair has a few changes.
From Esotonic Records, our heartfelt condolences to Cuff Johnson and those impacted by the incident at Coolfest 99.
First, you may have noticed that one of the members have been kicked out of Barnaby's chair, hopefully not Samantha's friend. On top of him being cropped and scribbled out of images, all biographies have been changed to describe the band as a duo. Let's check out the lyrics page for their new song, Come Closer. Let me feature this cool part first, and then we'll get into what we may be able to glean from this song's lyrics.
You share with me. You let me see.
I don't know, I just really like those vocals. The lyrics seem to just be a very creative love song. It paints a picture of an abyss, like the bottom of an ocean, colorless and unseeable, but this abyss is shared by two lovers. Without spending too much time here, I think this is a song about predestiny, that even in an entropic haze of chaos, the first mover, the Big Bang, has set off a chain of events, transfers of energies, causes and effects for these two lovers to stand before one another. If we remove the romantic aspect, it's a pretty suffocating idea that any moment is simply a product of a seemingly timeless string of causes and effects. I'm sure a more educated person could tie this into the Y2K angst, but I'm not that person. Let's move on, that was fun regardless. The next page is Dylan Merchant's. The only change is a new subpage, the Hazopedia.
Hazopedia is a small project I'm working on with a few fellow music snobs. It's a friendly alternative to Slushmouth's Guide.
Sick. I smell another music history lesson approaching. I'll go ahead and summarize. Dylan posits that haze is less a genre and more a creative attitude, a discipline of creativity that emphasizes beauty, rough edges, emotion, and experimentation. Now, I think this is very apt. These are qualities that anybody would love when it comes to really anything in the cutting edge. Despite the experimentation and the rough edges that come from it, it's still beautiful. It comes from the whims of its creator. While most learned music historians of the Hypnospace universe boil down haze to its use of the PTRS 1200, Dylan argues that the workstation alone doesn't make the phenomenon, doesn't birth the genre. Dylan describes the PTRS 1200 as simply a 4-track tape recorder with a module for drum samples and cheesy effects. So like a digital audio workstation, but not Duh, it's just an audio workstation. It's like FL Studio, but in my hands. But how interesting is that though, huh? The software we use is essentially just a digitized version of some sort of physical technology that already exists. Now let's let the programmer give his takes on the subgenres of haze.
Dirt haze sounds like watching a fiery tornado from the safety of a train car, a fiery tornado that causes intense introspection. Dirt haze often contains raw, warbling vocals and is more song-based than other haze styles, also associated with drugs even though it isn't the weirdest type of haze. You've got Glamocaster, which is playing right now, this is Dirt Haze, Sacred Haze, and Real Salve.
So Real Salve is considered by Dylan Merchant to be an example of dirt haze, whereas Slushmouth uses Real Salve as an example for just regular haze. Oh, I think I get it now. I'm not supposed to be taking this as seriously as I am. I think this is a parody of just sort of the hard-to-define, ever-fracturing genres, especially of those that are defining of an era. Oh, you're goth? What kind of goth are you? Trad? Cyber? Romantic? Krav Magoth?
This takes us to Dark Haze. I'll go ahead and play in the background one of the more distinctive examples, Lizard Boy's Nightmare in Hypnospace. Dark Haze scene. Sounds like someone set music to a haunted house ambience tape, often silly and overboard with the spooky sounds. Artists, Esmeralda, and the Cauldron Kids.
Yeah, now I'm starting to feel silly for taking this music history stuff so seriously. Imagine like you start with rock, and then you go to like punk rock, which is like rock but more rebellious. But then you also have like metal, which is very tinny and distorted. And then you also have prog rock, which isn't even rock at all. It's just progressive commercials played upon pulsating bass lines. But we're still gonna call it prog rock. I think that's the joke. Listen, I'm still gonna chart this music history stuff out because what else am I good for? And besides, look how beautiful this looks.
Earth haze. Sounds like the spirit of a wolf obtained a late 80s synthesizer and made an ode to the earth. Earth haze, oddly enough, contains the more synth and keyboard work than most of the other haze styles. Some artists are Chet Pinehurst, which we're familiar with on the Cafe page, Zerid, that's playing right now, and Arcello, his later stuff, as well as Eaglesong.
See, that makes a lot more sense. I can see atmospheric becoming earth haze very easily. At least much more so than earth haze coming from haze. Perhaps the rock scene went from cosmic to new style to haze, and in tandem, atmospheric maybe to digital style and earth haze, or just maybe atmospheric directly to earth haze through Arcello's later work, maybe?
Listen to Haze. I'm working on getting a public page for free to download Haze songs up. Not so easy due to copyright restrictions. If you're truly interested, chit-chat me and I'll hook you up with an FLST login, where you can find a few songs from my personal collection. Wink. So he's partaking in a bit of piracy.
Gotcha. So from a gameplay perspective, this new page makes a lot of sense. It's ultimately going to act as a hint or tip as to what to look for in an upcoming case. F-list or FLST, probably meaning free list. More on them when the time comes. This next page is, oh, nice, Aldrin's House of Sounds. More music, huh?
Bill Aldrin of Aldrin's House of Sounds status. A round of applause for Casper Air Graphics, Gearhead Greg, and Alan Fair-Obi for all their help in making my page look nicer.
Now that's sick as shit. Aldrin's got Gearhead Greg, Noble Warlock, and lead singer of Clifta helping him with his page. You'll love to see it. What kind of internet is conducive for such help freely given? I think people naturally like to feel that they matter to others, that they can be of help to others, even strangers, and being able to do so through your hobbies, Arlen's artistry, Greg's coding, and Casper's musician skills, is the sickest feeling ever. I think it's tougher nowadays, not an excuse, more of an explanation, really, because we have to weigh the value of everything we can do. Whereas Arlen, Greg, and Casper had their jobs to pay the bills, and their hobbies to pass the time, many people in this day and age have to replace their hobbies with hustles, their free time with work, their home with their workplace. I have it written here, to get ahead. Doesn't feel like getting ahead. Feels like a cope of getting to the halfway point. And so when every single facet of your life is dedicated to getting into a better living situation, move out of your parents' home, purchase a condo instead of dumping all your money to a landlord, or just taking care of the people that you love, it makes you a lot more self-serving, a lot more stingy with how you spend your time. I say self-serving, I mean that in the broader sense. You're too burnt out to even desire to help strangers, develop connections with strangers. It seems that the page is still under heavy construction. In the interim, Bill has republished an old archived article from 1996 on Glamocaster. Let's go ahead and give it a read. This may give us some more insight into what the hell haze is.
The legitimacy of haze as a genre is something I've long wrestled with. Its lauded albums just don't have enough sonic consistency to comfortably live under one banner. Glamoplasm by Florida act Glamocaster, to my ears conjures such a distinct listening experience that it should, by all rights, define something. It's too distorted and guitar-centric to fit well with most Haze records, but there's certainly a shared lineage. Haze-esque programmed drum machine sounds and rich sense of longing pop balladry live beneath its topcoat of dirty guitar work. The elements accompany one another to form a beautiful, occasionally sad, but always excellent pop record. 5 out of 5. Aldrin's choice cuts, I'm Afraid, that's what we heard previously. The Mind You Make, and He Looked Up.
Okay, so Aldrin has the same gripes with Haze as I do, but using the various qualities that Dylan Merchant listed on his Hazopedia, perhaps we can come up with an interesting model. Haze itself is a large, hard-to-define cloud of concepts, motifs, patterns, and then specific aspects are focused on and refined, experimented with other things. You get dirt haze, you get earth haze, you get sparkle haze, and dark haze. Perhaps over time, as specific genres separate, they become far more distinctive compared to the more nebulous mother cloud that is haze. But it could just be that haze itself was so influential as a genre that genres like dark haze and sparkle haze may not even have any tie to regular haze. It's just that's what we were calling music at the time. Honestly, from my perspective, it really seems that there is only one kind of haze, and that is just dirt haze. I don't know, actually, I thought I had a hang of it, and now I'm actually more confused. Aside from this article, we can see that Aldrin has removed his scathing review of Chowderman and the Boys out of respect for the deceased Cuff Johnson. Classy. Moving on to Gearhead Greg, there's not really anything new on his page except an upset note directed at Connie from Connie's Connections.
Connie has updated her page with a rude and ignorant comment about my password security page. I appreciate the concern, but leave this one to the professionals, Connie.
And a note about the T-Nubs hoax.
Hi everyone, don't share the T-Nub hoax. My niece is in high school and has never heard of such a thing. I tried notifying Counselor Ronnie that it's just a hoax, but no reply. Just FYI. Is that because Counselor Ronnie is a disinfo agent?
Let's take a gander at Connie's critique on Gearhead Greg's password tips.
Gearhead Greg is a helpful and well-meaning individual, but I would strongly advise against using his password security tips.
We'll have to check that out. We may need to do a bit of password hacking, and Greg is doing the social engineering for us. Some other fun notes about Connie's page during this shift is that she's now playing a song by Red Strike, as requested by Kev. If you remember, this is Tamara's flip-flop enthusiast friend. We still haven't found his main page yet, mainly because his page was hidden in the Freelands. And while we will be accessing this subzone, sadly, we won't be able to find Kev's page because...
Update on Kevin J's main page. At Gillfellow, who runs the Freelands, has deleted Kev's plot there for what looks to be a completely ridiculous reason. If you've had an unpleasant run-in with Gil, please message me.
One of the big themes we've got to see on Connie's page is this damnation of memory. Users deleting their own pages because of their frustrations with NetSettler depreciation. And now in this case, we have Kev J's page being forgotten, or potentially forgotten, because of moderation. But not overzealous moderation coming from the top, Merchantsoft, but from a fellow user, Gil, from the Freelands. It really be your own. With Connie's critique of Greg's password tips in mind, let's actually take a look at them. Oh geez, yeah, this is rotten. His first tip is to use personal information that only you know. Which, okay, maybe I can see the logic behind that, but then his framework is the city you live in plus your favorite hobby plus your birth year. Which, I mean, on its face, maybe it's not a bad password, but when you broadcast it, it totally defeats the purpose. We'll be back here if we need Gearhead Greg's password to get into anything.
Jazz Wilson Lopez's status. Well, I know I said I was taking a break, but I can't stay away from this place. Still really tired, but it's worth it to be with y'all.
Now in Jazz's page, there's not much change besides this dragon that she's adopted from Phaedrala in the Freelands, and then this new review on a janitor game.
Not sure what this is, but I think it might be illegal. It does allow you to score easy HypnoCoin, but I deleted it because I don't want to implicate myself in crimes.
Now, as far as I know, the only way you can find janitor is by searching it up. There's a couple of anomalies with this page. The user has a typed-in ID number, much like the fake number from Tim's True Tranquility email, but the actual headband ID is a 000X ID, so a business affiliate of Merchantsoft.
Want to earn HypnoCoin? Are you a qualified accounting professional over the age of 18? Good. Become an independent contractor accountant for Roydon Capital today by clicking below. By installing the Janitor accounting software, you agree to the terms at the bottom of the page.
What's odd is that we can report it as malicious software. This is likely because it provides a seemingly limitless source of HypnoCoins to the player. So I feel like this indicates it can't be a Merchantsoft affiliated business. Perhaps that headband ID is just fake. The game is simple enough. We must stack 5 documents together and quickly drag the pile into the incinerator. Doing this enough times, you level up, increasing your payout for each stack you incinerate. On top of this, there are these files with skulls on them that you must incinerate immediately, and stacking them onto other pieces of files will cause a game over, forcing you to start from the beginning. What I like to do, since this can take a while, is place my files in 2x2 formations, just close enough to each other so if I placed a file in between them, it would immediately stack into 5. And Hippie seems to agree.
Nice.
Nice, huh?
It's pretty therapeutic, and before you know it, you'll be banking a crap ton of Hypnocoin per stack, totally trivializing this resource for the rest of your playthrough.
Ah, shit! Fuck!
Now, since we reported the violation, Samantha sends us a case with her own commentary on the matter.
So this janitor program, surprised it hasn't been passed around more, seeing it's a source of endless Hypnocoin. Seems like a pretty poorly thought out scheme all around. Good find.
No insight as to who the culprit may be, though. Oh well, I'll keep a personal eye out. Proceeding through the cafe, we've got a nice little development to Reggie Paulson's previously crummy page.
Wow, Gearhead, Jazz's reviews, Noble Warlock, and Send Me Money are so funny and helpful. My page looks better than ever. This is great.
Judging from Reggie's page, we can surmise that he's no longer a free trial user, so no more Bopos ads at the bottom of his page. He also used to be Amish, which would explain his woodworking tips page. It's cool how an expert on building structures now has accepted help with building his page. Very cute. After receiving the kind help and support of Greg, Jazz, and Stop Sending Money 1, he's rescinded his previously uncharitable words against his fellow denizens of the cafe.
Listen, I'm not a communist, but I have to apologize for the accusatory words I made last time. I guess you shouldn't judge people before meeting them. Stop Sending Money 1 is a good man.
He still doesn't consider himself to be a communist, but doesn't let that get in the way of considering the resident socialist Stop Sending Money 1 of the Workers' Alternative a good man. That's sweet. It's good that people these days on our internet have that same exact energy. This again is another example of one of my favorite aspects of the internet, bonding. The setting aside of differences to build something fun, bridge gaps, and potentially express ourselves. I won't lie, all that talk in the newsroom about the American Republic's political sphere entering the sleep time services kinda got me puckered, ready to roll my eyes. And so I'm very stoked to see that the avocado-sipping latte toast yet to be woke, Hypnospace beatniks of the cafe have fostered such a tranquil and accepting environment. We can sleep easy knowing that Reggie is in good hands.
I have news about the T-Nubs. They are a hoax. Ask Gearhead Greg. However, he's taken the bait regarding this beef brain shield stuff.
Now, Reggie is a keen man, but sadly not keen enough yet to identify the possible hoax that is this talk of beef brain. I hadn't mentioned it, but his page has these black strips with logos of something called Beef Brain Shield. So we can surmise that these shields protect the brain from the embeefening radiación. I'm reminded of those little rubber bracelets with the shiny foil in them that supposedly made you more balanced. Some of you are cringing so hard right now. What an era, right? Remember snake oil bracelets? I remember. Let's click on the Beef Brain Shield badge that Reggie has so proudly donned on his page. Clicking on the page, we find that the person behind the Beef Brain scam is none other than
Dr. Minx, of course. Well, that's a bit on the nose.
Even more on the nose if we click on Dr. Mink's PhD citizen data and cross-reference their headband ID with our list, we find that it's a perfect match with Counselor Ronnie.
What if I told you that Merchantsoft has a dirty little secret? Well, I'm telling you now, it's true. The Hypnospace headband has been found to cause beef brain, a disease that is baffling doctors and sending regulators knocking at Merchantsoft's door. If not dealt with, beef brain can cause exhaustion, extreme headaches, and even death. To form Hypnospace's images and sounds, radiated electrons are beamed into your frontal and sidereal lobes. When very bright colors are transmitted, the extreme radiación literally cooks your brain. That's right, Hypnospace is cooking your brain. Until Merchantsoft fixes it, or are shut down by the feds, it is very dangerous to browse Hypnospace. But we have a solution. Our team of scientists and engineers have conducted over 1 million medical science experiments, which have resulted in the ultimate solution, Beef Brain Shield Pro.
We could download this, but it looks so much like shit, I'm not even gonna bother. No, in reality, I just get distracted with the song playing on this page. It's Lizard Boy's Nightmare in Hypnospace, so a proper darkwave song. This little troll's got taste. In previous playthroughs, I checked to see if there's any hidden viruses on the Beef Brain Shield sticker pack, but no, there isn't. This is just a perfectly harmless pack of stickers for your desktop or page. So, what do we know so far? There's a hidden Minx page that the misanthropic Tim wants to join. It's password protected and its logo is signified by an upside down toilet. Very irreverent. We've seen 3 instances of online hoaxes linked to this Minx calling card name. We've got the Beef Brain hoax, the T-Nubs hoax, and what I believe to be an earlier hoax that is this haunted doll chain sticker. And since the headband ID of Counselor Ronnie matches up with this Dr. Minx, then we can also include Counselor Ronnie in on that mix. And speaking of which, aside from this government grant, These hoaxes don't seem to have any sort of self-serving motives. Hypnocoins aren't being charged, Hypnocoin wallets aren't being hacked, so what gives? It's just trolling for the love of trolling, or as the kids these days say, baiting. These days, however, I'm noticing that people are using outrage to bait engagement. And while purely on a cultural level I dislike this, I can't help but respect the grift. If you can fleece eyeballs from impulsive dum-dums and secure a bag, more power to you. That being said, however, that power may soon wane, because I'm noticing something very beautiful take place in the comment section of various posts. Nice bait, people are saying. And I gotta say, Gen Z and Alpha, I applaud you for maintaining an attitude that old farts like me have long abandoned. I remember when I was in high school saying, "Great bait, mate," but never maintaining that energy. Keep a cool mind, it'll serve you dividends in the future. Up next is Samantha Clausen's page. If you remember, she's one of the 2 lead programmers for Merchantsoft, and she's now been shuffled off into heading the HSPD operations. Here's her status.
Samantha Clausen's status.
Oh, I'm so sleepy.
Sleepy, huh? But she's asleep right now. When you first play Hypnospace, you might find it kind of ironic that a sleep time networking service would cause sleepiness. You use it while you sleep. But later in our journey, the sleep science will be spelt out to us. Until then, I'm not going to chart out every single time a user reports fatigue, but this isn't the first and won't be the last time we hear about this. Samantha has an update to her shout-out to Barnaby's Chair.
Update, they're still my favorite band, but that new Come Closer single is just a little too weird for me. Not the kind of thing I'd normally listen to. Less excited for the new album now, sadly.
Okay, that's a relief. So her friend is still in Barnaby's Chair. Here's a new addition to her dev diary. This was on November 7th, so right after our headband got fried, but about a few weeks before this current shift.
Wow, this job is keeping me busy. They're doing some exciting things here, and it's hard not to get caught up in all the excitement. It's exhausting, though. In a good way, of course. My time here is split between fixing bugs and working on the year 2000 update. With less than 2 months to go, I'm not sure how we're going to finish it at all. I sense that this is normal for the tech world, so I'm sure it's just me being new. Till next time.
Little did she know her talents would be wasted on babysitting us. The Soundscape page is a new download for purchase, a medieval soundscape. Cool, but not what we're looking for. The next page is Mr. Don't Nate himself. Howard's added a couple new life tips, as well as updated his office trick, now mentioning the value in collectivizing so that you can secure an insurance plan with your employer. Which reminds me, we checked the Workers Alternative page, but we see that there are no new articles. But his status has changed.
If you produce, don't be misused. I'm coming up with a better slogan soon. Message me with any ideas. Thanks.
Good luck, Stop Sending Money One. Up next, Hypnospace's Checkpoint. Tamara speaks. Sadly, we see that Tamara is struggling to break into the Hypnospace culture. Her status is an open request for chit-chat friends. She also mentions being tired, not only from college, but from Hypnospace use. Another instance of citizens being restless. Not good.
Does Hypnospace make anyone else extra sleepy?
But what is good is that Tamara has a new spoken word poem, River.
River, 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 river. Stone. River, 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 frog. River, 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 grass. River, 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 river. Leaf floating. Stone, frog, grass, and leaf. River. They're all river. River, 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 river.
Gosh, I could listen to her say frog all day. Anyways,
Moving on, we have Good Time Valley. Let's see what kind of fresh hell this upcoming election has wrought upon the outspoken citizens. Oh, the first page is Stand with Gooper. They're still hung up on the Gooper fiasco, it seems. The Stand with Gooper page was made by Abby Wrights, the first grade teacher who was the primary violator of the previous shift's Gumshoe Gooper copyright violations, and will come to learn that the Gooper domino effect has taken place. She won't be the only Gumshoe-bertarian in Good Time Valley. Now, her page is already marked with a bunch of removed assets or elements, and she's already accrued 9 violations, so we can just flag her right here and right now. In her status, she laments feeling targeted by snobby 20-year-olds in cushy office chairs, telling us to get a life. It does suck that she's taking this personally, but mop buckets don't care about your feelings. She has an inspiring quote about freedom of expression but misattributes it to Lincoln instead of Washington, and has a long diatribe about how this movement is not about just the cartoon, but the erasure of the legacy of W.E. Briggs, the artist behind the fish. Of course, while Don't Send Me Money 1 considers Briggs to be a pro-imperialist, Abby and many other Good Time Valley citizens consider him to be an American patriot. Hey, laugh all you want about nostalgic old folks clinging to icons of the past. But this is still very much a theme that I think is very important when we come to analyzing internet culture. On the flip side of expression, you have censorship, and on the flip side of archivism, you have damnatio memoriae. You may think it's silly that people don't want the legacy of their favorite childhood cartoon to die, but can we blame them? Think of the melancholy we feel when we think back to the many places on the internet we will never find again. Those goofy Angel Fire websites, your MySpace page, your Gaia Online profile that's half desolated because of depreciated photo bucket links. It's a scary thing being on the other side of that, so I don't blame these old folks for being scared of the Gooper legacy being damned from memory. Let's go ahead and take a look at the W.E. Briggs biography linked on Abby's page. This particular page, however, was put together by Reginald of Double R Ranch. Briggs came from humble beginnings and desired to serve in the army. Because he was too short and skinny, he was made to do administrative work. This was much to his dismay. After all, he wanted to see some action. After this work in the army, he wanted to continue serving his country through drawing cartoons. The army liked his work, and so he continued to serve by creating anti-communist propaganda, starting the Anti-Communist Cartoonists Alliance. So it seems that Stop Sending Money 1 was correct in his appraisal of Briggs' politics. Still don't know how the f*** a fish has anything to do with it. Briggs finished his work with Uncle Sam and had a hard time getting in on the more politically eclectic sphere of entertainment. Reginald, the author of this page, claims that Briggs' struggles come from the fact that all cartoonists were secretly communists. But one day in 1960, Briggs made his big break after making many cartoons. He created the detective fish we all know and love, Gumshoe Gooper, and his sidekick, Frank.
After 10 years after Gumshoe Gooper got famous in 1974, William Briggs died. People all over the world were sad about this. Communists and dictators were happy that he died, because he stood strong for freedom. Gumshoe Gooper is banned in many countries. For this very reason, let us never forget this lesson.
A touching story. But if you respect the legacy of Briggs, you'll respect the wishes of his estate, Abby.
Sorry, Abby.
I think that's about every... Wait, what?
You're having your kids get in on this?
I will not stand for art-based child soldiers, Abby. We flag Abby and let off some steam over some steaming franks and sizzling patties.
The results are in. Bopo's extra thick chips are the yummiest chips in Hypnospace. Delicious. Delicious.
Extra thick chips, huh? Are those just straight up potatoes in the background? I guess that means that they are extra thick. We got Burnin' Rubber's page. Love this guy. Keep deleting my cartoons. Go right on ahead, cowards.
Oh man. Carl of Burnin' Rubber 50 is also in on the Gooper Civil War. The betrayal! I trusted you, Carl. You were my favorite. But I must... stop the music. Abby is a widow who lost her kid. This is all that she has. Carl, too, is a widower who can no longer ride. These people come here to build something more with their life. A community to come to. A virtual third place, if you will. Am I going too far? Hello?
The past is never dead. It's not even past.
I'm sorry, Carl.
Message received
it's for your... Shut up, hippie! It's for your own good. We hammer his violations and flag him, sealing his fate. There's nothing of note in the Granny Cream page, just the winner of the Granny Stash competition.
Congrats to Fred, the winner of this year's Granny Stash competition. Gotta have a Granny Stash.
In Hypnospace Heaven, if we click the badge that initially linked to the Sandy 4 Community Leader page, it now takes us to a Reginald 4 Community Leader page. Now we'll go through this political mix-up later. Speaking of which, we have a small update from the current Community Leader, the Hands-Off Scott.
Update. Please stop putting the Gumshoe Gooper cartoon on your pages. Thanks, Scotty.
Simple enough. It seems that Mavis, the old lady from the last shift, has updated her page.
I have updated my page. Welcome to all.
No.
shit. Greg, you are so sweet and helpful. Please send my regards to your family.
Huh, dang, that's a pity. So it seems sometime after our headband crash and before her trial ran out, Greg had helped her design her page. Maybe we'll be able to take a gander at it in our next shift. The next page is Arlen's Noble Warlock Studio.
You too, Arlen? Fell asleep at work again today. Hypnospace used to be a place to relax, and now I just wake up stressed. It's almost like I didn't sleep at all.
Troubling. This is starting to look like a pattern.
Noble Warlock supports the Stand with Gooper movement. My brother is a lawyer and said that there is no reason these people can't show pictures of the Gooper cartoon, so stop picking on my friends. Admirable, Warlock, but I have a hammer.
We hammer his violations and move on to Pete's love poems, which sadly is also hidden behind an expired free trial.
To all my friends on Chit Chat lovers, we'll see you when I get on another free trial. See you around the bend. That's too bad.
Stay cool, Pete. Drive safe on those long trucking routes. Now we've got Reginald of the Double R Ranch, who already has 6 violations.
I accept you all's nomination for the new leader. Hypnospace, the people have spoken.
Damn it, Reginald, I really liked you. Now I gotta banhammer ya. Now he's very passionate about the Gooper cause from a standpoint of free speech, and has this to say to us enforcers.
Enforcers are corrupt cronies and thugs working for Merchantsoft to remove good people from Hypnospace and promote laziness so that people must be subservient to the government for their basic needs.
I'm not some corrupt crony who does this for money. In fact, I do it for free. Speaking of which, if we take a look at his Good Time Scam watch page, we can see a new review for the Janitor game. Maybe Reginald has some insight.
Janitor, accounting scam? But it might be okay, I can't tell. As a business owner, I know what it means to cook the books, and this janitor thing looks like it's trying to get us to do their dirty work. It does seem to pay out real hypno-coin. Be careful, this might get you into some trouble.
So he's under the impression that you really are destroying evidence and cooking the books for a company. I'm not sure if I buy that though. He's also got a fun little blurb about Aurora from Truth About Trennis.
Aurora is a sweet woman who has some ideas that really make you question what's really going on in this world. We need more people like her. She's exposing the truth about how the elites turned her family's fun game into a hobby for hoity-toity snobs, much like they did with horse riding and the sissy game horse croquet.
We may have some disagreements with each other on a personality level, but I respect Double R for his staunch whistleblower scrutiny. It would be dishonest of me, a loyal hypno-custodian, to say that there isn't some sketchy business with Merchantsoft. I just don't think it lies within these fish cartoons. With his accepting of the community leader nomination, let's check out the Reginald for leader page. Why would Abby go back on her support for Sandy?
We all love Sandy and she has helped us all so much with her love and support, but now is a time for action. We need a leader with the courage to stand against this attack on our faith and values. And Southern Gent RR, Reginald, is that person.
It honestly pains me to see the salt of the earth folks of Good Time Valley turn into gooper hawks. Sandy is a good woman. I think she'd make a better leader than Reginald. I've flagged the repeat offenders of Good Time Valley for their betrayal of the empty nester and washed my hands of this. I wonder what Sandy has to say about this gumshoe debacle.
I can't believe you all are so mad about Gooper. Let our light shine, people. They will know we are Christians by our love, not getting mad about a funny old cartoon.
I couldn't agree more, Sandy. Oh, and what's this? She's also keen on the beef brain hoax.
Stop falling for these obvious tricks. Hello, my friends. I understand that some of you are concerned that Hypnospace can hurt your brain, and who knows, maybe it can, but I have to say this beef brain thing is very suspicious. If you look at the bottom of the beef brain main page, it says something about minks. If I remember right, these are the same hooligans who pulled the explosive headband prank and had half of you put that horrible, horrible song on your page in order to prevent your head from blowing up. If the Hypnospace headband is unhealthy, it's probably just because it makes you tired, not some crazy brain disease. Love, Sandy.
Damn, I kinda wish we were there for that hoax. If only just to hear what kind of music people were putting on their pages. With all this talk of different users being sleepy and this keen observation from Sandy, I can't help but fear that this story will have a medically catastrophic turn. Also, when she refers to the bottom of the beef brain page saying minks, I think she's referring to the sort of all rights reserved or copyright blurbs. I wonder what we'll find at the bottom of Counselor Ronnie's page. One small detail on her funnies page is that she respectfully refrains from posting Gumshoe Gooper, but is now uneasy of the meme of Frank, Gumshoe Gooper's sidekick, on her page.
Is Detective Frank still okay? He's from the same cartoon as Gumshoe Gooper, but maybe he isn't popular enough? Just tell me and I'll take it down.
Copyright infringement does have a way of making people feel like they're walking on eggshells. Good luck to you, Sandy, and God bless. Bobby's page is also behind an expired free trial, and it's a pity because he too got help from Gearhead Greg. If you note, the expired free trial placard states that if their Hypnospace subscription isn't renewed in 30 days, their page will be deleted. This is such a frustrating idea. All of the work that a user will put into crafting their page, placing their flag, settling the net, if you will. Not even like archived or put in a sort of a backlog. No, just full-blown deleted, damned from memory because they let their free trial lapse. And finally, we have Terry's deals. His page looks like it's degrading. He's already got a few violations under his belt and has replaced the outdoor stickers packs with the same viruses. Now I'm really starting to think this is intentional. I don't know. Well, I flagged Terry, and as an act of goodwill, I buy a couple of his uninfected stickers. With Good Time Valley thoroughly mopped up, let's get the update from Dispatch on the Gooper violations.
Hello, Enforcer. Great job cleaning up those gumshoe Gooper violations. This whole zone has been a problem for the last 2 weeks, but none of us want to ban anyone over a silly goldfish cartoon. Hopefully they retreat soon. Added a new gumshoe Gooper case so you can cash in on today's violations.
Also, it seems that those violations were enough to progress us into the next phase of this shift. We have a new case regarding unauthorized software and a message from Dylan to change our passwords. With this new phase, we also now have access to Starport Castle Dream Station. Before getting into all of that, let's continue to comb through the rest of the zones. Let's next scour through Teentopia. Starting off, we have a cute little virtual pet based on the squisher Mushi. His animations are very cool, and when he walks around, he leaves little splotches. I simply don't have the time in my schedule for a pet, so I release him into the wild. Good luck, Mushi. We've got Ashley Spinning Planets, which has some new additions, like a tiny planet that's home to, swimming ants. And there's a mustard planet that in her lore exports mustard to King Foods. She's got a mind for logistics, it seems. And then a big planet made of wireframe lines and splashes of water, of which only fish live. The only major thing of note on this page is of course those eyesore beef brain shields, and a note from Ashley's mother.
Note to other parents. Hello, this is Ashley's mother. If you haven't heard, there's a disease called beef brain that Hypnospace can cause if you don't protect your kids. I'm frankly mad that none of you are involved with your children enough to know about this. Click the shield to find out more about how to protect their brains, and please install it on your kids' pages. Not even installing anything, you're just putting stickers, lady.
As much as you'd like to roll your eyes at the helicopter parenting, I think this is coming from a good place. It's too bad that she's having to misuse her attention on hoaxes, because otherwise it's definitely a good idea that parents be involved with how their kids operate the internet. Up next is Counselor Ronnie's page. There's an update regarding a Squishers art contest. Teentopia Squishers enthusiast Rebruth Pin would definitely want to get in on that. Aside from this, we've got some more blatantly wrong trivia. This one is pretty on the nose.
Did you know American League football is imperceptible to people who are smart?
He's just straight up calling AFL fans dumb, which is fitting. The whole sports bad take is one that you'd come to expect from a reclusive troll from this time. But that's not to take away from the effortfulness of this trolling campaign, because it seems Counselor Ronnie has released a full-blown video game. The aforementioned Drug Runners game with 3 neat power-ups, not bad. If we scroll to the bottom of the page, we see a fast-moving calling card that simply says Minx with a winky face. Shall we play this game?
How fast can you run?
Oh, it's one of those games. It's a turn-based maze where every time you move, your enemies move. So you have to do math in your head to make sure you don't enter a space with an enemy. I'm reminded of Chip's Challenge from Windows 95. I try my best to get far, but I don't have the brain for this. According to the wiki, if you beat this game, you get the T-Nub song file and a sticker of Counselor Ronnie and the dealer. Here's the animation for when you lose the game.
Whoa! I've been sunk!
That's flippin', that's actually pretty funny. He's literally putting a T-Nub up his bum. That's funny. We'll put that in the schlauncher. Sorry, in the stasher or hider.
I won't lie, that's pretty funny. I've been shonked!
I've been sunk!
Let's now go ahead and immerse ourselves in the mysterious and macabre and see if there are any new scary interactives developed by Dark Twilight Tiff.
Tiffany Wright status. I had nothing to do with True Trank. Also, my new scary has been posted. Timigeddon did the art and music, but I did the story this time. Check it out.
She has an important message for us enforcers. I'll be sure to check that out later. Below the new interactive she's developed, she's written an apology for the True Tranquility virus. She also apologized on behalf of Tim, and based on what she says, I think it's clear that Tim pulled that stunt to impress her, and she clearly wasn't okay with it. Her interactive scary is called The Tale of Smolder Boulder, written by Tiff, art by Tim, and inspired from the Sherry Heels and Gus testimony of the exorcism of Dr. Smolder Boulder. Kinda cool how just an unrelated page can cause such inspiration in just page passerbys.
Dr. Smolder Boulder was a not nice man. He huffed at his family and laughed at his friends. He stomped through the flowers and double-dunked chips. He defaces public statues with pictures of lips. But sometimes Dr. Smolder Boulder gets angry. He gets tired of taking the blame. He knocks 2.5 times at your door and screams out your family name. And if you open the door, he'll tear down your pictures, knock holes in your walls, drink your hot chocolate, pound on your floor, break your glass dishes, smash through your table, cracking every window if he's willing and able. And when he crouches over your body, he'll say with a stony-faced grin,
You shouldn't have... Shit!
I knocked my fucking thermos off my table.
You shouldn't have called me a bad guy, because now the doctor is in.
I'm literally throwing my hands up when I do that. That's why I knocked my thermos off my table.
This game is based on a true story from Hypnospace.
Starting the game, we get to choose whether or not we add marshmallows to our hot chocolate. This will just have a slight effect on the ending. I choose to add marshmallows. We hear a knock at the door, charged with menace. In this playthrough, I'll just stay where I'm at. Because we opted for the marshmallows, we stand here with our garnished beverage and sip the chocolate of foreshadowing. Raising the cup to our descriptive lips, we are interrupted with another knock. I stay vigilant and stay put with my now cooling drink, noticing that our beverage is totally cooled now. We feel a foul wind, and suddenly the door is open.
You're about to take another sip from your neglected drink before you hear a very weird sound, like an egg that hasn't finished cracking. It's coming from the door. Suddenly, a scream.
Enforcer!
What do you do? Stay on the couch. And this is actually pretty creepy. You stay right where you are as the pounding ceases, and the scream fades away like a paper bag over a skull. It makes sense, right? Right? Suddenly, you feel something move through you. It leaves a pit in your stomach like a stone. A stony grin. What do you do? Try not to freak out. There's something wrong standing in your living room, guzzling hot chocolate like a car with thin gas. What? The book never said what would happen if you didn't open the door. The cup shatters near your ears like a gunshot. You scream. It wanted marshmallows. Dr. Smolder Boulder doesn't have hands or feet. He's smooth and tall and distorted like a baby's foggy dream, like the first fear you ever had when you were a kid. How does he exist? Wait, what is he doing? Uh-huh. Oh. What? What's happening? The vision hits you like a truck, a big one. Your body suspended as something gets smaller and larger at the same time, bigger than the sky and tinier than an ant. It goes inside of you and stays there. It moves. You can already feel the glass beneath your fingernails and the rocks in your teeth and the splinters of wood in the bashed up leg that doesn't belong to you anymore. No.
Yes, the doctor is in. They shouldn't have made him angry. He wanted marshmallows.
I see. So we were possessed by Dr. Smolder Boulder, and he was particularly angry that we took all the marshmallows for our hot cocoa. The final screen is pretty cute, just Dr. Smolder Boulder peeking up from the screen and Tiff is just at a loss, not knowing how to end the game.
How do you end a game?
On our second playthrough, I choose no marshmallows and open the door to see,
If we open the door, we see a brown potato.
It feels like it's watching us. A grim tube in disguise as an innocent vegetable. It's a false beet disguised as a false potato. Trying to pick it up, we fail. It can't be moved with human hands. After the next sequence, if we open the door again, the potato is gone. When we go back inside, no matter what, we enter the same end possession sequence. The only difference being, since we didn't take marshmallows, when we're possessed by the doctor, he says he loved the marshmallows. That was amusing, but I have a feeling Tiff's got something else cooked up. I look forward to the next shift. Now, let's see what she'd like us to have a look at.
Dear HSPD enforcers, please look at the chat logs in this link and do something about these idiots. Hello enforcers, can you please do something about these guys? They've been messaging me non-stop. I tried sending a message to Counselor Ronnie and the HSPD a few days ago, but haven't had a reply. Chit Chat doesn't reply to me either.
This first case of chit-chat harassment is from Corey, aka that brassy kid. Ah, jeez. He's doing that thing where you shoot your shot, and instead of moving on, you continue to pester the person. She humors him, and spaghetti keeps spilling out of his pockets. He repeatedly thanks her for replying to him, and when she doesn't respond quickly enough, he spams her. Because Chit-Chat's implementation on Hypnospace is busted, it's likely that he's messaging her without being a part of her pals list. So, as far as I know, she has no option but to either endure his spamming until...
Hi, Tiff. I mean this with all due respect, but did your parents teach you manners? I'm not being mean, just curious if you understand that you're being disrespectful, and if I may, a little bit rude.
Brutal. Scrolling down, we've got, oh, of course, Zane.
Hey, hi, hello. Hi, what's up? Cool, hi. Oh my gosh. Oh, what? Okay.
I'm not mad, I'm just disappointed. Oh wait, hold on.
If we banhammer this, it's gonna go against Dark Twilight. Well, that doesn't make any fucking sense.
So Tiff's being harassed by two of her peers. Chit-Chat shit the bed, and the way Hypnospace enforcers operate make us unable to count these violations toward the guilty users. If we do nothing, nothing happens. The only course of action is to use our hammer to submit these violations so that Merchantsoft can take a look at them and react accordingly. If they can merge, delete, and hide pages, then I'm sure they can do something here. Now we can only report the screenshots that contain this specific act of harassment, which is a good sign. This means that we aren't considering the release of these screenshots as harassment, but the contents within. Let's go ahead and read that update from Dispatch.
Hello, Enforcer. Good job reporting those chit-chat screenshots. That would annoy me too. And this is a weird one because Dark Twilight Tiff isn't an offender, but she's got all the violation points. I don't think there's currently a way to transfer points to the offending citizens either. I'm forwarding this to Dylan so we can get an answer ASAP. Don't flag her, please.
I can flag Tiff? I can flag Tiff.
So we'll spend regardless of her actions here.
Oh, bullshit. I've got to do something. She's just a kid, goddammit.
I'm sorry, Measure 16.
Fuck you. I'm doing it. I'm gonna go ahead and flag Tiff because while I trust that HSPD isn't going to ban Tiff, I don't think the violations alone will light the fire under their slow-to-the-draw butts. Flagging this page will send this case directly across their desks, and they'll have to do something about it. God willing. With nothing new on Grayson's page, we check out Zane's fake girlfriend's page, and we see that they've broken up. This is likely because Zane wanted to free himself up for Tiff. And we can see the same thing on Jennifer's page. Corey too has ended his fake relationship, perhaps to pursue Tiff. And they're still young, they have plenty of time to get their shit together, but I'm just so disappointed that I take a breather in the Pizza Dance page. There's nothing new in the Pizza Dance page, so let's just check out Randy's Dino World. His status is a mere inquiry.
How to draw art on Hypnospace?
This kind of reminds me of a rumor I heard as a kid where you could somehow make games on miniclip.com, and I was pissed that there wasn't like just a full-blown game dev suite built into the site. I remember writing an angry email to the folks at Miniclip. Not much has changed here, but he wishes his page viewers a happy Thanksgiving and has a new page for us to look at. On the left, he uses the page buttons to write in some of the things he likes. In his little bio, he talks about how he's on Hypnospace every night and that...
Oh, geez. So he's even affected by the sleep.
This is about me. I am on Hypnospace every night. I am so sleepy, so I go to bed early so I can go on Hypnospace more and more. I love Hypnospace.
He's so sleepy because of Hypno.
Oh God. He's so sleepy that he goes to bed early so he can use Hypnospace even more. That's very bad. Okay. So it's not just elderly people or overworked adults that are vulnerable. Children, as energetic as they are also at risk of experiencing that Hypnospace fatigue. We take a look at Rebruth Pin's page to see that she's made an admission into the Squishers art contest. Awesome. It looks nifty. And how sweet. She says that if she wins, she gives God all the glory. She has my vote. Now on a sadder note, it looks like Shontia, the Squishers champion, has run the course of her freak trial. I doubt she's going to get the money to continue her legacy as the champion of Hypnospace. So sadly, we'll soon see this page get deleted. Now Corey's page has some heartfelt apologies, which is nice, but he's gotta hammer down that chit-chat entitlement.
Dear Zane, I apologize sincerely for what I did by making a threat and saying hateful things about you on my page. I did not mean the things I said, and I will never do that again. My sincerest apologies, Corey. Dear Merchant Soft, I apologize sincerely for making an offensive image and putting it where kids can see it. It will never happen again, Corey.
Aside from this, he's abandoned the pizza dance and his parents made him cover his face. On a playthrough where I didn't flag any anti-Zane stuff, his page just looks like it does now on our second shift, meaning that regardless of our enforcement on the first shift, he comes to his senses, which gives me hope. Now, Tim's page is still annoying as hell, but if we find his secret page with the third eye program, we can find that there are some new additions. First of all, he has a page leading to his F-list. So this new platform that would replace Digi-Exchange is up and running. We'll give it a look soon. On top of that, his blurb on Minx has changed.
A hacker group who should let old Tim hang out with them before more of their passwords get leaked.
The leaked passwords are referring to this clickable turkey on the right, labeled Timigeddon's Thanksgiving Password Feast. In his F-list, we can see a few files available for download. We've already went toe-to-toe with the True Tranquility virus and don't need the i.hex app. However, he has a text file with virus ideas and a virus named Butts Disease. He also has an image called Marshmallow Pick 2, so it probably has something to do with his crush on Tiff. Looking at the picture, we see that... Oh, he just has a picture of Tiff in his F-list. That's creepy. His virus idea text files have a few listings. There's his finished Butts Disease virus, which is supposed to replace all the window labels with the word butts and the sound files with fart noises. Recursor, the recursor virus, which multiplies the amount of cursors on your desktop. Robin H, which is just a concept of stealing from the rich and giving to the poor. Nude Professor Helper, which is pretty funny. And then something with pets, nude, bursting with laughter. Of course. Let's see what the final Butts Disease virus actually does.
Ouch, my butt.
That's it. Hippie just says, ouch, my butt. I don't hear any fart noises. But when we cure ourselves of the virus...
My butt feels much better. Thanks.
Okay, that's pretty good.
When we go back to the Minx login portal, using the Third Eye app and this Thanksgiving Feast text file, we can gain access to the Minx message boards. Now in the text file, Tim, as his Son of Tim character, hints at a Christmas surprise that Tim is cooking up. I wonder how he's going to top his True Tranquility shock virus. On top of that, we also have some chit-chat passwords, where we can find Adrian's Falcon123 password. Right now, let's just focus on Minx. I used the first username and password for Dumpy1, which we will find out is Dumpster's password into Minx. Now, who else is part of this community? Aha! Conveniently for this clandestine group, their page is running on a depreciated version of NetSettler. No worries. We picked up on plenty of hints on how to fix this. Let's stamp this page so we don't have to rifle through the passwords again and come back when we get around to attaining HypnoCure Pro. For now, let's just keep trucking along Teentopia. We've just got one more page. Zane. His status informs us that he dumped his GF, doesn't like Squishers anymore, and likes gory movies now. Huh. It's kind of funny. With Corey suddenly ditching the pizza dance meme and Zane no longer liking Squishers, we've got this small theme of the fair weather nature of younger members of various interests and fandoms. We'll get this more apparently and comedically applied in the Cool Punk Paradise Zone. Zane has a blurb complaining about his Got Game or Got Lame page being taken down, calling us, excuse me? Sensitive like a 7-year-old. Remember that? Remember when that was an actual insult when we were kids? You're 7. I'm not 7, I'm 8. Anyways, Zane's got a new release of his Slayers X comic. The last one was kinda lame. Hopefully this one's got game. Not bad. Now the second issue is now $10 instead of the first one being just $1. The scene starts with Zane bored in class, sitting next to his GF Jennifer, until a hooded figure knocks at the window.
Psst, hey numbnuts, over here. Don't scream. Yes, I am powerful, but I'm a good guy. Come outside, Zane, now. Voila, I am Mikey Psyche. Wow. Oh, voila. Oh, that's pretty funny. Voila, like the French. Okay, well, you know, I'm gonna
Mikey Psyche is canonically Muslim. Voila! I am Mikey Psyche. We've been watching you, Zane. Come into my energy portal, only if you can handle it. Let's go. Why is that so funny to me? Okay, enough giggly bullshit. A few minutes later. This place is freaking huge! Yes, it is the biggest secret base in the galaxy. Welcome to the Steel Sewer. We have every single gun, machine gun, sword, and RPG in the world. You got Final Fantasy, bud? We have every instrument in every video game and movie. There's even a soda machine. But for now, we must talk. Those dreams you had, they're all real. The demons, the green energy, your secret powers and double pistols, all of it is real. We need your help, Zane. That's pretty cool. I like that.
I'm very glad we read that. I've said it before, Zane's got some real talent. If he stopped being such a bothersome twerp, he could really make some waves.
Let's kick some demon ass.
Maybe make the next Taurus and Muleta X. Now, scrolling down, we see that he's granted the Dumpster the Stupid Website Award.
The Dumpster. The worst Hypnospace page award goes to the Dumpster. More like the Dumbster. No surprise here, for it's probably written by a fruity fairy 30-year-old who lives with his mommy. Alright, bud. They even thought they could give me a fake joke award and that I'll fall for it and put it on my page. Think again. I knew it the whole time that it was fake. I was baiting you to see if you would fall into my little trap. Guess what? You lost, sucker, and now you have won Zane's official Stupid Website Award. Idiots.
The system.
Now that's 2 harassment violations, each granting 2 violation points each, but not enough to flag him though. We can see that he has a little request, asking for an FLST password, and when we scroll down...
Hey, Enforcer, did I tell you could scroll all the way down here?
Smart kid. Something tells me he was going to type kicks you in the nards, but decided against it. He's learning. Kind of. I skim around his page to see if any other page elements count as harassment violations, but he comes up clean. Zane survived a flagging the shift. With the Teentopian harassment issues hammered out and sent to HSPD, we enter the open-eyed zone. We already scoured the Beef Brain info page, so checking in on Lookout Ministries, we see a stern request to remove his page from the satanic open-eyed zone. On top of this, we've got a new article where, without naming her, Pastor Todd Hall lambasts his fellow open-eyed citizen, Sherry Heels, likening her divination and spiritual practices to satanic practice. While I was concerned that Sherry was a shyster, Brother Todd believes that her powers are very much real. While his allegations of online brujeria are quite scathing, we technically can't count it as harassment. I believe it's because he doesn't specifically name Sherry. Oh well, on to the next page.
Net Settler Support Now by Steve Guy, the guy who made the sound effects stuff. Just to reiterate here, it was this page right here. So he's made a new page. Steve Guy Whitaker status. It seems that my page slipped through the cracks when they hit all the Net Settler pages. Good, but Merchantsoft is the worst company ever. Attention Merchantsoft, bring back the support for Net Settler pages, or else. Not sure if you forgot, but without us Net Settlers, Hypnospace wouldn't even exist. Look at what you did to my page with your newest update. So that's what it's supposed to look like. It's supposed to have sound effects. All of my text is completely unreadable now. Thanks, jerks. Update. No, I will not be paying your exorbitant HypnoCure Pro fee just to be able to load my own page properly. Clicking a safe mode button every time a page loads is not an enjoyable way to browse Hypnospace. Uh-huh. That was mentioned before. I think it's about time we actually got HypnoCure Pro. We can actually afford it now because of the janitor job.
Downloading HypnoCure Pro.
Now, one of the nifty features of HypnoCure Pro is the ability to take viruses out of quarantine. It seems we have a virus in here that's labeled Page Text Glitch. Now, this may be a game design oversight. Perhaps the glitch text on Net Settler pages is treated like a virus in the coding of this game, so naturally it'll show up here. However, if you wanted to really read into this, we could theorize that the page text glitching is not an accidental consequence of an obsolete framework, but a controlled demolition of the old Net Settler user base to pressure them into moving to Hypnospace. And the only reason why I don't think that's the case is because it's such a stupid thing to do. But they never stopped Merchant Soft from merging pages that didn't need merging. Now, with HypnoCure in our toolkit, let's go ahead and read through the message boards of the clandestine minx by clicking Safe Mode. Scrolling to the bottom, the earliest thread we have access to is on November 19th, not too long ago. Sadly, though, it doesn't look like we have access to the last shift's thread. That's okay, though. We'll eventually be able to read them.
From November 19th, 1999. This is a thread started by Connie Connect, so Connie is a part of Minx. Hi everyone, my name is Connie and I run a page in Good Time Valley called Connie's Connections. It's a pleasure to meet all of you. While I appreciate the message from Reckoning with the free, illegal HypnoCure Pro download, you should know that you were criminally easy to track down. It's very nice of you to attempt to help the NS community, but you should cover your tracks more thoroughly next time. I quickly converted my page to the newest HS format, but many of the pages I linked to on Connie's Connects were NetSettler pages. Good portion of those users, or citizens I suppose, have unfortunately left Hypnospace as a result of this fiasco. Now most of my links go to pages that are no longer active. It's disappointing, and I'm very, very angry with Merchant Soft. Dumpy, which is the dumpster. What in the world? Connie's Connection is in Minx? How'd you get in here? Does the whole Good Time gang know? I have no words. Reckoning is going to have a fit.
We meet again, Connie. I knew you'd eventually find us. I'd rather not find myself on the receiving end of your ire, so it comforts me we seem to have a common enemy. Enjoy your stay here.
Huh, Reckoning is a pretty helpful and welcoming guy. He's certainly one of the more mysterious figures of Hypnospace Outlaw.
From Jezzo. Jezzo is the person who keeps putting minks on everything. This is the big disinfo person. Beef Brain worked! You're welcome. What's next for Jezzo? I've still got some fresh Counselor Ronnie stuff coming, but that's getting old, and I think going too far with that might get me into some trouble. Opened Eye is fun because we blend in so well there. Any ideas? Maybe something with Bible Guy or Psychedelic Hippie Drug Guy? 80085. Aha. That is Dylan Merchant. He's in Minx.
I can already feel my style being cramped. Now there's commentary on Dylan's entering into Minx in the previous thread, or previous shifts threads. Again, we'll be able to read through those during a more retrospective part of the game. Dylan replies to Jezzo.
Counselor Ronnie? Oh god, I didn't even catch on to that. Well, whatever, just don't get too wild. Beef Brain has already been expensive, what with our health experts and all. Still, it makes me laugh knowing how much Adrian would hate this. And this is from Dylan Merchant. Hey ladies, new Outlaw testing? So how about it? I've got a new alpha, really more of a beta almost, with some sweet new stuff in it. Still playing with some bots, but I'm getting it online going into next week.
I'm interested, if only to see how unfathomably terrible your code is. Otherwise, I'd like to keep my headband from exploding. Thanks.
Nice one, Reckoning. It seems word about the fried headbands got out. Remember, these threads are taking place a couple of weeks after the end of our last shift.
From the dumpster, ideas for new dumpster trash? For as many units as Merchant Soft are apparently moving, people sure don't post much new content. Anyone find anything particularly awful?
The dumpster is fiending for some slop. Here's what Dylan has to say.
Oh, we have a new programmer working for us, and she's a piece of work, constantly nagging and slowing me down. I'm slowly switching her over to HSPD busy work and finding a new programmer. Bursting with laughter. Anyway, maybe find something on her and she'll cry and quit. MS_Samantha. What a piece of shit. So he's breaking like rule number 1 of basically any internet community.
Samantha is arguably his most overworked employee. He's going so low to try and conscript the dumpster to what? Cause her to quit? For what? Nagging? I bet all she's doing is asking him to focus on bugs and important fixes rather than his shitty game. The next thread is by the dumpster, again.
I hate Hypnospace, but sometimes it is great. Coolfest 99 was better than any of us could have hoped. Chowderman losing a leg in a helicopter crash? You can't make this stuff up. Also, watching Cool Punk implode because of lip singing has been great. So, Dylan, official statements? Yeah, this is a mess. The whole Cool Punk thing was stupid, and we're about to do away with it. Adrian saw potential because of the Gray's Peak connection, but nah, there's no real movement except a few kids being weird online, and Gray's Peak are done with us. So they lost a sponsor, or they're going to lose a sponsor.
It's interesting. The Cool Punk is Dead guy and Father Fungus have matching headband IDs. Same person. As far as I can tell, he worked with Freezer at some point, or did music for him. His Fungus-style music sounds similar.
Oh, I was gonna point that out, Reckoning. Ah, yeah.
He stole my scoop. Reckoning stole my scoop. Now all I got is a dry fucking waffle cone because he stole my scoop. But yes, keep this interesting link between Father Fungus and Freezer in mind.
Also, Dylan, I thought you were the creative brother who didn't care about money. What changed?
That's a low blow. As we discussed towards the beginning of our journey, Dylan is definitely one of those guys with one foot in the corporate and the other foot in the avant-garde. The next post is by Reckoning, discussing the induction of Timageddon into Minx. Apparently they aren't very flustered from his leaking of their passwords, or maybe they haven't noticed it yet.
Tim in Minx? I kind of like the guy. He's got style, he can code, he's sick of Merchant Soft's utter incompetence. Let's give the guy a chance. I mean, Dylan is here, so why not? Also, I'm sick of having to remind everyone to reset their passwords.
From Dumpster. Hell no, he's like 13, bursting with laughter. From Dylan. He has skills for a teenager, but I wouldn't trust him not to share too much. We wouldn't last another week if our lame interns found out.
Ah, seriously. There is no we. You're the one who shouldn't be here, rich boy. Go back to working on your bad car game.
Okay, that's totally cool. So, we know that Mr. Dylan is a dumb fuck piece of shit.
I won't lie, that moment that Dylan tried to use Minx as his personal army to screw with Samantha really grinded my gears. It's interesting how much I missed during my first few cursory skims of the game. I'm glad we can have some of these more raw realizations on the hot mic. Now, let's cool our heads and get back over to the open night zone. Oh, thank God. Up next is Gus. I could use some serenity.
Gus Parker status. I wonder if she's thinking about me right now, right now.
Funnily enough, he still has those 2 violation points from when we first cleared his page of the True Tranquility shock virus, which doesn't bode well for my hopes that Tiff's points can be transferred over to Zane and Corey. There's nothing new in the peripheral pages of Gus's temple, but he has a new addition to the main temple itself.
Gus's Heavenly Stairs. What unexpected encounters await you as you climb?
It's a new portal to Gus's Heavenly Stair. If I recall correctly, this portal was the one that was labeled for Sherry in the previous shift. However, I think that particular project may have been pushed to our next shift. We'll get there when we get there, but this particular news section seems to be for everybody.
You're walking along a beach on a breezy day when suddenly a long, shimmering staircase unfurls before you. It appears to have no end. Wow, this is one long set of stairs, you think. You don't feel tired though. An energy compels you to continue the climb. Hold on. I fucking love that part. An energy compels you to continue the climb, almost as if it were pulling you up and up and up, until eventually you find yourself surrounded by the clouds of Earth's atmosphere. The excitement of discovering this big, huge staircase has overtaken you and filled you with hope. You're running up, almost sprinting now. You're still not tired. Suddenly you find yourself in outer space. The stars are beautiful up here. You must be running 1,000 miles per hour now. Planets are flying by as asteroids zing overhead. You see space aliens and wave at them as you soar through multicolored nebulae. Wowie wow wow! You're running so super duper speedily now that time itself begins to warp. Colors melt around you as though made of candle wax. What an adventure! What a beautiful and long, big staircase. You feel yourself melt into your surroundings as you climb. Dams! I like. Oh, yeah. It goes crazy at this point. You feel yourself melt into your surroundings as your climb begins to slow. Now you feel that you're floating, softly, gently. You pass the spirits of children waiting to be born. You wave. They wave back and coo. The stair continues. So long. Where does it end? You hear the crash of thunder and find yourself in the middle of a heavy storm. Lightning jumps between floating objects in the distance. As the objects draw nearer, you see that there's stacks of books with wings representing human knowledge and achievement. They too are part of the big staircase. You hear a voice call your name. The stair begins to rotate until you're unsure of whether you're ascending or descending. You feel your feet make contact with wet sand as the stair fades from view. You're walking along the coast now, enjoying the sea. And it loops. That's pretty cool. I like that. I like that a lot. That's pretty sick. Great freaking music choice, Gus.
Forgive me for my floppiness, and I may be influenced by my accoutrement skits that I've been putting out throughout this video, but there's quite a bit we can glean from Gus's mindset. It's funny, here I say, he's known for his tower. It's not a tower, it's a temple. That's my bias speaking. He's known for his temple of serenity. Now, take that, put it aside. This whole theme of the end of the world, it's not just housing the game. It is folded in throughout, even in plain sight. Tim Mageddon, bringing to mind Armageddon, that hacker character in Minc's Reckoning. He'll later give himself the title The Revelator, bringing to mind Revelations in the Bible, end times, and the angst that it brings. What if Gus, in a way, is a sort of rebuttal to that? His serenity is a rebuttal to that. The serenity to feel in control of the things you have power over, and to simply let go of the things you don't, be it the past or the future. And I think it's very cool that in the second portal of his temple, it leads to a looping staircase. In other words, a wheel. There's something very peaceful about this idea that everything is just one big cycle, that it isn't the end times, but a perfect constant gradient of infinite starts to infinite new times. In other words, instead of bracing yourself as if every day may be the day preceding the end of the world, treat every day as if it were the first of a brand new era. Serenity. Frankly, there's a big chance I've been overthinking every aspect of this game. Perhaps I need professional help. Checking in on Professor Helper, we find out that he hasn't re-established any more Kappa Cache links. Can we say the same for Sherry Heels when we scour her page? Let's go ahead and take a look at her status.
Aldegalo status. For access to my services, please chit-chat me. Also, for a good Hypnospace page, go look at my friend's page, the Temple of Serenity. It's great.
I agree, Sherry.
Okay, so she's privy to enforcers not being able to use chit-chat, so she's hiding something. Oh, she's got a note about Gus.
Gus started out as a frequent client, and has turned out to be a really amazing person. Please do visit his page. It's a work of art.
Maybe our fairy-type single dad has a chance with this psychic-type cougar. I'll say this, I had an itching suspicion that she was maliciously fleecing Gus through charm. In the world of financial crime, this is called pig slaughtering. But maybe this grift isn't as cynical as I thought. If we take a gander at her consultation page, we see that she's replaced her Hypnocoin deposit with a peer-to-peer contact requirement through chit-chat. The prospective client will receive a password and then be able to access her services. Now, we don't have access to chit-chat, however, she seems to have left a thank you link to Gearhead Greg, lauding his password and security tips. If we look at Greg's password tips, all we need is to take her hometown, her favorite hobby, and her birth year by subtracting her age from the year this all takes place. But there's a cheekier way we can access this consultation page. If you remember from our last shift, when we sent her the Hypnocoin deposit, she sent us a link to her pricing page. Now, is she still using the same URL? Well, clicking on the link, we see that it goes directly to the pricing page. She's changed the means of accessing it, but not the link address. And alas, she's still using Kappa Cache. Right as I'm about to send the hammer down on this, I notice a note she's left for us.
Note, HSPD, please. I need to survive. This is the only way I can pay my rent. Don't remove this, please. I paid you good money to be in Hypnospace.
Alright, Sherry. Like I said, I respect the grift. I show some mercy and let Sherry be, but don't worry, I'll still showcase what happens when we do hammer and flag her in our next shift. It's just a small detail, but it is pretty funny. With our newly installed HypnoCure Pro, we can finally properly view Steve Guy's sound effect page. It has a litany of sound effects, all made with the mouth of this Steve Guy. And we can even download one of his healing stones, as well as a sound theme pack that replaces all of our desktop noises, including our keyboard noises with his mouth Foley. That's pretty funny, but I'll stick with the Swisher sound pack, thank you. We checked out the Tall Green's Fact or Fiction page.
Marvin McKinnon, it went from I seen him to I seen him again. New update, Tuesday. Been a long time since I seen him.
If I see him again, I'll come back and make a new update.
Keep your eye out. He looks as if that doesn't already help enough. Here's a tinier version of him.
Truth about Trennis has nothing new on her page except this new status.
Trennis and its wealthy financial backers robbed my family of our legacy.
Godspeed, Aurora. Nothing new on Zarid's page. He still has a magnificent hairdo and beard. Ooh, I almost forgot. Secrets uncovered. Did he finally finish his big expose? His page is Beef Brain shielded, and if we scroll down, we find that there is a new page 2. However, he's given a shout out to his friend Terry and his worm log. The search takes us to Terry Takum, not to be confused with Terry from Terry's Best Deals.
When you're with worms, you're with family. Hi, I'm Terry. Welcome to my worm log. Make sure to check back to see the new worm of the month, January. We're off to a great start. Found this little guy in my backyard. February. Caught this big mama right when she was digging her way into the ground. March. I think this tiny dude had a bit of an attitude problem. April. Out of all my weeks in worm watching, I've never had such a powerful connection between a worm and myself. World, say hello to Terry Jr. May. Since April is known for little worm activity, I figured I'd post this picture of a brush that reminds me of a worm. June. I purchased this worm action figure at Toronto's annual worm convention. Oh, Toronto? Oh, he must have traveled there. Gotcha. Fun fact. Worms have no arms or legs. I'm gonna have to look that up on Snopes later.
Our fact checkers came back inconclusive.
July. My neighbor Steve caught the biggest worm I've ever seen on camera. Congratulations, Steve. Update. Turns out it was Steve's thumb in the camera view. Steve's trolling him. Wait, what is it? I thought that was the worm. August. My stepdad wouldn't let me outside this month. I'm sorry to disappoint my fellow worm enthusiasts that were looking forward to a new worm. I'd figure I'd just post an old fan favorite.
Oh, is he a kid? No, he's 44 years old. Maybe he requires special caretaking.
September. I think I've discovered a new kind of albino worm. Mother says he just fell into our bleach can. Oh, poor guy. October. This yummy worm was on the floor of my local movie theater. November. I must have walked in on Thanksgiving dinner. December. While taking... He took his worm for a walk. While taking Terry Jr. for his morning stroll, I think he may have found himself a new girlfriend. Happy holidays, everyone.
His page finishes off with excitement for the new year, and this was a nice excursion. Now back to the secrets uncovered.
This page is protected. I won't be getting beef brain. Also, does anyone know how I can get a scanner?
He hasn't figured out how to use a scanner still.
Welcome to Sadiqrit's Uncovered Page 2. Keep going if you are for sure ready to see these secrets. To get to the secret, choose wisely.
Now, if we choose anything except the wholesome choice, it takes us to this page.
Wrong answer, buddy. You need to check your heart and get right with the Lord.
That's fun, a little expose with a puzzle. If we choose love, family, and friends, we get to the third page.
Under construction. Sorry about the wait. Still waiting on a scanner. Come back soon.
Well, I mean, he likes Hayes.
As disappointed as I am, I appreciate that he lauds us for our correct choice. With open-eyed scour, let's go ahead and check our Hypno mail. Merchantsoft has sent out an email alert for employees to change their passwords now.
Alert, change your passwords now. It seems that the passwords of multiple Merchantsoft personnel have been recently compromised. Please change your password immediately, especially if you have access to our codebase, Merchantsoft.
I believe this is in reaction to Timigeddon's password leaks. We'll soon need a password to access F-List, so this essentially functions as a hint to keep our eyes peeled. But we've already found the leaks, so that's all sorted out. Now, in response to the chit-chat harassment that Tiff was a victim of, Samantha asked Dylan if there was a way to transfer violation points from one user to another. This is Dylan's response.
I don't think there's a way, sorry. We'll get to that next year. Plus, chit-chat logs aren't really our problem. They have their own rules and guidelines, and they should police their own network.
So Merchantsoft is going to continue to drop the ball on this. I wonder, since we flagged her, will they drop the ball again and ban her account? Not realizing the context of the flagged investigation? Let's go ahead and put our snow boots on and check out Cool Punk Paradise to see their reaction to the disastrous Coolfest 99. Our first page is from Cool Punk is Dead. If you remember, Reckoning noticed some peculiarities with this particular user.
Shay Nolan status, capitalism is killing.
Shay Nolan, huh? That name sounds familiar. Let's read on.
Cool Punk is dead. Cool Punk has fallen. Those who would seek to exploit and profit from it are the true killers. They have not stopped still. They feed on its rotting corpse. It's time to move on.
Huh. This emphasis on decomposing. It's very fungal.
Freezer's horrified face after hundreds of people see him lip-syncing his own song at Coolfest. Click to download the video link.
I see, so there's footage of Jan Wolf's mouth not moving while Icy Girl was playing at Coolfest. I mentioned it already, but the reason behind this lip syncing may not just simply be because of laziness. Keep this in mind. Use Your Cool Punk is Dead continues on.
Never mind the lip syncing sellout. Forget the helicopter crash. August of 1999 marked the real nail in the coffin of Cool Punk.
I see. He believes the real nail in the coffin was the Grace Peak sponsorship of the Cool Punk Paradise Zone.
The corralling of Hypnospace users into sponsored zones damaged more communities than just ours, but unlike those groups, ours cannot exist under corporate overseers. Is this guy really a Cool Punk? Cause like, Cool Punk can only exist under corporate overseers. Well, at least linked to it.
I was a bit hasty and disorganized there. You could argue that because Grace Peak leaned into the meme of Cool Punk, almost kind of like pulling a Morbius in a way, it negatively affected that secret key ingredient, irony. It no longer became about the sort of relaxed, insincere use of the motifs that were the chill it right callouts and the drink it up callouts. It became a sort of co-opted lifestyle brand from the company itself. I'm on the verge of talking in circles here. Let's move on.
Cool Punk isn't an ideal anymore, it's a brand. They've identified what makes us, us, and are selling it back to us through advertising partnerships and an array of worthless digital products. Products coated in the blood of Cool Punk. We can, of course, continue to inhabit this hijacked shell of a world. If we're more devoted to symbols of freedom, even those of our own design, than freedom itself, then we deserve our hollow existence here. We don't know what we are anymore, but we're certainly not Cool Punk. Search this tag to be a part of something new. Fungus scene.
The syntax of that last paragraph evidently confused me, but I think what Cool Punk is Dead is trying to say is that if you sacrifice free expression for the symbol of the expression itself, then we deserve our hollow existence. He essentially doesn't like that Cool Punks are going along with the poor management of their zone, all because it means the furthering of their favorite genre. If anything, he sounds like an old guard Cool Punker who spent a lot of time thinking about the intricacies of this ironic ingredient. However, at the time of this game footage recording, after noticing the clear advertising for the fungus scene, I had this first impression.
This guy's a friggin' poser. Shane Nolan, huh? Wasn't there a guy... Fungus Manifesto, 04886A. Yep.
But no, now that we're looking closer, I think this fungus acolyte was a genuine member of the Cool Punk community. Still though, it is noteworthy to point out that Cool Punk is Dead has the same headband ID of Father Fungus, of course making them the same person. So, this could just be the fungal opposition astroturfing a sort of, hey guys, Cool Punk is actually kinda dead sort of narrative, instead of a former Cool Punker announcing the genre's death. That being said though, two things can be true at the same time. On the other end of the spectrum, we have Neo-Icy's page. Cool Punk, alive and well. This was previously Cool Punk Paradise, our home.
Chad Armstrong status. Cool Punk is not dead. It's only dead if people think it is. And I don't think it is. Actually, Cool Punk is alive and well. It's not dead. Dead? That's funny. Last I checked, Jan is about to go on a worldwide tour. Also, Freezer was not lip-syncing. In the video, it's obviously a special effect on the voice, so they had to record it ahead of time. Update. Freezer has addressed this controversy on his page. The lip-syncing was a mistake. You're all blowing this out of proportion.
It's funny, you see this a lot in various online controversies. A die-hard fan jumps the gun, posing what he considers an obvious theory, that this was just a trick with the video and audio effects. But then Freezer's explanation completely blows it out of the water, because he gives a totally different explanation, actually confirming the lip-syncing as true, but as an innocent mistake. More on that when we get to Freezer's actual page.
If you brats keep behaving this way, companies are just going to go back to ignoring us. It's just not worth it for them. Lay off, people. Well, that's kind of tricky, huh? Tricky, right?
certainly is tricky ride. If companies ignore the genre, then cool punk loses its mischievous efficacy, but the irony still stands. However, at least from Cool Punk is Dead's point of view, companies leaning into the love and almost alchemically changing the ironic love to an actual love, a love for the brand, is what kills the irony of Cool Punk. Now that confusing paragraph makes sense. Here we have Neo Icy prioritizing the symbol of Cool Punk over the spirit of Cool Punk. The next page is Freezy Chica's fan page. If you recall, she said that she was going to attend Cool Punk. I'll summarize what she has to say. Her status conveys that Coolfest was so good from start to finish, not being able to give one flaw of the event. In her more in-depth recollection, she talks about Chowder Man's band Cruncher having a sweet set, without mentioning the catastrophic Chowdercopter crash, and Laud's Freezer without mentioning the lip-syncing. She's even giddy about all the sweet free merch she got, which we will come to learn was a whole fiasco in and of itself. I think it's safe to say that she never went to Coolfest and never got the memo about its failures. It's either that or she did go and is just coping hard, or as we say in the Cool Punk community, she's snoping and freezing. Getting into Cold Snap's page, we find that he's jumped ship.
Cold Snap reviews. Cold Snap status. If you still call yourself a Cool Punk in December 1999, you need a reality check. Cool Punk is over. Coolfest 99 review. Bursting with laughter. Never in all my year of being a student, okay, because it's only been around for a year. I get it now. Never in all my year of being a student of Cool Punk did I expect that Freezer would disappoint. I was in front row at Coolfest 99, and let me tell you, this guy was a total hack. He's totally making it on my fake Cool Punks page. He was fake playing the keyboard and fake singing every song, even before the lip-syncing video. The high point of Coolfest was Chowderman crashing his copter and killing his crappy drummer. See my other page for more of my opinions on Chowderman. Bursting with laughter, 0 out of 10.
Jesus, that's grim. Celebrating the death of Cuff and the maiming of concert goers? Pretty sure that's ground for the banhammer. I like Xmas Medley, Cold Snap, but you're, as the kids are saying these days, crashing out. Or slushing out. We should really find that fake Cool Punk list. Searching the word fake, we find Cold Snap 2's secret account, and its page, Fake Cool Punk Watch.
Oh, we missed this one. Okay, gotcha. Cold Snap reviews Fake Cool Punk Watch. A list of fake punks to avoid. Look at these people if you want to know how to chill it wrong. Okay, that's pretty good. But what's not good is he's dogging on Tamara. Tamara speaks. Ew, the worst kind of faker. She has a page in every single zone except Teentopia because she's not a teen, I guess. Her poetry for Cool Punk is literally the lyrics to the Okay, buddy. That's the whole point of the genre. It's not ironic when she does it, but it's ironic when you... Come on, buddy. Her poetry for Cool Punk is literally the lyrics to the Grace Peak song. Can you be any more lazy? Look at her other pages because they are, what in the world? Like, what is she even trying to do here? Get a life, Tamara. Okay, hold on. Okay, alright. Fine, whatever, 18. You can be a stupid fucking kid and be 18 years old. Poop, fart, okay. Alright. Okay, fine. Status, still hanging around, but not very active. Icicle Kid. He made a sad song about a snowman. He has to be like 12 years old because that voice... Wow. Don't think he's... Oh! Why are you talking about people's icicles like that, man? That's fucked. Okay, well, I'm gonna ban the shit out of this fool. Don't think his icicles have dropped yet if you get my meaning. Bursting with laughter. That's it, though. No Chowderman samples or subtext or anything. Just a stupid song about a snowman. Next time, learn what Cool Punk is first. Bursted my ass laughing, I guess. Status. Keeps chit-chatting me to get me to listen to his song. Please, Icicle Kid. Have mercy on us and go. Talking about a person's icicles. Chowderman? Well, now that he only has one leg, I have to add him, bursting with laughter. Do you not get that we don't actually think Chowderman is cool? The only reason Freezer put Chowderman in his song was to make fun of him. He's a washed-up middle-aged alcoholic jingle maker. It was funny at first when they made him a page, but he's actually here. He chit-chats people, and he hangs out. Why? Does he actually think he has fans here? Bursting with laughter. Status, I'm so confused. How are you confused? If your entire genre is built on irony, you should be able to, like, not be such a fucking pussy about it. Oh my gosh. Again, he's 18. I shouldn't be snoping and freezing about this. Hey, did you hear it's pretty good. Choderman's new album? Bursting with laughter. Read this. Father Fungus is a portentous idiot, but he isn't a faker. He's just trying to start a lame new thing that no one will care about. Well, I mean, he's a kind of a faker. I mean, he's pretending to be a cool punk. Well, there's more to that, actually. Coming soon. Freezer. I can't believe I'm going to add the man who started it all. But he has let us down by his embarrassing performance at Coolfest.
We hammer out the rest of the elements that qualify as violations and flag Cold Snap 2. Let's continue this recollection of Coolfest.
By the way, Grace Peak lied. There was no free Grace Peak, and it was $5 per bottle. No thanks. All I got was a crappy keychain, and I threw it on stage, bursting with laughter.
I do remember merch being promised on the official Grace Peak page. Well, we hammer out the rest of the violations, and I take a quick look to see if he's made any new music.
Any new songs? Of course not, because you're spending all this time snoping and freezing, and not actually being creative, like Tamara is.
Let's see what the Cool Funk organizers have to say about the tragedy of their own event.
The organizers of Coolfest 99 offer our sincere sympathies to those injured after the Chowderman set, and wish them a speedy recovery.
In other words, they send their Frosts and Slayers.
We'll be holding a special event to commemorate the life of Chowderman drummer Cuff Johnson soon, so please stay tuned. Fuck are you looking at? Drip Boy's Hole. Oh, Icicle Kid. He's rebranded, it seems.
What an unfortunate page name.
Fungus Scene rules. Cool Punk drools. I am no longer a cool punk, and this account is now dead. I am a Fungus Scener.
Oh, is this like somehow a reference to punk versus scene?
Interesting. Underground Overgrowth Forever. New single out. Hear it in the cavern exclusively.
If we listen, the song playing is by Basidia, one of Father Fungus's monikers. The song is called Ghost of the Grotto. His voice sounds a lot like Freezer's voice from his 7-minute debut, Colder Than the Rest. Let's compare the two.
Taste and see, just a little sip.
On top of this, the lyrics to Ghost of the Grotto are kind of nuts. It's a very subtle and easy to overlook detail, however I think we have enough pieces to put together the puzzle that explains Father Fungus's vengeance against the cool punk community, specifically Freezer's true identity. This song tells a story of Basidia, making music in the underground, obscured by the earth above, hiding underneath a pseudonym. The lyrics of Ghost of the Grotto are dedicated to someone of whom he sings Father Fungus's words, his lyrics. The narrator in Ghost of the Grotto writes the words for this spokesman. To cut to the chase, Jan Wolf is simply the front face of Freezer. He doesn't make the music, write the lyrics, or even do the vocals. That's why he was lip-singing. For reasons we'll get into when we more concretely break this story, Father Fungus, or the original true Freezer, couldn't perform in front of an audience or take the brunt of the cool punk fame. So, as Sotonic Records saw fit, that Jan Wolf would simply be the icon, and Freezer would be the spirit, the ghost of the grotto. Now back to the artist formerly known as Icicle Kid.
Drip Boy's Hole. I'm not Icicle Kid anymore. Cool Punk is for 12-year-old girls.
Always with calling things 12-year-old this, 12-year-old that, these kids. I really like Icicle Kid's art because it's so emblematic of the fair-weather nature of young fan groups. I remember when I was a kid, there was always some older kid saying, you know this rapper went to Juilliard, right? Or, you know this musician has ghostwriters, right? And as a kid, I was like, no way, that like totally makes them a bad artist now. A more grounded example, I like Nicki Minaj. Her music can go from raunchy and balls to the wall to feelsy and ethereal, especially in the Pink Print album. When I was a kid, I loved that she collabed with electronic artists like David Guetta. But as an adult, I don't give enough of a crap about her unhinged tweets or her getting her shit pushed in by Megan Thee Stallion to stop listening to her, because my enjoyment of her music really just ends there. It's not a part of who I am or my creed. But as a kid, the things we like become a part of our personality. YouTuber FlazeFire said it best in his recent video on Pack God, when he described the fandom of the youth as
fickle and fleeting, because you are only as good as your most recent win.
So this is perfectly parodied here. You have Cold Snap, a staunch and purist gatekeeper of cool punk, instantly throwing it in the trash at the sight of an L. You have Icicle Kid, the fanboy who formatted his whole life around his love for cool punk, now tossing it to find the latest W in the fungus scene. And this isn't something that's bad or should be shamed, it's just one of the funnier quirks about kids and the way they interface with their hobbies and interests. And I just want to appreciate how it's perfectly captured here in this easy to skim over subplot of Hypnospace Outlaw. Now, Drip Boy has apparently released a new single, but has placed it in a secret page, whose link is hidden somewhere in the cavern, the new place for Fungusianers to hang out. He provides a link to the cavern in Father Fungus's music page. We'll naturally explore those when the time comes. Before leaving Icicle Kid, I want to point out this funny blurb.
It's kind of cute. Do you think Grace Peak and Joe Man will be Fungus Scene now? That would be awesome.
That's funny. So while he rejects the label of cool punk, he hopes that Grace Peak and their mascot will become Fungus Sceners. That's just so rich. It's so real. I don't find any updates on Esotonic Records page, so let's go ahead and hop on over to the Freezers page.
And in the official Freezer account. Guys, the Cool Fest thing was a simple mistake. I sang during the rest of the set, but only this one clip gets passed around. Statement on the Cool Fest 99 incident. Hey, my cool punks. First, I want to offer my sincere condolences to the families of those injured during the Chowder Man performance. Now, let's set the record straight on the lip-syncing thing. I goofed up, but not how you think. You see, I merely queued up the wrong version of the song on my laptop workstation. The one I meant to queue up didn't have vocals. At the shows this January, you will hear the real Freezer.
Nice try, Jan Freezer Wolf, but I'll be basing all of my opinions on this situation off the video Cryocynical release on it. Or Frost Critical, whoever uploads first. There's a funny little detail in his diary entry preceding Cool Fest.
I'll be signing autographs after the show. Bring me a 2002 Snowcap Chill, and I'll even sign it for free.
Implying that otherwise you'll have to pay for autographs. Brutal. Also, the idea of just ruining countless Sharpies by signing cold bottles of soda with the condensation is just funny as hell. This takes us to the next page, Fungus Scene Manifesto. Now, we can read that Father Fungus's name is Ray Dolan. If you recall, Cool Punk is dead is Shay Nolan. Again, further confirming that these two users are the same. Here's his status.
The time has come for Cool Punk to subside anything else to grow in its place. Check the cavern out.
There was mention in the Cool Punk is Dead page about spreading within the dead husk of Cool Punk, very fungal coated. There's definitely some interesting parallels we can draw to this theme of cycles. The old Freezer is at peace with the death of his genre, and allowing his artistic journey to go through the stage of decomposition, the fungus scene.
The fungus scene is the beauty that grows in the damp, dark, forgotten space beneath. We bloom unseen. Fungus scene is genuine. Fungus scene will spread. Fungus scene is us. Fungus scene is.
If we'd like to download Father Fungus's Ghosts of the Grotto under his Basidia moniker, we are free to do so at no cost.
Our music is always free. We also have an FLST, or F-list.
We see a sort of inversion of Dylan Merchant's story. Dylan Merchant's first big contribution to the world of tech was his open source freeware tune sequencer, but now he has been tamed, working for the corporate Merchantsoft. On the flip side, we have the real Freezer's musical talent being quickly monetized by Esotonic and Grace Peak, and now through Father Fungus trying to separate himself from that money-hungry legacy, trying to make his music free and open again. I think this is perfectly emblematic of these sort of sub-concepts. Careerism, doing things for your career, for your money, for your status-based legacy. At odds with simple hobbyism, doing things for the love of it, doing things for the sake of sharing. Let's finally enter the cavern. Before us is a sort of browser-based adventure through a cave of musical elements.
A tone stool. Not bad, not bad. It's an intone stool. And yes, it works.
Aside from the Nintone stools, we've got Plopkamites and Tonekamites. These stings and tones kind of remind me so much of Hylics. Great game. Would love to make a video on it, but I don't know how to attack it. Scrolling down, it seems that Father Fungus is leaning into the free expression aspect, opening up editing privileges to other users, such as Icicle Kid.
Father Fungus, thanks for letting me on here. You won't regret it. This page is mind-blowing. It's so artistic, like miles beyond what I can do. My stuff is just silly fun, but I enjoy it. Anyway, I have a critique. You should put... Okay, buddy. Anyways, I have a critique. You should put one of your awesome songs on this page instead of just wind sound effects. Just my opinion. See ya. Page edit by Drip Boy. I'm just going to shorten my edits to say Drip Boy only from now on. Hope that's okay.
Now that little edit note is funny on its own, but God, I just love how he's so frustratingly black and white. I love Cool Punk is the best, and now Cool Punk is literal caca-poo-poo, and Fungusine is the best. He's putting Father Fungus on a toadstool. Above this edit, there's a glowing stalagmite that takes us into the inner grotto of the cavern.
Drip Boy was here. Awesome shrooms. It's like they're going in a spiral. Whee! Hey, this page is freaking cool, Cavernous. It's an honor to be Whirlpool buddies with you. Hope you don't mind this small edit to say how awesome your page is. Drip Boy.
Okay, so this page was made by another fungus scener named Cavernous, one of the musicians that made the music for the more ambient cavern tracks. He has a pretty cool wallpaper and some free music. Let's compare and contrast these tracks. Basidia's Formation is a very loungy song. If it weren't for the drip drops, this would almost sound like the music that would play in like a lobby of a hotel in the middle of a volcano. We've already listened to Ghost of the Grotto, specifically piecing apart its lyrics. The song, I feel, meshes the cavernous sounds better within the music. The plops have some effects added so that they kind of sound like they're part of the song's percussion. And those little stringy synth noises at the beginning almost have like this sharpness to them, like droplets falling from the stalagmite and onto a stalactite, or the other way around.
Oh, shut up. Fuck off.
Moving on from Basidia, we have Cavernous's A Lightless World, and boy does it sound like one. This is very intense and intimidating. It almost sounds like it would be on that Typo Negative Butthole album. Don't ask. The wind almost introduces an electric feel to it. I don't know, it's very ominous. Keeping up with the theme of Cavernous's ambience, we've got the Grotto of Weeping Stones. It starts very ambient and drippy, but then it breaks into a more, I don't know, sad but in an unserious way melody. And finally, Secrets of the Slime. Not much to note, but I think it's safe to say that while Basidia is more electronic and techno sounding, Cavernous is more atmospheric. Now, we've yet to experience Drip Boy's admission into the fungus scene. However, I think it's safe to say from our perspective even now that fungus scene is a lot like Cool Punk in that it doesn't have very much of a structural requirement. You just need something that has a tenuous echo of anything cavernous, anything fungal, be it drips, sharp noises, or just a sort of cavernous ambient feeling to it. But theoretically, you can layer any of those things on top of any other kind of genre. It just so happens that most of our examples so far are very ambient and atmospheric. Continuing down, we find the whirlpool that takes us to Drip Boy's secret page.
Downloading Drip Boy the Mushroom Hop.
Do you hear that plop, plop, plop? Where fungus seen, now do the mushroom hop. Drip Boy's coming, now he's here. His fungus beats are music to your ears.
I really like how Drip Boy, formerly Icicle Kid, just makes music he enjoys with no care of genre cohesion. Will the fungus sceners accept this annoying yet earnest prodigy into their fold? One can only hope. Before tying a knot on the Icicle Kid arc for this shift, I want to check in on any possible updates from Gray's Peak themselves.
You gotta drink it right. Alright. You gotta drink it up. All day and all night. Oh, here we go. We're pouring an ice-cold snow-capped chill out for our farm. I can't listen to this. It's such a banger. Colder than the rest. Gray's Peak. Throw it in the fridge inside your house. Gray's This is too much of a banger. I can't read while listening to this. We're pouring an ice-cold snow-capped chill out for our fallen brother Cuff Johnson. Rest in peace, man.
Aside from some Frost and Slayers dedicated to Cuff and the victims of the Chowder Copter crash, there really isn't anything we can glean from this page. Up next is the old Icicle Kid page.
I am no longer a cool punk, and this account is now dead. This is a sad day. I cannot in good faith continue to listen to a lip singer who's sold out. Lip sync? Where else are you gonna sing from? Your drip hole? I'm officially leaving Cool Punk, and I'm no longer Icicle Kid. You can find my new page and username here.
Gotcha. So it was specifically the lip syncing that did it for Mr. Icicle Kid, not peer pressure. Fair enough. Up next is the page for Chowderman's band, Cruncher.
Cuff, my man, my best friend. I've let you down for the last time. Please, forgive me. Fans and friends, I'm deeply sorry for this tragedy. I beg you to have mercy on the Chowderman. Statement on the incident at CoolPuck99. Hello fans and lovers. Eric Chowderman Hellman here. As you know, we had a malfunction with the Chowder Copter during a stunt for our Cool Fest set. Our faithful drummer of 15 years, Cuff Johnson, lost his life. There are no words to express the anguish we feel. Me, the rest of the band members, and the 3 fans on the Chowder Copter were injured, which is also bad. Our lives will never be the same, so please respect our privacy during these trying times. Chowderman.
The solemnity is soured when we read that Chowderman is re-releasing the music video for Christmas Pain in Christmas Town for 11 Hypno Coin. A bargain, sure, but not a good look in my opinion. Let's give it a watch. It's honestly such a fantastic song. It's definitely got sort of an 80s love song vibe to it. I'll skip to my favorite part. Oh, but while we're there, let's note how he's holding a whiskey bottle in his hand. As much of a f***up Chowderman is, it's very dark to see his addiction be so a part of his life that it's almost like a prop for his persona. There is honestly such a profound darkness in Chowderman's story. While Dylan Merchant's story is one of chasing the future, Chowderman's is one of chasing former glory, desperately trying to turn back the clock. It's not good enough that he can shave his beard, he needs to ungrow it. He came back from his hiatus, brought back the Chowder Copter, and instead of him bringing him days of glory's past, it brought him a dark future. A new era of scandal that would shadow over the rest of his life. This game is a lot like poetry in that it rhymes. Aside from this new re-release, the only other thing of note that's changed since our last shift was a new Q&A entry that took place before CoolFest 99. This is a continuation or follow-up of PTL's inquiry about whether or not the Chowder Copter was coming back for CoolFest.
Okay, cool, but are you gonna actually go and take off in it after the set? Isn't there all kinds of stage equipment that it could get caught on? Yo, Petey, what's your problem, man? Anyway, of course we've thought this through. There's a walkway in the middle of the crowd that goes to a big round landing pad. It's perfect. Also, I'm an excellent pilot.
So this confirms that Chowderman was in fact the one who was piloting and thusly crashed the helicopter. And that makes the defensiveness and pride in this answer to Petey's follow-up all the more frustrating, to say the least. Let's take a break from the chowder-based macabre and see what Slushmouth has to say on the new fungus scene.
FLST is great and all, but it's no digi-exchange. We're starting from scratch and they'll probably just shut it down again. Also, why don't we have like a general music zone?
Again, this is just some immersive hinting to the relevance of FList, the data sharing platform, and a more subtle hinting towards Merchantsoft's mismanagement of zones and the communities they're meant to house. Now, let's see his updated music guide on the fungus scene.
More of the recent trippy reverb-drenched postmodern haze sound, but this time with drippy cave sounds and guttural gurgling synths. I'm pretty sure it's just one guy, Basidia, but I wouldn't mind it becoming a full-on movement. It would be nice after enduring Cool Punk for an entire year.
Nothing we couldn't already surmise. I do find it interesting, however, that Slushmouth identifies the postmodern reverby sound as coming from the tradition of haze. Because I feel like that's more of an echo, a reverby echo, of atmospheric. But what do I know? Now, with nothing new on Tamara's Cool Punk Poetry page, we finish off our frosty excavation with a visit to the Peacelands.
And the Peacelands. Pausing my mediation services for now. Things are too hectic. Peace to you all.
Evidently, with the upending of Cool Punk Shaman's beloved music community, she's taking a break from mediation. This is definitely something I've observed when highly bond-focused communities witness some sort of friction or some sort of controversy enters its midst. Generally, I think Shaman has the right idea. Separate yourself from the friction, enjoy your media in peace, and process the controversy on your own terms. When there's a feeding frenzy in your bonded community, the piranhas get very bored easily with whatever is the main crux of the friction, of the controversy, in this case, Freezer's lip syncing. And so will turn their starved teeth to defenders, fence-sitters, and open enjoyers to sate their social bloodlust. In comments and threads online, you see a lot of stuff just like this controversy. Hey guys, is it still okay to listen to Freezer? Or, I know what Freezer did was wrong, but that doesn't take away from what it means to all of us. Or God forbid, you say something like, maybe we should wait till we get more details. Now, even with our knowledge that yes, Freezer, or more accurately Young Wolf, is guilty of lip syncing, these are still very rational, reasonable sentiments to have. Still though, it signals to the friction-focused feeding frenzy that you are vulnerable. You have doubts as to whether or not you should still be enjoying Freezer's music, and so you'll end up their next meal. Few people can handle this kind of heat, which is why I always recommend just wait these kinds of controversies out and come to your own personal individual conclusion as to whether or not you'll continue to enjoy said drama-embroiled community or tainted piece of media. And for your sake, do it privately, lest you have someone like Cold Snap jumping down your throat. Now, between our last shift and Shaman's hiatus, there was one notable mediation that took place during our absence, between Cold Snap and Father Fungus. This took place on the 10th, so likely far before Cold Snap abandoned the Cool Punk community.
Cool Punk, Cold Snap, and Father Fungus have agreed to settle their differences and make peace with one another. Cold Snap has agreed to remove the unkind paragraph about Father Fungus on their fake Cool Punk watch page. Father Fungus has agreed to stop sending Cold Snap contentious chit-chat messages. Peace was made this day.
Godspeed, Shaman. Leave the social arena now and rest. You've earned it. Since we caught Cold Snap's numerous harassment violations, we receive a message from Samantha, and of course its appropriate case.
Hello, Enforcer. Good catch on the Cool Fest 99 violations. That whole event was a disaster, but it's sad that people were hurt because of it. Taking off from an outdoor stage in a helicopter? How do they even get the permits? Anyways, I added the case for you if you want to get your bonus.
Another night, another Hypnocoin. While I've been doing my best to hide my personal frustration with some of the meanness I've seen on Hypnospace, there's something about Cold Snap that particularly incenses me. Feelings aren't meant to be consistent, I guess. Our justice is blind, and that's all that matters. All that's left is to scour Starpoint Castle Dream Station and the enigmatic Freeland subzone. First though, let's read up on our new main case.
New case, unauthorized software for Enforcer. Hello, Enforcer. This is a malicious software notice regarding unauthorized speed boosting software reported in Starport Castle Dream Station. Please utilize your enforcement tool to report and remove it as soon as possible. Alright. And this takes us here.
Ooh, I miss it here, but there's an extra note that Sam attaches to this message. She was able to deduce that somebody has been disseminating speed boosting software because one of the MerchantSoft servers are being overloaded and keeps crashing. She hypothesizes that this can only be due to some sort of software that circumvents MerchantSoft's bandwidth cap. If you remember, Mr. Mystery X complained about MerchantSoft not upgrading their back end, upgrading their server bandwidth. Frustrated that you couldn't search up anything with 3 letters because that was too many search results for the system to handle. And so here we see, with this accelerator software, there is a homegrown Hypnospace citizen-fueled effort to circumvent this bandwidth stinginess and improve user experience. And so it seems that MerchantSoft saw fit to censor this homegrown community effort, instead of just simply upgrading their server bandwidth. Now, just as a refresher, Starport Castle Dream Station is a sort of catch-all zone for all things nerdy, be it comics, fantasy, cybercog, roleplay, you name it. However, as you can see, whatever pages remain listed here have been replaced by notices that their respective owners have relocated their real main pages somewhere in the Freelands. Now, we'll come to learn that the Freelands sort of operates much like the Cavern. It was started by one user, but special pages or plots of the Freelands are given editing privilege to members that they're assigned to. And this will make more sense naturally. Here's a notice from the Freelands creator, Gil Secretes? I think that's how you say it.
The SAI Freelands are online. If you're a part of the community and your page is loading slowly, go take Roddy's test to get Accelerator. He's risking his neck by putting that out there.
We're gonna have to take a test to get our hands on the accelerator? Well, it's very on brand for our lovable nerdy Roddy Wall. Oh, and come to think of it, Roddy works for Merchantsoft. If you remember, he was on their main About Us page. Gil Secretes isn't kidding. Roddy is potentially putting his career on the line for the sake of Hypnospace quality of life. The rest of this page is an account of various grievances that Starport Zone citizens have with Merchantsoft's past actions.
November 25th, 1999. Summary of events. Tuesday, October 14th, 1999. 5 of our zones are deleted. Our pages are now down for 6 hours. New zone, Starport Castle Dream Station appears. Pages from 5 former zones appear in new zone. Merchantsoft ignores requests for an explanation.
So 5 various zones have been crammed into a single zone, completely diluting the unique culture and intention of each zone into this slewy conglomerate.
Tuesday, November 23rd, 1999. Pages go down again, including Freeland's pages. Then they come back up next night and load very slowly. Ultimatum. The members of SAI officially request the following from Merchantsoft. 1. Explain yourselves. 2. Remove the loading speed cap on SAI Freeland's pages. And 3. Change the community leader to Gil Secretes.
Something tells me that Merchantsoft is bottlenecking Starport bandwidth as a punitive measure for the SAI Freeland's insolence.
The members of SAI officially request the following from Merchantsoft. 1. Explain yourselves. 2. Remove the loading speed cap on SAI Freeland's pages. And 3. Change the community leader to Gil Secretes.
And obviously, Gil is going to nominate himself for community leader.
If our demands are not met, we will abandon Hypnospace and sign up for Cyberworld.
Cyberworlds was briefly mentioned by some previous pages. This is the main competitor of Hypnospace, the second most successful sleep time service, Hypnospace being the first, if you could believe it. Now let's go to the splash page for the SAI Freelands and finally enter this new user-created frontier.
Welcome to the SAI Freelands. Click on the arrow signs to move around. Click on landmarks to visit members' pages. Click or hover over signs to read them. Have fun out there.
So this is essentially an interactive map, the brainchild of Gil and Sarah Sanders, created with the help of Roddy Wall, and with an overworld theme song provided by Chowderman. I will say that the Freelands is very well made. You almost forget that these are just pages with links disguised as set pieces. And yes, the music Ready to Shave is just a song about shaving by Chowderman.
Thank you to the Chowderman for giving us permission to use his song Ready to Shave. Check out my page about it. It's quite a deep song and means a lot to me. Gil, the Psy Steward.
However, Gil may be onto something. There may be a deeper meaning that we can glean from it. Now that we're in the Freelands, we find our first plot, home to the page of Roddy Wall's Bullring, a fan-made page dedicated to the comic series Taurus and Muleta. First, let's read Roddy Wall's status.
Sad that it has come to this. I support my employers, but I also support my friends. So I have joined the Freelands.
Of course, he's referring to his collaboration with the rebellious Freelanders. Free folk?
Welcome to the Bullring, unofficial Taurus fan resource.
The main attraction of the Bullring is this comprehensive history of the Taurus comic. It's very lengthy, so I'll summarize. Taurus and Muleta was the creation of an oddball artistic prodigy, Virgil Timothy, in the early 80s. Now, at the time, most comic books were comedic and had very villain of the week or serialized episodic issues, which usually devolved into preachy, corny public service announcements. Roddy cites the series Bixby, published by comic company Gurgle, as one of the prime examples of this. Virgil, however, created a very different kind of story. The original issue of Taurus were in black and white, and didn't hesitate to depict violence. Taurus was a tortured, crime-fighting anthropomorphic bull whose sidekick was a conniving, creepy floating eye with a red cape that shot laser beams that either vaporized or frenzied its targets. If you caught the bull and red cape duo being a reference to bullfighting, then you'd be correct, because Taurus's secret lair was underneath a bullfighting ring. Taurus used his might to build the secret lair, but Muleta gave him instructions. According to Roddy, there was this subtle narrative being crafted that Taurus had a different life before his crime fighting, and Muleta was subliminally influencing him towards his new, morally gray or anti-hero life, slowly becoming quicker and quicker to violence, despite Taurus's apparent discomfort. That kind of reminds me a little bit of Adrian and Dylan, or perhaps even Dylan and Roddy, as we'll come to find when with more the dynamic within Merchantsoft and its programmer base. Kind of interesting. Now, despite this dark contrast to the comic book norms at the time, Virgil caught his big break when the comic book company Gurgle found one of his handmade issues at a convention. Gurgle would take care of the printing, marketing, and sales of the IP, but that came with compromise. During Virgil's career under Gurgle, he would alter Taurus to be more comedic and less subversive, dulling the overtones of a possible corruption storyline. Taurus and Muleta went from an anti-hero with a villain protagonist sidekick to a ragtag heroic team of crime fighters. And then suddenly, after animal rights activists pointed out the obvious themes of bullfighting, frankly, it's not even themes, it's just the motif of the secret lair, the larger comic culture was scandalized by the series and rejected it for its supposed problematic themes. The IP went from being on cereal boxes, toy lines, and having an animated TV show in the works to being set on the sidelines, with its budget being heavily cut and the TV show production being put on pause. What takes place is a story we are already familiar with. Virgil eventually realizes that in signing up with Gurgle, he had signed away his rights to the Taurus and Muleta IP. After Gurgle released the movie Taurus and Muleta Crime Rush, and it flopped, Virgil left the comic scene, disillusioned and largely forgotten by the fans of said scene. Apparently, he'll sometimes reminisce in Hypnospace forums about his time with Gurgle, but for the most part, he's remained hidden from the public eye. Taking us to the current era of the late 90s, Gurgle has attempted to bring back Taurus and Muleta with a futuristic, high-tech aesthetic. Taurus now has a cybernetic eye and a metallic plate covering one side of his head and the base of one of his horns, and Muleta is now fully transformed into a quippy, quirky, comedic sidekick. And while it seems this resurgence may actually stick, sadly Virgil won't be a part of the team that makes that happen. Again, somewhat reminded of Casper Sundberg and QPL regarding Sports Anthem. And in a similar fashion, the once gritty, creative expression of Virgil was now a polished vehicle for toy sales and TV ratings for a faceless company. This is certainly a theme we've seen with Clifta and Freezer. The hobbyist wanderlust of a creative individual being tempted by the forbidden fruit of the corporate world. The end result is the compromise of expression. Even the ephemeral legacy of Virgil being forgotten by most of the comic space due to his loss of his intellectual property. Aside from a step-by-step fan art by Roddy Wall, the only other thing of note is his project diary. I don't recall having access to this on our first shift.
June 1999. My new project diary. Hey, I got permission to make a diary of what I'm working on at Merchantsoft. I'm mostly collaborating with Dylan on the fun stuff. They got a few interns to handle the boring bug squashing. Thank God. Right now I'm working on some moderation tools for the new Hypnospace Patrol Department. We're going to let our fellow Hypnospace citizens police themselves instead of having us do it. We all think it's a pretty good idea. Plus, it saves money. And yes, I'm trying to get Sandwich working in HypnoS. I have a feeling Adrian isn't going to want to do it since it already has a reputation as a piracy tool. But we'll see. August 1999, Virtual Pet Sandwich Update. I know that some of you were hoping that HypnoS would officially support Sandwich encryption since I was hired here, but unfortunately we can't legally do that. I tried. In other news, I have started working on a little virtual pet game, one of Dylan's many pet projects, as he says. It's pretty fun. September 1999. Virtual pets are done. We've just launched the HypnoS Virtual Pets. There are 3 so far, with more coming soon. A flying hamster, a pink squid, and a Squisher's cat character.
We've already gotten the flying hamster and Squisher's pet, but there's a mention of a pink squid. Now, check this out.
So I'm surprised at how well they turned out. Oh yeah, you Sandwich users just might want to download yourself a pet. Normal pet food is great and all, but...
This would be the primary hint as to how we could open Sandwich files. I'll admit again, my deduction in our first shift was a bit contrived, and after all, it wasn't necessary for us to crack open that mysterious I file in our first shift, which is why, from a gameplay perspective, we didn't really have any access to some of these more apparent hints that pets can open Sandwich files. So this tells me perhaps we'll need to use this all-seeing eye tool in this shift. And then there's this last entry.
October 1999, secret project for Y2K. Dylan let me in on the plans for the year 2000 HypnoS update, and I don't think anyone is ready for what we are about to unleash. Wow, just wow.
I can't help but feel there's an unintended foreboding double entendre here. What else could the update entail? All we know about is this shitty Outlaw game.
While we're here, let's go ahead and download the first video or hint to this accelerator software trial.
A secret stash is hidden. In the Freelands, you shall unlock it. 2 east of Roddy's bull ring, that's me, 1 north of Casper's rocket. Only one path leads to this place. Look closely at the borders. Once you find it, come back here. In this trial, you will rock it.
Of course, his voice is identical to Mr. Mystery W's voice in the Hypnospace rant logs. Now, this video gives us coordinates to the next step of this trial, the trial that gets us this contraband software. But first, let's familiarize ourselves with the denizens of the SAI Freelands. Traveling north, we find Gary's CyberCog control room. Gary is the leader of an online CyberCog community. Now, CyberCog is the Hypnospace universe equivalent to steampunk, with an emphasis on gears, virtual reality, and motor oil. His status is hyping up a coming CyberCog convention called CyberCog Cogulus Collectio, taking place in December. Hopefully it won't be as disastrous as Coolfest. He's got a CyberCog resource page that shouts out various members of the freelance community, and a separate page for a CyberCog-themed Choose Your Own Adventure. So this is likely where Tim and Tiff get their inspiration for their interactive scaries.
You are an ordinary person, a nothing, a nobody. Deep inside you, something calls for a release from the meaningless, from the routine of everyday life. You crave the decaveritatinge of the techno-shamanatrix.
If we choose to be a nobody, we get a game over. And if we choose to find a meaning, we proceed to the next sequence.
Black lightning cracks the sky like a rusty dagger stabbing the egg yolk heart of a dying machine god. The faint sound of cogs turning comes through the broken window. Sweet smell of hot oil following the appearance of a figure in the living room of your home with a second mortgage. The figure is wearing an ankle-length black trench coat, dark sunglasses with coat floating in their reflection, a pipe holster, and a top hat covered in clinking machinery. It's the techno-shamanatrix, master of CyberCog.
I like the name Techno-Shamanatrix. If we reject the blessings of the Techno-Shamanatrix, we get another game over. Not very interactive for an interactive story. I mean, there's only one correct answer and one incorrect answer. If we inquire the Techno-Shamanatrix, we enter the next sequence, where he asks us to forsake our children, then forsake our career, then forsake our house, and finally forsake our wife. This story seems to be a thinly veiled fantasy of Gary's, and it's confirmed as much in the final screen of the story.
Hello, and thank you for entering the CyberCog. It might surprise you, but the story is actually somewhat autobiographically based. I'm Gary. I'm not saying that I'm the character, but I'm literally Gary. My name is Gary in real life. Hi.
He invites the reader to consider joining the CyberCog community, and has a link to the CyberCog community resource page. Let's go ahead and move on. Going to the left, we find the freelance plot to Hypnospace citizen, the Wizard Eagle, but there are some passive-aggressive notes left from Gil, the freelance steward.
Wow, how many drugs are you on? Very creative, but you need to remove the animation of yourself from this plot. Please remake your page, because NetSettler isn't supported in HS anymore.
And yeah, we can see little animated versions of the page creator, Wizard Eagle, singing in the mountains and designated building. It seems Gil Secrece doesn't like it when people use assets other than the one he's designed.
Do you think this is a joke? You have one last chance to remake your old NetSettler page, or you're gone. From Gil.
What a bastard. If you remember, Connie's connections mentioned Gil giving Kev J, the flip-flop enthusiast, a hard time. Maybe we'll find Kev's plot. Gil also mentions that the Wizard Eagle's page is NetSettler depreciated. Let's go ahead and give it a look.
I'm the vision of the Wizard Eagle. I'm the beacon, weaken, deepen. Weaken's left with naught but fleeting. My plastic lip is dry. My plastic lip is sealed.
This page is kinda nuts. So we have the Wizard Eagle's dance animation set atop these gifs of turning cogs, with strings and tinsel wrapped in them. I don't know why, but that animated graphic brings back memories of setting up the Christmas tree, going to the dentist as a kid, and it makes me uncomfortable. I love it. You can decrypt this jumbled page, but it doesn't reveal much except a complaint about NetSettler pages being messed up. If we look to his status, he mentions that older NetSettler pages that are hidden by Merchantsoft can still be found by searching NSDB. Shall we take a break from the freelance to see what old internet kino the NetSettler community has abandoned? Starting off, we have the official page for a religious shooter game called Chosen. I believe that the gaming news page, The Observer, covered it. Not much can be gleaned from here. Let's move to the next page, Asher's Music.
Yep, my page is definitely messed up. Working on getting it formatted properly. I've joined the Cavern Project, find me there.
We've got a really cozy music page. It's kind of sad to see these pages sectored off into obscurity because they're outdated. I wonder how much art has been lost to time because of these various upgrades. Thank God for archivers. He's got some free downloads to his atmospheric music and is apparently getting into dark haze. We've gotten a taste of his song already, Asher's Midnight, I believe it's called. There's something about the droning, sad organs, the picture of Asher, the cheesy torch assets, and the added context of net settler depreciation that really makes this page ooze with the solemn reality of a dying internet. Pages abandoned, profiles defunct, YouTube channels that no longer upload. You stand there looking at this digital liminal space, the once lived in space, wondering where the creators are today, if they're doing okay, or if they gone in the same way that their ephemeral station on the internet went, faded into eternity. Up next is a fan page for a TV show called Double Witness. Double Witness is a surreal crime drama series that premiered just a couple months ago in September 1999, written by Stephen Larise. Large portions of this show's episodes take place within a fictional sleep-time service called Dreamtown. Since this is a TV show with artistic liberties, Dreamtown is depicted as a virtual reality world, rather than the real world's sci-beamed browser-based sleep-time service Hypnospace. The author of this page, Cybersofa Slug, lauds Double Witness for its impossible-to-describe vibe, having a sense of dread, wonder, and mystery.
We have FBI agent Derek Both Barrels Jones, Mayor Sally Winkleman, Sheriff Ted Mitch McLean, Cindy Applesmith, the Giant Thumb, played by himself, FBI agent Alonzo Danda, and Pike Handrahand, played by ...
While the names of the actors aren't very important, I do find the names to be amusing. FBI agent Derek Both Barrels Jones and Mayor Sally Winkleman. And with this talk of thumb people and this uncredited Pike character, I'm very curious about the plot of this fiction within fiction TV show. In the episode guide, we get a synopsis of the most recent episodes.
We're going to go ahead and pull these from the first shift, using, of course, a late game technique that I won't get into. So what we're going to read right now is the first 2 episodes that we can only access on our first shift. Again, as far as I know, there's no way to get the HypnoCure Pro on our first shift. Season 1, Episode 1. In the feature-length pilot, the town of Little Tree suffers a tragedy after its mayor, Sally Winkleman, is brutally murdered, her corpse found in a large bag of broccoli. Aged just 17, she was the second youngest politician in the town's history. Already we're kind of getting a little bit of that Twin Peaks vibe. FBI agent Derek Both Barrels Jones arrives in town to solve the case, but after a Dreamtown headset and a bag of bunny rabbits are found at the scene, the case turns out to be anything but simple. Meanwhile, a giant thumb wakes up from a coma, but will his wife acknowledge that he fathered her genius triplets? Season 1, Episode 2. At the end of last week's episode, FBI agent Derek Both Barrels Jones is contacted in Dreamtown by none other than the victim herself, Sally Winkleman. But her body is lying in the morgue awaiting burial beneath a giant statue of the country of Portugal, to which she claims a deep spiritual link. The young females of the town try to seduce Derek Both Barrels Jones, but his sullen eye falls elsewhere. Is he really contemplating dating a dead politician who exists only in Dreamtown and can't even drink? Meanwhile, one of the thumb babies has a DNA test. It turns out the mother had a toe outside the marriage all along. Okay, what the hell's going on here? And we've got some theories and speculation from the first 2 episodes. Cybersofa Slug's thoughts. The broccoli was placed around Sally Winkleman's head after her murder, not before. If you look carefully, you'll note the broccoli is clearly fresh and undamaged, whereas a dying woman would clearly have mangled it. Her second theory. Giant Thumb is the murderer. We saw him wake up from a coma, but how do we know he didn't have access to Dreamtown in the coma? Also, he's weird looking, even for a Furnace project. Thoughts from the Hypnospace citizens. We've got Linda Horror. So the bunny rabbits somehow survived being left in a bag for that long without killing each other or making babies? Yeah, right. Those aren't bunny rabbits, man. This whole place is a Dreamtown within a Dreamtown. So that was Shift 1. This takes us to our current shift and the 2 latest episodes of Double Witness. Season 1, Episode 3. Cindy Applesmith follows the call of a mysterious figure to a mysterious beachside cavern and falls unconscious after he utters the word, "Pike speaks only to Pike," and tapes a photograph of his face to her forehead. She wakes up sometime later and accidentally spills apple juice on her copy of an ancient demonic text, giving her the ability to sing more perfectly than anyone has ever sung before. A concert is organized with the President of the United States due to attend. But unfortunately for Little Tree, hackers have been reprogramming the mind of Sheriff Ted Mitch McLean to become evil. Where is Derek Both Barrels Jones when you need him? He's what? Getting engaged? Season 1, Episode 4. FBI agent Derek Both Barrels Jones has a problem. Now, a bomb is going to go off at Cindy Applesmith's concert, but Jones just can't get sleepy enough to enter Dreamtown and find the killer. It's a race against time to find dream treats and doze off before it's too late. I see, so dream treats probably like some sort of a sleep helper.
Over on the next page, we have theories and speculations. The page author Cybersofa Slug talks about how the show's inconsistencies in straying from how real-life sleep time services work may not be from clueless or lazy showrunners, but through false memories of a different reality. That somehow this Sally Winkleman character is actually from our universe. The Mayor Sally character having memories from the reality of her actress, perhaps. Definitely David Lynch coded, that's for damn sure. I kinda wish we had more information about this show. We'll definitely have to come back towards the end of our journey. Cybersofa Slug also celebrates a past theory being proven right. This theory about hackers that reprogrammed Agent Both Barrels being revealed to be the Three Thumb Kids. That's a confusing sentence on its own, but what's odd is that in the episode synopsis, it was a different sheriff character that got reprogrammed by hackers. It was Sheriff Mitchell in the synopsis. Maybe Cybersofa Slug is having a few false memories herself. She also tells our viewers to pay more attention to the apple juice. It's a hint. Now I kinda wish that there was a Hypnospace ARG. There's also a submission from Sarah Sanders, wife of Gil Sanders, and also co-founder of the Freelands. There's not much of note here except her wondering if Dream Treats has a real-world counterpart. Apparently it takes Hypnospace hours to kick in, which is fascinating, and it may tell us at what phase of sleep Hypnospace activates.
So far, we can definitely pick up on a lot of Twin Peaks similarities. A young pillar of the community is found dead. The broccoli could be the Hypnospace equivalent to Twin Peaks universe creamed corn, a food-based harbinger of pain and misfortune. We've got a detective falling in love with somebody who is far too young for him. We see something similar with Dale Cooper and another character, won't get into spoilers there. Although in the case of Twin Peaks' Dale Cooper, he doesn't really fall in love with this girl, he more just realizes the tension between the two of them and shuts it down immediately. I'll have to revisit that. And in Twin Peaks there is this easy to miss constant theme of infidelity, which we see parodied with this thumb man getting the cuckoo treatment. Poor guy. There's also this mention of a deep spiritual connection to Portugal, which I can't help but feel is a parody of Dale Cooper's deep spiritual connection to Tibet. But beyond this, it seems that this strange vibe of alternate realities that I've more or less abandoned for the nostalgia angle is still in play with Double Witness. The TV show itself is a fiction within the fiction of Hypnospace Outlaw, a parody of a parody that's gone into total nonsense. I'll simmer on this for now. Sadly, this is something I'm digging into way late in our investigation. Once we get to the third and final Shift's iteration of the Double Witness fan page, I'll see if I can't come up with something profound to tie into our deep dive. Now, back to the regular programming.
Okay, Bob. Okay, Bob.
Okay, Bob? Wait, what? Okay. I'm gonna really, I really have to do, I gotta really do Twin Peaks one of these days. Oh, fuck. Ah!
Up next is RenderMan's 3D page, finally. We can find a lot of cool 3D art backgrounds and assets to decorate our desktop. According to RenderMan, some of these graphics were made with NeoVision, but most of his experience is with Antelope, two in-universe 3D modeling softwares, like Our World's Maya or Blender. He has a desperate message for Merchantsoft.
This does not have anything to do with 3D art, but Merchantsoft has hidden all NetSettler pages from Hypnospace and made them unreadable to people without HypnoCure Pro. This is very bad for my page because I've had it for a long time and can't convert it into a Hypnospace page. If any enforcers read this, then I'm asking you to please ask if they can unhide these pages. They mean a lot to us people who still use them.
You can just sense the dread. Well, the least we can do is let RenderMan's legacy live on in our desktop. Next up on the NSDP search tag list, we have, oh boy, Future Recycler.
Are you crying in your sweater, or are you
Safe
sweating?
mode activated.
It's amazing what you wager with all your betting that the earth will stay an icicle. Come on, Trinus, is it really tricycle? Right on to
Future Recycler claims to be sent from the 2030s by God to teach us simple pre-millennium folk about the wonders of recycled technology. He's been sent back from a time where global warming has completely destroyed the ice caps in ozone and hopes to use our garbage to invent gear that will not only prepare us for the end of the world, but hopefully stave it off through recycling said garbage. Again, we have some more of this end of the world focus, even the more eclectic and obscure Hypnospace pages. Among his inventions is a bolo tie clock, the swatter, and the swatter Mark II. More on these soon. First, let's listen to the lyrics.
Are you crying in your sweater, or are you sweating? It's amazing what you wager with all your betting that the earth will stay an icicle. Come on, Trinus, is it really tricycle? Right on to
So I get the lyric, with all your betting, that the earth will stay an icicle, but what the hell does come on Trinus isn't really tricycle? What does that mean? I think he was just trying to find something that rhymes with icicle. He thanks his nephew, John R., for the help with his graphic design, animation, and music. We'll get a taste of that very soon. We even have a graphic of his nephew posing with this bolo tie clock. Speaking of which, let's go ahead and click on this bolo ties page.
When I ask the time, you can't be mine. You're looking directly at my bolo tie.
The bolo tie clock is simply a recycled clock or watch that is used to loop a recycled piece of shoestring or shoestring-like material. It serves two purposes: establishing recycled materials as a legitimate form of fashion, and to tell the time, in hopes that it will remind you that it's always time to recycle, or that the clock is ever ticking towards Earth's doom. We can glean this much from some of the lyrics, but this isn't my favorite of the songs. Do you want to see what my favorite Future Recycler song is? Let me show you.
Swatter, 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 swatter. It's a sweater made from water. Squatter, 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 squatter. The new underwear swatter. Melted snowman. Where did you go, man? Into the swatter, into the swatter, into the swatter, into the swatter, into
The swatter is a portmanteau of the words sweater and water. This version of the swatter is a knitted sweater lined with bottle tubing, all recycled material. The tubing is what contains freshly melted ice from a melted snowman, icicles, or other common sources of ice. But let's not forget there has been an update to the design, the Mark II swatter. This one with recycled pleather added to it, and instead of the water filling up the little tubing, well, let's go ahead and download this video demonstration, evidently animated and scored by Future Recycler's talented nephew. As you can see, there's a tube that extends from the waist where you can attach a suction device. The suction device sucks up the ice from snowmen and other ice sources to coat the inside of your hermetically sealed swatter with cold water, creating a sort of sweater made of water. In a way, the water inside the encasement is the swatter, and the device itself is just a swatter containment unit. And coming soon, the squatter, the same kind of device but for the lower body. So this is like a more eco-friendly, less scatological version of Tim and Eric's Cinco D pants.
Ready for a new day.
Ready for a brand new day. You're gonna have to censor that. Even I think fake poo gets you demonetized, I think.
So please, keep it liquid.
This is Diarrhea Jones reminding you to squirt on the...
Now enough of all of that. Back to the Freelands. Going south of Wizard Eagle's plot, it looks like Tamara's friend Kev was booted out of the Freelands.
Freelance plot repossessed. Message Gil to claim. This happened November 20th. Damn it, so we just missed it. Kevin, the Freelands only work because people play by the rules. Your fragrant disregard for the way we do things around here leaves me no choice but to shut you down. Shape up, and maybe you can come back. From Gil, the Cy Stewart.
This Gil's a real asshole. Well, traveling east to the northern section of the Freelands, we find the plot for Linda's horror page.
Linda's Library of Weird. Nice. I like she's a little mausoleum, a little cool thing. The mausoleum of Linda Carnassus.
Her plot is home to a cemetery to commemorate the 5 zones that were shut down and merged into Starport Castle Dream Station.
Rest in peace, Sci-Fi Starport. Sci-Fi Starport was the biggest zone in Hypnospace. Unfortunately, most Sci-Fi Starport citizens have moved on to Cyberworlds. We'll miss you. Born November 1998, died October 14th, 1999. Rest in peace, Gamers Only. Gamers Only was home to Cheat Sheet, the largest database of cheat codes of any sleep time service. They have moved on to Cyberworlds. The Observer is the only big Gamers Only page to stick around. Rest in peace, the Comic Shop. It was home to the comic book fans and film buffs. It's perhaps the most surprising zone deletion since Roddy, the ringleader Wall, works at Merchant Soft. He's just as surprised as us. R.I.P. the Dream Castle. The Dream Castle was the fantasy and interactive theater hotspot in Hypnospace. Most Dream Castle members have moved on into Cyberworlds. A few of us remain and have pledged to rebuild here in the Freelands. Rest in peace, Cybercog Station. Cybercog Station was the reason so many of us are here now. After being ignored for so many years by other online services, the Cybercog community couldn't believe that Merchant Soft was actually giving them their own official home. Alas, it was but a fluke, and was shut down nearly a year later.
So many communities dashed against the rocks of obscurity. And for what? To save bandwidth? To save money? All paths lead to Merchant Soft ultimately making less money, doing less business. Like I said, we will find the reasoning behind this merger. And I must reiterate, it's very stupid. Aside from Linda being excited for Hanukkah and hinting at a new interactive scary just around the bend, there's nothing new on her page. Traveling south, we have the plot to Phaedrala's Apothecary, a cozy fantasy and role-playing themed page.
The Court of Phaedrala, Dragon Breeder, Master of Potions, and Lady of Wisdom. Welcome, all my court. Hello to all you freelance travelers. Welcome to the Court of Phaedrala. You must be tired from your travels. Here, have a life elixir.
Her page is home to a database of fantasy potions of her making, and a service where you can adopt a dragon. Now these are just downloadable image files that can be placed on pages and desktops, but I find the role-playing aspect of them being actually adopted out to the downloader as cute, and something I would have had a blast with as a youngster. Before scouring those links, we have an easy-to-miss blurb here to the left.
Sacred Garden games are no longer officially on Hypnospace, but check out my tribute site.
Well, might as well go ahead and check them out. As far as I know, there are no links to her fan page, so we'll have to search it up. Now, based on her fan page, Sacred Garden Games is a longtime creator of interactive theater experiences. Now, these works were made all the way back in 1979, so I must wonder what kind of medium this interactive theater was enjoyed in. Maybe interactive theater experience is a fancy word for board game or video game? Well, but the video games in the late 70s were typically arcade cabinets, so maybe somehow an interactive VHS experience? Not sure. One of the campaigns is called Labyrinth of Acolia. According to Phaedrala, in Labyrinth of Acolia, you play as a party of dwarves returning to your subterranean dwarven homeland, only to find that all of your kindred are dead and your land's now occupied by new cultures. There are 130 levels to explore, and it's up to the player and their party to decide whether to treat these new cultures as an infestation or to learn to be at peace with the cycles of history. Now, there isn't anything in this story that indicates that these new cultures were the ones that killed the old dwarven culture. It could just be that while your party was out on its adventure, the dwarven civilization perished due to other causes. I think there are some parallels we can definitely draw here. People have a habit of blaming current cultural cycles as being the cause of the death of their beloved previous cycle. Why is Flash dead? That's because of these dang TikTok kids and their Friday night funkin'. Who killed Habbo Hotel? Has-Been Hotel. I'm reminded of the pastor from the Lookout Ministries page, blaming very normal cyclical happenings like rebellious youth and ebbs and flows of religiosity on pageants, picnics, and squishers. Now, let's go ahead and take a look at Phaedrala's Dragon Adoption page.
Welcome to the Dragon Adoption page. Adopting one of my dragons is as simple as downloading the .him page and displaying it on your own page. Grey Dallas, age 682 years, likes eating big eggs, flying, drinking potions, adventures, dancing to music, giving rides, and flirting. Snugglyoth, a blue frost dragon of 413 years, likes eating birds, fish, and whales. She also likes flying, playing in the snow, staying in her cave, freezing people, and high altitudes. There's Meranginius, a purple magic dragon of 1,230 years. They like playing tricks, flying in space, zapping, making loud noises, stealing food, shape-shifting, eating big mushrooms, and goofing off. And then this beast. Oh, he's young too, he's a young dragon. Drathian, a red, evil dragon of 62 years old. He likes eating people, flying, fire-breathing, scaring people, getting treasure, living in volcanoes, killing other dragons, stealing, grinning, and evil laughing. He looks pretty bad.
I download Drathian and Marigenius. It's funny, this Marigenius dragon is very prettily animated on the page, but this effect was added through the page builder. The actual dragon image we download is just a static one. I can see 6th grade me being very disappointed and sending an email to Phaedrala saying something like, "Can I get the Marigingus that has the magic like the one on your page?" But no matter, he's adorable, and I will place him with his evil brother in my Hypnospace desktop Tower of Doom. In her potion selection, she has a sundry of various potions and tinctures, but I want to point out a thematic linking between 3 of them.
Green dragon milk, pumped from the breast of a nursing. I don't think dragons have teats. I think teats are a mammalian thing, and a platypus, you know. Although I called fungi plants in a previous video, so what the hell do I know? Always fresh. Effects make strong babies if pregnant. Vitamins and minerals, like spinach. Fairy milk. Pumped from the breast of a nursing fairy. Totally ethical, by the way. Phaedrala always pays a handsome sum. Effects. Flying, jumping high, better singing, and sparkling skin. Vampire blood. Sometimes called vampire milk, because this special liquid is pumped from nursing vampires. Don't worry, it's not blood. Ha!
Maybe Strong should get in touch with her, something to hold him over until he finds the milk of human kindness. Maybe Phaedrala is going through some sort of postpartum phase of life, because it seems almost half of her potions are centered around nursing. We'll return to see if she continues this theming in future shifts. Godspeed, Phaedrala. Going back to the starting pier of the Freelands, and heading east, we find the Sanders homestead, home to both Gil and Sarah Sanders' pages. On the splash page designed by Gil, we learn that the married couple have shared interests in all things nerdy pop culture. Gil has, however, designated his page as an anti-sacred garden space, saying that he doesn't like the touchy-feely direction that this fantasy company is going. Gil seems to have a taste for some of the more edgier aspects of fantasy. We'll get a better image of his style soon enough. One of the funny quirks about this page is when you scroll down, it looks like Sarah is blinking. I haven't noticed it until now, but it seems Hypnospace has some sort of V-Sync issue. Let's first enter Sarah's study where we can find some of her art and opinions.
Gil and I are proud to announce that SAI Freelands are now open. Let me show Merchantsoft how to really run a zone. If you hang out around SAI a lot, you've probably seen Gil's art. He made all the map graphics for the Freelands. I dabble too, though my stuff isn't as good as Gil's. I do have fun making it though. Cactus with an arrow, Cyrix warrior boy, Buttercup the horse, that's Sarania, my character in the Sanderverse. Oh cool, we get a bio of her. Sarania is the character I play in my husband and I's interactive theater campaign. She's an archer with mind reading and telepathic communication skills. Although she's an excellent archer, she only attacks when absolutely necessary. She feels a strong sense of compassion and empathy for others due to her telepathic abilities, so understanding her enemies and employing diplomacy is always how she tries to resolve things first.
I see, so Sarah is more lawful good and Gil is more lawful prick.
We've got Deborah the Giant Gnome, a character wrote for the Sanderverse. Gil thinks she's too stupid, so he won't include her.
Well, Gil certainly doesn't have taste. The idea of a king-sized duende is both cool and hilarious. She has a little section at the bottom where she gives her opinions on various things. She appraises Linda's favorite horror movie, The Blender, as having entertaining, gory sequences, but an overall amateur endeavor. Her rating, 5 out of 10. She then reviews Arcello's Fragments. If you remember, this was Mark Ello's atmospheric debut into the music scene. She lauds it as being so immersive that when she has Stooge, her friend, play it while they game, she gets absolutely lost in the track, not even paying attention to their gaming sesh. Her rating, 10 out of 10. And I agree, Sarah. She then reviews the city, Orlando, Florida, complaining about the expensiveness of the theme parks and the humidity. The establishment she stayed at was called the Happy Birthday Hotel, which is such a funny name. I wonder if this is some sort of parody of Holiday Inn? Holiday Happy Birthday? I don't know. Happy Birthday Hotel also sounds like a Game Jolt Unity game that Markiplier would have played back in 2015. That's all we can find on Sarah's Corner. Let's go ahead and check out the more opinionated Gil's page.
Note for all of you smart Alex out there, the page is Gil S as in Sanders, my last name, creates. It's not Gil secretes. Thank you. With that out of the way, welcome to Gil Secretes.
Here we can find his sole HSM release, Cybercog Circus, which was absolutely roasted by the dumpster. I believe they described Cybercog Circus as sounding like what would happen if a chimpanzee was given Hypnospace tune sequencer. Now, despite Gil's demeanor, he's at least self-aware enough to admit that this isn't a very good track. We can also find his fleshed out lore book and bestiary of his homebrewed fantasy world, the Sanderverse, which combines sci-fi, fantasy, and cybercog themings. At the top of his art book, he features his personal OC of his wife, depicting her in a very buxom manner. My hope is that this is just his way of paying homage to his wife's beauty and not just some fantasy about how he wishes she looked. His personal OC is Sig Null, who plays a guitar that hacks into cybercog systems. He's designed with inspiration from Chowderman and is irresistible to women, needing to wear sunglasses to shield his powerful gaze. There's another entry for Ginsby, a cyber gnome, but sadly no accompanying art. Ginsby is the character that their friend Stooge plays during their campaigns. In the weapons and items category, we have a legendary sword, something called Datacogs, which serve as Sanderverse's version of spell and skill books, and a cogwork terminal that's required to use said Datacog. Some of the bad guys include a man-eating couch, a tusked mammoth gorgon hybrid, said to be the transformation of a human corrupted by a fabled Datacog, and the main big bad of the Sanderverse, Villathan, the Lord of the Towers, who uses his control of nature to expand his kingdom. I kind of like the direction of this. It's very novel. The good guys are sci-fi industrial fantasy characters, and the big bad is this Sylvian Lord of Nature. I feel like usually it's the other way around.
Hey, look at that. He's a replica. Copyright Gil Sanders. If you'd like to play our own Sanderverse game, chit-chat me and I'll send you my campaign book, which is pretty sick.
You see, there's always a heart of gold, even at the most disagreeable of Hypnospace citizens. As much of a controlling prick Gil is, he's here for the same reason we all are, and that is to show the world our art, like one would show their parents. The internet, in a way, is like the door of a fridge. And finally, his interpretation of Chowderman's track, Ready to Shave.
Gil's Ready to Shave Analysis, a commentary on the Chowderman's 1989 masterpiece song used with permission from the Chowderman. Foreword by Gil. That's weird. What kind of music is that? A song about shaving? Get out of town. If I had a penny for every time I heard one of these ignorant statements, I would have millions of dollars. Can you blame them? They're just ignorant and uninformed. There's no appreciation anymore of fine art. Everyone just wants it now, now, now. If you really take time to listen, I listened to this record at least 500 times at least, you will begin to appreciate the kinds of music you never thought possible. All you hear now on the radio is flip-flop. I wish it flopped, with lyrics about dirty acts, shooting gangs, and sniffing drugs. What happened to when real men made real music? The music one could put headphones on after school and get lost in. Music for the thinking man. Music where they actually play instruments instead of push buttons on a computer.
Ah yes, a musical midwit. I should have known. However, let's not write him off entirely for his corny opinions. After all, that's what he would do. He might actually be onto something with his interpretation of this shaving-themed ballad that may be useful for this video's purposes. Now, his interpretation is wordy and full of a lot of humorous idiosyncrasies. Let me cut straight to the core and give my personal inspiration, inspired from Gil's.
Whiskers growing at the speed light. Put the trimmer into overdrive. Thoughts are running through my mind. Just a bathroom in the night.
Chowderman stands in front of a mirror every morning with one thing constantly reminding him of the passing of time, his growing beard. Even if it's not graying, even if it's fuller than ever, every millimeter of bristle that appears on his cheek is that much time that grows closer to his end. The image being formed here is that his beard is growing faster than he can handle it. He puts the trimmer into overdrive, not just shaving like one would normally, but out of desperation, cutting at the shadow of his cheek to bring his face to a state that is more reminiscent of the past, the fresh-faced glory days of the Chowderman.
Spray the shaving cream into my hand. Lather up the world, don't understand. Man inside the mirror now. Should I finally let him out?
As goofy and tongue-in-cheek as this song is, there's something kind of sad about these lines. Okay, now before you is the image of the past Chowderman, and despite desperately pushing your razor to its limits to bring him back, you'll have to push your own self to the limits to let him out of that mirror. Perhaps in a way this is the origin story of the Chowderman that we know today, the one who puts his own career into overdrive to the point of leading to the death and maiming his fans and loved ones, the people who were truly to thank and at the heart of his glory. he was so focused on the surface level aspects of time passing, the looming coming death of his career, that in his desperate attempts to cheat Father Time, he cut short the life of his beloved drummer, Cuff Johnson. I think this is the extent of what we can glean from this song, and it seems it's around this point Gil also runs out of steam. So let's go east one more plot to find the land where Casper Sundberg of Clifta fame is hiding his page. His abode is signified by a rocket perched on a circular launcher. But given that the rocket isn't going anywhere and this page is hidden, they really should call it a rocket stasher or hider.
Go check out Ringleader Roddy and House of Sound. They both have great Hypnospace pages. Also, I'm open for work and can turn your car into a work of art. That's not a good Swedish accent, I'm sorry, Swedes.
On his homepage, he proudly labels himself a musician and artist. We can find his van art in the gallery page and some of his music in the music page. He makes an important note that there is no Clifta reunion planned, probably because he keeps getting messages asking about it.
Casper has always been an artist, but 10 years ago he found his true calling when a musical collaborator opened his eyes to the world of airbrush art. After working as a successful musician and a composer for almost 30 years, Casper took up airbrush art in 1989 and hasn't looked back. Casper specializes in fantasy and science fiction art, but he's always open to new concepts. That's why he's successful. Being a master of two things, more than one thing, is very, very fulfilling, and it's something I see more and more on the internet with all sorts of art. Again, I look at Friday Night Funk, and it's a combination of coding, music, charting and art and lore crafting and creating your own goofy fandom stuff and storylines and stuff like that. It's so good. You're a multifaceted artist, and I love that about Casper so much.
I really, really like Casper's story. It's the emblematic good ending to the washed-up artist. Unlike Chowderman, he doesn't seek his former glory, and unlike Dylan Merchant, he's not slashing at the cutting edge beyond his capabilities. Casper Sundberg is at the cutting edge of his own creative locus of control, his own locus of serenity. On his music page, he touches on some of his work with Clifta and his work with QPL for the development of the Trennis Sport Anthem. Nothing we don't already know of thanks to Bill Aldrin's House of Sound. And while Casper does receive royalties for his work, he doesn't have distribution rights, so is unable to provide it for download. He hints at FLST and states that you can download his songs from there, and he doesn't mind if you do it that way. I jot down his headband ID, take a gander at his quote section, but there's nothing of note here. Sadly, given our enforcer limitations, we can't contact him to doll up our van. So up next is The Observer. We previously read his review on Squishers, but here we can read his review on Chosen, that religious shooter game that we kind of got a peek at.
The Observer previews. Chosen Anointed. No fear, no limits. I kind of actually like this. Listen, I always said that if a small-time developer requests coverage, I'd be willing to help. Double Edge Software did exactly that and sent me a very early alpha version of their new first-person shooter, Chosen Anointed. Before I dig in, please know that this title is deeply religious. If that bothers you, stay far, far away. It's also quite dated and looks more like a Cataclysm clone from 1995, with heavy use of 2D sprites instead of true 3D models. Outside of the fundamentalist religiosity and old-ish engine, it's actually a pretty enjoyable weird game. I've only played a single level, but I'm excited to see where this goes. Here are a few screenshots from the developers. The Sword of the Word, your default melee weapon. You can hold the mouse button for a charged shot. This unsettling fellow is the mascot for an evil atheist children's museum set in a bizarro near-future take on the city developer lives in, Patriot Hill.
That's funny, and a bit on the nose. You have this big bad with a graduation cap, shaped like the Earth, sort of leaning into perhaps some of those anti-intellectualism stereotypes of religious folk, but in this case it's being really leaned into. And perhaps he's shaped like the Earth to signify secularism, a being that is of the world.
Chosen features plenty of interesting set pieces. I don't know what the flip this is, but it looks pretty sick. This weapon shoots tambourines. You can destroy an evolution exhibit with a magic tambourine gun. No, you're not dreaming. Well, I mean, we kind of are. We're in hypnospace. Even if you aren't a fan of religion, this thing is so over the top that it borders on satire. The main character, Pastor Chet, spouts constant religious witticisms and catchphrases as you blow demonic forces back to hell. The developer isn't quite sure when the faithful will be able to get their hands on Chosen yet. Apparently there's some holdup with the church that initially funded the project.
That's pretty funny. The church funds are being used to develop a game. That's a first. Now, having met all the denizens of the Freelands, let's refresh ourselves on the first trial of the Accelerator.
A secret stash is hidden. In the Freelands, you shall unlock it.
Unlock it?
2 east of Roddy's bull ring, that's me. 1 north of Casper's rocket.
Rocket.
Only one path leads to this place. Look closely at the borders. Once you find it, come back here. In this trial, you will rock it.
Rock it. Stasher or hider.
Now there's no way we can go north of Casper's rocket or to right from Roddy's bullring, so we'll have to get to that exact space by going north of Roddy's bullring and following the path to Phaedrala's plot. This is exactly 1 north of the rocket and 2 right of the bullring. When looking at the edge to the right hand side of the screen, we can find a clickable element which takes us to a hidden cache with our next video hint.
Only proceed if you are worthy of acceleration.
The father of the Freelands, his cybercogian name. The mother of the Freelands, what she shoots in her game. The amount of zones that Merchantsoft sent to an early grave. Now return to the Freelands, south of the Colosseum, and input this code you figured out for your final test. I really hope to see ya.
Yeah, I love it. I love the way he says that.
The cybercogian name of Gil is Signal. Sarah's character shoots arrows, and it was 5 zones that were deleted, with their various pages merging into Starport Castle Dream Station. So, Signal Arrow 5. This takes us to our final gauntlet, a quiz on our familiarity of the community of the Freelands.
What is the name of Psy's special custom-made zone?
The Freelands.
What did Casper Air Graphics do before he made an amazing fantasy and sci-fi artwork?
I think he was Swedish, but no, he played a cosmic rock. It wasn't cool punk, it wasn't punk rock. Punk doesn't even exist in this world. He did not play the saxophone, so it has to be cosmic rock.
What are short, scary stories involving everyday objects called? Hint, they were invented by the citizens of the comic shop. Rest in peace, the comic shop.
Scaries, of course.
Which popular dragon adoptee is an impish prankster and goofball? Hint, this dragon was famous in the Dream Castle.
It wasn't Snoggleth. Drathian is the bad guy. I think it was Meringingus. Yep.
What are Taurus and Muleta, aside from being the best comic book heroes in the world?
Humanoid bull and a sentient cape, of course.
What highly valuable cybercog item grants human superpowers after they are decrypted in special computer terminals?
It would have to be datacogs.
And now we have access it.
I got the accelerator ready to speed.
In celebration of this break in the case, we donate to Casper and Phaedrala.
If you want to be added to the donation zone, just ask me. I prefer to highlight artists, though.
I think it's very sweet that this software is not hidden behind a paywall or anything of that sort, but just the sort of trial that requires you to familiarize yourself with the Freelands community. It shows that Roddy truly believes in this project. But beyond that, he believes in Hypnospace's power to bring people together, to humanize what would otherwise just look like texts and assets on a page. We download and install the accelerator. Enabling it removes the bandwidth cap. I can certainly observe a difference, but eventually as we use it, this happens. Despite having donated to all of Roddy's shoutouts, we're harangued by this dumb pop-up. Useless crap. I'm reminded of Professor Helper. However, to be fair, you can disable the accelerator, and if you do, it no longer gives you any pop-ups, and if you do have it enabled, it does actually provide a nominal improvement to your load speeds. But no, I'm going to keep it off. We hammer down the download link for the accelerator for malicious software and receive our next case.
New case, pirated music downloads for Enforcer. Hello, Enforcer. This is a content infringement notice regarding multiple instances of unauthorized music distribution reported in an unknown zone. Please utilize your enforcement tool to report and remove them as soon as possible.
It seems that Samantha is forwarding this case to us. Based on her attached message, the message that she would have gotten when she was assigned by dispatch, it seems these copyright complaints have been collecting dust for weeks now, and it's only a matter of time until the rights holders respond legally. Now, why were these copyright complaints being held on the back burner for so long? Well, let's go ahead and read these individual complaints. The first complaint was submitted in late October, just over a month ago, by Meat Goat Records. This request was sent by physical mail.
Your Hypnospace service has been used to access, download, or distribute our copyrighted works without authorization. Please remove the musical compositions listed below from Hypnospace to avoid legal complications.
Okay, so we'll have to keep an eye out for some Glamocaster songs being unlawfully distributed. The next request was submitted through phone call by, oh, QPL. This is most definitely to do with Sport Anthem by Clifta. This typed out report was written by the intern, accounting for the phone call.
There's a download of the song Sport Anthem by the band Clifta, and the copyright is held by a company called QPL who have not given permission, threatening legal action if the download's not taken down. Streaming the song is okay so long as the download is removed. The caller was very pleasant, said that we had 1 month to act.
Gotcha. And now this next complaint, also from QPL, but this time about Zarid, submitted just a day after the previous report. So, we have to keep an eye out for Glamocaster, Clifta, and Zarid tracks being unlawfully distributed on Hypnospace.
Nice caller again, same one from yesterday, says this time she found an unauthorized download of the music released by Zarid, called Celestial Reflection. It has 6 or 7 songs, and she found it in a list of files, and not on the official Zarid page.
Well, with so much allusion toward this enigmatic F-list, I think we should take our case there. Now, the only time we've ever accessed F-list was when we found the direct link on Timigeddon's page. This black background, plain text-looking page is what F-list pages look like. The page title is the letter F with a string of numbers and letters. However, this isn't just a random set of characters. This is the headband ID of Timigeddon. So once we do have access to the F-list database, allowing us to search for pages through our search bar, we'll be able to find individual citizens' directories through their headband ID. If they have one set up, that is.
Oh wait, we've actually broken past. Normally, that's actually kind of hilarious. Because I think under normal circumstances, you just look up F-list. No, hold on. You see, that one doesn't come up. That's the tricky part. Tricky, right?
Interesting. F-list functions just like a zone. Clicking on the F-list parent link takes you to the main splash page. The only person who could do something like this would have to be from within Merchantsoft, somebody who has permissions to create and manage zones. So F-list is a zone where people can create pages where they can store downloadable links. The rules are as follows. Pages must be hidden and unlisted, and no sharing your page or ID without permission. There's a special thanks to or from DM and GHG. In other words, Dylan Merchant and Gearhead Greg. So it's Dylan, the chief development leader of Hypnospace and Merchantsoft that helped create this alternative to DigiExchange. Very bold. Perhaps this is Dylan's attempt to untame himself. Become a part of the rugged frontier of the internet again. Not just the corporate cutting edge. A man caught between two worlds, it seems. Now, I'm not 100% certain. However, it may be that because we've accessed this main page, we may have now unlocked the ability to search up F-list pages. If you note the green text, it says that new users are now able to see F-list directories by searching for F-list IDs. So there is a chance that we don't need to do any of this extra sleuthing that we're about to do to get to this point in the case. All because we found Timigeddon's linked F-list and clicked on the parent zone link in the URL bar. Quite a bit of a design oversight. Still though, for the sake of thoroughness, let's look at the alternative routes we can take to gain access to this F-list zone. Let's say we never found the secret Timigeddon page, which is very likely on a first playthrough. Our only path to take is to simply search F-list in the search bar. What comes up of note is an F-list access portal where we will need a password to access F-list, and a link from Timigeddon selling a password for 199 Hypnocoin. Looking at the access portal, it's clear that the only way to get a password to F-list is to be invited by a user directly, something we can't do as an enforcer, since we can't send messages. If you look at the bottom, there's a note that says, after logging in once, the system will remember you. Enjoy the files. By DM and GHG. They're making this easy for us. So we need a password, and one of the key users of F-list is Gearhead Greg. If you remember, he has an easy to crack password methodology. Based on his citizen data and password tips, we can deduce that his password is Lexington Computers 1950, and bam, we're in. However, if we are unaware of Greg's password methodology and we have the Hypnocoin to spare, we can search FLST like we did before, find Timigeddon's page, and purchase the password directly from Tim. However, if we go this route and download the text file, we'll find that it's been sandwich encrypted. So we not only need to have a virtual pet to decrypt this file, we'll have to even know that that was an option in the first place. And full disclosure, on my first time playing this game, because I wasn't thorough, I got stuck at this point. No need to open this sandwich file. We already have access to F-list through Gearhead Greg's password. Let's start our digging. Now, I already mentioned this, but let's refresh ourselves.
How to find F-list files directories. New users, you're now able to see F-list directories by searching for F-list IDs. F-list IDs are formatted as follows. F, and then the last 6 characters of the headband ID. Do not share F-list directories other than your own without permission. Keep your F-list music and software related, no adult content. Be aware that merchant soft developers and enforcers can see your headband ID through your citizen data, so there's a chance they can find your F-list if they gain access. F-list page style guide. Hypno font regular or bold preferred. Transparent background. Please follow the style guide as it makes F-list directories look uniformly computery and official, which is hilarious because you think like, oh, we've hacked into the database, but no, it looks like this because it's intentionally made like this. You're just basically, again, creating a page, and you're part of this little fun group of people, of archivists.
Now, while I've been recording headband IDs on my Sticky Note desktop app, I'll be using the Hypnospace Wikia page for the F-list IDs that I might have missed. And believe it or not, there are quite a few. There are some users that you wouldn't think have an F-list, and some that you think would, but don't also. F034658 takes us to Gearhead Greg's list. He's got a few softwares here that he's holding for archival purposes, including Professor Helper. That's pretty cool. I like the idea of somewhere in the future, people will be like re-downloading these in like sort of VMs and just messing around with the PUPs and the viruses and whatnot. He also has some clips from a soup-tasting morning show. Here's a little beautiful touch. In piracy, when you digitize some sort of medium, be it audio, video, or software, it's called a RIP. And in piracy, it's a tradition to have a notepad file that credits the person who ripped the file. And here we have Greg doing the same thing, which, again, little touches, these little things that are just so, I don't know. It's the little things. Now, while the Soup Taster clips are mildly amusing...
No. I give this soup -7 out of -12. Wow, that's a...
If I don't hear them say once throughout this entire set of clips, like you do, if they don't hit me with one of those, this is not mediocre enough.
Jim, what's today's soup? It's just a big bowl of vinegar. How's your mom doing?
Beautifully mediocre. I love it. I love it.
Let's not get hung up on them. I scoured them, and as far as I know, there's no greater theme we can glean from this soup-tasting show. F109298 takes us to Casper Sunderberg's page, where he has a wallpaper as well as various audio tracks called Clifto Rotor Tapes. There's also a Rotor sticker. Upon inspection, we come to learn that Rotor is an arcade cabinet, and evidently based on the naming of these audio files, these are likely tracks that Clifto recorded for this arcade cabinet. We'll get to learn more about this at a later date. Now, the first 3 tracks sound like something you'd hear in the Bully Scholarship Edition. I really like these. This final track is very nice. I wonder what sequence this would have played in this Rotor arcade game. Now we'll actually get to hear a real fun backstory to Clifto's work in scoring video games in our next shift in an interview conducted by none other than Bill Aldrin. I'm very excited for that. Up next we have Artie Dispenza's list. So Dylan Merchant isn't the only MerchantSoft main team member that uses this service. All that we can download here are some fun stickers. And as I place these stickers, I come to notice that the reason why we see so many spirals baked into the design of Hypnospace's template assets is likely to play off of the hypnotizing motif. Both Hypnospace and hypnosis share a root word, hypnos, which means sleep. Can we get a confirmation? Because this is ever since nostalgia. Wrong or right? Is it? I think we're good. I think hypnos does mean sleep. There's almost like this hybrid occult marketing edge to this form of a design perspective. Artie is leaning into the way that Hypnospace hypnotizes its users when it beams images into their sleep, their hypnos. Arlen's list is very interesting. It's not a download link, but a page link. It seems to be a draft for a possible future page for Bill Aldrin. However, it seems a bit over-designed. I have a feeling Bill will opt for something a bit more cozier and minimalistic. Dark Twilight Tiff has a list with a bunch of text files. The first 3 are various notes and ideas for scaries. We can see there's an upcoming planned scary collab with Linda. Can't wait for that. We can read a note left by Tiff for Tim, basically going no contact with him until he stops calling her Marshmallow, which, well, that makes me proud. If only we learned that we could do this at her age. Good for her. On Father Fungus's F-list, we find what looks like a work-in-progress song, Guttural Perpetual Drip, and a Fungus Manifesto text file.
Fungus blooms beneath unseen. Fungus requires no sunlight, no fame, to glisten and reflect the infrequent ripples of the grotto pools in all its understated beauty. All may not find it beautiful, and that's okay. Fungus may be inexpensive, requiring few resources. Fungus is only associated with lowercase images and objects. No brands, no idols, no driving artists or visionaries. Fungus is all of us, down here together, reflecting moonlight. Fungus rings out, pools of reverb. Drip, drop, drip eternally.
A poetic framework for the genre. Wonderful. Up next,
we've got Gil Secretes. Ha! He's got his own idea of how he wants this to look.
Of course, Gil doesn't want to follow the design guidelines of FLIS, which is kind of annoying the more I think about it. He's so happy to enforce rules on the Freelands, but doesn't want to follow them in FLIS. He's got a wallpaper and a video called Awesome Vid. I see, it's the music video for the song I Am the Chowder Man. Now, we're already familiar with this song, but after showing you so much of my embarrassing dancing, it's only fair to show you some of Hot Dad's. So great. Up next, believe it or not, is Grayson, the little kid who makes the card drawings on Teetopia. The little tyke is tech savvy. That's awesome. And what's so sweet is that this, in an interesting way, just like how there are artists on Hypnospace that are storing their otherwise like copyrighted content for free on F-List, we see Grayson doing the same thing with his work, storing some of his work, some of them being schoolmate commissions, on this F-List. Let's go ahead and give them a gander. The first image is of Grayson's creative writing homework, where it seems you have two cars having a gunfight and some text implying that there is some sort of fight between car gangs where kung fu takes place. And what's so sweet is that his teacher compliments his work, saying, "Are you so creative?" Where the fuck was this teacher when I was a kid? The second image is another drawing. Unclear if this is one of his personal pieces or a commission, but it says, "Cool car, don't look at the explosions," which won't be too hard since we have this terrifying mug to stare at. The next one, I believe, is a commission, given that the file name is GCar3Debbie. How sweet. And it's just, oh, you know what? Maybe it's not very sweet anymore. I'm suddenly reminded of All Tomorrows by C.M. Kozeman. Thank God the shit for brains at the dumpster didn't find this. They would have had a field day. Up next is another commission for Debbie, which is much less jarring. Very adorable, actually. And then the next one that's simply labeled Japanese style. Awesome stuff, Grayson. God bless. Up next is Icicle Kid's list, where we can find a bunch of chit-chat screenshots between him and the rest of the fungus scene on Hypnospace.
Bursting with laughter. Wow, it's unique at least. Okay, well, did you like it? Also, I can't change the name, already tried. Stuck being Icicle Kid. It's stupid, I know. Father Fungus, just finished listening. I like it, Drip. It's not afraid of being fun. We like our muted tones around here, but I think there's room for this. Good work, man. Stalakid85. To be honest, I thought it was a prank at first. Father has a point, though. Not cavern material, I think, but I think we'll all agree it is fun. Thanks, Father Fungus. Fungus scene is so awesome. I can't believe I was ever a cool punk. It's embarrassing now. Father Fungus replying to Stalakid. Stalak, I disagree. It is cavern music. Our manifesto means nothing if creative young people like Drip are shut out because of arbitrary standards. Drip, I'm messaging you the cavern pass. Try and stay to your own pages when editing. Welcome home. Stalakid85. Father Fungus, you sure about that? Is this all a prank? Bursting with laughter. Father Fungus just says, I'm sure, and then something, we can trust him or whatever. And then, of course, we have him loading Icicle Kid, loading up another reply. I can't believe it. This is the best night I've ever had on Hypnospace. You guys are awesome.
I like Father Fungus's style, but kids have a tendency to add a very annoying element to fandoms. But being annoyed is worth the cost if it means the next budding generation of creatives are honing their craft. Never mind. I'll enjoy my favorite forums and subreddits being spammed with shitty OCs and stupid takes, if it means we'll get to enjoy Kino in the future. Well put, Father Fungus, and Godspeed, Drip Boy. Up next is Jezzo, or Dr. Minx, where we have a T-Nub sticker and something I now realize may have flown under a lot of our radars, the Y2K Challenge. The image says, can you survive the 48-hour Y2K Sleep Time Challenge? Win $100,000 from the Merchant Brothers. Now, while Minx has the decency to bar children from this apparent hoax, it doesn't take a neurologist to point out that this is very dangerous. And based on some information in a later spin-off game, Zane still attempted to do this challenge. We'll keep this freshly baked planned hoax in mind for when we have a shift during the new year. Hopefully we'll be able to take it on as a case. On Sarah Sanders' Wife to Gil Secret's F-list page, we have just a single text file of some of her poetry she wrote during college. While she hasn't dabbled since then, she still looks at these with fondness. The first one is very saddening.
My fingers are broken, my memories forgot. Not once have I spoken, my lungs full of rot. Who was I in life, and where did it end? A family, a wife, money to spend. I do not know, nor may I ever. A creep now slow, though my brain they did sever. A mindless shell, bound to earth like hell.
Knowing that it was written while she was going to school, and likely before she met Gil, she seems to be writing about her future self, knowing that she will grow into a new person. This guarantees that the author, the college-aged poet sitting there writing, will be dead by then, and will become a new woman at the seat of her destiny. I think, at least for me, that's kind of what's at the crux of what chokes me up when I ruminate on nostalgic music. I'm not a kid again. It's almost I'm like listening alongside the ghost of my child self, and something about that is very sad.
And so the echoes of my past play a haunting refrain. The vibrations tickle my thoughts, though what to make of them I do not know. Accept or reject these are my choice. The ultimate choice stays unknown.
Up next is another official Merchantsoft team member, Chowderman. On its page we have the lyrics and draft of a work-in-progress track, One-Legged Man. This is of course a song about Chowderman's brutal injury at Coolfest 99. Remember, he lost his leg.
You crashed and you burned, your time has run out. The Chowderman must ask himself, who am I now? Where will you run with only one leg? You can barely hop, and now you must bear. Come back, oh come back, don't let it down.
I won't lie, this is a very sad song, and while you've got that typical hot dad irony, there is something solemn about his voice here. Up next, again, a Merchantsoft team member, Roddy Walls. Here we have the Accelerator executable file. I didn't have the sense to hammer out this downloadable link. I wonder if we could have. Even if we did, his violation points would still only be at 4, so right under the threshold for flagging. We also have a few image files of the Taurus work-in-progress fan art. This is the final draft. Pretty cool, I like his muleta.
I almost overlooked Tamara Frost's FLST page. She has 2 text files, one for Red Moon, and the other for an unreleased poem called Diving. You've got a lot of, what are they called, alliterations or onomatopoeias, you know, crack, snap, snap. As far as I know, there are no official spoken word releases for this, unfortunately.
Now, we've got Slushmouth's F-list where he has rips from an album by Sacred Space. Because we don't have any active complaints from them or their publisher, these links aren't up for violation. Let's go ahead and listen to some of these tracks. I don't think we've had any mention of Sacred Space yet. After Rain sounds like something you'd hear on Hotline Miami. I'm not sure if this would classify as haze or atmospheric.
Framework is definitely something you would consider to be Hypnospace atmospheric. It definitely sounds like something Arcello would come out with. There's something oddly uncanny about Magar Hymn. It sounds like something that would play in like a Hungarian analog horror series. And I only say that because I think Magar is one of the tribes of the Hungarian region. Maybe this could be a reference to the national anthem. I believe it's called Hymnush.
The dividing sky is pretty cool. It's certainly like small a atmospheric, but I don't know if it's Hypnospace genre capital A atmospheric. It seems to have too many things going on. Our Lord is also very similar. Not much I can gather here. Maybe it's just not my taste. Now, I've scoured Hypnospace and I couldn't find any other mention of Sacred Space. Dylan Merchant mentioned a Dirt Haze artist by the name of Sacred Haze, but Sacred Spaces is not a Dirt Haze artist. I can definitely say that. So what is it? We could play it safe and just say it's digital style. However, I'm going to go out on a limb and say that this is an atmospheric artist. Maybe a late stage atmospheric artist. Up next is Howard's List. This is Howard from Howard's Life Tips and the Worker's Alternative. All we have here are some socialistic stickers. A bit red for my desktop dreamland necropolis. Up next is Zane Lofton.
Oh, hell yeah.
My excitement comes from the fact that we can download probably the best song in all of Hypnospace, Against the Wall by Seepage. There's also a LARPy hacker text file that we can download too. There's just a bunch of ones and zeros, which, as far as I know, don't translate to anything. But I'm just assuming that because I'm still recovering from the Daniel Mullins ARGs.
I will assassinate you if you read this document farther. Close it now or you will regret it. You can't read it anyway, so give up before you regret it.
Music file added to Toonbox library.
Hell yeah. Nothing left for me. Na, na, na. I'm gonna wait until we play this one because this one's pretty flippin' sick. My back's against the wall. Na, 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 na. Okay.
Now, with one more F list to scour, I look to see if Connie from Connie's Connections has an F list, but no. Strange. All we have left is Dylan Merchant, and mind you, we haven't found a single track of any of those takedown requests. It can't be that... Oh, wow. All of it's here. Well, that's convenient. All we gotta do is just ban away. Can we even ban our bosses? Let me go ahead and download some of these for my own personal enjoyment. Ooh, and let's hear what he has to say about some of these artists.
Dylan describes Clifta as 70s underground cosmic jazzy jam band. It's okay. Lead guitarist paints vans for a living now, bursting with laughter. He has a page in SCD, believe it or not. You got Glamocaster, their album Glamoplasm. Glamoplasm is required listening if you like Dirt Haze. Not a perfect album, but it's the beginning of the movement. Listen if you like lo-fi fuzzed out rock tune. And then, of course, Zarid's Celestial Reflection, we bought that earlier. If you listen to anything enough, it begins to sound good. Well, Adrian's been playing this non-stop. I'm pretty sure he has a crush on the guy. And I actually kind of like it now. It's Earth Haze, so it's cheesy as hell, but I like it. Shut up. Keep this page only within the F-list community, please. No linking or I'll ban you. Seriously. Thanks, guys. Well, shall we? Want to listen to some tunes?
Music file added to Toonbox library.
Well, that will come to bite us in the ass. And look, Dylan Merchant hasn't accrued any violation points, the prick.
Wow, Hightower, great job removing that content infringement.
You're hilarious. Did you seriously just report me? Dude, did you think I wouldn't notice? I don't know if this was you being funny or what, because everyone shares music nowadays. But the fact of the matter is that our whole team knows about my F-list page now. If any of our interns are snitches, you could really cause a problem for me and the entire company. We're gonna do some amazing things over here, and I'll be damned if some little idiot is going to bring it crashing down because they wanted to be funny. I'm taking you off duty. You're lucky I'm not banning you.
Oh, screw you, Dylan. You want to be Silicon Valley nouveau riche? Or you want to LARP as some fucking internet old head? Pick a lane. So, another shock virus.
Yep.
But this one is 2cups.hex. Oh, gross. Of the notorious 2cup shock website? Ah, shit. Yeah, but this place is a cyber ghost town. You think the perps found us out and ran? No. There would be other nearby users. Something isn't right.
Detective Hightower, it looks like there's some sort of anomaly in your area. The 2cups.hex shock sorcerers were found dead in the real world. Their Lucidex fried their eyeballs out. It did the same to virtual bystanders. Their local PDs are hounding me for answers.
The virus backfired.
It seems that particular subnode has broken containment. Exercise caution.
Understood. You hear that, Hightower? Is that a ghost? A cyber ghoul? Neat. Not neat. Why are those 2cups executable files encircling it? It seems the ghoul is gaining power from them. Or maybe the other way around? I think maybe it's being tormented by them. Maybe if we can get up close and we can... Watch out! Shit, close call. Right. We have to clear all instances of this virus. That will calm the spirit. Open fire! Spare the cyber ghoul. He may have what we need to crack this case. I've come to finish what I started. Wheeler, focus! Suppress the viruses. I'm gonna see if I can get in close and quarantine this ghoul. Come on. Come on, almost. There we go. I'll send an update to HQ, see what forensic can come back with. I could use another coffee. Where's that waiter? Oh. Oh, fast service. Nasty habit, that. Oh, sorry. Don't worry, I'm just looking out for you. Everything okay? I'm having a blast. This is just something I've dealt with since I was a kid. Anxiety? Kinda. I just got caught in these loops. I used to fixate on things like death and what happens after death, like the afterlife and even the end of the world. I was 21 years old, working for HypnoCoin when Y2K came around. The air was thick with dread. Wintertime was forever ruined for me because of it. I think deep down we all knew that the world was going to end. We just didn't know the nature of how it was going to end. We were keen enough to know that it had something to do with technology. The World Wide Web would have connected us like never before. We had hope. But in fact, the world did end, and we just didn't know it. I was born in '95. The way you guys probably saw the World Wide Web is probably how we saw smartphones, probably how this next young generation is seeing AI. God knows what the future generations are going to see technology-wise. It's cyclical. One generation's Y2K is another generation's 2012, another generation's 2020. Although 2020 had some more teeth to it. It's not like perfectly in sync, but every generation goes through something similar. What are you trying to say, Wheeler? I'm not trying to diminish what you're going through. I'm just trying to say that you're not alone. Why is it that every generation thinks the world starts going into entropy the moment they hit their 30s? As if the ebbs and flows of the universe, the spin of the wheel, hasn't been going since the beginning of time. The world isn't ending, Detective Hightower. We're just hopeless. That's it. No. Something changed. The way things were once were forever put on another track. It's not a wheel. The past is dead. The past is never dead. It's not even past. Captain.
Detective, we found the main subnode for the Two Cups hex. The cyber sorcerer somehow made a vengeful simulacrum of the soul of a French composer. The same composer whose music was illegally used in the original Two Cup Shot website. You just contained a projection. Now take care of the real thing. I'm sending you a direct link through your Lucidex. Quash any of the executables and bring this artificial intelligence to peace. I'm talking cyber exorcism.